AFK 101, more lucky here.
What happened?
Someone set up us the bug. We get signal.
What?
Main screen turn on.
It's you.
How are you, gentlemen? All your base are belong to us. You are on the way to destruction.
What you say?
You have no chance to survive, mate, your time. Ha ha ha. All your base, all your base, are belong to us. All your base, all your base, are belong to us. All your base, all your base, are belong to us. All your base, all your base, are belong to us. All your base, all your base, are belong to us. All your base,
Wow, does anybody else remember this old heckin' meme? Oh my god. Any other millennial memers out there? Breaking news. What did it break? I hate this woman. I don't care. Notice of 90 days expiring. Nice. How's the airport situation? I don't know. Everything I traveled through was fine, was normal. I was worried, but ah. Do you have some good court memes? Kafka hinted at it. Not really. It's just all retarded shit. Everything's just retarded. Pixie's loser family lawyer friend, I'm pretty sure just uses ChatGPT to generate everything they do. It's just fucking annoying. Thoughts on the ASU setup? I kind of liked it. Reminded me of Mini Jubilee setup. I mean, we were in a studio, so it was nice. Ugh.
Down in front. Down in front.
You're a little bitch.
I know.
Yeah, you're just gonna take it? You're just gonna take it like that?
Mm-hmm. Dude, you gotta watch the, like, 5 minutes of the Melania interview that she did earlier. Or, I don't know, she was doing like a round table for fucking Trump or whatever.
Really? I've got to.
Dude, you gotta.
I've gotta. I've absolutely
yes,
gotta.
Big time.
Give me one good reason why I've gotta.
It's cinema. I would never have expected what happened in that round table today.
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Link me.
Vogue Holmes linked it.
Constructive criticism. Well, you're permabanned.
Oh, that's smart. Could be.
The constructive criticism is we just need to fucking send that Brian Shapiro guy out and stick him on all these college kids.
Oh, fuck, I still need to watch his thing. I really like that Brian Shapiro guy.
That guy's a monster.
Yeah, he seems super chill. I would do a beer with him.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's
Are you
Jewish?
linking me something, or?
Default. Yeah, I just sent it.
Yeah, I just sent it. Why you? I'm sorry. I'm just. Why is there no rewind on YouTube? I don't know what the fuck. Oh shit! Why was that turned off? Is that gonna turn it on, or do I have to restart my whole fucking shit?
Ooh. That's GG for your stream, yeah. Just come back tomorrow. That's done. Nah, that's done.
Well, tell me if it turns on and... Who pushed that button?
J. Dr. Vanda, he did it.
Please, God, watch the Dave Smith versus Adam Sausage debate. Dave blows him out and it's full of memes. Why would I want to watch it? No, I'm good.
Teachers to Education Center, please.
No. All right, well, I got to restart my whole shit. But you know what? That's fine, because now I can turn on closed captions for that one chatter that really wanted them.
Oh, for the blind one.
Oh, fuck. People at the end were saying that rewind was working. Rip. Oh.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do?
What do you mean, what are you going to do, Mootin?
That's just the way it is.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Oh!
Good to see all
My
of you.
queen.
Thanks for coming today, as always. We're going to start with some scheduling announcements. This evening, President Trump will deliver remarks at Union Station for a political dinner. Tomorrow morning, the president will host the second cabinet meeting of the year and the 11th cabinet meeting of his second term. And later tomorrow afternoon, the president will host a Greek Independence Day celebration in the East Room. On Friday, the president will celebrate National Agriculture Day alongside nearly 1,000 farmers who are coming in from across the country for the first event of the season on the South Lawn, so pray for good weather,
farmers.
to highlight the president's successful policies in support of America's farmers, including efforts to lower input costs, open new trade markets, bolster the farm safety net, double the death tax exemption, end taxes on rural property loan interest, and create rural opportunity zones. Also, I'm pleased to announce that President Trump's meeting and long-awaited meeting with President Xi in China will now take place in Beijing on May 14th and 15th. First Lady
What's so funny about
Melania and President Trump will also
Thought so.
host President Xi and
China?
Madam Peng for a reciprocal visit in Washington, D.C. at a later date to be announced this year. Turning to the ongoing military operations in Iran. The United States military continues to
what's going on with
decimate
that?
the terrorist Iranian regime's offensive and defensive
Oh shit, we're winning! We're winning the
capabilities.
war, Mootin!
Just over 3 weeks in,
Duh.
it's abundantly clear that Operation Epic Fury has been a resounding
God, I love they called it
military
Epic Fury.
triumph.
That's so sick.
More than 9,000 enemy targets have been struck to date. Compared to the start of the operation, Iran's ballistic missile attacks and drone attacks are down by roughly 90%. The United States is also annihilating the Iranian regime's navy. We have destroyed more than
What
140
navy?
of their naval vessels,
Yeah, exactly.
including almost 50 mine layers, This is the largest elimination of a Navy over a 3-week period since World War II.
50 mind layers.
Again, let me reiterate. This is the largest elimination of a Navy on the face of the planet in a 3-week period since World War II. We are systematically dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, which will prevent future threats to the region. Our military also remains laser focused on eliminating the regime's threat to the free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. Over the weekend, we dropped several 5,000-pound bombs on an underground facility used to store equipment, including anti-ship cruise missiles and mobile missile launchers positioned along the coastline of the strait. Our military efforts grow more successful with each passing day, steadily degrading Iran's ability to terrorize merchant ships. For all of these reasons, we are very close to meeting the core objectives of Operation Epic Fury, and this military mission continues unabated. From the outset, President Trump and the Department of War estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve this critical mission.
Not a war, but we're winning
25
big.
days
True.
in, the greatest military the world has ever known is ahead of schedule and performing exceptionally. Day by day, the
You wish your
Iranian
military could
regime is
perform
being
that
crippled,
exceptionally.
and their ability to threaten the United States and our allies
Everything's
is
going
being
perfectly.
significantly weakened.
That's
Their
what she's saying.
ambitions of building a nuclear weapon
Always.
have also been crushed to an even greater degree than they were in Operation Midnight Hammer in June 2025. That's why you're beginning to see the regime look for an exit ramp. They recognize they are being crushed, their ability to attack American and allied forces, as well as their ability to defend their own territory is dwindling literally hour by hour. Following President Trump's powerful threat on Saturday evening, it was made clear to the United States that Iran wanted to talk. President Trump is willing to listen. As President Trump announced on Monday, the United States has been engaged over the last 3 days in productive conversations, which led the president to temporarily instruct the Department of War to postpone planned strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure only. The remaining elements of the Iranian regime have another opportunity to cooperate with President Trump, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and cease actively threatening America and our allies. But the president's preference is always peace. There does not need to be any more death and destruction.
Yeah.
But if Iran fails to accept the reality of the current moment, if they fail to understand that they have been defeated militarily and will continue to be, President Trump will ensure they are hit harder than they have ever been hit before. President Trump does
Always
not
harder.
bluff, and he
Always
is
the
prepared
hardest.
to unleash hell. Iran should not miscalculate again. Their last miscalculation cost them their senior leadership, their Navy, their Air Force, and their air defense system. Any violence beyond this point will be because the Iranian regime refused to understand they have already been defeated and refused to come to a deal. Here at home, we are now on day 40 of the Democrats' shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. Democrats in Congress are forcing American travelers to wait in hours-long lines at airports
Did you
across
wait an hour-long
the country,
line?
Nope.
robbing TSA officers and other federal workers of their hard-earned paychecks that they use to feed their families, and causing billions of dollars in damage to our economy. A father of 3 recently told CBS News that he felt he had no other choice but to quit his job as a TSA officer and find other work as the Democrats' shutdown of DHS continues.
Aww.
This is the quote from the father, and I encourage everyone to listen.
Listen.
I think the hardest thing is seeing the struggle that my wife was going through and not trying to bring more stress to her, the father of 3 said, but seeing her cry every night. How am I
Every
going to feed
night.
my family? How am I going to survive?
Man, it sounds like
For
Republicans
the
should really get the
Democrats
government
in Congress,
funded.
the cruelty of this shutdown is the point. Nearly 500 TSA officers have quit since the Democrat shutdown began. President Trump, to alleviate this pressure, made the decision to send some of our amazing ICE agents to help alleviate that stress and address the long wait times.
ICE can do everything.
And for
Did you
all
know
of
that?
the critics of this solution a few days ago when it was proposed by the president, it is yielding results. Wait times have improved since ICE arrived, and they are doing everything in their power to help their fellow federal service members. But it's important to take a step back and remember, why is this even happening
Because
in
of the
the first
Democrats.
place? For nearly 6 weeks, Democrats in Congress have kept DHS shut down because they care more about illegal aliens than American citizens. You have Democrat elected representatives in states across the country who are willing to inflict massive pain on their own constituents
Fucking
to fight
Democrats,
for illegal
dude.
aliens who broke our nation's laws to come here.
To broke
In
the
recent
laws?
days, we saw the deadly consequence of this deranged policy
broke
of
them.
Democrat open borders and an illegal alien first agenda. A beautiful 18-year-old girl, Sheridan Gorman. She
What?
was shot and killed in Chicago
They're
last
shooting-
Thursday morning while walking
They're shooting
Kids!
18-year-olds.
with friends. The suspect in custody for
hate
murdering her
that.
is a Venezuelan illegal alien
Same,
who was
bro.
caught and released at the border by the Biden administration in May of 2023.
Biden.
Why would the Biden
Why
administration
would they do
catch
that?
and release
How
a
could Biden
Venezuelan
do
illegal
this?
alien? That is not happening anymore under this president. But there are still tens of thousands, if not millions, of these illegal aliens in our
Billions,
country
maybe.
who seek to do
Thir-
harm to
30
innocent
million?
Americans,
Or has it gotten higher
like
yet?
this beautiful young woman whose family will now never be the same because of her death. To make matters even worse, this monster was also released from local custody again after a shoplifting arrest. Where? In the sanctuary city of Chicago. In June
Chicago?
of 2023. Again, another innocent American citizen had her life stolen from her because Democrats embrace reckless open border policies and reckless sanctuary
She won't even say
city
Laken Riley.
policies, which put criminals
Say
back into
her
American communities.
name.
How many more Americans have to die before the Democrats end this madness?
True.
President Trump's position is very clear. He wants the federal government open.
And simple.
He wants the Department of Homeland Security funded, and he wants the Democrat shutdown to end immediately.
Democrat
The
shutdown.
president will also continue to call on Democrat leaders in sanctuary cities and states like J.B. Pritzker, where this young, beautiful girl was murdered, to cooperate with ICE and stop releasing illegal alien criminals
Why don't they just stop?
into American neighborhoods. It is for the safety of every American citizen,
It's not that simple,
including
man.
all of the people in this room. With that, I will take your questions, and here in our new media seat today, we have Gabe Fleischer.
Thanks, Caroline.
Thanks,
Two
Gabe,
questions.
for being here.
Thank you.
Thanks,
I have
Gabe.
two questions for you. First, if the war in Iran continues past this current round of peace talks, and with thousands of troops on their way to the Middle East, is there a point, either a number of ground troops or a number of days, at which the president will consider seeking authorization?
Oh, you guys are obsessed with
Well,
Iran.
as you know right now, that formal
Nasty
authorization
question,
from
Gabe.
Congress is not necessary because we're currently in major combat operations in Iran. The Department of War and the President, as I said, estimated about a 4 to 6 week timeline for the full completion of these military combat operations. We're again on day 25 today. And as a courtesy, nevertheless, the administration did notify Congress, the Gang of Eight, ahead of the launch of the operation 25 days ago. And we've also had our top national security officials go to Capitol Hill to brief lawmakers, again, out of courtesy and out of respect for them. So at this moment, it's unnecessary, but of course, the President and this administration will always abide by the law.
Wow.
Gabe, or do you have a follow-up? Sure, go ahead.
Second question, just in my reporting, I speak a lot to young voters, many of whom voted for President Trump for the first time in 2024, hoping
What is
to have
going
no
on with
more
her
wars
face?
and to have lower prices. Now, with the war taking place,
Oh, what,
and
the
with
duck
gas
face?
prices going up, curious
I
what
don't know,
President
she got like
Trump's
another
message
layer
would be to
of
those voters who
plastic.
kind of swung into his coalition in 2024, but maybe don't feel the administration's going as they had expected.
President Trump is doing this for you. He's doing this for
Oh, he's doing it for you!
We are no
For you and me,
longer threatened,
Mootin!
By a rogue terrorist regime in the Middle East that seeks to kill the brave men and women who
47
serve in our
years,
country in
Mootin.
the Middle East. Many of them young people themselves,
Oh,
young men
yeah.
and women who serve this country
Duh.
honorably in uniform and have been threatened, killed, and maimed
She's
by the
pregnant?
rogue Iranian
Oh.
terrorist regime for 47 years. President Trump finally had the courage to step up and do what's right by our national security, our homeland security.
joined.
As for the
Moot, what's that
temporary
coffee
short-term
machine you
fluctuation
said to
in
get?
gas prices,
Nespresso.
the president
One
said, once these combat
Not the
operations
type of
are over,
coffee.
this administration
Nespresso
is going
machine.
to continue to unleash
have one.
American
Nes-
energy dominance. We're
Why don't you like
continuing
it?
to do that every
It's
day,
coffee.
and we're going to see
I think you can
prices
do
at the
better,
pump
just
go
like
back down, just
putting the
as we
beans
have
and
over
having
the
it
past
grind and
year,
do shit.
Oh my
because of
God,
this
he's gonna
president.
grind his own
And don't think
beans.
for 1 second if that the Democrats had their way, gas prices would be as they were under the previous administration, the Biden administration, record highs. This president is keeping them as low as he can during this short-term combat operation, and they're going to go right back down when this is over.
Short-term combat
Gabe.
operation. So many euphemisms for anything but war.
TV has said that Iran has rejected the U.S.'s 15-point plan to end the war. What's the White House's response to that, and have these talks hit a dead end?
They have not. Talks continue. They are productive, as the president said on Monday, and they continue to be. However, I saw a 15-point plan that was floated in the media. I would caution reporters in this room from reporting about speculative points or speculative plans from anonymous sources. The White House never confirmed that full plan. There are elements of truth to it, but some of the stories I read were not entirely factual.
So the source was
I am not going to negotiate
kinda right?
on behalf of the
Why would you confirm
president
part
here
of
at
it?
the podium, but
I
will
don't
tell you
know.
Why would you ever
how
say
far
that
I'm going.
ever?
We're not going to get
What a
into
retarded-
the nitty-gritty details.
Ah, that source is
have been
awesome, is what I'm hearing.
between, the United States and Iran at this time.
Well, yesterday the president mentioned a very big present that the Iranians had given the U.S. He wouldn't go into detail, but was it that ship that was carrying 2 million barrels of oil that made it through the state of Hormuz?
I'll let the president speak on that at the appropriate time.
And then finally, Caroline, today Iraq's government reportedly is planning to lodge a protest with the U.S. According to the Wall Street Journal. There was an attack in Iraq that hit a military clinic, killing 7 soldiers reportedly. What's the U.S.'s response to that? Was the U.S. responsible for that attack?
I'll have to check in with the Pentagon on that, and we'll give you an answer.
Thank you, Caroline, too, if I may. Speaker Johnson today described the conflict as wrapping up, but the 82nd Airborne Division, they're typically deployed at the beginning of conflicts. So does the White House
What's going on with that?
consider this conflict as wrapping up, or is it changing shape?
As I said at the beginning of
We're not
my
confirming
remarks,
anything.
we are,
That's what she said.
Meeting our goals of Operation Epic Fury expeditiously. The president likes to maintain options at his disposal. It's the Pentagon's job to provide those options to the Commander-in-Chief. For any specifics on troop deployments, though, I would point you to the Pentagon.
And today, Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner reiterated threats to potentially arrest ICE agents that were sent in to assist with these historically long TSA lines. He said, quote, "The president cannot pardon you." Does the president see Krasner's comments? Does he have any response?
The president cannot pardon you for what? He's talking to the ICE agents who are handing out water bottles and are helping people move through lines at airports.
Oh!
The men and women of ICE are
Water bottle. That's what TSA does. They hand out water bottles.
Lawmaker whose name I don't know and don't care to know, to actually sit down and speak with the ICE agents who are on the ground doing this important work, not just in our nation's airports, but again, to remove violent,
You just got
dangerous,
TDS, man.
illegal alien criminals from our country, to protect this individual and all of
Where's
us
the
in
one
this
guy?
room and Americans across the country from.
It's not a celebrity, right? Was it just a random dude? Who was the guy who was like, I do have Trump derangement syndrome. I hate this motherfucker. Have you seen this?
That's funny now.
I know you've seen this. You've definitely seen this. Somebody can link it.
That's cinema.
Murderers, pedophiles, and rapists who have been allowed into our country by Democrat politicians. Mario, good to see you.
Thank you, Caroline. Good to see you as well. Just given that the president postponed his original trip to China because of the war, should we infer that the war will be wound down and concluded by the time of that May 15th, 14th visit?
Look, you fat fuck Trump, if you listen to this, you listen good, because what I'm getting ready to say is what a lot of people in this country speak for, who I speak for. And I speak for a lot of fucking people. You hear me, you fat asshole? This is what we believe. You're right. I got Trump derangement syndrome. I hate the motherfucker. And you know what? I don't want to get rid of it.
It feels like a fucking like a Boondocks skit.
Yeah, he sounds.
I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. I want to hate him more. I pray to God in heaven, God reign the righteous reign of Trump derangement syndrome. Pray for me, Lord. I'm your vessel on this earth. Pray for the people that listen to this. We want more. We want to hate the son of a bitch so much that we can't see straight. Look, you fat.
It's
Again,
really funny.
as I've said, we've always estimated approximately 4 to 6 weeks, so you could do the math on that, Mario.
Oh, we're at 4 to 6 weeks now. Oh, shit. Did she just say 4 to 6 weeks for Iran? That means it's months, because they're the 2 week people.
Oh, yeah.
If they're saying,
they were saying 2 weeks at the start.
Ooh, if they're saying 4 to 6 weeks,
man.
that's like when I say maybe I'll think about it. That shit's never happening. It's never ending. Uh-oh.
To China on May 14th and 15th. And of course, as always, we'll provide additional logistical details to all of you in the media for that trip, who I know look forward to coming with us as well.
Follow up. Was that a precondition? Did the two leaders speak about the conclusion of the war? Was that a precondition for them to have this rescheduled meeting?
No, there was a discussion about the rescheduling.
Wait, is Dan still here?
Yeah.
I used my mics at the event, and they worked perfectly fine. Good job, Dan.
Oh, great.
Of the meeting between the president and President Xi understood that it's very important for the president to be here throughout these combat operations right now. He understood, obviously, the request to postpone and accepted it, which is why we have new dates on the books, and I'm happy to announce those to you today. Jennifer.
On the negotiations with Iran, are there still face-to-face talks planned, perhaps in Pakistan? And who do you think would probably be going?
Again, I've seen a lot of speculation and reporting about potential.
Actually, minor meme. Who actually does audio video for events? I'm actually curious how many people just say fuck it and just lav mic everybody. Because after that last event, people cannot hold microphones.
Oh, yeah, you should.
Yeah.
No,
I
they
remember
can't.
joking about this a long time ago. I wanted to just fucking lav everybody up. It was like, nobody can hold a fucking goddamn fucking microphone.
It doesn't take too long to lav them up either, right? Like
No,
a minute?
you just, you just give them the thing. You put the thing on the thing, and they just have the thing.
I think there was only only one person who I saw who knew how to hold a fucking microphone.
Yeah. I wonder if there's a way you can put, like, shock collars on them. So, like, if the mic drifts too far, they go, oh! Put it back, motherfucker.
Happen later this week. Nothing should be deemed official until it is announced formally by the White House. I would not get ahead of our skis on reporting about any talks this weekend until you hear directly from us.
That all of the allies will go along with whatever the U.S. concludes with these Iranians? Are you expecting that Israel and all the other allies will follow whatever agreement is made?
I think the president has shown that he is absolutely the leader of the free world, the head of the most powerful military in the world, and various examples of the 12-day war between Iran and Israel, the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza. The president has shown a very unique skill at getting our allies to get on board with what's in the best interest of the United States, but also the world in cases of foreign policy like this. Ed.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. So, is there a time frame as to when the first oil tanker can go through the Strait of Hormuz freely?
It's a very good question, Ed. I don't have a specific timeline for you today,
We have
but
no
it's
fucking
obviously
idea.
something the administration is working towards as quickly as we can. And with respect to oil, as you know, the administration has taken a number of actions
No clue,
to
Ed.
stabilize the
Oil's
markets.
fucked.
We directed the U.S. DFC to offer reasonably priced political risk insurance for takers through the Strait. We issued that temporary waiver to allow countries to purchase sanctioned Russian oil to alleviate global pressures. We're working with the IEA to coordinate the release of another 400 million barrels. We issued that 60-day Jones Day Act waiver. And then just today, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, if you missed it, in consultation with the Department of Energy, announced a temporary emergency fuel waiver to allow nationwide sales of E15, gasoline blended with 15% ethanol, to remove all federal impediments to selling E10 gasoline across the country. The emergency fuel waiver will temporarily waive the summer low volatility requirements and blending limitations for gasoline to provide additional flexibility to the fuel marketplace. So as far as tankers through the Strait, something we're tracking very closely, but obviously the administration is coming up with creative new solutions by the day to keep the price of oil stable, something the president wants to see. And I know Secretary Bessent, Secretary Wright, Secretary Burgum, EPA Administrator Zeldin are all working together closely to find ways to do that.
You have that 5-day timeline for pause in operations. Would a tanker going through the Strait of Hormuz be one of the conditions that he would extend that?
That's only something the President of the United States can answer. I won't get ahead of him.
And he holds nothing off the table ever.
Lines, we've all seen the video of that from various airports. Is that going to be what ends the stalemate in Congress to get DHS funded?
Well, look, it's the Democrats who have led
It's
to
the
this scandal for the
Dems!
past 6 weeks. The president and the Republicans' position has been very clear. Fund the Department of Homeland Security. And we've attempted in good faith numerous times, both the president himself and lawmakers on the Republican side on Capitol Hill, to go to the Democrats with reasonable offers, with real solutions. They'll ask for something, we'll give them that concession, and then they say, oh wait, that's not enough, actually. So I think that's why I said earlier, the cruelty is the point. They want this chaos. They want to distract, I think, from the success.
The cruelty is the point. They jacked that saying from the left when they started talking about ICE. That was a saying we used a long time ago. The cruelty is the point, I think.
Of our military overseas right now, totally obliterating the Iranian regime, and it's very unfortunate because there's only the only people that are suffering from this are the American people. And I hear that Democrats might be flying out of town tomorrow. How convenient and lovely of them that they get to go to the airport and that they'll get to go home to their families when you have families, TSA workers who are suffering. You have people across the country who are missing flights for funerals and for work commitments because of Democrat politicians on Capitol Hill. Mary in the back.
Thanks, Caroline.
Glad to see you have a seat now.
I do. Thank you. Is the White House satisfied with Republican leadership's efforts on the Save America Act?
Yes.
I think the president has made it very clear. He wants everyone on Capitol Hill to move as quickly as possible to get the Save America Act passed.
There we go.
And he wants to see that legislation on his desk as soon as Republicans and Democrats can move to pass it.
There we go.
But are there any lawmakers in Congress that the president is frustrated with on this matter and feels could be doing a better job?
I think the president wants to see everybody on Capitol Hill move faster all the time. That he wants everyone in this town to work at Trump speed like we do here at the White House.
Trump speed? That's so epic, dude.
Questions about Lebanon, if I can. Is the U.S. providing support at this point for Israel's ongoing offensive in Lebanon? And is the president concerned that right now there are more than 1 million people who've been displaced and potentially could be for a significant amount of time?
That's not something I'm in a position to comment on. For the first question, to the second question, of course, that's something that would concern the president. I think that's why he's again quickly moving to eliminate the threat of the Iranian regime in the Middle East, including weakening their proxies like Hezbollah, who have terrorized Lebanon for far too long. And I know that the president wants to see this again move as quickly as possible as we can over the course of the next couple of weeks here. Kristen.
A question about the trade of hormones.
Oh
If
shit.
these negotiations
No
are not
transparent
successful,
background.
Is the only option to reopen the strait in
You guys are getting raped with that pop-up. Sorry. Take it. I hope it pops up every 8 minutes. Good luck.
ground, given that all of our allies have essentially said that they are unable or unwilling to help?
Look, that's a hypothetical question. It's a hypothetical question. It's also a decision that would have to be made by the commander-in-chief, and I'm not going to get ahead of him.
And in addition to that, when it comes to the Vice President, J.D. Vance, what has changed that has made him more of an active participant in these negotiations with Iran?
I don't think anything has changed. The Vice President has always been a key member, the President's right-hand man, and a key member of the President's national security team. He's been part of these discussions throughout this entire course of the administration with respect, again, to the 12-day war that the President and his national security team negotiated a solution.
The 12-day war. It's so epic. They've got like an epic fucking name for it and everything, Mootin. Just like how in Israel we had like the 6-day war. Now we've got like the 12-day war. So based. Wait. Does that mean that we were at war with them? If we're calling it the 12-day war? Or...
to the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza and the release of the hostages, which there was a lot of criticism that couldn't get done, and it did. The Vice President has been by the President's side every step of the way, and any reporting otherwise is just completely false. I see him in the room. Again, the President seeks his counsel on all matters, both foreign and domestic.
Who exactly the U.S. is negotiating with in Iran, and why the U.S. and this administration
Can't
trust
tell you.
that person?
Again, as I said to Gabe's
you,
question
man.
earlier, we're not going to get into the details of these negotiations and conversations that continue to take place, as of course you can imagine, they are very sensitive diplomatic discussions. And I would reiterate, I do recall giving all of you the same answer when we were negotiating the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza. I gave you the same answer throughout the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. Gave you the same answer with respect to many of the other global conflicts that this administration has negotiated solutions to. President Trump is going to give his diplomats the freedom that they need to have these sensitive diplomatic discussions without negotiating and litigating them through the news media. Fran.
Just to follow up though, because you said that some of the information that's been out there about the 15-point plan is inaccurate. Can you say what is accurate with respect to ballistic missiles?
I am in stream
Of course
disagreements. Oh, my favorite.
Who is it?
Annoying fuck chat spammer.
Should we get him in here?
He's
They're
in
in
here.
here. Let's go. They're muted.
Yo, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What do you want?
So I just have a question. It pertains mostly to Israel stuff, if you're open to questions about that at the moment.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, so I'm sure you've been hearing about the recent settler violence that's been going on, right?
Well, what about it?
Well, you know, the settler violence has been increasing and stuff like that in the West Bank. I'm just kind of wondering, because you support Israel as a whole, how you sort of detach their clear support for the settlements, which are blatantly against international law, while also kind of justifying your support for the current government or the country. So
I don't know.
it's
It's really difficult to do it because, like, generally, like, for supporting a country, it usually means I support like every single thing that every single part of the country does or the government does. So, like, for instance, like, I support slavery in the United States when we did it, and I support like all the war crimes and Abu Ghraib and everything. So, I don't know. I'll probably have to think about it for a while and maybe figure out like a more coherent position on it. But yeah, it's a very difficult decision to kind of, you know, come to.
It's all or nothing.
I mean, what do the Israelis that you talk to, that you're friends with, say about it? Like, do they give? I'm just curious as to their insight on, or their opinions on kind of the settler stuff. Are they largely opposed to it in your experience from what you've seen, or?
Well, most Israelis I know are largely opposed to it, but that's because I know like left wing people. But so anybody that I know is going to be on the left in Israel. If I had to totally vibe out a bullshit guess, it's going to be probably 20 to 40% of people in the left in Israel are like opposed to it, and then there's like some 20 to 40% on the right that are all for it, as long as it moves those people eventually out of the West Bank because they don't want to see them. And then there's going to be some chunk of people in the center who maybe kind of think it doesn't look that good, but they feel like given the reverse, the Arabs, the Palestinians would do it to them regardless, so they don't give a fuck, is my guess.
But when you say opposed to it, you mean opposed to building anything in the settlement areas, or opposed to like bulldozing a home?
Opposed to like the violence or whatever.
Okay, I see. That makes a little bit more, because I was just trying to like, I'm trying to be a little bit more open-minded about the whole Israel thing, and it's just something I can't really see past. I don't understand how, you're supposed to support the government when they're clearly backing these sort of settlements and things like that. But so I was curious to get your insight, because you seem like a level-headed and reasonable person, so I was kind of wondering how you sort of separate the two. I guess it seems like it's difficult for you as well when you think about it.
Is this guy retarded, or I'm sorry?
He's one of my most special chatters.
Oh.
What? Why is that retarded, Dan? How is it retarded?
You think you have to? You agree 100%?
Yes.
With Biden, with every single thing he's done?
Of course not.
Okay, then how the fuck can you support him?
Well, I mean, Biden hasn't done anything that's nearly as, I think, drastic or evil, right? As like bulldozing. Like, there are cases of clear sexual violence where the police or whoever is in charge will refuse to prosecute the people that committed it, right? If Biden did something like that, then I wouldn't support him, right? If someone burned down a home and maybe even killed someone or harmed someone, and Biden advocated for his release, I would not support him holistically, right? You can disagree on certain things, but there's certain things that you can't just disagree on, I think, right?
Whoa! No. Okay, real quick. Okay, ready? It's a waste of time to explain this, but who cares? Okay. Do you have my stream open?
Yeah, I have the stream open.
Okay. There's a photo.
Are you talking about the MS Paint? There's a little bit of a delay.
There's a photorealistic version of Israel. Do you see this?
Yeah, there's
Israel.
There's quite a delay. Let me refresh the stream.
Watch on Kick.
Oh, on Kick. Yeah. I think I'm banned on my Kick account in your chat, but like.
Oh, so you can't see the stream?
No, I can. I'm just not.
Oh, actually, you know what? I could just bring up a map of Israel. I just realized I could just do that.
Yeah, just show.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
Discord stream.
Yeah, on Kick. I can see it.
Okay. This is a total fucking waste of time. Because nobody gives a fuck and nobody cares, and because Jews are involved anyway, so who cares?
Yeah.
True.
Okay. It does not show me a nice line. Is there a way to see nice, like nation border lines? Is there a button I can click for that or no?
Maybe the bottom left.
Jordanian. I don't know where the border starts and falls off. I'm Jordanian, so I know where I know where the border and where they start and drop and stuff.
What does Jordanian mean?
Jordanian, the country, Jordan.
Yeah, what do you mean when you say that?
Like, you don't have to show the border lines. I know where they are.
No, I'm just asking. When you say you're Jordanian, what does that mean? Like, you were just born in the country of Jordan? Are you of Palestinian descent? Or are you part of the Hashemite fucking monarch through second, third cousining? What do you mean by Jordanian? I'm just curious what you mean by
that. Born there, but I've grown up in Canada pretty much my whole life, and then Lebanese descent mostly.
Okay, all right. I was just curious because a huge percentage of Jordanians are of Palestinian descent. I was just curious. Okay.
Yep, that's.
So you have okay. This is the little dotted bullshit is the West Bank, right? The lines around the West Bank, right?
Right.
Okay. When people talk about the settlements, there are like two different types of things that we're talking about, and both sides will conflate these things because they both have reasons to conflate them. So there's two different things we're talking about with settlements. The vast majority of people, I want to say, I'm making this number, but I think it's like 80 to 90% or something of Israeli quote-unquote settlers live near something called the Green Line. The Green Line are the borders that demarcate the West Bank. It's the armistice line from the 1948 war, okay? Most settlements...
And it's called the Green Line?
Yeah, I think they refer to it as the Green Line. Most settlements are along that Green Line, okay? There are... The people that like live here are, I think, Israel considers it non-negotiable. Like, those people are never being moved. And I think that, like, even at least historically, like, most Palestinians for negotiations or whatever wouldn't care much about these settlements. Like, you could just move this green line east a little bit and land swap, and it would be about even. These people are generally not out there murdering people. They're not out there doing crazy shit. They're just like, they live near, it's cheap land, basically. If you go to Israel, you don't want to live in fucking Tel Aviv or Jerusalem. It's too expensive or whatever. You can live in one of these settlements. And it's like, it's on the green line. You're not, like, attacking Palestinians daily, whatever, okay? But then you have these, like, deeper settlements. The ones that get talked about the most, just because I've been there, I guess, would be, I'm not even able to find it. Like, Yitzhar is near, is one of these, like, deep settlements. So you have to drive in for a while, and you get to one of these settlements. There's one to the south near Haran. I don't remember the fuck this guy's name was. But these deep settlements are the ones that are in. They're the ones that have, like, the crazy gates, the crazy Jewish people that live there with the crazy hair.
That's like 10%.
Yeah, those are the people.
Settlers.
Those are the people who are out there, like, stirring shit up. Those are the people who will go out there and try to, like, set up tents so that they can start claiming land against Palestinians that live out here in the West Bank. Okay. Now, on the right, the super Zionist people like to call all settlers the same because they know that it's more morally defensible to defend the Green Line settlers. So they will conflate the Green Line settlers with the deep settlers because they know that most people wouldn't want the Green Line settlers moved. So they always conflate these two groups. They call all of them the settler people, or all of them part of the settlements. Now, people on the pro-Pali side, on the left, like to conflate all of them because they know that it's very difficult to morally defend the deep settlers, so they like to conflate the Green Line settlers with the deep settlers. All of these people just get called settlers, but in my opinion, these are two very different groups of people. People who live on the Green Line are just, like I said, it's usually, especially if you birthright to Israel, you want to move to Israel, this is like really, really, really cheap area to live in, and like you can live there. Some of it, like they built a wall after, I believe, the Second Intifada. They built a wall to separate the West Bank from Israel. There is a wall that is a little bit even to the east of the Green Line. So there are people that live in settlements in Israel. Some of these people don't even know they live in a settlement because it's west of that wall. They don't even live past the wall, right? That's what I'm saying. Now, regardless of whether or not you think it's right or wrong, okay, I don't care. But these are different types of people than the deep settlers. That's all I'm saying. The deep settler people are the ones that will stir shit up. They'll fight not only Palestinians, they'll fight the IDF. Because the IDF generally tells them to chill, but because they know that they cause shit. But yeah, okay. What did you ask me? Why did I explain it? I don't like the deep settler people. I think they should all be nuked. I don't give a fuck about any of them. But there's nobody is ready to make a deal on either side of this that involves any kind of real negotiation. So all you have are...
Is there a name for these deep settler people that the Israelis refer to them as or something? Or
I don't know in Israel if they have formal distinctions between these two
This
people.
is the first time I'm hearing of like a clear distinguishment between the two types of settlers, right?
Like, I wish I could, I don't want to shit on anybody, but like, when I went to Israel, there was a settlement that I went to, and it was like a bunch of like Americans. It felt like I was in like a white person suburbia. Like, it was just like we ate normal food and everybody was just like chill or whatever. It was just like, this was a Green Line settlement. But when you saw the video of me and Loner Box getting basically pushed out by some weird fucking dude with a AK-47 who looked like he was inbred or whatever, that was a settler from Yitzhar. The crazy people, just from my experience, the crazy people, and then generally if you think about it, the crazy people all live in these deeper settlements. Somebody could tell me if you're Israeli if they call, somebody said that we call them hilltop youth. Yeah, I don't know, but...
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. And then you probably don't know too much about what the government is doing to combat these people. I mean, the current government's obviously pretty far right, but...
I mean, the problem is that, like, the support for them is so Sharon is known as a conservative prime minister. He was the prime minister that presided over a lot of the Second Intifada until he had a stroke. Sharon was right-wing, but Sharon hated the settlers. However, there was money that was being funneled through Sharon's government illegally to a lot of settlements out in the West Bank. And there was a huge thing that came out, a huge report. I wish I could remember the name of the lady that was the head of this report. Somebody might have it, a commission or whatever, that found out that what was happening was, despite the fact that Sharon was telling people, you need to not be out here in the settlements, this needs to not happen. It's not that Sharon was secretly dictating that money should flow out to them. It's that people in the government were actually defying him and getting money to flow out to these West Bank settlements, even though Sharon didn't like it. Now, Sharon didn't hate these deep settlements because Sharon was a was a charitable man whose heart bled for the Palestinians. He didn't like them because he saw the West Bank as the death of Israel. Because if Israel continued to fuck around in the West Bank, they would lose themselves as a country. Sharon was the guy who did the unilateral disengagement from Gaza, where he ripped all the Israeli settlements out of Gaza to the chagrin of all the Israelis there, and to the huge upset. He also wanted to leave the West Bank completely too, but he couldn't do it. He didn't have the time to do it. He pulled a couple out, but not many. But yeah, so yeah. Yeah,
why,
I mean,
I
I
don't
don't
like it was the death of Israel, just because like in the region everybody's going to attack them forever.
Because Israel was entering a problem that was going to be intractable. There was literally no way out. Israel was never going to absorb the Gaza Strip or the West Bank into the Israeli country proper, because there are too many Arabs that live there. So the Jewish people would lose their demographic majority. But if they continued to play this dual game of indefinite occupation without any end in sight, it would just lead to the destruction of the country, which is it's the number one source of probably political instability. I don't know, maybe in the entire Middle East. Like, wouldn't Sharon have serious egg on his face today if he was alive today? No, Sharon, I would say would be vindicated, because Sharon said 25 years ago, whatever, or 20 years ago, Sharon was like, we need to just fucking leave, just unilaterally disengage from the West Bank and fuck it, make our borders, let them figure their own shit out, and then be done with it. And then you would have a Palestinian state between Gaza and the West Bank, or it'd be two different countries for Palestinians, or maybe Egypt or Jordan would absorb them again. I don't know, but yeah. Yeah.
All right. I have one more question.
What's up?
Off topic. So, so I have these friends I grew up with. They're all really smart people, really great people, right? But when it comes to politics, they're pretty retarded. So I'm kind of wondering why you think people who are like intelligent in areas like engineering or tech will say things like, you know, Trump is just corrupt as Biden and there's no difference between the two, or video games suck because they're being liberalized. Like, I remember talking to one of my friends and he told me about how he hates games nowadays because, or, you know, games suck nowadays because of the political correctness and stuff or something like that. And then I said, oh, do you know any games that suck now because they're like really feminine or politically correct? Think of any video games, right? So why do you think like people who are really intelligent fail to apply any sort of basic kind of reasoning when it comes to this sort of stuff? Is it just more? Do you think it's just more fun?
There's two things. One is called epistemic trespassing. You're competent in one area, and then you assume that that competence carries over to another area, even though it doesn't. But the second bigger thing I've been talking about more and more recently, okay? And you know what? I finally got to experience this firsthand for the last few days, okay? Every motherfucker on the planet, okay, hates Hassan Piker. He is the least popular person ever. When I open my Twitter, I see politicians attacking him. I see influencers attacking him. I see tweet after tweet after tweet of people just going in on him. Okay. Now,
it's true.
It's not true, though. What happened was no. It's not true. So what happened is finally some Democratic politicians, like there's like two of them, have started calling out Hassan. And so I started retweeting these people. And I noticed that after 2 days of doing this, my feed is wall to wall Hassan haters. If I was not like a media, news, internet savvy person, I would just assume, wow, I guess the entire fucking world really hates Hassan Piker. If I go check my feed, it's all anti-Hassan stuff. I think that people are severely undercounting how insane it is to have all of your news routed through algorithms that are showing you headlines that you want to see. Like, I'm checking, like, even people are attacking the Pod Save America guys now. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. What?
These people don't even watch or keep up with the news. They're not, you know, they don't really care about politics and stuff like that. They just have these opinions that, like, video games suck now because women, like, you know,
but they
women
do.
are making
Everybody, unfortunately, is connected to the news because they probably have some social media where they thumbs up or thumbs down something, and then that's it. That's the point, right?
Right, I suppose.
Yeah. They only have to see one or two of these videos, and then they get fed more and more and more.
Well, that's their whole algorithm at this point.
Wow, another tweet. Hassan's prediction comes true. One of his followers commits an act of terror. Oh, cool. Everybody hates Hassan, I guess. Hassan defended Russia annexing Crimea. That's not anti-war. Wow, cool, right? But I'm saying that this is just like one day. I think I started retweeting a couple politicians, and now my whole feed is this. So if I had no idea what was going on in the media, I might just assume, oh, cool, I guess every single motherfucker must hate Hassan now.
I think the majority of Americans do hate him now, but yeah, especially after the dog thing.
The majority of people probably still don't know who he is. I think he's getting some heat online now for sure. But I'm just saying that, like, regardless of what the truth is, it's not this what the algorithm is showing me, right?
Right, yeah, if you were going off of your algorithm, and it's well, yeah, I mean, the posts they do come across constantly are pretty convincing as well. Like, he was telling me about how, you know, in Black Ops 6, they added, like, a girl cafe or something like that because one of the female devs wanted it. And they're fed stuff like that constantly. But I'm just surprised that you can do, like, you can solve, like, Fourier series in your third year of engineering, and then your chain of logic is, well, Trump is just as corrupt as Biden. Biden just hit it more, something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, like, these guys also think that engineers could work well without management, and they all hate everything. Like, I mean, like, everybody is like narrowly interested in their field, and as soon as you venture outside of their field, they know nothing, right? Like, that's just pretty normal for people, and then you just get fed whatever bullshit. Yeah.
They're also probably Canadian, so
damn.
Well, yeah, they are Canadian.
But don't worry, you won't have to deal with these guys much longer because we're replacing all of them with AI. Hell yeah.
No, they do low-level hardware stuff. AI can't really take over that stuff. They don't do, like, the high-level Python shit that anyone can do. So, but yeah. All right. Well, thanks for your time. That was my 2 questions. Again, some different insights. So thanks. Thanks, Dan, as well, and Mutton or Mootin.
The question that, I mean, like, if you ever want to argue, but you can't because there's literally no substance on this, is you should just ask the pro-Palestinians, like, what is a reasonable settlement to everything or a resolution to everything? Because I think now, especially with how extremely far left the conversation got held hostage by, my assumption, I could be wrong with this, but my assumption is that most people who are pro-Palestinian now are opposed to the 2-state solution. Most of them are in favor of a single-state solution. So
that's so like stupid. You know, to be opposed to a 2-state solution. What, you mean they're opposed to a 2-state solution and they only want a Palestinian state? Is that what you're implying?
Well, it would be a combined state of Jews and Arabs, but I mean, it would essentially be a Jewish minority state, yeah. But then, that's what, because they would see a 2-state solution as being oppressive to the Palestinians because it's less territory, it's not enough, and whatever, any restrictions that Israel would put out would be unacceptable. And
I can't really argue or reason with the pro-Palestinian people. I mean, they're great people. I like them.
Well, eliminate everything for the 5 minute subs.
Yeah, their chain of logic is like it's all occupied land sometimes, stuff like that.
Exactly, yeah. From the river to the sea, they want it all to be
It's just counterintuitive, too, because I'll say, like, okay, I mean, what has any of this stuff gotten the innocent Palestinian civilians? You know, it doesn't seem like it's propelled them anywhere.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because the people in the West that are fighting don't have to suffer any of the consequences of the actions that they advocate for.
Yes, exactly. They don't have to. They can go to, like, the university protests and stuff, but they're not the ones having rubble dropped on them constantly. You know, it's pretty disturbing, but you can't really do anything about it. So,
well, rip.
I just assume they're good people, but they're heavily brainwashed, and then
most people by default are going to be goodish people. Yeah, they should be.
Pretty much. All right. Well, thanks for your time. I got to go tutor now. But
okay, have fun.
Thank you.
Bye. Kalinda, you got 1 minute. What's up?
Oh, okay, I can come back later if you're busy.
Well, what do you want to talk about?
Oh, the Supreme. Before I wanted to clarify something with you before your conversation with Hutch, and I also want to talk about Supreme Court packing as well. And there was something on the Israel thing too, but yeah,
okay,
I was
go
just
for the
something I
quick
wanted
Hutch
to
thing.
mention.
What is it?
Oh, okay, so I just want to make sure that I understand your argument with regards to like how to fix democracy. Is it sounds like what you want to do then is you want, like, let's say Gavin Newsom becomes president and you want him to go, okay, motherfuckers, you want a dictator? I'll show you a dictator, and then have him do like a bunch of like all the shit that you listed in that email, even if it's not strictly speaking legal.
What's the next topic? Next topic.
No, I was asking, is that actually what you want?
No, but it's not worth it to hammer this over the 50 minute time. Me and Jessiah are going to argue about it tonight, and I guess we'll have a better, more coherent position then. But okay,
flatten his rhetoric.
Yeah. Or what's the next, or what is the thing you want to...
The Supreme Court thing?
Yeah, what's the Supreme Court thing?
Okay. All right. I think that packing the Supreme Court is a bad idea, because as soon as you do it, then, so what are you going to do? You're going to install, like, however many Supreme Court justices you need so the court's not conservative anymore, and then the next president's going to do the same thing, and so on into perpetuity. That's
okay,
why
wait,
it's
so
not
real quick. What would be the downside of a Republican packing the Supreme Court? What would it do?
There's
a very basic. No. There's a very. Don't overthink this. It's a very basic question. Why would it be bad if a Republican packed the Supreme Court?
Because it would remove. Because it would be taking the justices, or it would be removing the one. The big check that the court is supposed to be a check on the executive power.
You're overthinking it. It would be.
It would be bad because then the Democrats would do the same thing.
No, you're overthinking it. It would be bad because then we would have a conservative court.
Yeah, that's also true, but that's not how I was thinking about it, really.
That's
but
fine,
go
but
ahead.
that's why it would be bad. Ideally, we wouldn't want them to pack it to be a super conservative court after they pack it, right?
Yes, it would, yeah. And then we would want to do the same thing when we came in, right?
Okay, don't overthink it, but I'm saying it would be bad because it would be a super conservative court, okay? What is it right now?
Cinema.
Right. Right now, it's a super conservative court.
Okay.
But, like...
When will that change?
Probably not for a long time.
When you say long time, can you quantify that?
Like, until like...
like 30 years?
Yeah, probably 20 years. Until like they start to retire. So like, yeah, for ages, because some of those people are not that old. Like the new guys are not that old. All the Trump ones.
Okay. So just to put things into perspective, I'm not even making a positive argument in favor or against anything, but we're worried about packing the court because if we were to pack the court, then a bad thing could happen, and the bad thing that could happen is the thing that we're already planning on having happen for the next 20 or 30 years. That's like where we're at right now. We're going to have a conservative court for the next like 20 or 30 years, probably, right?
Yeah, although there are other reforms potentially that one could do to, like I'm sure, I imagine, I don't know if it's possible or not, but if you could impeach Thomas and remove him, which you might be able to do, because I'm pretty sure he was up to some sus shit he took some bribes or he's got some, ethics violations, and if you got rid of him, then that would be one guy gone. Like, you should probably do some shit there to make it so that they can't, or so that, like Supreme Court justices are held to higher ethics standards or whatever.
Are you not worried that they would just impeach the liberal justices next? Why can't you make that same recursive argument for impeachment?
Only if the liberal justices did wrong things, then they could be impeached. This argument relies on.
To be clear, impeachment is a political process. You don't really have to be sentenced in a court of law or anything, right? Like, you can technically impeach anybody for any reason, right?
Yeah, you can, although I'd have to look into why Bill Clinton's impeachment failed, because I don't know if the Democrats controlled the Senate at the time or if it was the Republicans.
Well, I believe you need a supermajority to convict in the Senate, right? You need 66 votes,
yeah.
I
don't know if they had that or not, because I'm not...
There's no way they had 66 Republican senators. If they do, I'll eat my own ass on stream.
Probably not, because that was a pretty rare thing. 6, 7. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, there is a fear that I think there's a reason why nobody would want to do that, even so.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that fear is because of what's already going to happen and what already is happening. Well, I mean, the fear is that you're going to create a chain of escalation where then the next guy's going to do it, and you're basically going to turn the court into a rubber stamp. You're saying escalation, okay, but escalating to what? We're worried about a super conservative Supreme Court. Well, no, not just that, but a court that would rubber stamp the president's agenda. Because even though right now the Supreme Court's not great, but they haven't completely rubber stamped everything for Trump. I mean, they killed his tariffs, which was his favorite thing, So they killed one form of the tariffs, but they gave him immunity from crimes. They allowed. Yeah, I know, and that's not good. They basically got rid of injunctions, in a way. Yeah. I mean, they've held in some regards, but I mean, a super PAC court could hold in some regards, maybe as well, possibly. Who knows? I would imagine that wouldn't, because when FDR was going to do it, the entire point was for him to get a bunch of justices in there that would have agreed with him. Yeah, but they still have to be confirmed by the Senate, right? Yeah, they did, but he had actually the reason why he also didn't do it is because that the Democrats in Congress didn't want to do it.
And he had to pull back on that. I think because they all knew that doing that would have been a really bad idea, and it would have meant that the next president, if they were a Republican, would have done the same shit. Like, because you're talking about removing a check on the executive branch, which is what the court is supposed to be, by basically making them a rubber stamp. That's all I'm saying. Like, the
I don't
rest
know.
of it is just
Was that the argument at the time? I actually don't know what the argument was at the time. Maybe that's what they were worried about.
I'm not
maybe
sure if that was the argument at the time. I read about this a long time ago, but I don't remember a lot of it. I just remember there were some funny memes about the guy who apparently supported it, or supported it and then, or stopped supporting it because he was mad that FDR wasn't going to nominate him to the court, and then he went home and promptly like had a heart attack and died after he did like a long ass filibuster in the Senate, which I thought was kind of funny. But that's all that I remember about that. It's been like a couple of years since I read anything about it.
Okay. Okay. Well, anything else?
Cool.
Yeah. All right. Hey, wait, Dan, are you here? Is Dan here?
Yeah.
Are you going to go after Asmongold the same way you did Hassan?
I'm working on an app to track ICE agents right
He
now.
misspoke.
Shut up, Martin.
Oh, Jesus.
Wait, really? Okay, that's actually kind of based, but
Well, not
you know.
track, but to record and make sure that the conversations can't be destroyed. So if you have an interaction with one of these people, that you know, you can't do it.
So
can't be destroyed.
You're not gonna you're done with combating extremism on Twitch.
No, Twitch. I'll go after Twitch specifically, but I think going after individual creators isn't. You know, it's not. It gets taken away from the overall goal of moderating Twitch. I think Twitch is supposed to be a somewhat moderate platform, and truth is, it's becoming more and more extremist. And I think it's pretty fucked up when you have extremists on both sides now, and yet this is like a site that's pushed on kids and shit. It's not like Twitter, where you wouldn't have your kids. You'd be like, you ain't going on Twitter. People, for a long time, would assume that Twitch is like this ultra safe space. You know, if you call someone a simp, you get banned. And now you have insane people on there, like Asman, like Hassan, and no one's doing anything.
That's where the money is.
And you got
extremism.
Destiny permanently Omega banned as well. So
I'm not banned.
Yeah. You don't stream on there anymore, Mootin, do you? On Twitch?
No, but I could if I wanted to.
True. It's all just kick now. All right. Well, anyway, thanks. I'll leave you alone so that you can finish watching Queen Caroline be a cringe.
Trump is king.
What hold on. I'm sorry. What microphone interface are you using?
Wait, is my shit fucked?
Your shit is blown the fuck out. Your gain is way too fucking high, or your volume on Windows something is blind. You turn down to 68% and it's still super fucking blown the fuck out.
Hold on. Is that better?
What are you changing? Why? What is your interface on microphone?
I changed my microphone volume.
What is your?
It's I have a Blue Yeti. It's plugged into USB. It's very simple.
Does the Blue Yeti have a gain knob on it and there's a volume control in Windows?
I'm not using Windows, but yeah, there's a gain.
Turn that gain like fucking at half of what the fuck it is right now.
Okay, hold on. I'm not sure which way to turn it down. So, how about that? Is that
nope,
too?
Other way.
I'm so sorry, chat.
You're fine.
How about that?
Yep, better. Go to Windows and turn your volume to 100%.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not in Windows, but whatever. Yeah, I'll turn my...
Into Linux or Mac or whatever gay operating system you're using.
I use Linux.
Okay.
Steven, we don't say gay anymore.
I mean, gay isn't awesome. Okay, turn your gain down more.
Okay.
More. Were you going the wrong way?
It's all the way down now.
Are you sure you're turning the gain down and not the volume knob on the microphone for your headphones?
Yeah, I'm turning down the gain.
Take a picture and send it to me of the back of it.
Shit's fucked up?
No. There's no Oh, wait. In Discord, is your output at like 200%? Click user settings, go to voice and video. No, your microphone can only go to 100. You sound better now. I will say you sound infinitely better now, but it could be a little better.
Wait, hold on.
What?
No, it's at 100. My microphone volume is at 100 in Discord.
On Linux, does Linux apply like a gain to the Set it to 80%, I guess. Somebody said on Linux you can go beyond 100% volume, usually 120%.
Oh no, it's not. I put it to 100. My microphone volume to 100%.
Okay, set it to 80.
Now it's at 80
on Linux.
It's at 80.
Okay.
Yes.
Speak.
Is that better, sir?
Yes, you sound a quadrillion times better. Okay, an infinitely amount better than you did before. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Although now I'm going to go to OBS and stream, and my mic is going to be ridiculously quiet.
That's fine. You're going to turn the volume up, and your whole audience is going to be like, "Oh my God, when did you get such a beautiful voice? What did you do?" And they're all going to be so happy with you. Okay.
Wait, you mean I'm going to turn the volume on the mic volume on OBS up? Because right now I've got it set to minus 4.5 decibels, which is what I have all my interfaces set to. Because that's what Lonerbox said was a good setting.
Hold on. Hold on. You just said you were using a Blue Yeti, but now you just mentioned an interface. The Blue Yeti is a USB microphone. What do you mean interface?
I mean the OBS volume. The volume's in OBS. You know, the audio mixer in OBS. Yes. No, I'm not using an interface. I was actually going to ask you about that.
Don't ask me about it. You don't care. No one cares. I don't care. But your microphone right now sounds good. I'm just saying on OBS, you might have to turn the volume up a bit because you just turned this microphone down so much. Okay.
I've turned it down all the way, basically. The gain is all the way down now.
Good. Sure. I don't know how that's possible, and I don't know if I 100% believe you, but it doesn't matter because it sounds way better now. So whatever you did, good job.
Okay, I'll just DM you a screenshot of the back of my microphone. But yeah, I
swap
can
to Windows.
I believe you. Yeah, swap to Windows.
Fuck no, absolutely not.
Oh, you're too good for Windows?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I mean, I do use Windows. I run it in a virtual machine when I want to play video games.
Okay.
But yeah. Anyway, have a good one, guys. Good luck on your debate. Bye. Bye, chat.
What a hell of a life, man. Having to run a fucking virtual machine to play a video game.
Unbelievable. Imagine if you were married and every time you wanted to have sex, you went and fucked a virtual doll. That's what running Windows in a VM is like for Windows.
So true, dear leader.
Thank you.
The nuclear ambitions and the Strait of Hormuz, which are things that the president
By the way,
he
Moot,
wants to see.
You saw that, right?
Saw what?
The why don't you go after this other person now? This is the exact reason.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, exactly. You're trying to get me in the shit again. You are trying to fuck with me.
Wow, Martin. Are you really?
Just ignore him, Steve.
I had a meme ready to go.
If you've heard it from the President of the United States, obviously it's true. As well as the objectives of Operation Epic Fury, we've said repeatedly, I've said them from this podium, the Pentagon has reiterated them. That's why we've taken military action to achieve them. So of course, those are goals that we want to see, but this full 15-point plan that's been floating around in many of your outlets, there's a lot of misinformation to that as well. And again, I would caution you from taking things from anonymous sources rather than verifying them directly with the White House. Christian.
Thanks, Caroline. 2 on Iran. First, would the President consider loosening asylum restrictions for Iranians trying to flee the country right now?
Again, that's a question for the President. I won't get ahead of him on that. I haven't talked to him about that.
Okay. And then secondly, you mentioned at the top that Iran would be hit harder than they have been to this point if they don't recognize the fact that they're losing this war. Could those strikes happen before this 5-day negotiating window closes if the President doesn't think they're negotiating in good faith?
You're asking me to tell you if the Commander-in-Chief would authorize very strong strikes against the Iranian regime. That's not something I would ever reveal from this podium, true or not. Phil.
Thank you, Caroline. I was wondering if you would respond to some of this criticism of the administration from past allies like Joe Kent, who have said that the President's red line shifted from Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon to Iran cannot pursue nuclear enrichment. What is the administration's response to that criticism?
I think the President and I have both strongly responded to the criticism by Mr. Kent, who unfortunately resigned in disgrace and accused the President of basically being controlled by foreign countries and foreign manipulation, which is a ridiculous and laughable assertion. So his accusations have zero credibility as far as this White House is concerned.
The question of the red line shifting from no nuclear weapon to no nuclear enrichment.
Blue John, I don't care. Listen, I love you, okay? But I hate all of your countries. I hate every country in the Middle East. I hope all of you blow up. I don't want to talk about you anymore. I hate how much of my country's politics revolves around your fuck-ass country. And listen, I know you're extremely far right. I know you love Donald Trump. And I know you guys want to break from the U.S. anyway. So you know what? We all need to nod to each other and go our separate fucking ways, okay?
Steve's about to become an anti-Semite.
Holy
He's
fuck.
tired of you guys.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck.
Does Is there any substance to that argument?
I think the president has been quite clear in what he wants to see from the Iranian regime, which is why he chose to launch Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Reagan.
Caroline, I have a question for you on the SAVE Act, and I'd like to follow up on the DHS shutdown.
Sure.
One question.
The Save America Act.
Save America Act. The president.
Save America, not just the Save Act. The Save America.
Oh, have you seen how mad Trump gets about that?
Pass the Save America Act through reconciliation. What's your reaction to that? Is
Why,
the
when people
president
don't
worried
use
that
the full
that strategy
name?
might fail?
I think he's willing to try all strategies. I spoke with him about this yesterday, and he said if we can make it work through reconciliation, let's absolutely do that. These again.
You shouldn't have spent the last half century making the Middle East your business. We had to free people from the shackles of oppressive Islam, okay?
And oil.
We had to go to the Middle East. We freed so many people, all right? So you're welcome, all right? Why don't you show some goddamn gratitude?
Common sense
Mission
policies that are
accomplished.
backed by the vast majority of voters
True.
across this country. The only people in this country who don't support them are politicians on Capitol Hill, and you all should ask them why they don't want voter ID, why they don't want proof of citizenship to vote in our nation's
Left-wing
elections.
lunatics.
Again, these are common sense proposals that are wildly popular,
It's
and the
common
president is going
sense.
to use any means necessary to get this legislation passed and onto his desk.
And then on the DHS shutdown, do you expect deportations to decrease while ICE is in the airports? And what are the trade-offs? of
No,
having
there's
ICE
no
in the
trade-offs ever.
Well,
Everything's
to
always...
address this obviously short-term problem and the
Perfect.
chaos that has been sowed by these Democrats on Capitol Hill to address the lines and to get Americans traveling and get them to where they need to be. So the president, I think this was a creative solution, again, that was criticized, but we have seen wait.
What is your strategy for people like Huck, Wick, Hobbit, getting them to move to position? I think that the more that I think about it, I think the... Are you serious? Fucking try hard, fucking loser. I think that the thing should be, Congress should pass a law. Is he dual wielding anvils? That would be based if he was. But I think those shots were too fast for anvils.
It's a renegade.
Was it a renegade? Oh shit, that's a fast shooting renegade. I think that the goal should be to pass a law to restrict all of the people in Congress who helped Trump with J6 from never running again for election. That's what I think that should be the big play. It's part of an amendment. The Supreme Court literally said to do this. Congress has to enforce Section 3. It doesn't involve putting anybody in jail. It gets us to insurrection without having to like go to court or arrest anybody or anything like that. I feel like that's like, I think that is like the thing that I would push on. I think, yeah.
So many of them are just like quitting already, though.
No.
Doesn't seem like
Ooh.
much of a punishment.
What?
I thought we had like a fuck ton of House members who are like not running again from the Republican side. They're just like, nah, I'm
If
good.
by a fuck ton, do we mean like 3 or 2? Who? I know
don't
MTG.
IRI was saying that there was like, I think like 40 or 50 people who are just like not running again.
40 or 50 people? Oh, 20?
Yeah.
20 or 40? Wait, is that normal? What's the normal turnover? That's a lot of, that is a fuck ton of people. Is that normal? Maybe that's not a fuck
I
ton of
believe
people.
IRI said 40 to 50, I think, when he told me. If that's the case, it feels like...
Listen, if
this isn't-
IRI tells you anything, he's just correct, okay? That's just, he's just
No,
never,
I agree, but
he's
it
never
means it's
incorrect
not-
about anything in Congress. That's crazy.
It just
okay.
means that that's not much of a punishment if they're doing it to themselves willingly. I think you gotta send them to the gulags. You gotta Nuremberg them.
Well, that would be significantly harder for a number of reasons. But I mean, even if we were to exclude a few people running, like 5 or 10, that's still a lot. 30 to
I think
40
you'd go through
Republican
the same
incumbents not
amount
running
of-
again. It is not normal. Damn.
You would go through the same amount of bullshit trying to get this passed as you would trying to.
No, because this
sue
is a
these
simple
people civilly
bill.
and
This is a
criminally.
simple bill in Congress. That's it. No judicial bullshit. No going to court. No whatever. It would just be a bill you pass in Congress, and then it's done.
In theory, they could just pass this then as soon as they get, if they get both House and Senate, right?
Yep.
Okay, this could be done.
What is
Trimble.
the specific things that require 2/3 to do? 'Cause some
Nothing.
stuff takes 2/3.
Nothing. Once
Like
we're
impeachment.
in. No.
Right.
Well,
True,
impeachment would.
Steven.
But when we get in, that
True.
filibuster is going.
Bye-bye.
Adios, muchachos.
What do we
Fuck
need
yeah.
that
So are
for?
you saying the only reason that there's ever 2/3 for anything is just a filibuster?
There's like 2 or 3 things that are like 2/3. I think like no. The filibuster is 60 votes in the Senate. I think you need like 2/3 of something for like a fucking constitutional amendment, and then I think to convict in the Senate for impeachment or something. I don't know if there are any other like spelled out things, but the filibuster is just 60 votes, 3/5.
times decrease, not as much as we'd like. Hopefully they will continue to, but at major airports over the course of the last few days as ICE has been facilitating with travelers in these airports.
Thank you, Caroline. On March 6th, the president said in an interview with Reuters that the U.S. should have a role in choosing Iran's next leadership. Now that we're almost 4 weeks into the operation, is that still the president's assessment of where things should go?
As I've said repeatedly, I think the president obviously believes the United States wants to have someone in leadership position.
What do you want, Kafka? You little bitch.
1 second, I think my microphone.
Oh my god, I'm getting trolled. It's just constant troll.
Oh my gosh. Oh. That's what you sound like.
Okay. Hi.
Is this
what's
better?
up? Yep. You sound beautiful. Go ahead.
Okay, real quick. I've been working on a project with a few people on kind of this topic that we were just discussing. And the big thing is around kind of an idea of how to hold people accountable while still being liberal and trying to kind of solve a lot of problems at the same time. So specifically, this is to hold people in the Trump admin accountable, getting around the pardon, making it so that it's a long-term solution so that if people in the future do the same thing, they can be held accountable in the same way, and it is free from kind of the issues with checks and balances within the government. Okay, just prefacing. So if we were able to get enough senators and the Democratic president, we could sign on to the Rome Statute. Okay.
Okay.
I know. I'm not saying
it's statute is.
The Rome Statute is the thing that basically gives you power to join the International Criminal Court, which is when you talk about like war crimes and everything, it falls under the Rome Statute.
Right.
Although there's going to be a huge issue here that I don't know if you guys have thought of, but we'll see. Go.
Okay, so one, we would need to repeal and revise
the Hague Act.
22 USC 7423 and 7424, as well as probably a few other statutes that are kind of related to this. But if we have enough to sign onto the Rome Statute, we'd have enough to do that.
Okay.
Then from there, what you would do is you would make it so that the Rome Statute basically would only have jurisdiction over people that have received presidential pardons.
Okay.
And then that way, basically, American citizens still aren't subject to it unless a president has pardoned somebody. And then by that point, we would say, okay, well, look, Trump and all of them have been pardoned. The U.S. government is not doing anything to bring them to a U.S. court. They're being brought to the International Criminal Court. None of those International Criminal Court people are elected or appointed by anybody inside of the U.S., so any kind of like fascist regime within the U.S. wouldn't be able to control that court. Trump is doing everything he can to make everybody around the world hate him. By showing our support of the International Criminal Court, it makes us institution pilled and promoting more institutions again. And then going forward, if anybody thinks, oh, I'm going to go in there and do that and I'll get pardoned, I'll get off with it. Well, sorry, we have a way to get to you.
What if they were pardoned for just domestic crimes that weren't like war crimes?
Well, if they were just pardoned for domestic crimes, then so be it. But that's not like if a person's only committed a domestic crime and they get pardoned for it, I'm not as worried about those people. I'm more worried about the people that are doing the pardoning and things like that. Like, to me, if we can take out the people at the top and show them that they're not invulnerable, that is more important.
Take out by holding them accountable, not just because you're using murder language.
By going to vote.org, yeah.
No, not stop, you motherfucker. Whatever, I'll just round up.
No,
fuck you.
No, to go, you could get them in court, hold them accountable by putting them in jail after that.
Sure.
Like,
okay.
Once they go through the SEC.
I love you, and I love that this is a creative idea. So this is going to be my big problem with it. Okay.
I appreciate you being nice about it.
I am. I'm nice because I love you. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know if this exists in a domestic term or if it's just an international term. Have you ever heard of the term complementarianism? Is that a real thing?
Sure. I mean, you just want to talk about reciprocity, or is this something different than that?
So, I think I'm using the right word. So in international law, I think the ICC and the ICJ both, I believe, operate under this concept of, I believe it's called complementarianism, where the idea is you're not really supposed to be ever prosecuted by the ICJ or the ICC. I know it's true for the ICC. I'm not sure for the ICJ. Because they want your own local systems to have their first pass at holding people accountable. So let's say that it does come out that Netanyahu was personally raping Palestinian children in Israeli prisons or something, right? Well, let's say that everybody agrees that this is a war crime, not good or whatever. Let's say that Israel prosecutes not Donald Trump. Let's say they prosecute Netanyahu, and then they put him in jail for this for life or whatever bullshit, right? This would be considered satisfactory in terms of international law goes. The only time the ICC or the ICJ are supposed to take a pass at things is when the domestic systems have failed. So the only reason I bring this up is because the idea of carving out things in U.S. law for the ICC and the ICJ to rule on is like almost admitting like a failure of U.S. law, which I think is a strange kind of position to put us in. Yeah.
Well, I think it's fair to say it's a strange position to put us in, but would you not describe this as a failure of U.S. law?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but you're talking about embedding now in U.S. law a failure of U.S. law.
Sure, and like I am not blind to the political challenge that comes with this. However,
I'm not even talking politics. I'm just saying from like a structural thing. You're basically saying that like if the ICC or the ICJ has to step in to prosecute, it means that your domestic system has failed, and you're talking about building in a rule for the domestic system failing, which just seems kind of like weird, I guess.
Well, but I think I agree with you in the sense that like it's weird. It would be weird to do that prospectively, right? I think, but I think doing it retrospectively and in a response to a failure and an acknowledgement that any correction of that failure internally is just as subject to failure as things that led it here, right? Like as I kind of pointed out, the external nature of it is why it's so useful. It's the same reason why having a Supreme Court helps break up logjams and issues at state court levels, right? Because you have this outside factor that can come in and resolve that issue. And here we're saying we're going to introduce that. Now, maybe there's a way to kind of soften the edges of it and get us to what you're talking about. I mean, we've kind of workshopped it a few different ways. Like one way that it could happen is like if we have a extradition treaty with a country that's signed onto the Rome Statute, they could charge Donald Trump for crimes within their nation. We could extradite him under a treaty that allows us to extradite pardoned persons to that country. He would be arrested, tried, and held there. And then as a prisoner of that nation, even though he's a citizen of the U.S., he could be brought then to the ICC, charged, and all that stuff, right? So then you would kind of remove this kind of failure of the state aspect of it. Because we have kind of like discussed similar things to what you're talking about. And it's all very remote, and it's all very like a lot of shit has to fall into place and things like that. And I think it's more of an idea on my side where it's like whenever I'm talking to someone like a Hutch or Wick, right, it feels to me where it's like the only way this gets called illiberal or it gets called like breaking the rules is because they just have no desire to actually pursue that line without.
I understand. I understand what you're saying. I'm like war crimes is like what are we talking about prosecuting here? Because as hard as it would be to hold people accountable domestically, like what are we talking about for war crime? Like,
well, he's got crimes against humanity, war crimes, crimes of aggression. Like he could easily fit. You could easily fit him, Hegseth, Gnome, and then a few
I don't
others.
think Christine Gnome because most of her stuff is domestic. Maybe Hegseth and maybe Donald
You can do
Trump.
crimes against. You can do domestic crimes against humanity and domestic war crimes in the ICC. We're still working on briefing a lot of the ICC cases that have already happened to get a better understanding of that. I was going to wait to do all that before I talk to you about it, but you got this debate coming up, so I kind of wanted to pick your brain before it. And I mean, the biggest question is jurisdiction. So like your first issue with it was correct to like bring that up. But you know, kind of how you then kind of would dissemble those crimes. I mean, I think to me, before the Iran war, even I was still kind of like, I don't know if the international community would have the appetite for this. Like seeing how much pain the Iran war is causing everybody, I think that there would probably be a huge appetite internationally for us to do something like this. How that expresses itself and how we'd have to get there, I don't know. But just like to me, the other side of that, the other good reason why I would advocate for this if I was in an argument is that I don't have to have a court packing discussion like you just had. I don't have to have a discussion about the filibuster. I don't have to have a discussion about norm breaking within the United States and things like that, where I feel like there's a lot of hand wringing from fellow liberals about how scary it is that we're going to break norms to find accountability.
Yeah, but I feel like this would be an even bigger norm break. You're talking about giving the international community jurisdiction over prior U.S. leaders. I don't know if this has ever happened in all of the history of the world.
Well, it's norm breaking only in the sense that it's novel, but it's not like there is a gigantic amount of like
Well, not
American
even, not
political
even just
action
novel,
based on the idea that can't happen.
Well, but literally it is, right? Like you have to rescind the Hague Acts. You mentioned before, the USC, whatever, I don't remember the titles, but like you'd have to, we literally made laws on the books saying that if the ICC were to take US anybody, that we would invade the Netherlands and go take them back. So this would be repealing statutes and everything as well, no?
Well, like I think I understand. Like I agree that it would be a significant change, but in my mind, like whenever I'm talking about norms, like these are changes that are outside the laws. If it's a law, it's not a norm; it's a law. Right?
Sure.
I'm talking about changing laws, and the idea that like I don't, and so I don't think that our hesitance to join the ICC or our hesitance to hold former presidents accountable is because of norms. We did it with Nixon. We attempted to do it with Trump twice. We've attempted to hold them accountable. This is just a different method of holding them accountable. This is us changing laws so that we can do so. I think the norm breaking is an idea that we would sign on to an international community, but to me, that's more of the we need to be more institution pilled, and that includes us signing on to international institutions. This is more of a kind of like a platform position. And I think that is norm breaking, but it is norm breaking in the good way. Like it was a norm breaking move to make slavery illegal, right? I think it is a norm breaking move to join into international conventions, but it is a good norm breaking, right? Like that's kind of the angle I would bring it in at.
Okay, that's an argument.
Okay, well, you were nice about it. I got a lot further in the conversation than other people in our group said I would. They thought you were going to be way more poo-poo about it.
How do you feel about my idea that everybody's always going to be under oath if they're in public service and at the media?
We got to talk a little bit about that before, but I had to go because I have a real job, which like I actually do need to go pretty soon for that too. But no, I like the idea. And like I said before, I think it should be like always on the record, but if they want to get off the record, they can like make a very explicit statement to the journalist, and the journalist has to like explicitly report it in any kind of reporting. But I'm not sure what, like, whenever you say that, like, what do you think you're gaining whenever that happens? Like, what do you think?
They'll just know if somebody's lying to you or not.
But like, if someone lies in that capacity, oh, you mean like if they lie there, like you could like, they could be tried for perjury.
Oh yeah, big time.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought there was like some other aspect to it. All right. I mean, I'd need to know more about perjury now. You charge someone with that and things like that because I don't really deal with that much. But I'm like, I could see that. I mean, to me, it's also kind of a thing where like, I would wonder how you could make, like, outside of the perjury thing, making like everyday readers care about whether or not they're on this kind of official record. I don't know how much that would affect.
Well, it would
like,
be about
that side of the
because,
media environment.
Well, I mean, like if people could be held criminally liable for things they say to the media, I think they would say much better things to the media.
People would be careful with their words.
Okay, but like, so. Oh, then let me ask you. I should ask this: if I, let's say I am a politician, I go out there and I lie.
Not revolutionary. Thank you for the 24-month resub.
And then later I retract it, okay, and say, oh, I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say this, right? Because like, let's say you go to a deposition and you answer questions. You're under oath. You're on the record. But if you make a mistake, you are allowed to errata that and say, oh, actually, I didn't mean to say that. There's limits to it and things like that. But you know, like to me, I feel a little worried about it because I feel like there's a lot of like weaselly ways around it. But I will say I like the idea.
Hold on, you can't. I mean, like depending on what questions you're answering, you can't escape lying at every single answer to deposition by saying, "Oh, I didn't mean that." Right?
We can't do it for every single one. Sure. Well, I'm just thinking like, you know, I think it's most politicians aren't as bad as Donald Trump, where I would feel like most politicians, they lie in the important parts, but tell the truth.
Let's say that you're in front of the camera. You have to be under oath. Okay.
Okay. To be clear, I'm generally under oath almost any time I am talking.
Christy Gnome. Comes out and says that Renee Good was a domestic terrorist, right? And you decide that you believe she's perjured herself, so the DOJ brings a criminal indictment against her for that. Now she has to demonstrate why was there any record or anything that showed that as being the case, and then if there's not, then she'd just be guilty of lying, perjuring.
Okay, I think I know what I agree. I like this, but I think that what needs to come with it, and this is kind of stupid, but I actually think it would be a really good companion to it, is like, we need the government to define its terms, right? Like, whenever Christy Gnome says she was a domestic terrorist, right? I feel like you would get into this thing like, well, what does domestic terrorist really mean? Blah, blah. Because like in a normal conversation, you might, but like the DHS secretary saying someone is a domestic terrorist needs to have a very specific meaning to it, right? Like in the same sense that like if I use a specific term in a legal document and a judge reads it, they'll go, oh, that means this thing that we all know it means. But whenever you're speaking to the press, right, like a DHS secretary saying someone's a domestic terrorist, I feel like people would be willing to give her, especially, you know, people on her side would give her the benefit of the doubt. So like, if it was a sense where it's like, okay, Kristi Noem said she's a domestic terrorist, under the DHS's definition on the record, it means this, and we can prove that that person was not that specific definition.
Sure, you can have them define
I feel
their
like
terms.
it would,
Sure.
Yeah, I feel like that would help have the bite that I would want it to have, because otherwise, especially when it comes to like speech and things like that, and when people are speaking to each other, there's a lot of kind of like, oh, well, like we have to show she really meant it, or what the term meant in that moment, right, and stuff like that. And I feel like since these are government officials, holding them to a specific definition within the context of their position makes a lot of sense. So like I would want to pair it with that so that we could hold them accountable. But yeah, no, I see it.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, Mr. Mooten, you were right.
True.
Glad I listened
Always.
to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. You also
And
you need
Ronnie.
to get better about your card management in Slay the Spire. It's really just saying.
I'm working on it,
yeah.
but I won that run, so it doesn't matter.
You did. No, I know. Like it's frustrating because I mean you still win, so it's like I'm just a min maxer, kind of just cringing in the chat. So, anyways, all right, you guys have a great one, and good luck in your debate, Destiny.
Yep. Be careful.
He doesn't need luck.
I just need your mom. Got him.
Yeah, he'll lose anyways.
I would never say that to your leader.
Thank you.
Regime that will be much more favorable, that will be willing to work with the United States, that will no longer chant death to America. These would obviously be good common sense things for the United States and for our allies. I think that's what the president meant when he spoke with Reuters that day. Go ahead.
The president yesterday said that he had achieved regime change in Iran because the regime has changed. In terms of...
I mean, has it not?
the leadership
Their
is-
entire leadership has been killed,
God.
and nobody has really seen or legitimately heard from this alleged new leader. So wouldn't you say
Have
there's been a
changed.
change in the regime?
There's been a change in leadership. I mean, do you
There's been a
feel
change
as
in
though...
the regime leadership, which is what the president said. So thank you for confirming he was right.
Do you feel as though you've achieved leadership level, or the personnel in place right now in Iran that you're satisfied with? I mean, have you...
I think it's too soon to say.
In terms of highly enriched uranium in Iran right now, is your expectation, I mean, the stated desire of the president has been to prevent nuclear weapons, is your expectation that the end game here is that eventually Americans will be in possession of that uranium, or you'll somehow have some direct control over the highly enriched uranium that could be used to develop it?
Again, this is a point of conversation that continues. I think you know the means in which the United States would have to take in order to achieve that goal, and that's a decision for the president to make. Brian, good to see you, Brian Glenn.
Good to see you as well. Does the White House have a comment on a letter that was sent from Congressman Raskin to the DOJ alleging that the DOJ recklessly released damning information in regards to President Trump's document?
Yes, I saw that letter from Congressman Raskin this morning, who I would add has zero credibility, and this letter was clearly a cheap political stunt. What the congressman did here, Brian, and for everyone in the room who's hopefully not reporting on this as fact, is that he took untrue and salacious claims in a memo that was produced by Jack Smith, who has been completely discredited for his lawfare and his witch hunts against this president, and that information was unverified. It never even made it into the indictment because it was so unverified. And what happened to that indictment anyway? It was thrown out. And
It
Jack
was
Smith
not
has been
thrown
proven
out. She
again
was
to
a
be a
fucking
prosecutor
liar.
on a witch
Like
hunt
that would be. I can't say anything.
Against President Trump. He tried to throw him in jail ahead of the 2024 election. The Biden Department of Justice was fully on board with this lawfare campaign. And in fact, this story that was concocted by Congressman Raskin was so ridiculous. I understand his communications team reached out to some outlets in this room who responsibly said, we're not going to write this because this is just too much. However, of course, MS Now did write that story this morning because they continue to be left-wing propaganda for the Democrat Party. But I think Jack Smith has been proven to be a liar and a fraud. And this is, again, a cheap political stunt from a Democrat on Capitol Hill who I think wants to get himself on cable television. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Has Jack Smith even done any cable TV interviews? Has he done any? Okay, Luke Beasly is back and he almost died.
Her naked body, but I was like, I don't know, shoot.
He's got the things in and everything.
Shoot it in me, sir.
What happened?
Show Luke.
Some oxygen.
Welcome back, everybody, to the show. Luke Beasly here, still legally, technically, medically alive. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing better than me. That's a low bar. You can see PokiSLOP I'll describe. I have one of those oxygen things in, you know, like what your grandpa has on. I will take it off in a second. I just thought it'd be funny to start with it because that was me. You see in the thumbnail, that was me last night. I'm a mess today. But this is the thing. I'd rather run out of oxygen during the show than not do the show at all another day. We couldn't yesterday, and I have to. I can't miss 2 days of a show back to back. I don't know who I am without you guys. Maybe that's sad. I don't know.
He did the Channel 5 series of Spoken Harvard. Wait, was Jack Smith on Channel 5? Am I crazy? Did I miss that? You're not thinking of Hunter Biden, right?
True. So you can see we're in a travel setup. That's not really Cole. It's a photo of Cole. He's not here with us. Here's what happened. I woke up, and then after I finish telling the story, I'll take off the oxygen thing because I can't bear, and I'm actually feeling a little bit better today, but I can't bear to have random YouTube segment viewers who don't get this explanation, the random cut up clips, to be questioning what the hell's going on with me. So on Monday we did the show, and I was like, hey, I think the worst of my sickness is behind me. I didn't even know what it was. It just felt like, a little under the weather, whatever. And then it kind of feels like it's getting worse throughout the day, but I'm like, whatever. We're traveling to Colorado. So I guess, I still don't know exactly what's going on. We're going to get some tests, etc. But I guess some sort of respiratory illness, virus hit me as we're traveling to a really high altitude area of Colorado. And so then I go to sleep that night like, man, I feel horrible. Fever, body aches, throat. But that's life. And if you know anything about me, I don't like taking medicine, not because I'm, whatever. Let's see, acetaminophen, don't take that. Not because of that. But just, I don't know, I'm almost like too lazy to look up which one I should use and then too lazy to see a doctor. So I'm the type of guy who goes, I feel terrible, you power through, you're good. Then I wake up. And I think it was the combination of profound congestion, maybe a sinus infection, respiratory something, and I can barely breathe, okay? It's like, because again, combination of whatever illness I have, COVID, or I hope not COVID, but something, combined with the going to a high altitude area really quickly and then having all this congestion. It was like, could not breathe out of my nose, trying to breathe out of my mouth. And then I get the most insane migraine I've ever had. I don't have migraines. Ew, a headache, you little bitch. That's how I was talking to myself. I cannot sleep because if I'm not even, I don't know what a stroke feels like, but.
Wait, have you ever had migraines before? Okay. What is this? Hello? The fuck? This guy's gonna kill me.
I thought it had to be something worse than a migraine because I literally was like, oh, I'm gonna die today. In this.
Have you? Yeah, I guess I forgot about it. Somebody brought this up like a year ago, and I remember when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I used to get them really bad all the time. But I don't know why or what caused it. But I haven't had one in like 2 decades, I think. I just remember I used to sit next to, I would sit cross-legged in front of the wall, and I would just like smack my head against the wall for like 30 minutes because like the dull sensation of doing this would make the sharp pain go away, or you wouldn't feel it. Those suck. Those suck shit, bro. If I got migraines as an adult, it would be over.
This hotel. And I'm trying not to wake anybody up. I'm thinking it'll pass, but it feels like my head wants to explode. I'm taking hot showers and then cold showers and then hot showers and can't breathe. Finally, I wake my boyfriend up and I'm like, I can't move. Help. Which is not.
What? Luke Beasly is gay? Wait, who did this guy just see? Did he see anything? Bro, I'm about to die to some random fuck.
Me. I swallow the pain. Stomach. I'm not one of those people who. I have an oxygen thing in my nose. I did promise this is dramatic. The doctor told me to wear it as much as I could. So then I'm like, do you know what a stroke feels like? At 23, could I be having a stroke? Is this like, or an aneurysm? What is this going on? Not a stroke, an aneurysm maybe. I don't know. What? This can't be a migraine. My head's about to explode. I can't breathe. So then finally I get, after like 2.5 hours of pacing around panicking, body's numb. We get a doctor to come to the room. I'm like barely coherent. I'm like trying to sleep. They'd give me a bunch of PM Tylenols. Suck it, RFK Jr. Look at this. How do you feel? No, I'm kidding. Don't take Tylenol. What, Luke? What if you have a baby in your placenta? It'd be better to eat the baby out of your placenta than a Tylenol to put in there. And so I'm super like groggy, but every time I try to lay down, my head's like pop, like pop. Something's about to. I don't want to offend any of our beautiful females out there. I know childbirth is way harder than what I went through. I know. I shouldn't even put this, but I started wondering if a baby was about to come out of my mouth. Like it felt like I was birthing a baby out of my head. That's what it felt like. A full-size baby was inside my skull and was trying to come out of one of my ears, my nose, or my mouth. It felt like my skull was about to explode. So I'm like panicking. I never panic about medical things. I've gotten COVID before and been like, whatever, let's do the show, who cares? And not whatever. I don't spread it, but I just mean like I don't panic. One time I fell out of a moving vehicle and hit my head on the ground and forgot everything about myself, like my age and what grade I was in and who my friends were. Didn't panic. Well, maybe because I was concussed. But I like literally I woke up in a MRI machine or something, getting some sort of scan, and I was like, yeah, whatever, here I am. I'm not a panicker about medical things. I don't do the WebMZ, whatever. I'm not gonna get my words today correctly. My brain doesn't have enough oxygen. And so every time that I try to go to bed, then is everything streaming okay, Jane? Okay, because we are in an unfamiliar location, sometimes it lags a little bit, but bear with me here. We will get to some crazy news, I promise, very soon. I just have to give you this update. And so I'm trying to fall asleep, but then my head is like, and I'm freaking out, about to die.
Are you ready for a ton of docket updates by Monday? Judge should rule on everything, but the 12B1 and MSJ to not make the 6-month motion list. Wait, are we at 6 months for the MSJ and the 12B1 on Monday? Because neither of those, the magistrate judge or the main judge, I don't think they have anything on there. Is it? You said 120 days. Isn't it 6 months? Oh yeah, 6 month. No, neither are at 6 months. Oh, well, fuck that guy in chat then. Everything else is. Huh. Well. Oh boy. Don't get my hopes up.
And then I'm also like, because when I sleep, I try to breathe out of my nose, but I can't. Anyways, so then the doctor comes, and I still to this day can't even, to this day, it was yesterday. Today, I can't remember what shot he gave me, but he's like, gave me a shot in my butt. I never got a shot in my butt. That was weird. He's like, all right, now we'll have you, I'll give you, what did he say? In your glute. I'll give you a shot. Do you want your right glute, your left glute? I just dropped my entire pants. He's like, you can just pull down to the side of your pants. I don't need to see your entire naked body. But I was like, I don't know. Shoot it in me, sir. I can't remember that. The Lexa weapons about something like that. And he gave me a shot and then said that there was something wrong with me. But I'm a little bit confused and out of it. So it was that combination of like respiratory something with an illness, which is the illness combined with the altitude switch. And then he gives me this. And I say, no.
What is this guy saying? He's typed this in chat twice. Do you not feel your best off the wake up, not even when you bend over and do a little stretch? What is that guy saying in chat?
I can't wear this. How's my boyfriend ever gonna respect me again? No, I'm kidding. And my boyfriend Michael, everyone was really, really great about managing the situation because they know I don't panic like this. I was panicking. Should we go to the hospital? The only time I ever got to the hospital was when I fell out and hit my head on the ground and got knocked out. And whenever I got stung by a stingray, and I think that's about it. So like I'm not a hospital goer, an ER goer. Those are the only times. And then I was considering it here. So I'm assuming, I'm sure it's not actually as dramatic as it felt, but it felt horrible and scary. And it must have just been the combination of like airplane pressure with whatever was going on sinus-wise and respiratory-wise with the virus, and then altitude switch, and then maybe something. This helped a lot, the oxygen. Oh, that's disgusting. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to make that noise. I am so sorry, everybody. We're going to get to the news very soon. Yeah, there he is. I still look healthier than him. And then taking different meds, checking with the doctor, and that's that. All right, now that we're done with that, I will take this out. Just get my last hit of my oxygen. Okay, there we go. Hey, everybody. Look at it. It's just little old me. So here's what I asked before we dive in. Don't mind if I have to dab my nose. I haven't been this sick in a very long time. You'll know because you watch the show. And I rarely come to you like this. But this is life. And whenever your job requires you to be on camera speaking, but you are...
What is this meme I hear in Cuba? By meme, I mean, I saw like a single tweet that everybody died because they lost power and the ventilators all went down. Was that just made up? I feel like there would be emergency backup generators or backup something, fuel sources for things like that. Was there ever any confirmation of that, or was that just like a random fucking tweet that some lefty put out? This shit was frying me today, Destiny. Click this. Somebody said you didn't watch this. Ban them if they lied.
Keeping our hand on that. The President has made it clear that you will not have a nuclear weapon. The War Department agrees. Our job is to ensure that. And so we're keeping our hand on that throttle as long as hard as is necessary to ensure the interest of the United States.
I saw this and everybody was laughing, but Trump always does like random eyebrow movements and shit. He's like fucking Asmongold. So I don't know. But epic. Jesus Christ. I know his parents made love that night. He's not the baby of a quick nut. The hospital death thing, it was bullshit. They fact-checked it. Okay.
Possibility. And there's a strong possibility that Donald Trump will call up a national draft in order to ensure the manpower to fight this war.
I will say that of all the things that won't happen, there are a lot of dominoes that would have to fall for a draft to get called. I seriously doubt this is going to happen.
Then you will have rioting in the streets. You have massive violence, in which case the National Guard is deployed. There's a plan to deploy the National Guard to all major American cities by April. And so, unfortunately, America is probably going to suffer a long, many years of sectarian violence. Not a full-fledged civil war, but maybe something along the lines of the Troubles in Ireland. You know, I'm not sure if you've seen this terrible movie called One Battle After Another. It's just a terrible movie, by the way, but you know, it gives you insight into what a civil war might look like, where you have these insurgent groups.
One battle after another, civil wars. Bro, kill me, this guy.
Groups fighting against the state. So yeah.
But you expect the United States to hang together as a coherent nation state?
Listen, Tucker, the United States is the greatest nation in the world. The people are open, generous, entrepreneurial, energetic. Wow. The resources of America are infinite. America is a kind of a fortress, so that it's protected by 2 oceans. America doesn't have a peer competitor in North America and South America. And so, I mean, America, regardless of what happens, America will still come out doing pretty well, just because of the pure energy and creativity of its people.
I feel like Cuba's getting the same over-dramatization, clickbaiting thing Palestine used to get before October 7th. Just a bunch of people exaggerating claims, trying to massage the pro-Cuba, anti-West messaging into the cultural zeitgeist. I've grown in a MENA country, and it feels exactly the same vein of stories. He used to tell us about how the IDF treated Palestinians. Sure, I think they are making shit up, but I think Cuba is facing a severe energy crisis right now, no?
And there's a strong...
Hey, I'm coming to San Antonio, man. Will you give me 5 minutes? This is before anybody knew who I was, right? No.
This is Jordan
books,
Belfort.
No kind of notoriety. So they're like, no, don't come by. But see, that was interest. To me, that's interest. No, I'm not interested. Not interested.
So not interested to you is interest.
Well, it is. It says not interested. Not is an adjective to describe interest.
Okay.
Right. So it's a level of interest.
So if someone says they're not
I have,
interested,
on a
then
scale from 0 to 10, what interest level do you have? None. That is a level.
Right.
Okay. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You with me? A few minutes ago, he didn't know he didn't know he had no interest. At least I'm on. You see what I'm saying? You get it?
Well, I wouldn't do that. I disagree with that. But I'm not saying that reasonable minds could differ.
Oh my God! Why is every podcast like this? Reasonable minds could differ. That no interest indicates some interest, because it is a level of interest. So did she have any interest in you after last night? Yes, she did. Oh my God, that's awesome, dude. Like, what are you gonna do? Well, I'm not sure. What did she say to convey that she had some interest in you? Well, she said she had no interest in me. But no interest is a level, so that means she has some interest in me. Okay. Definitely not coping, bro.
Hey, I'm coming to San Antonio.
Oh, this poor dude found an arpeggio. I bet he was so excited.
About that, and so I say, we're talking about that, and so I say, even in the debate, I think you might have seen it, but that I had on campus the other day, I pray that God kills him. Ultimately, that means killing his heart and raising him up to new life in Christ. That's the first thing.
We want him crucified with Christ.
That's exactly
I
right.
want him to be, I think, Saul of Tarsus, Talarico of Tarsus.
Yes,
That's what I want. Who would say, I was holding the garments while they stoned Stephen, and now I'm that's what we want.
Yes, we want death and new life, right? And if it would not be within God's will to do so, stop him by any means necessary, oh God. We're talking about that, and so I say, even in the debate, I think you might have seen it, but that I had on campus the other day, I pray that God kills him. Ultimately, that means killing his heart and raising him up to new life in Christ. That's the first thing.
We want him crucified with Christ.
That's exactly
I
right.
want him to be, I think, Saul of Tarsus, Talarico of Tarsus.
Yes,
That's what I want. Who would say, I was holding the garments while they stoned Stephen, and now I'm that's what we want.
Yes, we want death and new life,
Yeah.
right? And if it would not be within God's will to do so, stop him by any means necessary, oh God. We're talking about that.
We
and
are
so I
watching
say,
it. Ah!
even in the
Oh my
debate, I
God.
think you might have seen
Unlucky.
it, but that I had
Jesus.
on campus.
Arc. Who remembers a skit from 2006 about the Iraq?
I give you the Iraq.
The Iraq looks.
Wait, when did Key and Peele begin making sketches? Were they just like studio members and is this SNL? Oh, well, I'll be able to tell if it's SNL based on how not funny it is. It seems like an SNL skit. Oh, it's Mad TV? Oh, shit. Okay, hold on.
The Iraq looks unstable.
Trust me, the intelligence briefings I got on the Iraq are completely credible.
The Iraq looks like something we shouldn't be involved with. It looks like you put it together with no directions.
I'm confident the Iraq will work without any directions or plans of any sort.
Oh, but the Iraq looks all shaky. I mean, you are going to fix it, right?
Wrong. This is the Iraq as we intended. Mission accomplished.
Oh, that's what Bush said. LOL.
Now I'm going to put our eye products into the Iraq.
No, Mr. Jobs, don't force them in there.
I know what I'm doing. I'm not dumb.
LMAO.
The Iraq looks like it doesn't even want those things in there.
Don't worry. I know what's best for the Iraq.
LMAO.
Don't put more in the Iraq, it'll collapse on itself.
Wrong. What the Iraq needs is more things.
LMAO.
You shouldn't be putting more things in, you should be taking things out.
Yeah, get things out of the Iraq.
Does everyone here want me to take...
Hold on. I thought they were just criticizing this as like a shitty Apple product, but I think a lot of the things that they're saying are actually kind of like an analogy for the Iraq War. So like a lot of the things they're saying you could apply to the Iraq War. Oh my God, this is freaking epic, bro. Oh my God, this is freaking epic. I get it.
Things out of the Iraq?
Like pulling troops out of the Iraq is like kind of what they're saying, you know?
I hear what you're saying, and the answer is no. I'm going to put even more things in the Iraq.
But the eye products don't even look like they're getting along in the Iraq. They look like they hate each other in there.
Look, the Iraq's starting to smoke.
That's just the beginnings of synergy. I will help the process along by throwing the rest of our money at the Iraq.
Okay, I get it. Harry Potter trailer. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Wait, what are they? HBO original series. Wait, they're making a...
You are a normal boy. And you're going to start acting like one.
God, I would have paid so much money. I will donate my life savings if they kill off this main character, or if they recast him as somebody black. Just fucking do it. Or somebody Hispanic. I would give so much of my life just to see the outrage. And I would be the #1 fan of this new show.
You think you're something special? There is nothing special
Ooh.
about you.
Ooh. Got him.
I've always wanted to know about my parents.
Your parents were the kindest, bravest people I ever met. They were funny and clever. And they stood up for what they believed was right. The next time I see you, we'll be in Hogwarts.
Oh.
Mr. Potter, I think we can expect great things from you. Let's see who you are.
Are you really Harry Potter?
Oh! Oh, no, never mind. That wasn't Hermione, was it? They just have a black person there. Was it? Yes. That's what I need. Snape was black too? Oh, shit. Who remembers the fair skin passage? I think that there was like a theater production or something of Harry Potter a long time ago, and I think they cast Hermione as black for this. I think it was a theater thing. And I think J.K. Rowling said something along the lines of like, well, I didn't specify race for Hermione. And then every single person around the world was quoting this one passage from the book, I think, that said she was like something fair-skinned or something, and then everybody got rid of it. That's the only thing I remember. There was already outrage over Snape. Wait, did I just see a dude? I'm hallucinating. Oh, I hear a dude. You're like a year late. They cast her as black last year for the show and everyone got asked, man. I mean.
Okay. Hello.
Well, good luck. The fair skin argument is being used against the Odyssey movie. Why, are they putting black people in the Odyssey now? God damn it, Nolan. Not you too. Have you read the black people Twitter thread where half of them don't know that tall, dark, and handsome doesn't refer to black men? Wait, really? Tall, dark, and handsome is definitely, I'm coming. I'm gonna die trying to fight this guy.
He's at the top, bro. Which one is that? He's at the top, right over there.
I can't kill this dude. Bro, all I got is a shotgun, man. Tall, dark, and handsome is tall, dark hair. Ah! Oh, I'm dead. I tried. I'm sorry, buddy. I failed you. Short SNL skit you'll find funny.
Order, my...
There are like 3 or 4 different like SNL skits that I found funny of all the SNL skits. I just am not, my brain was not made for Saturday Night Live. I don't know why. But I just don't get it. It does not click with me at all. And I'm a millennial.
Colleagues in calamity.
But I also never really liked The Simpsons either. Oof. Okay, these are freaking epic so far.
Okay.
Oh, that's John Cena!
Hi, guys. My name is Roy, and and for the most evil invention in the world contest, I invented a child.
The reason why a blizzard in July would be evil is because we usually have summer in July and not winter, like you fucking losers. PokiSLOP!
Schedule. So now I literally schedule time just to myself. Okay. Like, I'm gonna disconnect at this time. Someone wants to put in a meeting, do this, do that. No, I'm taking a bath.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think a really important thing is having people around you who don't make you feel like you need to be on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, because like you might think that you're taking time off, but if you're around someone who's draining you or who makes you feel like ooh, they might like misunderstand what I'm saying or whatever. That's not really time.
What is
off,
this
and just like
noise?
further conditions you into like being a certain.
I don't watch a
way.
lot of all women podcasts, so is that
And
normal?
Don't let go of your hobbies.
Yeah,
That's so
true. Having hobbies is true.
Also, I think you're very big on family, just like me. I feel like
Yes.
every time I'm like, I don't feel like myself, I go talk to my mom and she's like, well, actually,
No.
you're like this,
Me
and like this
too.
and like that. And I'm like, you're right.
That's
like,
so
she
true.
reminds me. I'm like, true.
Very cool. Yeah.
Aww.
I
You
like that.
guys
That's
are
a
so
good answer.
cute.
Because it all just starts to like blend together sometimes.
Yes.
Okay. I don't feel super rage baited by this. Hassan slop.
So now I literally schedule.
Funny that like there is this
with the Cuba hat on.
It is very funny that like there is this assessment of like you know how much everything I was wearing. It's like they don't realize that one, people send me fucking free shit all the time. Two, people gift me shit all the time as well, right? Like not that it even matters.
Why? Oh my God, he's doing the thing. Did we ever think of a snappy name for this? A snappy name for this fallacy where you say that you're not doing a thing, but then you like go on and you justify it anyway, right? Like, don't you think it would be bad if you murdered illegal immigrants? And then the claim is that like, well, no one's murdering illegal immigrants, but then you go on and you give like a bunch of justification why you should murder them. Like, if he thinks it's fine that he wore what he wore, well, then why are you giving like, well, I didn't even buy it, bro. I didn't even pay for it. Also, who is giving you $1,500 shirts or whatever? Nobody is giving you this, little bro. Why is he pretending this? Like Gucci is sending him merch.
Matters even if I like go out and purchase it on my own. Who gives a fuck what I'm wearing? You're an idiot. Like what you think?
Who gives like clothes are a choice. You're making some kind of choice for as to what you're wearing, right? You're either well, like it can be that you don't give a fuck, right? Which is acceptable. I don't give a fuck. That's why I wear sweatpants and shirts or whatever some places. But if you are choosing to wear like $5,000 outfits, you've made it. That's a choice that you've made, right? You want to present yourself. Well, the question, I think it is a fair question to ask is, why are you presenting yourself that way? Like, what is the goal for that sort of presentation? It's a fair question to ask. He's so fashion retarded. But he wastes so much money. It's what is it called? Dollar tag fashion? God, I want to be a Nepo baby. I'm just jealous. I wish I could be born into his life. How am I dead to fucking arc already? Okay.
You think that the price of this button up shirt is the reason why the Cubans are fucking suffering? Like what argument is this, right? Yeah, he's like, look at this too. I mean, this is March's incredibly expensive hat, right? I mean, it's like this
even his friends are
but
fucking Jesus, dab the fuck out or whatever.
I don't think this hat is actually that expensive, but regardless, right? You're an idiot for trying to justify it to them. I'm not trying to justify it. I didn't even bring that stuff up at all. Yeah, I mean, this was funny. Hassan's $690 button-down shirt alone can feed a family of 4 in Cuba for about a year. Damn, he should go to Cuba and give them money. Yeah. It's so strange. It's strange that, I mean, it makes sense that this...
I also really don't like... I don't want to virtue signal, okay? But, like... The way that he described his experience over there sounded like... If I was to virtue signal, it sounded really fucking gross. Like, oh yeah, bro, like, we ran around with wads of cash and we were showering it on the Cuban people. We were like, we had so much cash and we were trying, like, every time I've heard a clip of him talking about it, it's like, oh yeah, we were just trying to like cash up everybody when we went there. We were giving out so much money to everybody. Like, it just sounded really, really, really fucking weird. Ugh.
Propaganda works on the fucking hogs too. Like, I get it when people are like, but what about the optics? It's like, the fuck do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm literally in Cuba, you know? I'm in Cuba.
I mean, barely. Also, he must be posting those interviews that he said he did, right? Like, I know he said a few times, like, wow, I just interviewed like all these doctors and I interviewed all these people about how horrible it is. Are any of these anywhere? Did he post any of these? Are they recorded? Did he say he's going to post them? He went to Israel for 2 weeks. Hassan was in Cuba for less than 24 hours. Yeah, I like how this motherfucker said he was going to go to Gaza at some point. I might go to Gaza. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Awkward. I blew with the last bullet! Oh my God. That was crazy. Ooh, this dude's mad. I have no... Jesus. Fuck, hold on. I can't see! Hold on. Oh, I'm dead. Fuck. This is the most autistic. Hold on. I can't see shit. I got him! Okay. Hold on. I didn't have the right shotgun on. I cannot see shit in here! Light shield. Hold up. Jesus. Who the fuck uses trailblazers anymore? Oh. Okay. Fuck. Hold on, wait. I kind of want to get out of here. Hold on. Do I need medium bullets? No. Do you think tourism in the Middle East is done for? I don't know. Let me open this and I'm leaving. Whatever. Okay. What's this dude doing out here? I should have taken his shield. What the the bobcat didn't even kill him. I shouldn't be using this shit gun. I know I shouldn't be using it. I even started shooting before he did.
Cuba. It's unbelievable. You should have been Cuba. You know? I'm in Cuba. It's unbelievable. You should have went shirtless. True. True. It's just, all of it literally reduces to if you...
I also love the dichotomies that he puts up. Like, imagine going to a party and raping 400 people, and then somebody's like, bro, don't you think like raping people's bad? And you're like, oh, so I'm not allowed to have sex ever. That's what we're saying, right? I just can't have sex. Okay.
You are in any way, if you are in any way, shape, or form, like better off
also,
than the
they
average.
Brace so dirty in that.
Yeah.
That's so fucking funny.
Wait, why isn't I telling him how much damage I did to this guy? Is it glitched? Do I not get to see? It's not telling me how much damage I did to anybody.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's really, it's like, oh, wow, look at this rich fucking, look at this asshole. This guy's a piece of shit. And then look at the guy next to him who doesn't matter. He's actually, that shirt he's wearing is for pores. The jeans, too. That little hat.
It's crazy how all the criticism about you having money and using it all stem from communities of other wealthy people who don't do nearly as much activism as you. FT Signifier himself said that none of us are ever going to know about 99% of the instances of you putting your money where your mouth is, nor...
Because what he never does. What is he talking about?
Should we? Yeah, you will never know. Well, hopefully you will never know. Okay.
Like he tries to act, he does this weird cringe thing where he pretends that he's like secretly donating all of this money on the side, but nobody knows about it. Like what? Nobody believes you, bro. Maybe his audience does. I don't even know, bro.
Let's be real. It is very funny that like there is this.
If someone was not worried about his safety, wouldn't his expensive clothing make him more of a target? Wait, he doesn't leave his hotel. How can he be a target?
But we got to replay that last part.
Experiencing that dichotomy is like definitely me up. Definitely.
Oh my god, this has to be a troll, bro. It has to be a troll.
You couldn't have done that better if you scripted it. I bet he has a Grey Poupon suppository.
Like, I don't understand. I'm literally not even in the hotel here, for the record. I'm at a friend's house. Okay?
Okay.
This was a local's home that I'm in. Okay? And not only that, but like, yeah, they made me, Ryan Grimm made me a fucking coffee. Are they saying it's because I'm drinking coffee like a gay guy? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, yeah, it's a tiny cup, man. I'm a massive guy. It's a Cuban coffee. What the fuck's the problem? This reminds me of enjoy your fancy burger, Mr. President. Yeah.
Up his butthole. By the way, his glasses cost $1,400.
Yeah, broke boy. What's up? Yeah, I got swag, bitch. What are you gonna do?
You don't have swag though. You just show off your wealth everywhere, which I think some people would argue in a zone like this is insanely fucking tasteless. Swag? This guy looks like he's been on the fucking Ozempic train for the past 6 months. What is going on here? What the fuck? Or maybe he's just stressed?
What about it? Suck my...
Times the average Cuban salary and 4 times what I pay my right.
Dumbass, anything that you wear is gonna be like 3 times the average Cuban salary.
Yeah, but not 100 times.
It's a very poor island. We've kept it poor. That's the point. So you can just like, I don't know, hold a fucking rave next to a concentration camp.
Jesus.
You know what I mean? That's like not a thing you can do in other circumstances. Like you can only do that if you're turning a complete blind eye to all this violence.
Did a son actually go to this?
They have to.
My guess is he didn't, right? There's no way he did.
All when I was there because I was too busy fucking doing shit, right? And because I spent like basically I have like 8+ hours of recording.
Yeah. There we go.
Nonstop of just like interviews.
So he says he did recording. Okay.
For like 2
That's
hours,
good.
which is crazy. Interviewed doctors and Belly of the Beast, by the way. What a fucking what
Great.
a,
What
a
people.
gem! What a gem of an
people.
operation! Fuck me. I mean, Reed is such a stud.
I mean, Reed's the man.
He is the
Reed's
fucking man.
No,
Idaho
Belly of the
boy.
Beast is wonderful. Those are people who do incredible things with such few resources.
Yeah,
it's astonishing.
Yeah, they're brilliant. They're fantastic. Anyway.
I just wanted to link this. Nothing else interesting here.
What I was saying is, so they set up a lot of their, the people that they had actually put in their documentaries, because like this is all about sharing and
He says he got stuff
trying to get
that doesn't
the
release it
fucking
or
word.
show it on stream. Maybe he's given it to editors and they're working through it. There's no way that he would just lie about recording 8 hours of stuff and not show any of it, right? That would be crazy. Yeah, the tossing wads of cash thing that he said over. I saw so many clips of him saying stuff like this. It was just, it was the who the fuck camps in here? Oh, he's at free loadout probably. Oh fuck. Oh, can't see anything. Yes, bro. These people are bought out.
Out basically, right? And I can.
That was a rattler down too.
By there is more democracy enjoyed by the people in a one-party state, in a one-party socialist and communist state that Cuba has achieved.
For me personally, being there on free and liberated land, it was
my
beautiful.
God.
I saw how the Cuban people are innovative. They're steadfast, and it reminded me of back home. It reminded me of how strong, steadfast, and resolute Palestinians are.
I felt like a human being. It felt beautiful to be free, to be on liberated land.
We believe in internationalist struggle and solidarity. We'll get into that more a little bit later, but this idea that all of our struggles are bound up together, and anything we do to chip away at imperialism and oppression, it chips away at imperialism and oppression for everyone.
Oh, yeah.
And I could understand why so many of our, freedom fighters or resistance fighters would, come to Cuba escaping, the persecution of the U.S. empire.
After the revolution, they took back the land, they took back the industry, they reduced homelessness to almost nothing, and drastically increased literacy and guaranteed free education, free healthcare, and subsidized housing to the people.
And we were also just really emotionally overwhelmed by the amount of availability and access of Cuban healthcare to everyone there.
By doing so, they also felt like they were taking part in it, which is what super democratic. It's like if people feel like they're actually being heard, they're going to be very excited to participate in these things.
And that land that was owned by the United States was in the industries that were owned by the United States were taken back by the Cuban people.
As we recognize as brigadistas, it's very important for us to return back to the belly of the beast, to take the lessons that we've learned to both end this blockade, but also to share strategies to develop a revolutionary future alongside
These
our
people
comrades,
100% paid by the regime now. No, there's a lot of people who are retarded for free.
our friends, families, our neighbors.
Real talk, why do lefties have such dogshit PR? I feel like everything they do looks either goofy and useless or tasteless. Is it just my bias? Because they're not trying to appeal to you, and they're not trying to actually accomplish anything. They're just after social media points. And for the social media points, it looks really good. Because you go into the group of people, you say the things that they want to hear, and then you all kind of like jerk yourselves off as part of the cult. Again, I've said this a million times. Either people will realize it or not, and who the fuck cares? But like, the cult on the right serves their electoral aims. The cults on the left don't. They just don't care about winning elections. So they don't ever, or even doing like real activism. They don't ever gear it that way. Like, in my mind, I don't know if Hassan has addressed this. I don't know what the purpose would be, or what he could possibly say. Like, if you were planning on doing this big aid trip to Cuba, why would you not advertise it more? Or did he and I just missed it? Like, why would you not be promoting this for like a month or two beforehand so your fans could donate, or you could do like a donation drive? And because I feel like I heard about it like a day or two before he went. Maybe not that dramatically, or maybe. No, I think he mentioned the flotilla thing like a week or two before, right? Also, him using Starlink after he said he wouldn't was funny as fuck. Okay. Cringe. The Moggler. I know why, because the aid is going directly to the Cuban government for them to distribute and not through an NGO. That would violate multiple U.S. laws. Really? Do you think that would be the reason why? You seen Project Hail Mary yet? Nope.
If you exit this with an Iran that has a defanged as it relates to missiles, as it relates to an aggressive navy, you take away their ability to make nuclear weapons, and you leave the remnant here unwilling to be a supporter of terrorism, that is an unequivocal win for the United States of America.
I want to show you the very careful wording Scott is using here. He's saying if that happens, which means that he disagrees with Trump's statement that it already has happened. I cannot believe you invoked an international coalition just 2 minutes ago when Trump already tried that. Trump announced 2 weeks ago he was gathering an international coalition of ships to escort their countries to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Guess what? No countries answered because he spent the past year threatening to invade Greenland. So now,
matter of fact, he said he didn't need them.
I mean, he said he didn't need them. I was going to get there. Then he comes all the way back around to saying, listen, I didn't break up with her. No, sorry. She didn't break up with me. I broke up with her. I didn't need them in the first place.
You almost had it.
Oh, misspeak, brutal misspeak. Destroys his entire... See, even adults know the misspeak tactic.
Almost had it,
screwed it.
I want to ask you,
screwed it up.
do you agree, yes or no? Do you agree with Trump that this war is won?
I agree that we have devastated
Wait, no, do you
their
agree that
military.
we've won? He said we've won. Yes or no? It's not a hard question.
Well, I mean, if
He's
you
not
consider,
well,
if you consider-
won or not?
if you consider a condition of winning destroying their military capabilities, their missile capabilities.
We haven't. Wait.
Like, how much of a disgusting, fucking perverted piece of shit do you have to be for your mind to automatically work this way? Like, I keep joking about, like, I should learn to do this or whatever, but, like, I am sincerely grateful that my mind, I would have to try so hard to be such a squirmy snake fuck to not answer a question. Do you think the war is won? Well, I think that anybody would say that a condition of winning a war would be when you become... What the fuck? Who the fuck are you talking to right now, bro? The guy's right in front of you. He's right next to you. He's like 1/3 your age. And you can't answer a fucking question. Are you okay?
If that's true, why can't the Strait of Hormuz be opened if their military is destroyed? Wait, I want to hear.
Hold on 1 second. Here is the big picture question I do have here, Scott, is if it is true that we have won, why are we sending the 82nd Airborne?
Thank you.
Yeah, well,
To
because...
be prepared for what happens next.
Why?
We gotta be prepared. For what? I thought we won, though. Like, there's nothing Trump can do wrong. I hate these. So boring.
Is the strait not open if we've won? If
Yeah,
the
so
military
one of the
What the fuck did I even get in here? I got a Torrente. If Trump was pro-abortion, do you think Republicans would jump ship? Who the fuck knows, bro? Oh shit, it's still open. What? Watch this. Oh, okay. I heard him reload over here.
And I saw the clip, I think you're probably referencing Riago, with Hassan talking about Tucker versus Gavin Newsom and how some people, you know, in his world would vote for Tucker because he's been, you know, more staunchly opposed to the war and more staunchly opposed to what was happening in Gaza. And, you know, they see him making these arguments in a compelling way on their social media feeds, and they see Gavin Newsom as like a slick corporate Democrat who like would support whatever, the military-industrial complex, whatever he said. I don't have the exact clip in front of me. But
remember when you hear things like this from people like Hassan, the reason why people like Tucker Carlson are more compelling candidates, or any random fuck on Twitter are more compelling candidates than Gavin Newsom, is because to them, the only thing that matters is what you virtue signal on. Actual actions, like passing bills or things that you've actually done in leadership, that don't matter, because these people don't engage in politics. They engage in social media games.
Actually, let's just do it. This is the point of the stream. Let's try to, Jared, try to find Hassan making this argument. If you find it, let me know. But I hear a version of this from people on the left all the time, that Tucker's a good performer, so he seems passionate, like he seems genuine about this. He is talking about things, other things that people in the mainstream media aren't talking about, in part because like 80% of the things that he's talking about that people in the mainstream media aren't talking about are either lies or made up. Then there's another like 20% of stuff that he does uncover and focus on. I think because it advances his positioning, he was a lot more focused on Gaza than other folks. So anyway, so people see these clips coming in to their feeds, and they're like, well, look, Tucker's making more sense than the Democratic politicians. I don't see any Democratic politicians in my feed. They must not be talking. There's people out there like, I don't go searching for information. Information just comes to me. It just appears on my phone. It just appears on my TikTok feed. Tucker has the algorithm gamed. Chris Murphy, who is saying similar things about Gaza and doing it authentically, or whoever, that person doesn't show up in my feed. I don't see it. The only Democrats I see on my feed are when they're getting dunked on by Hassan or by Tucker or by other influencers. And so it's a real pickle for Democrats. So I think in part, Democrats do need to more forcefully push back against the war and do need to be more performative and do need to be more aggressive about getting into people's feeds. But also, liberals and progressives and whatever you want to call people like Hassan, DSA, leftists, need to not do the thing where it's like, oh, well, Tucker has been good on this. Like, Tucker is full shit. Tucker's full shit. And we saw what happened in 2024 with Dearborn for Trump. People being like, well, Trump, just because Trump will say what you want to hear doesn't mean you should trust him. And you can't trust Trump, you can't trust Tucker.
Hassan's not doing it by accident, though. It's by design, right? What is this? One more Hassan slapper.
I'm trying to do, decent work. Nas Daily has built his career whitewashing Israel's genocide of Palestinians and Azerbaijan's ethnic cleansing of Armenians. Now he's agitating on behalf of America to violently destroy
Azerbaijan's ethnic cleanse. You know the genocide and the ethnic cleansing of oh, he said Albanian. Sorry, I was thinking Armenians. Never mind. Does he ever talk about the Turkish shit? No, probably not.
Roy Cuba, right? Yeah. Where is it? So he came up to me at the Havana airport while I was flying to Mexico and then flying to Los Angeles to enter the country through Los Angeles yesterday. I was shocked. I didn't fully know who he was when he approached me, yelling with a phone camera in tow with his girlfriend, right?
Oh my God. That's
and he was like, oh, do you know me? I'm Nas Daily. Do you know me? I'm Nas Daily. I'm like, what the fuck? I turn around. This fucking guy. He's like, do you know me? I'm Nas Daily. I have a massive YouTube channel. And when he realized I had no fucking idea who he was, he started...
You met the Nas Daily guy in Israel, right? Yeah, I did. He's a huge content creator, but I think he's more popular in the Middle East. Doesn't this guy have 18 million fucking followers on TikTok or something? But I don't think he gets much traction in the West. I think it's mainly... But I think no, I don't think his content is even in English. I'm not sure.
Started immediately yelling about Hamas. We're in fucking
14 million
Havana,
on YouTube.
Cuba.
Oh, okay. He does get English content.
We're at the Havana airport. And he just starts screaming about Hamas and Israel. He's like, I'm Palestinian, and what you're doing is hurting the Palestinians.
True.
And I was like, the fuck are you talking about? Right? And then, this was when you were leaving or arriving? No, this was when I was leaving. Okay? I found it very strange that an agent of Israel was also in Cuba.
Agent of Israel. Oh, this is who Hassan is talking about. When Hassan was like, the Mossad sent somebody to follow me or whatever. Oh my God.
And there were these wonderful older people that were also sitting at this cafe in the airport next to us. And they were so grossed out by this fucking freak that one of the ladies was like, hey, can I ask you, like, what do you do that, like, this person is yelling at you? What's going on? And I was like, yeah, I'm a pro-Palestinian political commentator.
Oh my God.
And he just like was screaming. He just got like more and more agitated. Right? More and more agitated because I wasn't giving him the attention that he desperately wanted. So I turned around. And I said, do you feel like this is making you look good? Do you feel like you're getting a good clip out of this?
Oh my
You're
God.
freaking out all of these people around us. And I think that was a moment of self-reflection for him because he kind of stopped. And his girlfriend was like embarrassed.
Oh my
right?
God.
His girlfriend was a little bit embarrassed.
Rattled him in LAX. Or was it Havana?
So he stopped. He stopped filming. We didn't film it. Marsh was next to me.
Are you okay, bro?
We didn't give a fuck enough to film it.
Oh, of course not. Of course. Nobody. Yeah, okay.
So he went away. And I thought that was the end of that equation.
Little did he know.
But we were leaving the cafe to go to our gate. But it turns out it didn't end there. He wanted more. He wanted a better clip because he couldn't get it, right? So he was filming from afar and yelling still.
Oh my God, yeah.
You're gonna stop doing Hamas propaganda. You're gonna stop doing Hamas propaganda. You need to stop being a supporter of Hamas. You're hurting the Palestinian cause. You're hurting the Palestinian cause. That's when I, experienced maybe a blip of cortisol spike. So I turned around and said, "What are you gonna fucking do about it?" I didn't even drop my bags. I just said, "What are you gonna do about it? You gonna stop me?" And he walked up to me, still filming. And I said, "What are you gonna do? Go ahead. Go ahead. Stop me." When his girlfriend realized that the situation was escalating, she tried to pull him off. She was like, "Come on, let's stop." Whatever. Okay? So we did. He started backing away, and I said, "Yeah, that's what I thought." We proceeded to go towards the gate. He came back again to yell from afar. He came back again to yell from afar, to say, "Oh, yeah, keep running away." And so I turned around and said, "Suck my dick." And that's it. That's the end of that story. Okay? But of course, because he couldn't get any of the clips he wanted out of it, he had to fucking cope. But when I saw him make an argument about, some people see this and think central planning is a good idea, as he talked about, the lack of trash collection born out of the oil blockade, right? I said, I can confirm that this Israeli agent was on the ground. He came up to me at the Havana airport to scream and weird everyone out. People around were worried about his mental health, looking forward to how he tries to chop up the video, wondering what his purpose was. He kept saying, "Don't you know me? I'm Nas Daily. I have a massive profile." His girlfriend also felt weirded out by his behavior. "I hope he gets well soon." Okay? To which apparently he responded with, "As a Palestinian origin Muslim for hundreds of years, I wanted to make it clear." By the way, everyone in his replies are like, "You're not a Palestinian. Shut the fuck up. You're an agent of Israel." As a Palestinian origin Muslim for hundreds of years,
of all the stories that do I need to start making shit up? Like, would you guys believe me if I said this? This guy walked up to me and I was like, "What are you gonna do about it, bro?" Like, it's so cringe. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if he asked one time, like, "Do you know who I am?" Because he's a really huge YouTuber that covers. I say covers, but I don't know if his content is explicitly political or not, but he does a lot of Middle Eastern stuff. He probably asked one time, but I doubt it was anywhere near as cringy as Hassan is making it out to be. Unless maybe it is. Maybe the guy's a super cringe lord, but I mean, I wouldn't believe this guy. And I don't know why they wouldn't record it, but okay.
I wanted to make it clear to you that you're bad for the Palestinian cause and your activism is hurting innocents and empowering terrorists. Palestinians want moderate leaders to lead them to peace and coexistence. They don't want you to lead them to another fight while you stay in 5-star hotels, live streaming wearing Gucci. P.S. You are only strong online. Okay? That's what. Then I said, is that why you backed away after people were weirded out by your antisocial behavior, only to try and muster up the courage later to try a second attempt at a video, shouting at me from afar? Will you put how you stood down when I asked what you do about it to stop me in the video?
Well, what is he supposed to... Even if that is the case, what are you supposed to say? What are you going to do about it? Well, he's making a video. You guys are content creators. Did you expect me to fight you?
So I denied him the clip.
It's also so cringe. I blame Trump for this. How everything in the media now is about character attacks and There's no... Like, Hassan will never respond with substance to any point. Same with all of his little dick suck defenders online, too. Nobody ever responds to any point that anybody brings up anymore. It's all diversion. It's all character attacks. But, I mean, you can see it from the top down. It's because people like Hassan conduct themselves this way. People like Trump conduct themselves this way. It's so annoying. Oh, my God.
And all he had in the end was this. Don't worry. You're not worth making a video about. You can rest easy that beautiful video I took won't be online. So why'd you take it? Maximum cope.
You fucking wrecked him, dude. God, that was so freaking epic. That was so freaking epic.
His girlfriend lying about the interaction because they don't plan to post a video. Law, what are you talking about? I was there. There was no screaming. No one was even paying attention. He walked up to you and said, as a Palestinian, you're hurting Palestinians. You hurled vulgarities and ran away.
Ooh, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah. It's funny because not a single person that was involved has denied the interaction except for the girlfriend. So just release the entire clip then. Post the whole interaction. Do it.
If he had his cameraman with him, why wouldn't they film it?
We didn't film it. He did. You should have recorded it. Brother, how am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know that an Israeli Mossad agent followed my ass to Havana fucking Cuba and intercepted me at my point of travel and started yelling?
People can't have... If anybody approaches you now, they're an agent of the Mossad.
From afar with his phone camera out.
Jesus. Somebody said... Oh, Moot didn't like the story. Whose fault was this? Ooh, no! Oh, close. Oh!
You literally just drove, like...
What's on that guy's windshield? Is that some kind of parking ticket or something? Or what is that?
You literally just drove, like... What are you doing, bro? Just reversed into me. Well done.
Somebody's asking, whose fault is this? I think if you're a bike person, you have to be super cognizant of other people's blind spots. And then I think if you're in a car, I feel like you should always turn your head to check, unless you're old. I mean, it seems like my guess is the bike was in this guy's blind spot and he didn't manually check. So obviously the car shouldn't be backing up without checking. But I'd be really scared in a bike of being like behind and to the side of a car like that, because I feel like they would always like miss you. Well, they would always miss you. Wait, also, what's this guy? Why is this guy crossing the road like this? Is it not? I don't know. This guy says jaywalking. That's kind of weird that the bike just kind of like pops out. There was another truck or van or whatever, and then the bike's just behind him, and then he's rolling in that. I don't know. Everyone's retarded here. Nobody will talk about these because fuck everything. Somebody just linked that the DOJ settling with Flynn. The idea that the Department of Justice is like settling lawsuits for Trump's allies while Trump is literally unilaterally controlling the Department of Justice is fucking wild. But it's just another thing in a long list of unbelievably fucking insane things this administration is doing. Streamer Jordan Cisco is going viral for beating on his girlfriend on TikTok Live. Okay. I'm the #1 relationship beater apologist, so let's see if I can defend this one.
Take it off. Take the lids off. Chill. You need to have no drinks in here. Ow. Ow.
Bruh, are you okay?
Off. Chill. You need to have no drinks in here. Ow. Ow.
Why?
What is drinking?
It was in here. It was on this. I don't even know how. I turned around and...
Calm down.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Turn your thing off and turn the fan off.
Wait, did he actually hit her? Or was this something different? Because she's like not even reacting. What?
It was in here. It was...
Here. Ow. Ow.
Oh no, she says ow twice kind of, and then...
It was in here.
Okay. Not good. There are very few things that I would say are like instantaneous breakup material. Like people fuck up sometimes. I feel like, except for in like very, very, very rare circumstances, if a... Oh, fuck me. Oh, that guy should have slimed me. Oh, he tried. If a guy's like default response to a thing is to start hitting you, that's wild. Yeah, come up here. Come up here, bub. It's safe. Wait, do you think you just saw me back up a little? Oh, but it's not safe! I just shot the stairs like 12 times. It wasn't safe. I fucking lied, bro. It wasn't safe at all. I just slimed this dude. She's pregnant too? Damn. What are the circumstances? I mean, like if it's like a snap thing, like if you were to like, these are never happening. But like, let's say you're trying to scare somebody, he like walks into the bathroom and you like pop out of the closet, and he like smacks you or something. I don't know, maybe like that or whatever. But like, aside from, it would have to be like there would need to be like a crazy circumstances, like way outside the norm where he's like responding without thinking. Anytime a man's default is to like, damn, smack the woman he's with, that's wild. Not good. Not good. It seems like what happened was the guy was frustrated that I guess there's stuff spilling on his computer. So when she's near him, he just gives her a smack. Not good. Follow up.
Oof.
7 minutes.
God, man.
Uh-oh.
Oof.
Uh-oh.
Pray to God, man. Definitely gonna do some praying for sure. Oof. I love y'all, man. Everybody hating, bro. I'm gonna be honest, y'all have a right to hate. Y'all really do. Like, dead ass.
Dead ass.
I get it, bro.
I get it.
This is my last thing. I get it. Trust me, you got a right to be mad. I just, please, the one thing, you can hate me. Trust me, you could send me so much hate. Please don't send hate to my family, please, man. My family is amazing. They are absolutely amazing, especially my wife. My parents, like, please do not send hate. You can hate me all you want. You can cancel me.
What was he saying then? Is he saying?
At the same time, I really didn't know what to do. I was panicking. I was having a panic attack, dead serious, bro. I just bought the PC like 2 days ago, and basically I called her, and she didn't listen. So basically, because she was in the shower, she couldn't hear shit. So I went into the bathroom to get a towel, which our towels are. Okay? I got our towels, and then soon as I got the towel, she saw, and I was like, yo, my PC just got, I told her in the shower, I told her, my PC literally just got drenched
Anyway, Brandon, how are you today?
And purple
Vibing,
fucking
mate.
energy drink. And I was like,
Purple energy drink.
whatever, bro.
I want to see what he says, chat.
I'm literally like hyperventilating and shit. And then I come in here, and then she comes in running after me. Then I pick up the PC. I put it on top of that PC. You see that PC right there? I put it on top of that PC. All right, you understand? Let me put it in context, bro. So when she's standing there, I'm putting the PC on right here. Hold on, let me see.
Okay.
Wife, can you come and record this, please?
Wife.
Wifey.
Wait, how old is he?
By the way, I just wanted before I'm talking about the come here. Before I'm talking about everything else, like if I ever did hit her, which is insane, I would never hit my wife, and she's pregnant. She would have.
It looks like you can see like the fucking mark on her face from where he fucking apparently hit her, you know?
Maybe she just fucked her makeup up.
Looks like she's got a fucking black eye.
Have stuff on her face.
It's just naturally like that.
So you guys can
Oh man.
literally see, like
have shorts
I mean,
on. There's nothing on.
I don't know what else to say. I mean, I don't know what else to say. And basically, she was trying to help. So can you hold this camera so I can show them? And I basically, with the cords attached, I was trying to pick up this PC like this, Jack, and I was putting it on this PC. You understand? On this PC that I just had. I think it just shut down on accident. And her hand, she was trying to help me. She was trying to help me right here.
It flipped up. I was laying down.
Nobody saw anything. Like it was insane. This. Laid it flat like this. Then it got on her fingers. You saw it. It was in the corner of the screen. By the way, nobody saw anything. Like it was insane. Man saw me use one arm motion and thought I hit her. Like it's insane. It's insane.
Listen to his story, chat. I'll show you the clip. Hold on.
Fuck. I don't know how you would explain the sound of the whatever was going on unless there's something else that explains it because it sounded like smacks. The only, like I would say though, the only weird thing for this that like gives his story some credence, unless she's like regularly getting abused by him or whatever, is it doesn't seem like she really reacted to getting hit much at all. Like she was like, ow, ow, like that was it. And then she wasn't like raising her voice or anything. Like nothing happened after. They were just like chatting. He seemed like he was freaking out. Unless it's like so commonplace, but that means it's frequent. I mean, maybe, but people who are frequently fighting still scream at each other.
She had her fingers right here. And she literally, that's when she was like, she couldn't get it on the PC. So I pushed her, and she literally was saying ow because of the fucking shit was on her fingers. It was literally on her fingers. This like I don't know how much it weighs, but it was on her fucking fingers like this.
She looks like she has a black eye. I mean, something is going on up here, but would that be caused by what he did? It doesn't sound. I don't think I hear something loud enough that it was like him smacking her in the face or whatever. And then if he smacked her hard enough to like give her a bruise there, she's really just not responsive at all to it.
All right, chat. So she's saying it was on her fingers, and that's what she's saying, ow. And then watch the clip, chat. Like, watch the fucking clip.
The clip review. Hold on.
Like, wait to see the fucking clip, chat. Like,
Hey, take these off. Take the lids off. Chill.
watch.
You need to have no drinks in here. Ow.
Does that sound... Yeah.
Well, but that doesn't...
Watch.
Hold on.
You need to have no drinks in here. Ow.
Does that sound...
That doesn't look like a push, though. That's a slap.
Yeah. That really looks like that's on her fingers, isn't it, chat? That really looks like, yeah, that definitely looks like something on our fingers really going, oof, like throwing, like that's too far.
Also, it doesn't look like he's like holding the PC or anything like that either.
Fucking slaps you here going, ow, ow, like listen.
Okay, take these off.
What's the hand motion?
You need to have no drinks in here. Ow.
Oh no, you do hear like a like after that second hit, you hear that after.
You cannot, there's no way sugarcoating that and saying that you did not just fucking hit her.
Like this, but I wasn't even
You can't sugarcoat that, chat.
Okay, can you
and it went just like that.
There's no way. It's 100% a slap,
That's literally
chat.
the moral of the story. Is like literally, I didn't do anything to her. Like, which is kind of crazy that y'all are saying that I abused her, which is a crazy stretch.
You can hear, yeah, you can hear the grunts when he did it as well, chat.
Chat, can you get only emo off, please? Can we get emo off? So any questions y'all have, chat, any questions for her? Because y'all are saying she's abused and everybody's checking up. By the way, last thing I'm going to say before I leave. Chat, I get where y'all are coming from. The people that are trying to be defensive, I get it. If I saw somebody and getting abused,
then yeah, exactly. Then who the fuck did you slap?
I'm not. I swear on my life, on my soul, I'm not an abuser. We are in a happy relationship, a very happy. We're literally married, and we've been together for 5 years. Trust me, if there was something up, our whole family would know about it. I'm telling you.
You can hear her
chat,
saying
please.
ow, ow.
I'm telling you, we are in such a happy relationship. She's gonna be talking by herself, by the way. I'm gonna be out of the room because I want y'all. I don't want y'all to think I'm being like that.
The skin contact that you guys are talking about, where you're hearing it. Jordan was so freaked out in that situation, and I love him, and I've been with him for 5.
Chronic abuse often looks like this. Can you just shut the fuck up, please? I super don't give a fuck about any Redditor opinion on some bullshit that you fucking are talking about for chronic abuse. I don't believe half you motherfuckers have ever been in it. My first 2 relationships were literally domestically abusive, and the idea that like abusive people, or when people start fighting, they're always conditioned to it, and there's no shouting or screaming, is the most retarded online take in the entire history of the fucking universe. Oh, you can tell when there's chronic abuse because nobody's shouting or screaming at each other. That is the most retarded fuck thing ever in the entire history of all retarded fuck takes you could ever fucking give. There are plenty of people that are mutually abusive and they're still fucking screaming and fighting at each other while they're being mutually. It happens, or while one person is abusing the other. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ.
Years, like when Jordan flips out, like I mean, y'all have seen him many, many times. I mean, if he punched me, I mean, it would be very obvious. I'm very pale. Be very obvious if.
Did she mention the eye thing? Because it kind of looks like it does look like her face got hit and she is like got foundation or something here. Also, what was the explanation for the flush sound? When the guy said that, the story that the guy told, he made it sound like he was like holding the computer and pushing her away, and it didn't look like that in the clip at all.
He like literally hit me or something.
She says she's always looked like this. I mean, I feel like that'd be easy to confirm with pictures or whatever, right? Or maybe he just always hits her in the same spot.
She's not really saying that she's not saying he did it either.
What I normally look like all the time.
Oh.
And.
That's fucked up, chap.
You know, I just want it to be like.
It does look like a black. It does look like she's got like a black eye, doesn't it?
Like I have watched.
It being broadcast live might also be the reason why she wasn't bringing attention to it. I mean, there could be a billion reasons why she doesn't want to bring attention to it. On his side, it could be that it wasn't he didn't actually hit her or whatever bullshit, although that doesn't seem likely. But I mean, like, it could be that he did hit her, but she is embarrassed about it, doesn't want to broadcast it to the world. It could be that he's their sole source of income, so she has to go along with it no matter what, even if he is abusive, because she doesn't want to be out on her ass or whatever. I don't think that you can just look at her response and go like, oh, this is like one way. Like, you can make a story to explain any, like, these sets of circumstances.
My mom go through domestic violence when I was young. Like I would never.
Red flag.
It's a fucking.
For anybody who.
They haven't really.
The biggest red flags though are the hat and the cross. The cross necklace and the hat. Whew, that's the abuser archetype.
Social medias are trying to hat up.
They have not said. They have not even.
Like,
you guys can.
Do y'all understand? Hold on. Do y'all understand? Like, literally, like.
Oh, he got banned.
Rip.
Yo, he's gone. They got him. Yo, I think he's done. I think they got him. No, he didn't. Or he took down the VOD or something.
Oh,
he took down the VOD. Or is he gone?
Now she's really gonna get beat. Just kidding. Video games.
Ooh, something's up here, chat. He ended it. Yeah, the VOD. It looks like the VOD's gone. Yeah, he took down the VOD. Yeah, he took down his VOD, man. He just, what a fucking idiot, chat. Yeah, look. Yeah, he took down all his. Yeah, he took down the VOD, chat. He turned off his. Yeah, he took down the.
Well. Welcome to Kick, baby. Go to LSF and watch the XQC and his dad clip. What happened to XQC's dad?
Right now. Not a fucking word.
Why do Twitch streamers repeat an observation 50 times in a row? My guess is because when you say something as you're talking, like chat is responding and multiple people will respond, and so you keep responding to the same thing you see over and over again, and you guys all get into a cycle of abuse with each other.
Now. Come on. What? Come on. What? Shut up. Close the door. What?
Yeah. Hot take: every board game thing that you play with like marble things all suck. Mojang and all these games. Too complicated, too boring, too lame. Fuck them all.
What was the situation we gotta end?
Gotcha.
It's okay, chat. It's chat happens. Chat, I got a situation a little bit, okay? Yeah, my dad is right. It's just some stuff going on. Okay, love you, chat. Bye. Chat, just some stuff happening.
What am I supposed to are we supposed to speculate? A fan showed up at the house and is threatening and it kidnapped his dad. That's my speculation. Good luck.
I got recaps.
Hey, I have a quick econ question. Should the inflationary effect of borrowed/created dollars always be roughly the same, regardless of what the government is spending the money on? I have no idea. My guess would be in a very, very, very ultimate final way, yes, but maybe in the short term, no. But I don't know the actual answer. Go, that sounds like a Googleable question. Am I the asshole? Oh, no, wait, am I overreacting for wanting to immediately break up with my BF after seeing how he lives? What the fuck? 27 female dating a 35 male. We've been together for 2 years, long distance. We met online in a game. Red flag 1. And I finally got the chance to go see him. He never really showed off his place while on video. He was always out and about when we were on call or in his bedroom, where all you can see is one wall and his window. It suddenly all makes sense now. Why he's never shown off his place to me, but it's not something I ever really thought about in the moment. You know, I never thought to myself, man, how come he never shows his kitchen sink to me and stuff like that? I was just enjoying talking to him regardless of where he was. The shower reeked of onions, and Google says that's from bacteria. I immediately don't want him touching me or anything and can't believe someone would live like this. He didn't see the problem. I can't make heads or tails of it. He obviously didn't want me knowing, or he would have shown me his place in the last 2 years, but he clearly didn't even try to clean up before I came. So it feels like he doesn't care at the same time. He never seemed mentally unwell the whole time I've known him, but he's clearly not right in the head if he's living like this, right? Ugh. He expects me to come back. I'm supposed to be picking up food. Just leave, bro. Leave! Resident Evil ass shower. Reverse image search the pic first. Might be fake. Nah. Sutoka7. Thank you for gifting 1 sub in Kick Chat. What the fuck is Flynn even settling with the DOJ for? What the fuck was he even suing them for? Who sought millions for what he was for what he alleged was a politically motivated prosecution. This is like insane. Whatever happened to, wasn't Trump suing what was it? He was suing the government for $10 billion for some bullshit. What the fuck even was it again? Was it for unfair prosecution or something different? Oh, it was the IRS thing for his leaked taxes?
120.
Somebody calling out extra, or no, not extra. Wait, who was this again? Fuck. Oh, fanfan. Fanfan getting called out for saying retarded on stream. Oh, I thought you said for saying retarded shit on stream. Just for saying retarded?
120,000 Marvel Rivals viewers, and you chose this one, and it's making you fall asleep. If that's not a retard, like, I don't know what is. Like, tell me that's not, like, a retarded thing to do. Like, why are you bitching in here? Okay, lemons. I was thinking, in 3 days, I can try a different name, and I decided to try, only fanfans with a capital I. Let's see if it works. Listen, I just say that word. I'm tired of pretending I don't. Even when I don't say it on stream, I say it in private.
It's getting to a point that I cannot watch any big Marvel Rivals streamers because they're misogynistic, racist, or ableist, and their chat/friends are complicit and encourage them to continue the antics. Like, why are we spamming the R word in the big 2026? Grow up. Just watch somebody else, or do all of them say it?
Like, I'm not gonna pretend like I don't. I've been trying to say it less on stream unless someone really deserves it. Which 120,000.
Fanfan's response to the tweet.
Everyone voted in person.
Uh-oh.
God, guys, let me tell. Holy shit. Finzi and Imperator.
This is why I don't stream the game. The community's awful. Another comment said, I never talk about what's going on in the country. Bitch, I don't care. Okay, queen.
Linked me a fucking tweet from this dumb bitch on Twitter.
Whoa!
Like, I can't watch any big Marvel Rival streamers because they're all horrible people for saying retard. Me, big Marvel Rival streamer? Me? Brother. What in the fuck? And then I also got linked a screenshot of one of her tweets, and it was one of her tweets quote retweeting Necros. Necros being like, I don't think people are banning supports because I don't actually think people are banning supports because they're sexist. I think people are banning supports because supports are strong right now. And her being like, misogyny is everywhere. And I'm like, yeah, that tracks. That fully tracks. That someone who thinks supports being banned is due to sexist reasons would also treat the word retard like the N-word. He's like, why are you? Oh my god, I can't. But like, calling me a big Marvel Rival streamer is also hilarious. Like, this is why I don't fucking stream the game. Community is awful. Oh my god, and another comment was talking about how I never talk about what's going on in the country. In the country.
Uh-oh.
The country. USA. Me. Bitch, I don't care. Like, yeah. She never talks about the issues going on in the country. The only country in the world.
Can I just say, unironically, this is based. If you don't know fuck all about politics or whatever, just don't talk about it. Just don't. Just stream your shit, do your shit. You don't have to have a fucking opinion on everything. Just don't say shit. That's fine. Rather than a bunch of fucking retards who talking about free Palestine and Cuba and whatever the fuck else. Just, if you don't know shit about it, just don't say shit about it, okay? Easy.
Like, come on. Yes, I'm Canadian.
Oh,
bitch, what country?
She's Canadian. Nice. Based.
We never talk about the Vatican.
Definitely.
No, I don't talk about Canada either. I don't give a fuck. I don't have to talk about current issues. He just messaged me. You're getting canceled again, by the way. Get ready. I just bitched about it on stream. Absolute retards.
Well. Okay. Oh boy.
Everyone voted in person.
We're challenging mail-in ballots? Like all of them?
There was no secret ballot. Voters challenged each other's qualifications at the polls on Election Day, and states received ballots on Election Day. Over time, states changed all those practices. They did so as Congress extended Election Day to all federal offices. They've done so ever since. No one claims that in setting the federal election day, Congress blocked most of those changes. The dispute is whether Congress blocked just one change, allowing ballots cast by election day to be received after that day. States have allowed that for over a century. Congress has respected it. No one challenged it until now. The question is whether Congress in 1845 blocked that practice. The answer is no. The election day statutes adopt a simple rule. States must make a final choice of officers by election day. That is the plain meaning of an election. As this court said in United States versus Classic, from time immemorial, an election to public office has been in point of substance no more and no less than the expression by qualified electors of their choice of candidates. Mississippi satisfies that rule. It makes a choice on election day. And only that rule respects the last 180 years of state lawmaking. If Election Day must be what it was in 1845, that takes out much more than the ballot receipt laws of 30 states today. It dooms absentee voting, modern methods of voting, the secret ballot, and more. Congress did not adopt that destabilizing view when it simply set the election day. The Fifth Circuit was wrong to rule otherwise. This court should reverse. I welcome the court's questions.
The Fifth Circuit.
Just to be clear, you said in your opening statement, sometimes you said the choice has to be made by election day, and at other points you say on election day. Which is it?
I think the statewide choice needs to be made by or on election day itself when the entire electorate has voted, Justice Thomas. I think voters themselves need to make their individual selections by election day.
If I give my mail-in ballot to my neighbor, is that a choice?
It's a choice. It's not a final choice that can be recognized in the context of an election.
So when do I know whether or not a choice is final?
When you've submitted to the state, to the appropriate state election official through the designated state process.
So why isn't it the rule then that the final or the formalized decision, electoral decision, isn't made until that's done?
Until it's submitted to the official, Your Honor. I think the choice is made once the voters as a whole have made an irrevocable decision by casting their ballots. A final choice. They've
well,
cast
if
their
I
ballots.
made a final choice when I handed it to my neighbor.
But it's a final choice within an official state process, Justice Thomas. Which,
well, I think the ballot is an official state process. Is that enough?
Not enough to be known in a public way to the state. That happens when it's
counted, right?
Parted with and submitted through mail to the appropriate election official. Then it's final.
If day includes a period after a particular day of the election, does it include a particular day before the day of the election? Or does your logic require a different consideration?
Forgive me if I may not be understanding the question correctly, Your Honor, but I think the key is that the election day is the day by which a final choice electorate-wide must be made. It can't be made after that day by voters or the electorate as a whole, but individual selections can surely be made before that day because there's still no final choice until you have an electorate-wide deadline.
Is there any limit to that?
As to how early people could vote?
Sure. They fill out a ballot if you're giving them a ballot and, drop it off 2 weeks before.
As far as the federal election day statutes are concerned, Your Honor, I don't think there is a limit to how early that could occur. I think you just need the day when the electorate as a whole needs to have chosen. There might be other practical or other barriers in that. Of course, elections are a very long process to begin with, the entire electoral process, so surely things are happening weeks and months before. But I think even a couple weeks before, even earlier than that in some cases, people are making individual selections. It's just election day itself is the day for the final collective choice.
Counsel, I want to go back to your answers to Justice Thomas. So I understand that Mississippi's particular rule says that it has to be deposited in USPS or with a common carrier, but I don't understand why Mississippi's definition in the next case would preclude a state from adopting a law along the lines of the one that Justice Thomas is proposing. For example, if I have someone in my neighborhood, in my HOA, who says, listen, I'm going to take everybody's votes in, what if the state said, that's fine, if you've cast your final vote, and you've designated someone to carry your vote as long as it gets to the ballot box 5 days after Election Day, it's fine. Why does your definition preclude what Justice Thomas hypothesized?
Right, and I think, Justice Barrett, the answer is that submission to mail or common carrier is different in kind than, say, submitting it to a relative or sort of a neighbor.
What's the difference? They're not government officials.
They are impartial third parties that have a duty to deliver what they're owed without altering it.
But what about the definition that you're proposing precludes that? Your definition didn't say final as submitted to an impartial.
These aren't the full oral arguments. I didn't hear the opening, but I don't know. I don't even know what this case is about 100%. Who brought this case to get rid of post-dated mail-in ballots? And what's the case name? Who versus who? Watson versus Republican National Committee. The RNC's challenge to Mississippi law allowing mail-in ballots to be counted within 5 days of Election Day. Okay, gotcha.
Partial third party or final as submitted to a common carrier. You said the final choice has been made. And there are lots of different ways, it seems to me, that you can make a final choice. And you also have the problem of this revocability from the Postal Service, that regulation.
So I think, to start with the first part, Your Honor, I think we're going at a historically recognized form of finality. I think history is helpful in a number of ways. And one way is that as long as we've had mail-in voting, we have for almost as long as that time, we've had post-election day ballot receipt. I mean, mail-in voting, I think in general, has been understood as a permissible, unchallenged method.
I wouldn't rely on the history if I were you, since you're telling us not to rely on the other side's history. Like, just because it's always been done that way doesn't mean it has to be done that way, which I actually find is a good point in your favor. But then it seems to me that you're flipping back around and saying, well, absentee voting has always been done that way by common carrier, and so that's how we would expect it to be done.
Like, I don't know what parts of his argument she's referring to.
For 100 years, we've had people voting by mail, and that's been an understood means of submitting a ballot to the state. I think what it embodies, Justice Barrett, is there's an intuition that when you put something through the postal service, it's final, it's trusted. It's not like giving it to a kind of a non-official third party.
Well, what if a state came up with a law that said so long as a notary, that's official, that's recognized, certified that you cast your ballot on election day and it was delivered later by whatever means, common carrier or not? What in your theory of the preemptive effect of this statute would preclude that law?
I think 2 points on that, Justice Gorsuch. One, I think, is that...
Pick your best.
Well, I think one's kind of a point in our favor and one's kind of a point against our friends.
How many people are in these hearings? That sounded like 20 people laughing.
There's a finality of submitting it to an official and...
Yeah, it's been notarized by, well, how about a justice of the United States Supreme Court? Is that official enough for you?
I mean, it's pretty official. I don't think it's been...
That's pretty official.
It's pretty good, Your Honor, but I don't think it kind of hits submission to the state.
Okay. Well, I wanted to explore. So that's not submitted to the state, even if it's notarized, an affidavit is final on the day of, and somebody brings it into the state offices a week or 3 months later. That doesn't count. But if it goes into the mail, it does. What in the statute? What words in the statute would you have us read that rule into?
Well, I mean, I think. I mean, just to make sure I understand, I think that's fine under my friend's view too, Your Honor. I mean, a notary could be...
I'm asking about your view, counsel.
Sure. So I think...
You're saying that's not fine, and I want to understand what in the federal law preempts that.
Well, I think, number one, I just am not, at least as I'm understanding the hypothetical, it doesn't appear to be submission to the state, Your Honor.
It gets submitted to the state 3 weeks later, just not by common carrier.
Well, I mean, if what you're saying, Your Honor, is that a notary has been deemed a sufficient ballot receiver under state law, then
yes.
I think...
Then that's okay too. Okay, what if state law? So now you're saying that is okay?
I think it may depend on how, what the level of officiality.
Well, the state says it's official. By God, when a Supreme Court justice or perhaps just a notary says it's official, that's good enough under your. It has to be, I think. And if that's okay, why can't a state say, how about a timestamp video showing that I voted on election day? Here I am filling out my ballot, and then my brother or maybe some aggregator of ballots brings it in a week or 3 later. And that's got to be okay too, doesn't it?
I think it's still just, I keep coming back, Justice Gorsuch, to this pedigree of submitting it to a state. I mean, I think as a good example.
Well, the state says that's official. State says that's fine. Ballot aggregators are great. And so long as it's a timestamp video or a notary or maybe a Supreme Court or who knows what, the librarian says you cast it on the day of the election, we're good to go, right?
I mean, I do still have some concern that it has not been submitted.
Counsel, why are you fighting the premise? In the Civil War, at least 2 states permitted military officers who weren't sworn state officials, they were federal officials, but not sworn state officials, to accept the ballots and transmit it by mail to the state, okay? And that was in the Civil War, all right? Since 1918, we've had laws like Mississippi. By 1944, 8 of them. Since then, 12 more by 1886. And now half the states permit absentee ballots that are dropped in the mail, correct? No different than in the Civil War. We have no federal law that says that's not okay, for the state to designate someone by whom an official ballot has to be given by election day, correct? And if the state wants to make it a notary republic, if it wants to make it a military officer, if it wants to make it a Supreme Court justice, if it wants to make it anyone, as long as it's done by election day, that's what counts, correct?
I mean, I think that's possible. We're not quite asking for that, Your Honor. I really don't.
No, you don't, because you're only defending this law, and this law is very consistent with what happened in the Civil War. It's very consistent with what has happened for over 100 years. There's nothing in federal law that has prohibited it explicitly, correct?
That's right, Your Honor.
Well,
right.
Justice Sotomayor is asking you what I think she intends to be a friendly question, but maybe you want to think about whether you want to go that far. What if the state designates...
Who should we be rooting for? I mean, there's literally no reason why, if the ballot is I didn't hear the oral arguments. I'm trying to divine them with the opening statement. But it sounds like what they're trying to figure out is what counts as an officially casted vote, right? Because the argument that the plaintiffs are making here, I believe, because they're the one that brought the case, the argument that the plaintiff is making here is that once you've handed your ballot and it's been postmarked, so that the post office has received the ballot, that should be counted as an officially counted vote. So even if it's opened after Election Day, it should still be counted. And it sounds like what the justices are pushing on is, okay, well, what counts as an officially finished vote? Like, what does that mean? Which is a valid question, right? Let's say, for instance, let's say that I give my ballot to a family member, you know, like 3 days before the election, and they say that they've received it. Can that count as an officially handed off vote? Or what if I hand it to a judge, like a Supreme Court justice? Or what if I hand it to, any person that could be designated by the state? And it sounds like the plaintiff sounds like he doesn't really have a great response to that. I feel like the response should just be, as long as it's a state-recognized process, then any of these things could count. But Sotomayor, the reason why Sotomayor pushed him here is because I think she's asking, like, why won't you just accept that, like, this could be acceptable? Or, like, what? Because he needs to define something here, I think. But the frustration that I would have here is, and I'm sure it'll come up when the justices ask questions on the other side, is we need to have a really good reason not to we need to have a good reason to disenfranchise a voter, to take away their vote. There needs to be some very compelling argument there. And so if you've mailed in a ballot and there was a tornado or some huge backup or something happened and it couldn't be counted until after Election Day, you're basically saying that this person's vote has been invalidated. And we need to have like a really good reason, I think, to invalidate that vote. But then it's also legitimate to ask, well, what kind of votes could we cast past the ballot day? What if somebody videotaped themselves giving a sealed ballot to a person, and then that person, had 1,000 sealed ballots that people videotaped themselves giving, and then this person, for whatever reason, like now this person could be FedEx or UPS, they weren't able to drop those votes off until, 5 days after Election Day. Should those be counted because they were handed off? It's not the voter's fault, right? Yeah. But the burden is on the plaintiff here to make that argument.
An official of the Republican Party or the Democratic Party who receives these ballots, collects ballots, and fills out an affidavit saying, I received all these and I will faithfully deliver them. Would that be okay?
Well, I think it's actually okay under my friend's view, Your Honor. We're not making that ask. I mean, as far as my friend's view are concerned, so long as somebody's designated a ballot receiver, they can be fine. Party boss, party bagman, relative, any of those, so long as the state says you are a ballot receiver, that's fine. The only thing that apparently is not fine is U.S. Postal Service common carrier. And I think that is, very odd.
Wait. Is this guy gonna slime me?
Yo, I got your back if you got mine, brother.
Yeah, sure thing. This guy's gonna kill me. Wow. Oh, is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, I'll share the loot.
I'm looting a different room, but I can show you where the confiscation room is. Hold on. If you go, I'm looking straight ahead. If you go into that opening to the left, there's going to be stairs to your left, and then there's a locked door at the base. That locked red door is a confiscation room.
Got you. Can I go through this way, or do I gotta go down and go that way?
You can go through this way, but it's spookier. Hold on. Here, I can show you. Yeah. My fucking God.
Don't be scared. We're good. We're all good.
Okay, down the stairs to the right. Good luck.
Somebody was shooting from the top.
These fucking losers. There's nothing in here. God damn it. There's not even anything in here anymore.
Way to read those.
Well, the Postal Service is not part of the state, and the common carrier isn't part of any government.
That's right, Your Honor. But I mean, certainly, we all know the status of the U.S. Postal Service is a highly regulated government entity with certain obligations. Common carriers, in a very similar way, highly regulated with similar obligations, and they give, in both cases, they're imbued with a duty.
Why couldn't the state just say the post office can legally collect votes? So it's legally the same as submitting into the machine, then that can count as whenever, right? I don't know. I think that's kind of what they're arguing about. But I don't know what the restrictions on that would be or whatever.
To deliver what they received. And in fact, a duty that's, I think, maybe a good example is the fact that the IRS accepts tax returns, which are obviously highly consequential documents with key timeliness requirements. The IRS accepts tax returns both through the mail and through common carriers.
Well, you will accept ballots that are received within 5 days after Election Day. That the date that's set as Election Day, right?
That's right.
And you have a variety of line drawing problems. So we've been exploring one. To whom and by what means is the ballot to be delivered to the state? But what about the length of time that a state could choose Isn't it the case that some state allows, will count ballots that are received 21 days after Election Day?
There are a couple that at the outlier it's kind of canvassing and it can go that far. I think more common
Is that okay? Is that all right?
As far as the federal...
My very broad, like, constitutional takeaway from this, although I guess it would come down to how things are challenged later in courts if people feel disenfranchised, is that the state has the right to determine how they want to do this. At the end of the day, the only thing the state owes the federal government is their elector slates. Like, who is your state voting for? Now, how a state decides to accept ballots or whatever the fuck else, bro, are you serious right now? This guy. Go get him, big guy. No, he's not going to. Whatever. I feel like it's up to the state to figure out, like, up to the elector votes. They can do whatever the fuck they want.
Election day statutes are concerned, yes, Your Honor. And I think this actually gets to a good point that loops back to something Justice Gorsuch was getting at in a certain way, which I think he was saying, what in the federal election day statutes decides that? I think that's the key point in our favor. This is an area where states get to go first, make these decisions. Congress can step in, but the idea...
So there's no limit, except, I suppose, the day when the presidential electors have to be appointed or the day when the next Congress begins, starts its session. That's the only limit on counting mail-in ballots.
Those are some of the limits, Your Honor, but I'd also say that the federal election day statutes don't require states to count ballots at all. It doesn't speak to counting, period. So, I mean, if a state really didn't want
not counting, but being delivered. So I do think it is a consequence, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but just so we can wrap this up, that by any means and by any date up until the next Congress meets, a state can receive ballots.
I think for congressional races, potentially, yes, Your Honor. I think there are other Title III kind of things that push action earlier in the presidential context. But again, I mean, there's nothing. The key question is these are three one-sentence provisions, and we want to be, I think, very careful not to read them for more than they're worth.
And counsel, I was just going to say, isn't your point that the line drawing issues that have been raised are only problems to the extent that Congress thought they were problems? We're in a preemption dynamic, and so the question, I think, really is what did Congress intend with its statement about Election Day? Did it mean to cabin the states so that they did not have the discretion to make these kinds of decisions? And in addition to what Justice Sotomayor has said, which is we have no federal statute that precludes this, I think we have several federal statutes that suggest that Congress was aware of post-Election Day ballot deadlines that the states had enacted and, in fact, incorporated those in several circumstances. So can you speak to that? I'm talking about UACAVA, for example, and some other federal statutes that indicate that Congress not only knew this was going on, but then it interpreted and incorporated the state's own post-election day ballot deadlines into federal law.
Sure, Your Honor. So I think that's exactly right. So UACAVA is maybe the best example where Congress was told that about a dozen or so states have post-election day ballot receipt laws. It respected those explicitly as to a deadline for ballots in that law. I think the United States has agreed with us on that.
And Congress wasn't worried, I think, about the states picking dates that were, we might think are too long or whatnot. That was not in the statute. Congress just said whatever the state has decided with regard to ballot receipt deadlines is going to apply here, correct? And
that's been the case for 180 years, Your Honor. And I think one feature that obviously we're searching for what do the statutes mean at the time, but I think it's very hard for my friends to explain the past 100 years of history and this lawmaking. The Soldier Voting Act in the 1940s was another example where Congress recognized and respected state deadlines, and it gets very hard to explain those things if you don't adopt the view that the federal election day statutes just do not set a ballot receipt deadline.
Well, I want to ask you about the recall problem. And before I get to that, throughout your brief, you say that the federal statute does require voters to submit their ballots to election officials on Election Day. It must be cast by Election Day, and that the Election Day is the day to conclude and consummate the election through a final selection. You agree with all those statements in your brief?
Yes.
Okay. But at the same time, you say, actually, it doesn't have to be submitted to an election official. It just has to be submitted to a common carrier. And there's a contradiction there that I just want you to first address, and then I'll give you my hypothetical.
Very good, Your Honor. I think when you put something in the mail,
That's not an election official. FedEx isn't an election official.
Right, but the recipient certainly is the person who you're submitting in the mail to. I mean, that is the recipient. Of course. And, right, Your Honor. And I think
you submit it to FedEx and they deliver it to the election official. But you say it has to be submitted to an election official throughout your brief, but then you say a common carrier is okay. And those two things don't add up.
Well, I think the difference is, say, sending it to your brother versus sending it to the registrar.
Well, we already dealt with that. The brother turns out to be okay, so long as the state says so.
I think that's okay on their view, Your Honor. I'm a little more guarded on that.
I think you already answered that one. So here's the hypo. Let's say you have a state where a large portion of the electorate mails in their ballots on or close to Election Day. Not far-fetched. Many states are like that. Then, the day after the election, a story breaks that one of the lead candidates engaged in an inappropriate sexual escapade, or perhaps is concluding with a foreign power. Again, not far-fetched, I think.
Concluding or colluding? Misspeak.
And the competing candidate immediately goes on the airwaves and urges voters to recall their ballots and to tell the common carriers not to deliver them. And many common carriers will do that with anything that you send through them. FedEx, you just call them up and say, I want it back. In that hypothetical, did the election happen on Election Day? Oh, by the way, it swings the election.
So the election did happen on Election Day, Justice Gorsuch. As we've explained, our ballot does not allow using mail recall, anything like that. When somebody submits their ballot by mail,
just first deal with my hypothetical, and then I'll deal with your statute.
Okay, the election happened on Election Day.
Even though it changes the outcome.
I don't know if this is true or not. I don't know if it's true at all. Somebody could like me. My understanding is, I don't even know why I have this. I'm just being honest. I thought I read this somewhere. Is that if you mail in a vote, that if you vote in person, that can overrule that. So like if I mail in a ballot and I actually change my mind, I'm like, actually, you know what? Fuck this guy. He had a sound on his stream. I don't want to vote for him. That I can go to the polling booth in person and I can vote, and whatever my vote is in person would override the mail-in ballot vote. Is that true for every state, or is that true for any of them, or is that? I feel like I read this before.
I mean, I think.
Yes, has to be your answer, doesn't it?
I mean, yes, Your Honor. I want to be clear about the.
All right.
We are not agreeing that the outcome can be properly changed in that circumstance.
Well, hold on. It did in my hypothetical. You can't change my hypothetical, counsel.
And I'm just saying it's unlawful, Your Honor. I don't mean to disparage your hypothetical. I'm just saying that it's an unlawful circumstance because we don't allow that ballot.
Oh, in Mississippi. Okay, but that hypothetical could happen in another state, right?
I think if the state is not providing that on mailing there's a final choice made, I think that would be a problem with that law under the federal statute.
Now you say your statute, you're different. You admit my hypothetical could happen, but you say it can't happen in Mississippi.
Has this guy done Supreme Court cases before? I don't like this. I don't like the plaintiff arguing here. This lawyer doesn't. I don't think he's doing a great job. Which is kind of spooky, but
because recall's not allowed. I couldn't find that anywhere in Mississippi law. In fact, what I did see was a statute that says that you...
This lawyer argued and won Dobbs. Okay.
That the Secretary of State can promulgate rules and regulations. That's 23-15-637-3. And then I went and looked at the regulations. And Rule 2.1 says that an absentee ballot is the final vote of a voter when the ballot is marked accepted. That doesn't preclude recall. In fact, that allows recall.
I respectfully don't agree with that, Your Honor. I mean,
where does it say recall's not permitted? I couldn't find that anywhere in your statutes or the rule.
And I think by providing that ballots are final when cast under our statute.
No, it doesn't. It says they're final when marked accepted.
That's the regulation, Your Honor.
Yeah. It's your regulation. And it allows recall.
It does. Respectfully, it does not allow recall, Your Honor. The
Show me where. Would you read to me the provision that precludes it?
It's subsection 3 of the statute that my friends have challenged.
I read you said subsection 3 that says the Secretary of State can make rules, and then I read you the rule.
To ensure that the ballots are final when cast. The key thing is ballots are final when cast.
It says no votes promulgated by an absentee ballot, that the person's absentee vote is final. You can make rules about when they're final, and what the rule says is it's final when marked accepted.
And that's, I mean, it's speaking to a processing rule about what to do when somebody's ballot potentially doesn't arrive on time, they submit an affidavit ballot. But I would come back to the text of the statute, Your Honor. I mean, final when cast is what our law.
Mr. Stewart, I just want to ask a clarifying point to this. Is it possible for a portion of Mississippi's statute to be unlawful, not just go with me here, a portion of Mississippi's statute to be unlawful insofar as it potentially permits recall, but still that, would not address whether Mississippi's statute was unlawful insofar as it allowed ballot receipt after Election Day?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, I think one possibility would be like, hey, look, you need a more unambiguous finality here, and you need a foreclosed recall period, full stop.
Okay. And on this question, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. When you said, yes, my friends on the other side say it's okay for private parties to deliver just like you do, are you saying that that's just a manner of receipt? And whether the ballot is received before or after the election, on all sides, everybody agrees that absentee ballots can be turned in by having, the neighbor, the party operative, or whatever, scoop them up and bring them to the ballot box?
Your Honor, I mean, maybe, I'm not sure if I answered the earlier thing as crisply as I could. I'm not comfortable with the neighbor piece. I do have serious concerns about that.
But is that tied to the ballot receipt problem, or is that just tied to, hey, maybe this is an unlawful way of executing absentee balloting, regardless of when the ballots make it to the official?
I think it's the finality of the choice that has to be done by Election Day. And my concern is that if you're not sending it by mail or commentary...
You're getting caught up, counsel, again. Could you go back to the question? Justice Barrett is not arguing with you.
Fair, Your
What she's saying, and what you said earlier is, and you believe that under your adversary, the opposing counsel's theory, you can give it to the RNC operative, you can give it to anybody, and so long as it's received on election day by the state, that's okay. That's what you're saying, your opposing counsel saying. And you're saying the only question before us is if they can designate an appropriate vehicle to transmit the votes, then that's okay.
Who joined? Oh, Moot, not saying anything. Okay. Are we serious right now, bro? Okay.
I think I was saying the latter part, yes, Your Honor. But I actually think, under my friend's view, it's okay for, like, a state can deem the ballot received when the party operative himself or herself receives it, because all that person has to do is be a ballot receiver designated by the state.
Right.
And we're trying to hew more closely not just to the text, but also the historical 100-year-long, you can submit it by mail.
Okay. So, but the bottom line is that states can choose when the final vote has to be counted.
States have discretion over counting.
Exactly.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas, anything further?
Just as a point of clarification, without looking at the subsequent...
You gotta switch channels. Discord is messed up. What? Awaiting endpoint. I shouldn't have left. Discord is fucked up right now. That's not gonna help.
history, what do you think the federal law required as far as the election day?
That the voters make a final choice by that day. The way I boil it down, Justice Thomas, is choice is critical and unchanging. Method of making that choice is malleable, and that does also explain all the subsequent history.
And you don't have to formalize that choice?
You do by parting with your ballot and submitting it to the state.
Have we had any examples?
Justice Alito?
Your position does require some difficult line drawing problems, and maybe that's inevitable. But one is the degree of confidence that one must have in the entity or person who transmits the ballot to the state. We've talked about that. One is how long after the election day votes can be received. A third is whether it has to be postmarked. Aren't there 8 states that do not require a postmark for late ballots?
There are a number of states that don't require that, Your Honor. I think postmarking is good evidence that something has been timely submitted. That's kind of borne out in the tax context. I think, you know, if somebody were challenging a law like that, it would potentially be a very different kind of a challenge. They'd have to make sort of factual showings to challenge that ballots were not cast by election day, but surely not this case.
No, maybe it's inevitable that some sort of line drawing decisions like these have to be made, unless the rule is anything goes. You know, states can do anything they want in this area. We don't have a whole lot to go on here.
Discord confirms major outage. Okay.
We have the phrase election day, and we have history. If we looked just at the phrase election day, what would we take from that? I think you've been saying we're moving in this direction. We don't have election day anymore. We have election month, or we have election months. I mean, the early voting can start a month before the election. The ballots can be received a month after the election.
Well, I think the best way to read it, Your Honor, is that by setting election day, the Congress set the final choice day. And that's the key thing, final choice day. What Congress was concerned about at the time was some states making final choices, say, a month before other states were making final choices, and the distortions, the fraud, the risks that had. And when everybody's making a final choice on the same day, even if some individual choices are made before then, you're honoring the statutes. And I think, Justice Alito, you made this observation, not a lot to go on because the statutes are just there's not a lot of prolixity there. I think that's a point in favor of deference to the states. If Congress has not spoken to something, especially in this context where states are expressly empowered to regulate these things, that's a big point in favor of letting states continue to do so as they have for a century.
Do you think it's legitimate for us to take into account Congress's Congress's passage of the election day statutes for the purpose of combating fraud or the appearance of fraud? And some of the briefs have argued that confidence in election outcomes can be seriously undermined if the apparent outcome of the election on the day after the polls close is radically flipped by the acceptance later of a big stash of ballots that flip the election, or
I think
bullshit.
You got ballots that are delivered by somebody, by a neighbor, and they're received a month after the election, and they don't have postmarks.
I think the best way to do it is to honor the statute's purpose, but doing so by respecting the statute's text and animating context. And what these statutes were getting at was not just any kind of fraud writ large in all elections, which no statute could do, but a situation where, okay, state 1 votes, has their election on one day, ends it, and state 2 neighboring has its election 3 weeks later. Because the concern would be, let's say state 1 goes for one party, and then state 3 goes for the other party with a huge turnout for that other party. You could have potential fraud. People went across state lines and voted, or you could have the appearance of that sort of fraud, even if it didn't actually happen. Like people just said, oh my gosh, they voted for that person. Big turnout. So I think that's the kind of thing that animated those statutes, whereas fraud writ large was not a good example. I do think it's notable that my friends with the United States, obviously they've sounded the anti-fraud theme. They haven't cited a single example of fraud from post-election ballot receipt in a century.
Thank you. I'll let my colleagues say.
Justice Sotomayor?
Has there been any history of voter recall in the mails in Mississippi? You say the law doesn't permit it, but has there been any history of it?
None that I've ever heard of, Your Honor. I mean, this isn't something that was raised until the appellate reply briefs, and nobody cited a single example in history of it.
All right. And I understand Justice Alito's questions about the policy questions of what will create discomfort or not. But the Constitution vests the issue of elections in the states unless superseded by Congress, correct?
That's right, Your Honor.
So if there is a policy question to be had, the entities to decide that are the states and Congress, not the courts, correct?
That's right, Your Honor.
And absent a law in federal law that suggests that absentee ballots must be received by a certain time, there's no explicit requirement of that, correct?
Right, Your Honor, or even implicit.
And the implicit, we have the military acts that since World War II at least, and the Civil War, I should go back that far, have permitted absentee ballots to be received long past Election Day, correct?
We have a very long history of that, Your Honor.
Exactly. So the people who should decide this issue are not the courts, but Congress, correct?
Right, Your Honor. I think
the states and Congress.
That's right, Your Honor. And as I was mentioning in my colloquy with, I believe, Justice Alito earlier, that's kind of the structure of our system. States go first. If Congress doesn't like it, it overrides. And as I think Justice Scalia said for the court in Arizona Intertribal, we respect what Congress said as far as it went, but no farther. And that's kind of the history of voting and election law in the country.
One last question with respect to history. History is informative of what's been permitted by Congress because what we're looking for is what understanding Congress had with respect to elections, correct?
That's right, Your Honor.
All right. And it doesn't talk about the receipt of absentee ballots after elections at all. So we look to the history of whether Congress has accepted it, correct?
I think that does help here, Your Honor.
All right. But the attempt by some of the amici here to brutalize this inquiry and say that history tells us how elections must be held and on what date and when receipt can happen or not happen, why is that not an acceptable way to look at this?
Well, I think the difference between Bruin and here, Your Honor, is that in Bruin, the court, the question at issue, whether a restriction on firearms is consistent with our historical tradition of firearm regulation, there's a rich history addressing precisely that issue, sometimes through analogy, but very much, Bruin itself, I want to say 40 pages of history just analyzing those things. We don't have anything like that, a rich history suggesting that Congress was even thinking about locking in Election Day ballot receipt or anything like it. It was addressing different things.
Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mrs. Kagan?
I guess, Mr. Stewart, your answers to Justice Sotomayor's questions leave me unsure about what you think about these appeals to history. You've said that there's not a lot of text here. I agree with that. I think that the way this case has been argued all around suggests that that's so.
Streaming it in Discord.
So then we're
It's not streaming in Discord anymore?
It stopped because you rejoined.
Good.
left with history, or are we left with history? You seem to appeal to history sometimes. Justice Barrett said this, but then repudiate the appeals to history at other times. And I guess I want to know what we're supposed to be doing when we're looking at this statute and deciding this question with respect to all this historical evidence, scant or not scant as it may be.
Sure, Your Honor. So I think the best way I can break it down is this, is that history is informative here, and the way it's most informative is that since Congress set, throughout our history, and certainly since Congress set the federal election day, election administration in our country has been very, very dynamic. As I tried to highlight in my opener, it was one thing in-person, on-the-spot qualification checks by fellow voters, ballots were naturally received on election day, all those features. As soon as Congress had a reason to alter the methods by which a choice was made, it did so. But the one constant is that the voters, in a popular government, it's most critically the voters, the constant is that the voters make a final choice of officers by election day. So I think history shows that election administration is dynamic. States have wide leeway. They just have to make sure that the voters make a choice by election day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mrs. Gorsuch?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Almost done, Mr. Stewart. You emphasized to Justice Kagan and many others that the final choice at least has to be done on election day, and so recall would be a problem for you if it could happen. But you say that doesn't happen in Mississippi. That's your position, right?
Right, it's not permitted.
If recall could happen, that would be a problem for your position.
I think there potentially...
Because then it wouldn't be a final decision on Election Day, right?
That's right, Your Honor. I think there'd still be a factual question, though, whether I still have not been cited anything to say that recall is actually a thing that can happen in the world.
I understand, but if it could happen, that would be a problem for your theory because the final choice wouldn't have happened on Election Day, right?
Fair, yep.
Okay. So you say Mississippi prohibits it. We've been through whether that's the case or not.
Very good.
But let's say it did. Let's say there was a law prohibiting recall. How would it ever be enforced? Because how is a state to know? And how is even a common carrier carrying an envelope to know whether that is a ballot that needs to be recalled? And who are you going to prosecute?
Well, I think it could be enforced similar to other voter things. I mean, in our state, there are notarization and affidavit requirements, signing things. I think one of if it were critical for the voter to say that there will be no recall, the voter could say, I hereby commit that I will not attempt to or recall this package in any way, shape, or form. They could just add that, sign it. I take the point about proof problems, but I mean, gosh, Justice Gorsuch, I mean, violating state election laws in a state that really is anti-fraud and really takes wide measures to enforce its laws, I think that would be quite a thing for a voter to do.
Well, in my hypothetical, which you say is unlikely, there's swing an election and all of that on recall. But as soon, if history teaches anything, scant or not scant, it's that as soon as something's allowed, it will happen eventually, right? And so somebody. That my hypothetical happens and everybody recalls it, their ballots. I'm just not sure what recourse the state would have against people who violated its anti-recall law.
I mean, if people are, say, recalling things through a common carrier, there's going to be some record that they recalled those things.
How's the state ever going to find out about it?
I mean, I think the same way it's
you're going to go prosecute individuals?
I mean, Your Honor, I'd say if somebody is lying in an affidavit that they're not going to recall something, I mean, if people are doing that with impunity, we have quite a problem. But it is a problem that the state can address and enforce.
I just don't know how they'd ever find out about it.
I mean, I think obviously, some crimes are harder to find out and prosecute than others, Your Honor. But I think it's still, I mean, people can do things, try to tamper with ballots, all that sort of thing. I think it's just still a matter of respecting the statute.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justice.
Justice Kavanaugh?
When did Mississippi switch to this method?
2020.
Are
2024 at common carriers.
Is the Mississippi Solicitor General here? Is he under oath? I would assume so, right? If you're giving pretty much testimony to the Supreme Court.
I don't know if you're under oath, but you'd be held in contempt of. I don't think this is going to be a thing.
If you're lying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why? Or yeah. Okay.
That makes sense. Well, I'm just curious if they're in here just fucking lying to the Supreme Court, but.
Well, you would get fucked. You'd lose your case if they found out you're lying, right?
You'd hope so. Yeah.
It was first because of the pandemic. I don't know that there's necessarily an answerable why as to the 2024 one in a clear way.
And the other side makes a point when we're looking at history, to the extent historical practice is relevant, that it only became widespread to allow it to be mailed by Election Day in more recent years, and that the predominant approach was to require receipt by Election Day throughout the historical practice you cite until very recently. How are we supposed to think about that?
I have a call at 5:30.
I mean, I think it's the same way to think about.
14 minutes.
I think the broader history of election law is when states have kind of seen a problem, they've adapted and adjusted, and often in the direction of making sure that more votes can be counted. I mean, that was obviously a big thing when absentee voting started to become a prominent thing. Certainly we cared for much about our history of people showing up in person, but we realized that was very difficult for people away from home, and that we wanted to, kind of widen the tent and make it so that people could vote. And I think. Perhaps another realization, even though we've had UCAVA for 40 years, Justice Kavanaugh, is that for military voters in particular, this is a perennial challenge about making sure that they can actually get their ballots in on time. I mean, that's perhaps why UCAVA voters in particular are a very popular group for post-election day ballot receipts.
Would you say that the states that require receipt by Election Day are disenfranchising voters?
No, you're not. They're not, Your Honor. I mean, a reasonable ballot deadline does not do that. I would asterisk just, there are the practical barriers for those overseas military voters.
But for the citizens who are not within that class, you would not use the term disenfranchisement to say it has to be received by Election Day, November 3rd, rather than, I guess it would be 5 business days, November 10th. You would not use that term to describe that, correct?
I would not. Correct, Your Honor.
And then picking up on Justice Alito's questions, Professor Pildes and others have said that late arriving ballots open up a risk of what might destabilize the election results if the apparent winner the morning after the election ends up losing due to late arriving ballots. Charges of a rigged election could explode. The longer after Election Day any significant changes in vote totals take place, the greater the risk that the losing side will cry that the election has been stolen, end quote. And my questions, one, is that a real concern? Two, does that factor into how we think about how to resolve the scant text and the...
No. The reason why I would argue this is not a real concern is because this sucks because I don't know what they have on the record for this case, like what they've submitted to the court. Don't ever let the Trumples run with this argument. People were not accusing the 2020 election of being rigged because of the vote totals and how they came in with the mail-in ballots. They were accusing it of being rigged because Trump in advance said it would be rigged. Everybody knew that those mail-in ballots were going to heavily favor Democrats. Everybody knew it. Bernie Sanders was on some late show, and he literally laid out the exact scenario where he said, well, this could happen on Election Day. And it is what happened on Election Day. It looked like Trump had won some states, but then as the mail-in ballots were being counted, like in the following night, the following day, that it switched. Like, everybody knew that was going to happen. So the idea that some part of the election was undermined because votes were counted late or something like that, that's not true. It wasn't because they were counted late. It was because Trump said it was rigged. And he was saying that it was going to be rigged a year before the fucking election. Okay?
Maybe conflicting or evolving history here.
I think I certainly respect the perception. I think one thing notable in this case, and I think helpful, is that
I don't like this argument because part of the defense's argument is going to be that it undermines the electoral system to see the election swap. But I don't want this image in mind or this scenario in mind for the Supreme Court justice or any American to think like, well, that is a decent argument, right? People could actually think that, there's less reliability in the electoral system because that did kind of happen in 2020, right? No, it didn't. 2020 would not be an example of that because in 2020, Trump was saying it was going to be rigged before any evidence, before any mail-in ballots were cast, before anything even fucking came in. You've probably said the same thing about fucking 2024 anyway. Like he said the last 5 elections were all fucking rigged. So yeah, sorry.
Do we need to see like ballots as they come in, fucking city by city? Isn't this just like what's the word that I would use? I don't know.
Entertainment.
It becomes less entertainment, or it becomes more entertainment and less about like who actually, I don't know, kind of won. Are Americans too retarded to see like, oh, mail-in votes just hit and now it looks like it's rigged to them?
I mean, for MAGA, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless they win, then it's not rigged.
Well, of course, it's too big to rig then.
Exactly.
There has not been much of a showing about actual fraud from post-election day ballot receipt itself. I mean, that was.
I think Justice Alito referred to, and I think this quote refers to the appearance of fraud. And is that a real concern? Is that something we should be thinking about? Confidence in the election process. Just curious how we factor that in here.
Right, and I think it would go back to the same answer I had for Justice Alito about simple text, straightforward text, and respecting the limits of that text, and looking at the animated history. I think it was the double voting fraud concern. I don't know that people have that particular concern. I think, obviously people can be, unhappy when a result flips. I think Congress may be able to take measures to address that, but I think there's no good evidence that Congress was doing that beyond preventing double voting in this context.
If you have to have a deadline, which you acknowledged, and if having a deadline of November 3rd rather than November 10th for receipt doesn't disenfranchise anyone, why wouldn't it make more sense to take account in some respect of that concern as we think about how the text and history fit together?
Well, I think, something that Congress was clearly, trying to do was adopting a simple rule in this text. And I think a very simple rule is everybody must cast their ballot by Election Day. I mean, that's quite administrable. I mean, if you have an Election Day ballot receipt deadline, there are certainly things to commend that. I think you're alluding to some of those, Justice Kavanaugh, but there's also a question of,
I'm not talking out of
I'm
time.
not sure, do I need to do it at 7, whatever.
I should have killed him.
Whatever it is. Whereas, if somebody wants to get all the information possible, they like voting on Election Day, you have a pretty nice, clear, simple rule, and that seems to dovetail quite well.
Well, the simple rule, but if it arrives on November 11th, you're out.
Right, but I think that's kind of baked into the risks you always get when you're doing, there are always some risks, regrettably, with mail-in voting. You can eliminate some of those risks by voting in person, but...
The risks would seem the same, no matter whether it's November 3rd or November 10th. In other words, that it could take longer than a week for the mail to get there.
The risk is there, but I think if you have Election Day ballot, and I think what we're addressing, are more, the way I might frame the issues are, these are policy points. The question is, did Congress wall off states from debating these policy points? I think the answer is no. And I think states could very reasonably say, look, we do want to get counting and get a result very fast, but we are concerned about these military voters. We do want voters to be able to get whatever information they want. I mean, the weekend before, that used to be a big deal in elections, at least. Maybe it still could be in the future. And I think a state could say, hey, look, federal law didn't wall us off from doing this. We get that it has some things about it that other states might weigh differently, but we want to allow that for our voters.
Well, I take your point, but it really goes to just thinking about what Election Day or day of election means. But I take your point. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Justice Barrett?
So I want to be clear about what your definition of finality requires. Would it require finality if the vote arrives by Election Day as well? So let's imagine an absentee ballot that's put in the mail or sent by common carrier well in advance of Election Day and is received and put in the ballot box by Election Day. Does that one have to be final? Or in other words, would it be a problem for you that the U.S. Postal Service permits recall for those ballots that are sent in advance? I guess what I'm asking is, do you have the same problem either way? You've taken a lot of questions, and I have those questions about what the effect of this recallability is. And I guess my question is, I want to understand what your definition of finality is and whether it applies to the earlier absentee ballots as well. Do they have to be final such that it would...
I'll be back, but I'm not going to be able to listen to this, so you have to tell me if anything interesting happens. Chat or Moot. 1 sec.
...be illegal to recall them pursuant to whatever regulation the post office has?
Right. I think I got it, Justice Barrett. Let me see if I can do my best on it. I mean, I think, in theory, if Election Day has not passed, there could be a window for somebody to...
So it would be okay, it wouldn't be illegal for somebody to recall a ballot before Election Day. I guess I don't understand why.
I mean, if a state allowed that, Your Honor, we don't.
So it would be okay for the state. I know you don't allow it, but right. I guess I'm struggling because if your definition of the election or the vote or casting the vote requires finality, I'm trying to understand why that would be different before the election. When I'm saying before the election, I'm talking about receipt for earlier sent absentee ballots and for later sent. It seems like the same rule should apply regardless, but it seems like you're saying something different.
Yeah, I guess I'm having a hard time conceding kind of a dual track rule in that circumstance.
So would it be, let me try to put it this way, would it be illegal for a state to permit absentee voting, but permit recall, or just kind of be silent about this Postal Service regulation that permits recall or anything a common carrier did to permit recall? Is recall a problem even if it's a possibility for those earlier absentee ballots? Because you can't consider them final. All these questions that you've been taking are about whether you could really consider the ballot to be final if you could recall it. So I'm asking whether that same finality test applies for the earlier ballots.
And I'm not sure, Your Honor. I mean, I guess I just keep coming back to you can't recall or change your vote or make.
And that's true no matter when you send it.
I think, I mean, certainly in our state, and I think that's right, Your Honor.
But I mean, as a matter of the federal law, it just seems to me that your definition has to be consistent, and it sounds like you're changing it for the earlier absentee ballots and saying finality has some kind of different force for the later received absentee ballots.
Right. Well, I think a state has to do whatever it would need to do to guarantee that on Election Day, all ballots, every cast vote is final and cannot be recalled.
But it doesn't have to be final at the time it's sent. Because it's okay to recall it if you send it 2 weeks in advance and you change your mind. That's not a problem. Okay, I'll withdraw.
Yeah, I guess I'm having trouble seeing how the Federal Election Day statute itself would necessarily.
Well, it's about your definition of election. It's about your definition of what it means to cast a vote. But let's put that aside. Obviously, there's a lot of talk about history in this case. Well, the Electoral Count Reform Act was passed in 2022, and for the first time, it defined Election Day. Should that matter? So should we be looking at how Congress understood Election Day to mean in the period of voting, what it thought in 2022, or should we be looking at the late 19th century and the Civil War practices?
I think most vitally it still remains 1845 as the key date, especially given that we have statutes that are trying to manifestly achieve uniformity in what is required of all federal offices. So I do think 1845 is the key date.
So Congress carried over in 2022 the same understanding of Election Day that had persisted throughout?
I think that's right. Final choice of an officer.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mrs. Jackson?
So let me just clarify. This case is not about a Mississippi practice or policy related to recalling ballots. Is that right?
That's right, Your Honor.
So I guess I'm a little confused about those kinds of policy questions. And I guess I think that the Constitution's allocation of responsibility here actually makes this case about who decides. I mean, there are a lot of policy questions.
I'm paying attention to
Justice
Jessiah
Alito ran through several of them. Who gets to receive the ballot? How long after can it be submitted? Does it have to be postmarked? I suppose you can add, is recall allowed, et cetera, et cetera. But the question, I think, is whether Congress has precluded the states from making those calls, drawing those lines. And your position, as I understand it, is no.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That the scantness of Election Day in the federal statutes actually is a point in your favor because it indicates that Congress was leaving it to the states to draw the various lines that might arise in this circumstance. Is that right?
That's right, Your Honor. And that's reinforced, for example, by the 1866 statute, which shows that when Congress wanted to be really prescriptive in this area, it was very prescriptive. It described this is what the states have to do and so forth.
So if we were really focused on what we're asked to answer here, which is Are the states preempted by federal law from having post-election day ballot deadlines? You would say no.
No, Congress just didn't decide that.
Let me ask you about the history with respect to Bruin. I guess I'm not sure I understood your answer to Justice Sotomayor, because it seems to me that Bruin is not even the right methodology by which to be thinking about this. Bruin applied to
Are these
the
like
Second
the creme de la
Amendment,
creme lawyers?
because the Second Amendment
who bring these
incorporated a
fucking cases up
pre-existing
here?
right. And the point of the history and tradition test was to try to evaluate the
I would
contours
assume
of
so,
that
right?
We don't have that dynamic here. We're trying, I thought, to figure out
Are there ever
what
like
Congress
retard lawyers
meant
in here?
when it included Election Day in its federal statutes. So it seems odd to me that the suggestion that the limitation on our understanding of Congress's intent is somehow tied to the state's practices.
I think that's right, Your Honor. I think the other thing, I think the point I'd emphasize is that the idea of embodying a pre-existing right confirms that there's something very much unchanging. And the thing that we know about election administration, it has very much been changing throughout the course of our country.
It's been changing throughout the course in a way that undermines the notion that there was one consistent practice, first of all, or that Congress's law, the meaning of Election Day in the federal statutes somehow was tied to what the state's practices were about that. I mean, I think this was your original point, that there were lots of different practices. And so to the extent we're saying, oh, you could only look at Election Day in the federal statute to mean exactly what the states were doing back at that time, this imperils a lot of different things, not just post-Election Day ballot deadlines, right?
That's right, Your Honor. And I mean, the only way to explain all of these changes is to read them in line with plain text and the limits of history, which is to say election is a final choice. I mean, otherwise you have to do what my friends have to do, which is, hey, look, we're going to pick out the one practice from these 19th century codes that we like, ballot receipts, say that's what an election is, and just ignore in-person voting, qualifications check on the spot by fellow voters, and that's just not sound history.
Can I ask you one final thing about the amicus brief from the Society for the Rule of Law Institute? Because I found it very interesting, and I didn't really know what your view of it was. That amicus brief focused on the Electoral College and Congress is setting it up, back in 1787 with the understanding that the casting of votes can happen on a particular day and the receipt of those votes by election officials can happen on a different day.
More of a 1776
and in fact, the way the Electoral
myself.
College is set up, I think at the time, Congress permitted in 1792 about a month to elapse between the casting of votes, which, by the way, it called Election Day, and the receipt of the votes by the electors submitted them to the President of the Senate up to a month after. So I think that's, to the extent we're worried or thinking about historical evidence, that seems to me to be pretty significant and compelling historical evidence of Congress's understanding of what was required by Election Day versus the receipt of those ballots at some subsequent point, correct?
Yeah, I think that's well stated, Your Honor. The other thing I tie it to in the same amicus brief, and I think the amicus brief does a nice job of tying into this, is the key thing is choice, choosing. The Constitution refers to choosing, choice, those
2 to 11,
those kind of verbs, and that's why that sort of thing is allowed.
And the choice is made when you cast your vote under the electoral process system, when the electors cast their vote, right?
Right.
And that is distinguished. I'm just trying to make clear that the casting of the vote and the receiving of the votes historically have been conceived of as two different things that can actually happen at different times, right?
I think so, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Clement?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. All agree that elections for federal office have to end on the day of the election specified by Congress. And all agree that you can't have an election unless you receive ballots, and there must be some deadline for ballot receipt. Nonetheless, Mississippi insists that ballots can trickle in days or even weeks after Election Day. That position is wrong as a matter of text, precedent, history, and common sense. Mississippi all but concedes that the original public meaning of election included both offering to vote and the receipt of that vote or ballot by election officials. And of course, the key distinction between voting and an election is an election involves the combined action of voters and election officials, as this court underscored in its decision against Foster against Love. And of course, Mississippi insists that at the time these statutes were passed, ballot receipt and the casting of the ballot were so inextricably intertwined, no one would have thought of one without the other. That seems to me to be a damning admission, but it also ignores the advent of field and proxy voting in the Civil War and the enormous efforts that states went to ensure that all of the ballots, whether by proxy or by field vote, were received by Election Day. In the state's view, all of those Herculean efforts were for naught or were entirely gratuitous. Now, the state's position actually works even worse as a matter of common sense. If somebody in Gulfport the day after the election asks, is the election over? The common sense answer is, no, it's not. The ballots are still coming in. And if somebody asks who won, The truthful answer is we don't know yet. The ballots are still coming in, and they may trickle in for weeks or months.
Your
And in
Honor,
fact,
we
they may
got no
trickle in
idea.
for weeks or months with or without a postmark in differing ways in differing states. That reality gives the lie to the idea that we have a uniform national election day. I welcome the court's questions.
How would you define the day of election?
I would say that the day of the election is it's the last day in which all the ballots are cast and they are received into official custody.
So how would you treat early voting as compared to late reception of votes?
So I would say, I think the best place to look for a treatment of early voting is the Kreisling decision by Judge Kleinfeld in the Ninth Circuit. Because after Foster against Love, there was a suggestion in Foster against Love that maybe early voting is a problem. He rejected that claim based on two things. One is the distinct history of early voting, and the second is the idea that was explicit in this court's decision in Foster against Love that Election Day is the date of consummation. So I would say, under our theory, early voting is permissible, largely because it has a different history and because of this idea that the Election Day is the date where the election is consummated.
Would you spend a few more minutes on, or at least a little bit more time on the voting during the Civil War? There was some suggestion that that's an example of late reception of votes. And I think in your intro, and this was my thinking, that it was not, that proxy voting was a way to make sure that the vote occurred on Election Day as opposed to afterwards.
Well, not surprisingly, Justice Thomas, you were exactly right. So proxy voting is the thing that happened in the Civil War that is most analogous to absentee voting. And the thing that is most striking is I think 5 states had proxy voting. Every one of those 5 states required the votes, the ballots, to be received by election officials back home by Election Day. Now, that's an incredibly inconvenient thing that was done in the Civil War to ensure the ballots were received by Election Day. And under the state's view, they didn't need to do that. Now, it's really no different in the context of field voting because there were like maybe a dozen states, if you're not going to count the Confederate states, there are about a dozen states that did field voting. Again, every one of those ensured that the ballots were received into official custody by Election Day. And of course, most of the states went to enormous efforts to replicate the machinery of the ballot box and everything else in the field. And some variation in that, but the one thing that didn't vary at all was that the ballots had to be received into official custody by Election Day. And just one last thought on this Civil War practice.
About the debate.
My
No, he said he had
friend's
a phone
only
call,
real
not the
answer to
debate.
the
I don't think the
idea that
debate's
at
whatever he said.
1845, there was an understanding that everybody would have had that, of course, the election involves both the offer to vote and receiving the vote, the ballot, into official custody. His only answer to that is, well, like the issue hadn't ripened, that nobody had even thought that you could divide the two. But the issue ripened in the Civil War. And the issue ripened in such a way that every state required the ballot to be received into official custody by Election Day, and then that certainly informs what Congress is thinking in 1872 when they extend the presidential Election Day deadline to the congressional race.
Mr. Clement, what do I do with the 2 states during the Civil War? Rhode Island, Nevada, you say 5 favor you, at least 2 don't. Nevada simply designated 3 of the highest officers in command, didn't swear them in, just said, 3 officers in the command can create a ballot box or suitable receptacle for votes and collect the votes of the soldiers with little further formality. Those military officers then would mail those ballots in and they would be counted whether they arrived on Election Day or after. What do we do with Rhode Island that simply directed soldiers to deliver a written or printed ballot with the name of the person voted for to the officer commanding the regiment to which he belonged? That officer wasn't sworn in as a state official either, and receipt could happen thereafter. So it's not, yes, many states believed, as they did at the time, that voting had to be in person, that voting had to be it had to be by voice instead of by paper. Lots of states had lots of beliefs about what a proper election should look on. But how do we deal with the outliers? Or you just want to ignore them?
No, I don't want to ignore the outliers. I actually think Rhode Island and Nevada help me in my side of this case. And I think that's because they did designate somebody, they might not have given him an oath, but they designated somebody as an official to receive the votes. And they had to come in.
So they're here, what's the difference between the post office and a common carrier? It's the official.
No.
You want an individual person, is that it?
Well, I want somebody who's cloaked with government authority, so that's one difference. But there's a critical second difference.
But it's not state authority, meaning you're now expanding what you're saying as government authority.
So what I would say is it was government authority, and I would say that my understanding of the history is that all those federal officers voluntarily accepted the responsibility, whether they took an oath or not. And I think
So could a neighbor and so could anybody else. I'm not moved. The point is that it permitted someone else to deliver the item, a final cast vote to deliver it and be received after. Under your theory of this case, and I think you and the government disagree on this, you believe that absentee voting by the military and overseas voters, the various laws, that federal laws under which states have proceeded with respect to those votes are illegal?
No,
or they're not saying what everybody has understood them to say, that states can accept absentee ballots after the election?
So
military and overseas ballots?
I don't think any vote is unlawful. Let me try to address how I think you would reconcile UACAVA with the Election Day statutes. And to start, I think it's important to recognize that UACAVA is not limited to the federal general election. So UACAVA applies to primary elections, to runoff elections, and special elections, and federal general elections. The Election Day statutes only apply to the general federal election. So the way I would reconcile the two is to say that all the references in UACAVA to state deadlines are perfectly fine, not preempted at all, not displaced at all, not even anomalous. With respect to the primaries, the runoffs, and the special elections. Then the court has a job to do in the federal general election as to say, like, kind of which is the specific, which is the general. I think the more logical way to do it would be to say that with the understanding in this court, if you decide in our favor, that for the federal general election, the ballots have to be in by Election Day, I would say—
Maybe we should have another president now, because wasn't it in Florida that they were counting military votes after receipt?
So with all due respect, that is the reddest of red herrings, because what happened in the 2000 election in Florida is that pursuant to a consent decree that was entered by a federal court because Florida was violating the principal provision of UACAVA, which says you have to give the absentee ballots to the overseas voters 45 days in advance. Because Florida was violating that, there had to be a consent decree to create a remedy that was not provided
What happened was that the judge made up the deadline, not the state. But I wanted to, how do you deal with the Soldier Voting Act in 1942? That permitted ballots for the extension of absentee ballots?
So the 1942 Act, at least as I understand it, again, is not addressed solely to general elections. And then with respect to general elections, it says that the military special SVA or whatever it was, the special military ballot had to come in on by the time the polls closed on Election Day. So I actually think the 1942 Act is fully supportive of our position here.
So the DOJ has been acting illegally when it has
No, Your Honor, no.
states for not following the act, the UCAVA.
No, again, remember that the UACAVA's principal protection is the provision, this is in 302 of the Act, not 303 and 304, but the 302 Act provision that says that you have to get the ballots to overseas voters 45 days in advance of the election. And interestingly, in the single most important provision in UACAVA, it ties the deadline to the date of the election.
So what do we do with Congress saying process in the manner provided by law for absentee ballots in the states involved? That's UNICAVA. And that at the time the hearings were being held on it, 12 states were identified as counting absentee ballots after Election Day. So it just ignored it and decided it was going to exempt out a little part of it, but not everything.
With respect to Sotomayor, that's why you have to remember that UACAVA is not focused only on the federal general election, which is the only thing where Congress has specified a federal deadline. So it makes perfect sense.
But does that help you or hurt you, the fact that it is broader? I mean, it's broader in the way that you describe. It applies to all of these different elections, but
Your
it doesn't
Honor,
make the
you're
distinction that
simply
you
not
are making.
understanding.
It says with respect to all of them, state absentee ballot deadlines should apply. You're encouraging us to treat the general election differently because you interpret Election Day with respect to the general election statute to have a defined time as of Election Day. But that is not what this statute appears to be doing.
So I think it helps us, and I think it helps us because to the extent you're concerned with those references to state election deadlines, they're inevitable. If Congress is going to address anything other than the general federal election, it has to refer to the state deadlines for receiving ballots because there are no federal deadlines for any election other than the federal general election.
If that's true, Mr. Clement, you would think that Congress would say, with respect to the deadlines, that there's no separate federal requirement, X rule, and with respect to the deadlines that there is a federal requirement, Y rule. But it doesn't do anything like that. It treats them all of a piece. And we know that for many of these elections, states were setting their own deadlines, and Congress, in passing these statutes, didn't suggest any kind of distinction between those elections and these elections.
So, Justice Kagan, as with almost every statutory question that comes to this court, Congress could have made it easier. They could have done all that, and they didn't. And I think you just have to reconcile.
But so what do we take from that? I mean, it seems what they took from that is that they thought that this state function of setting ballot receipt deadlines was something that was a state function. And that's what they took from it. And so they wrote the statutes this way, where with respect to all elections, the states were setting their own receipt deadlines.
So I don't see that in the text. That doesn't seem even logical to me. I wouldn't think the one place we were going to especially defer to the states with respect to the federal general election deadline is with overseas and military voters, where the interests of the federal government are probably paramount. But I just want to be clear about this. If you read the statutes different and want to reconcile them the way that the SG does, we have no objection to that. We just think the better way to read these two statutes is to reconcile them than the way that we do. And that would have one benefit, which is don't forget that in at least 20 states, they take the election day ballot receipt deadline seriously. So if you simply say in this case that election day ballot receipt deadline is true of all 50 states, then every overseas voters, every military voter is going to be treated the same. And they'll still have 45 days to get their ballot in. And one other thing just about Mississippi in particular, Mississippi has provisions in its election code that specifically accommodate overseas military voters and overseas voters. And it's not the ballot extension deadline that we have challenged here. There's a specific provision that says for UACAVA voters and UACAVA voters only, they can email their ballots.
Paid?
So
in exposure?
The idea that anybody is going to be disenfranchised here when the overseas voters and only the overseas voters have the option of emailing in the absentee ballot that they get from Mississippi seems to me to completely be misplaced. And the concern should really be the heartland cases. And remember, as Justice Alito alluded to, you have 8 states that don't even require a postmark. And there is nothing in Mississippi's theory that turns on the existence or the non-existence of a postmark. And that's probably a good thing because the Post Service has made clear that they don't even postmark all of the mail. And postmarks have their own problems. I mean, the main mailbox, post box in post office rather in Chicago stays open 24/7. So when all the other polls close in Illinois or every other state at 8 p.m., the post office is still open till midnight. Now, I'm not here to say that there could ever be voting fraud in Chicago, but the possibility that there's a 4-hour window where people could go get their ballots, absentee ballots postmarked after all of the returns are in, and they know that, this is the election where these things could turn the result. That does not seem fair.
So can I ask you a question about the offer to vote and the vote? So historically, it seems like the offer to vote was then you had to adjudicate the voters' qualifications, and then if the qualifications were met, then the official received the vote, and then it was put into the ballot box. And as I understand it, Mississippi still has sort of a similar system because they have to adjudicate voter qualifications as well as accept the vote. So you sometimes say, you in the United States, when the ballot box closes, and you sometimes say receipt. Are those two different things, and do the voters' qualifications have to be adjudicated by Election Day as well?
I don't think they're exactly the same thing. I mean, in some sense, I think the ballot box closing is a nice kind of common sense capture for the idea that the election ends on election day. Now, I think with respect to the voter, the qualifications challenge rather, most of that is solved in the current system by registration requirements, which they didn't have historically. So we think the critical thing is there are two things that have always been absolutely indispensable in elections, and that's the casting, but also the receipt into official custody. And one thing I want to make clear about this is Mississippi still takes receipt into official custody very seriously, and it is indispensable. They just have a different deadline. They have a 5-day deadline. And we've had a lot of discussion about the possibility of recall, and I think that is a problem for Mississippi. But they have an even bigger problem in my mind, which is the November 11th problem, which is to say, as Justice Kavanaugh pointed out, if the ballot arrives 6 business days late, Mississippi doesn't count it. It's a nullity, and under the state statute, they destroy it.
But let me return you to the adjudication question, because that's really, the Mississippi local officials brief says that they do not adjudicate the qualifications of all ballots received, even by election day, because it takes them more time to compare the signatures and process them. And I'll just get cut to the chase. The heart of my concern is that historically, it seemed like both of those things happened on election day, whether we're talking about Civil War, voting on the field, et cetera. But I understand that under your theory, we can separate those and say that only receipt matters, but adjudication can in fact happen afterwards. Is that correct?
I mean, that's the position we're taking in this case. I mean, I've spent enough time studying the Civil War history on ballot receipt, so I haven't studied everything about that election qualification. My sort of first cut answer standing here is that can be understood as part of the canvassing process, and that can take place after.
But I guess why can you separate out, if historically those two went hand in hand, that the qualifications, there was the offer to the vote and vote, it seems odd to say that the election is concluded by receipt when historically both of those things happened at the same time. So why is that one piece of history plucked out?
So 2 things. One, maybe I have another challenge that I haven't thought of. So I don't want to utterly foreclose that. But the reason I'm focused on ballot receipt is A, it's what's directly at issue here, but also B, it's the thing that to this day every state considers indispensable.
Challenge.
No state. Washington is the one that lets 21 days go by, but no state says that you don't have to have a ballot receipt deadline at all. And under Mississippi law, it's not, despite what they want to tell you, the ballot is not final when it's submitted. The ballot is final when it's received by election officials within 5 days. And you can have all the certifications certifications that this was before Election Day, and I have it notarized. And if it comes in on the 6th business day, this is the November
I love
11th
this new
problem.
keyboard.
What the state does
If
is
you're
they
looking for
treat
a
it as a
new
nullity,
keyboard-
and under the state statute, they direct it to be destroyed. So the ballot doesn't become
that
final
one
just
in
when
DDD
it's
chat.
submitted. The ballot becomes final when it is submitted, and under Mississippi law, it is received
was it? It
into
was only
official
like
custody
150
by the
Canadian, I think.
registrar
It was
within
cheap.
5 business days. That's finality under Mississippi law, and our humble submission is finality should take place on Election Day.
Thank you, Counsel. Justice Thomas, anything further? Justice Alito?
We have lots of phrases that involve 2 words, the second of which is day. Labor Day, Memorial Day, George Washington's birthday, Independence Day, birthday, and Election Day. And they're all particular days. So if we start with that, if I have nothing more to look at than the phrase Election Day, I think this is the day in which everything is going to take place, or almost everything. And then we have 3 points in time. 1844,
God damn it, I've got so many good
1872,
ideas, man.
1914.
You should be able to
We can
click
ask,
someone's
what would
fucking
people have
DGG
thought on
name and
those
see a
days
flare.
is meant by
Flares don't
this
have to
phrase,
always show up in the
Election
chat.
Day? Which of
But
those
imagine we
should
could
we
give
choose?
flares out
Which
for
of
people
those
who go to
days
fucking like
should we
events,
choose?
and it's not like a
Well,
chat flare. It's
I
like a
think
fucking
you choose
like
any of
it's
the
like a
3. I mean,
fucking
honestly,
thing.
I think the single best one, if you're just going to choose one, is 1872. And the reason I say that is because
badge, yeah.
1914 is the latest in time, but that's the one that Congress gave the least thought to because it was right after the 17th Amendment. And they just said, yeah, whatever the rule is for the House of Representatives, we'll use that for the Senate.
Okay, so in 1872, someone sees Election Day, and maybe they start with the idea, okay, it's a particular day, and then they say, but I remember the Civil War. And a big exception was made. There were different practices in the Civil War. It wasn't everybody going to a particular polling place and voting. So what then can we take from that? Should we just take from that, well, this was an incredible national emergency where
Why are you out here
extraordinary
protesting
measures had to
today?
be taken.
I'm just here for the DGG
What should
flare.
we take from that? What would an ordinary person have thought Election Day meant in 1872?
I just had to get my flare.
I think they would have said that's the day by which, at a bare minimum, the ballots have to be cast and received into official custody. And I think they would have, to the extent they were thinking about the Civil War history, I think the thing that would have impressed them is that even at a time of great national emergency, every one of the states insisted that the ballots be received into official custody by Election Day, whether by proxy or by field voting. Nobody said, well, it's a civil war. Let's give them a month. Nobody said that. And people literally went into harm's way in order to do field voting, and they all did it by Election Day. That seems to me to powerfully reinforce the idea that in 1872, if you told anybody, hey, all this means is you got to cast your ballot, but the state can receive it for up to 21 days later with or without a postmark.
This
I think they
isn't
would
that
have thought
different from the
that you were
morning
talking
stream
about a
right
different
now.
country.
Well, let's take the
I'm
last
sitting
of the
here
days,
listening to fucking
1914. My understanding is that Maryland departed
politics,
from your
and my
position
co-host is just
a couple of
fucking
years
AFK.
after that. Did anybody say at that time, wow, Maryland is violating the Election Day statute?
Kind of the same thing.
I don't know that they did in 1918. I don't know all the details of that. I think actually the first couple of these statutes that my friends try to count really are something different, which is they really allowed you to sort of vote in one district by Election Day and then have that election official give it to another election official. So I don't think some of those count. What I would say, though, is in 1944, Montana passed an extraordinary law that tried to extend the ballot deadlines
Yeah, except I'm not getting
for
paid.
ballot receipt.
Wait,
and they
that's
did
just
it
like
in
the
World
morning
War
one,
II,
actually.
and they did it for the best of intentions. And in the Maddox case, which the parties cite in the briefs, it's this kind of extraordinary case where the Republican Party and the Democratic Party of Montana both joined forces to go to the Montana Supreme Court and said, is this law lawful? And the Montana Supreme Court said it's not lawful, it violates state law, but they also said it violates the federal
I pray
law
every night for Dan to
specifying
get,
election
like, I
day.
don't know.
Thank you.
His new business redact bot for like $1 billion, and he'll give me $1 million. That's what
I
I'm
disagree.
rooting
I
on
mean,
right
you can
now.
all read it for yourself. I mean, I know my friends on the other side say that. I've read the case like 7 times.
In D.C., I vote by going to a ballot box that's on the city streets, all over the city streets.
That's my
Is that
retirement
received
fund,
by a state
waiting for
official?
Dan to
I
get
just go to
rich.
the ballot box, it's locked. I don't know and don't remember if it's time-stamped or not. But the city, I don't even know if it picks it up before Election Day. It certainly picks it up at some point. Is that legal under your theory?
I think that's compliant with the federal election.
Why?
Day
There's
statute.
no state official who has received it. A ballot box has received it.
It's official state custody, and I think it's important to remember that when ballots come into official state custody, and this is true under Mississippi law as well, at that point the state treats it very seriously and establishes a chain of custody. I mean, if you want to look at in the petition appendix at Mississippi statutes, the provision
So
that
it's different. It's different for you in kinds because a military officer like Rhode Island and Nevada during the Civil War, even though they were federal officers, not sworn in the state, they were official enough? Is that it?
It was official.
An empty ballot box with no person next to it is official enough?
So
but the Postal Service is not.
The Postal Service is not. I don't know all the details about what Nevada and Rhode Island did. I'm actually not even sure the Nevada statute was ever implicated because Nevada didn't become a state until the Civil War was basically over. But in all events, I think the statute that's issued here is worth reading. If you look at 89A of the petition appendix, I mean, they go to Mississippi once it's in the ballot box. And this is true of the absentee ballots that are received within 5 days. They go into lockdown. The registrar is told to record the number of ballots in the box at the end of every day. They are specifically treated essentially as to have a chain of custody to ensure that if somebody alleges there was monkey business in this election, they have a clear record of chain of custody that can show no, there was not. There's nothing like that when you drop it in the mailbox. There's nothing like that when you use FedEx. And I don't know, they say it's illegal to recall your ballot, but the Post Office allows you to do that. The FedEx allows you to do that. As Justice Gorsuch indicated, I don't think there's any way the state would even know it happened.
We have a state government official lawyer telling us on behalf of the state how to read their laws. Where are we on an issue that was forfeited below and not raised below are going to assume to the contrary now?
It was raised below. This was raised in the reply brief in the Court of Appeals. When my friend referred to it not being raised till the reply brief, I assume he was referring to in the Fifth Circuit. But it's in the Fifth Circuit decision, so it's properly before this court.
Justice Kagan?
Mr. Clement, I'm wondering what you make of the 2022 amendment, because that pretty clearly suggests that voting can take place not just on a day, but in a period. And what are we to make of the fact that Congress, just a few years ago, said there's a period of voting, and we're fine with that?
So to me, the most sort of striking thing, if we're talking about the same statute, the Electoral Count Reform Act, ECRA, or whatever it is, to me the most striking thing is there's one change to the Federal Election Day statute in particular, and it creates a possible exception for force majeure events. And I would view that as the only exception that Congress created.
Yeah, but the exception for force majeure events assumes a baseline of a period of voting. It talks about a state modifying the period of voting, those special events. But the baseline is that the state has a period of voting, which it then modifies for force majeure events. So I think that this is not like some special exception. It's an exception in the statute that assumes that a state is going to have not a day of voting, but very likely a period of voting.
So I would think that the most the period of voting would refer to is the practice of early voting, which we're not taking issue with here. And as I said, that has a distinct history. But I don't think they were saying the period of voting could last until after the election, because if that's what they had in mind, there'd be no reason to create an exception for force majeure events. It'd just be part of the period.
And could you tell me, going back to this, we're not taking issue with early voting, how it is that you're not taking issue with early voting? Because every time I sort of try to state what your rule is, it seems to me it's a rule that prevents early voting, because you're basically saying there are two things that have to happen, and they have to happen on Election Day. And it's the voting and, the casting of the vote and the receipt of the vote, and both of those things have to be on Election Day. And just like a normal person says, okay, well, when I early vote, I'm not doing that on that first Tuesday.
So I get why an ordinary person would think that, and for what it's worth, like a couple of ordinary people read your Foster against Love decision and thought, whoa, this gets rid of early voting. And they brought challenges in the Ninth Circuit, and they brought challenges in the Sixth Circuit, and all those challenges were rejected. They did it right in the wake of...
Let me suggest to you that they were rejected because it just seems inconceivable that on the basis of this kind of evidence, we would reject these practices that are so entrenched in 30 states. But the problem still remains is that your theory would have us reject them.
No, I don't think it would. And I mean, it's my theory, so I'll tell you what it is. These things have to be consummated by Election Day. I'm not making that word up. It's not the word I would make up if I were making up words. But it's the word that this court used in Foster against Love.
So that's where the theory comes from? It comes from the word that this court used in Foster?
Yes, and that was a word
don't look so, because a word that we used in Foster is the premise for your being able to separate Mississippi's law from every early voting law in the world, even though your basic theory should say that the early voting laws are also verboten?
No, with respect. I mean, I said two things when I first answered this question. The differential history. And I think it's worth reading Judge Kleinfeld's opinion on this. It's a Kiesling case in the Ninth Circuit, because he goes through this in quite some detail, and he admits there's actually a pretty good argument based on the text and Foster that early voting is problematic.
Been AFK too
but
long.
he nonetheless, even though he thinks it's a pretty good argument, comes to the conclusion, not because he thought it was crazy, but because the history is different, which was marshaled in that case in particular, and Foster talks about everything needing to be consummated by Election Day. And I don't think it was just a random word. It's trying to explain the unanimous decision in Foster against Love, which says, there was voting and there was receipt of ballots, and the problem was it all happened a month too early.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch?
On early voting, I just want to see if
Wait, is it really in
right.
3?
Both sides agree that there needs to be a final decision by the voter and receipt by Election Day.
Do you think he'll let me come in
Correct.
there and hang with Jessiah?
I don't think so. I don't think they agree with receipt by election day.
Receipt by somebody.
Oh, dear leader.
I'm going to do
The reason I trip up on that,
man.
I know, but just
okay, sorry.
I'm just trying to make sure there needs to be some final decision by the voter and receipt by somebody by election day. On that, I think you two agree. I think the disagreement is receipt by whom. And for you, it's an election official. And for your friend on the other side, it could be my neighbor. Is that a fair summary of your views? Because it seems to me you both agree that the final decision needs to be made by.
I'm gonna get Wick to invite me to Steve's next debate. I'm gonna be on Steve's side, and I'm just gonna merely play the soundboard. Cinema.
Based.
You didn't miss anything. It was boring.
Wait, is the defense going yet?
It was still the Republicans.
Jesus.
That was the last time I was tuned in. All right, go do your debate. Just so you know, the next Lib and Learn that they have, guess who's going to be on it? Do you know?
Yeah, I was spammed in chat 4 million times. The Taylor Lawrence person.
Jesus Christ. I can't have anything fucking breaking news-wise.
Oh boy.
Are you an egg on burger lover?
I mean, it's okay. Oh, I just totally left after answering that because I didn't fuck. It's okay, Moot. I love you.
Okay.
Well, enough of that yapping. Let's get this show on the road. Everyone ready?
Wait.
Everyone set?
Let me go fill my cup of water real quick. 1 second.
He loves his water.
Hey, go fill your water real quick.
I'm gonna turn my camera off so you don't see
We're
my
all waiting
belly
on
when I
you.
stand up.
Everyone's waiting on you. Okay, you just take your time, get your water, I guess. How you doing, Destiny? What's up?
I'm surviving. How you doing?
We're keeping out of trouble. Give me a second.
How many people here are sick?
Wait, what? Are you guys sick too? Shut the fuck up.
I'm not sick. I'm perfectly healthy.
Okay. Well, Hutch's family is. I'm not feeling particularly well. I think Mitti is the only one here who's like in good health at the moment.
Mm-hmm. What am I? Chopped liver? I just said I'm perfectly healthy, man.
Some of your takes call that into question, buddy.
Yes, so you know what? I'm moderating tonight. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, are you? Are you moderating, Wick? Or are you going to be an impartial moderator?
I'm not gonna get too into it. Okay. Not until the call.
Clock it. It's going to happen. He's going to jump off the.
Okay, let's get
fucking
started.
turnbuckle.
Let's get started. Enough of this. Enough of this nonsense. Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WhickTV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And tonight, we're here for the final battle for the soul of liberalism. We're discussing the best way to fight for liberalism in the era of MAGA. With the 2026 midterms coming up and the 2028 presidential election on the horizon, there's been a huge debate among liberals on how to proceed and what to do about MAGA and Trump. The core disagreement, at least to me, seems to come down to this. Does protecting American democracy from MAGA and Trump require a temporary breaking or stretching of norms and focusing on aggressive accountability? Or does that very aggression play into the collapse of the system itself by handing Republicans the same kind of playbook that would fuel endless retaliation? We're going to get into it. We got some great people here tonight to discuss it. They've discussed it one-on-one in various venues before, but I brought them all together, and I'm eager to hear them out. Hutch, you said you had a lot to say, so we're going to start with you and give you the first kind of introduction here. Go ahead, open us up. Let's see what you got.
All right, first of all, thanks for having me on, and let's just jump into this. So tonight, I will be making the case that Trump and MAGA pose an acute threat to our very system and that this urgency requires actions that go well beyond the status quo. My debate opponents are very much on the same page about this basic description of the current moment and the necessity for big solutions, but will articulate a set of remedies that I have not agreed with in many cases. Very simply put, I think they are going way too far and with very little meaningful consideration of how these measures will be seen by the voters who will decide if Democrats should keep power in the period following the next trifecta that we win. My opponents will jump from the system is currently being threatened straight to, therefore, all bets are off on how we choose to constrain those who threaten it. And they might suggest that if you disagree with this analysis, you don't fully appreciate the threat. You're not, or that you're naive, your optics cucked, you don't fully understand the stakes, that any remedies less forceful than what they will propose, which basically amount to varying levels of explicitly weaponizing the system itself, are tantamount to surrender, either weaponize or surrender. There is a really, this is a really straightforward false dichotomy. These are definitely not your only two options when confronted with a destabilizing and corrupt movement like MAGA. And there are many historical examples we can look to understand just how much can be done in between weaponizing and surrendering. Trump is uniquely awful for a number of reasons, but he's definitely not the first world leader that has tried to erode the system meant to constrain him. So we do have a number of roadmaps set by other countries who have survived such threats and went on to become healthier, functional democracies. My opponents might reference Brazil and South Korea as examples of how democracy should deal with these kinds of threats. But both of these cases will strengthen my argument that harsh or strong actions coupled with reforms within the system represent the clearest path back to something resembling healthy or normal. In Brazil, Bolsonaro's attempts to subvert democracy empowered a pro-democracy coalition to take power from him democratically. And the courts used harsh but entirely constitutional actions to constrain him. In South Korea, after their leader tried to do a swift power grab, it was the legislature and courts that used constitutionally permissible actions to constrain him. But the courts did not rubber stamp every move the legislature tried. There were still functional checks in place to block the legislature from doing whatever they wanted. In neither case did political parties abandon their commitment to democracy and liberal principles in the course of their actions to rein in those would-be tyrants. My opponents might fatalistically suggest that the moment we are currently in represents something analogous to Germany in the late 20s or Italy in the early 20s. These are extremely flawed analogs because both Italy and Germany had structural weaknesses that made them more vulnerable to those takeovers. Germany had been crippled enough by the Treaty of Versailles, so they were among the hardest hit countries in the world when the Great Depression hit. That, along with their collective humiliation post-World War I and a system that allowed for constitutionally suspending civil liberties through emergency decrees, allowed for someone like Hitler to rise to power. Italy was also not faring well during the Depression, but their worst problem was a fully impotent response to the fascists using more and more extreme violence and brutality to accomplish their goals. The current moment in the US is marked by erosions and acute threats, but these do not rise to the kind of problems Italy and Germany faced before they succumbed. Another problem to point out here is that we just don't have a lot of solid examples of countries when political parties of other countries weaponize the system in extreme or illegal, explicitly partisan ways to ward off preemptively a threat by another party, and this ended up working out well. We have, in comparison, many examples of countries that dealt with threats in ways that preserved and strengthened their liberal systems over time.
Okay.
I had a little bit more, but I feel like maybe we'll save that.
We'll
Sure,
get
let's
into
go.
it. I promise you. Okay, in the open back and forth. Thank you for being here. I'm really curious to see how this is going to go. We got Mitti here, who is on Team Hutch, and he has a few things to say. So go ahead, Mitti, and try to keep it a little shorter, and then we'll give it to Jessiah the Destiny.
I'm Mitti. I am just a guy. I'm around. Shout out to Nazi Erudite server Super Ego. If you want to talk to me at any point about any of this, catch me there. Please don't message me. I don't want any of that, please. But my opening statement hits some of the same notes, but I'll try and get through it pretty quickly. Everyone here agrees that any electoral win for MAGA is a step away from the essential values of liberalism in our country. We also agree that deterring MAGA 3 is going to be multifarious. Everyone here wants accountability. If we agree there, maybe you could write off some of our disagreements as disagreements of emphasis. But I think that something else is happening, and I worry it will hurt us in the long run. Simply put, I think the North Star of our party should be breaking congressional gridlock, re-embracing what little bipartisanship is left on the table, and fixing the legislative branch. There's no best future for America without this. Stephen and Jessiah are happy to include this strategy in their deck, and I have no qualms with accountability or even a strong emphasis on it. But I feel the narrative that drives them to that emphasis isn't zero-sum with mine. I think it's a narrative that chills the motivation for legislation and reform. And you can blame, what I think drives that narrative is kind of a black and white thinking. It's a narrative that's formed from being just engaged enough to get all of the terrible news, but stopping short of the boring follow-through and where how all these things were resolved. It feels like all of the pomp and very little of the circumstance. And you can blame Wick for that comment. He told me to be confrontational. I think a jaywalker is not a petty thief, is not a bank robber, is not a murderer. Trying to be specific here might feel like you're downplaying the threat. But while a black mamba and a lion can both kill you, trying to say that a lion isn't venomous isn't trying to deny or ignore that the lion is in the room. I see the other side of this argument. Both Stephen and Jessiah understandably treat the Trump administration like a rabid bear, tearing through fences, doing as he pleases, when he wants. How could I possibly see this man's foreign policy and say anything else? Of course, from this point of view, fence reform sounds a little silly. But when I look at his domestic agenda, that image to me shatters almost entirely. I stop seeing a bear. I don't see a tyrannical dictator. What I see is an opportunist. I see a hyena that knows his weight, roaming the zoo, killing smaller animals while avoiding the lions. He's not the biggest animal in the zoo, and he knows it. I think Destiny and Jessiah, to some degree, both make the stake that Ezra Klein warned us about in February of last year. They believe him. Trump has spent his entire last year doing what he does best, making a fuss and moving the goalpost, saying one thing and then doing a more timid thing. He's a freak in the foreign policy sheets because he's the king of that jungle by default. Domestically, though, the only lesson a future authoritarian could ever learn by looking at the Trump administration is to basically do everything differently than him. Where Trump is succeeding, he's depending on decades of heritage-style policy hawks combing through every letter of the law to find its weaknesses. And to their credit, they weren't entirely unsuccessful. But SCOTUS killing Chevron, for better or worse, was a signal to the legislative branch to take back their role in the government. And it looks like Trump's answer was to say no, and if all goes well, to hand us back the mandate to do just that. That's the main thesis of what I want to talk about today. I have more notes on more specific things about what I've heard Destiny and Jessiah say specifically in response to that, but at its core, I think that's what I believe that's what my point of view is going to be.
Sounds good, and we're going to get to it. Jessiah, go ahead.
I'm sorry about that. I did not prepare an opening statement, so I'll just say this.
Wow.
I was going to quote the Dr. Evil thing from Austin Powers, but I won't do that either. Look, here's how I look at it. I think Donald Trump is the greatest threat to American democracy since the Civil War. I think the fact that he has not been successful in every single attempt to prosecute his political opponent is not dispositive. Part of the process is the punishment itself. He has managed to extract concessions and capitulation from very powerful entities. He's cowed the Republican Party. Law firms and colleges have bent the knee. Ezra Klein, you mentioned, the don't believe him thing, but what was funny was, and I'll try to find the link, Ezra actually had to go back a couple of months later and said, yeah, I may have been a bit too reductive in not believing Trump because he has had some extraordinary success. The Financial Times did this really robust analysis about a month ago about how the rate of decline in Democratic backsliding in the United States is actually at a much greater rate in the United States under Trump term 2 than Viktor Orban's Hungary, for example, that we are not quite there yet, but we are regressing at a much greater rate than Orban's Hungary, which is pretty shocking. Ian Bremmer of the Eurasia Group, he's done his risk analysis for years about the greatest global threats, and his global threat analysis for 2026 said that Donald Trump's authoritarianism is the greatest threat to global security. Yes, he's incompetent. Yes, he's been checked, particularly by lower courts, but he has a 6-3 conservative supermajority, which, when he was out of power, granted him immunity. Hutch referenced other democracies that have been able to deal with this, South Korea, Peru, Brazil, and they have reacted much more aggressively, but they also have systems in place that are better equipped to handle somebody like Trump. I agree that reforms are necessary, but punishing Trump and holding Trump accountable, as well as like top MAGA leaders in the administration and out, it's not just that it'd be nice. I think it's necessary for this country to not further backslide. Let me put it like this. If things go the way I expect they will, which is that Trump will pardon himself and his top officials on his way out the door, and there's very little by way of federal or state prosecution to hold them accountable, no way to resurrect the cases against Trump by Jack Smith, which were dismissed without prejudice, so they could be theoretically resurrected. If that's not done, I think that will be the single biggest instance of Democratic backsliding that we've seen under Trump. I think it is necessary but insufficient. We need to do more. We need to, resolve Americans' issues. We need to campaign on other things. But we have to build a political consensus. We have to campaign in part on accountability. We have to get buy-in from the American people. And then when we get power, we need to actually follow through and not do what Biden and Merrick Garland did. That's where I go.
Thank you for being here. Destiny, what do you got?
So I feel like when we look at this debate, I think there are 3 big points that we're all going to end up circling around, or that we have to come to some kind of agreement on. The first one is that I don't think we're here accidentally or randomly. I think this is by design where the conservative movement is wound up. I think that bad faith actors cannot be completely regulated against. You have to have people that are engaging with the system in good faith, and that without fear of some kind of retributive action, some kind of accountability measures, Republicans will absolutely continue down the same path that they've been down for decades. I think that when you look at how we got here, I think you can look directly at things like the Brooks Brothers riots that Stone was a part of for canceling the recount in Florida for Gore v. Bush, and then the fact that the Supreme Court then almost lent credence to that protest by shutting down that recount. I think you can tie directly, you can trace directly a path from that to literally, Roger Stone on camera talking about how they're not going to accept the results of this election, or Bannon saying the plan is that Trump is going to say on election day, we win, it's over, stop the count. You can draw a direct line from A to B to C because there was no response to any of the things that happened. You had, Gore conceded that election immediately when the Supreme Court made their statements. There was no huge punishment for Stone. And I don't think that I don't think that continuing down this pathway of not punishing people for their actions has benefited or changed their behavior in any significant way. The second big example I bring up is McConnell stealing a Supreme Court pick from Obama. There is a world where, in my opinion, Amy could be a swing vote on the Supreme Court, but it's a 6-3 court. So now you have things like the immunity ruling, which has given Trump unlimited shield from, any kind of criminal prosecution. And I think that you can draw a direct line from McConnell blocking a Supreme Court pick from the Democrats to that Supreme Court pick that Supreme Court ruling, because we were deprived of a pick. I don't believe that in the future, as much as we talk about it now, I don't think the Democrats will have an appetite for blocking a Supreme Court pick from a Republican president for a full year like they did for Obama. I don't think that's going to happen. On the second point, the bad faith actors cannot be completely regulated against. When they were talking about stealing the election in 2020, they were openly amongst themselves talking about violating the ECA. They knew what they were doing was against the law. That's why they kept saying it's constitutional, because they were saying that they could override the law by appealing to the vice president's constitutional powers in the Senate. When Eastman and Rosen were having their arguments over if the Supreme Court would support them violating the ECA, Eastman's first pass at it was saying, well, we'd probably lose 2-7. And they said, we'd lose 0-9. But it wouldn't matter because it's a political question, so the Supreme Court wouldn't rule on it. You've literally seen Trump pardoning people for breaking laws, sometimes breaking the laws to protect Trump. Like Roger Stone, was convicted of things related to perjury because he was lying on behalf of Trump, and then Trump pardoned him. I don't know how you could possibly make a law for somebody knowing that the president will pardon them if they break that law. There's no way you can regulate your way out of the environment for that. You've got Supreme Court decisions that, the other side is going to say, well, the Supreme Court's holding them accountable. I don't know if when the Supreme Court says, well, we don't think these tariffs are okay, and then Trump says, well, we're going to keep doing them through any means possible. We're not going to pay back any of the money we've collected so far, and we're going to do other mechanisms to keep doing it until basically his term is over. I just don't know what the accountability mechanism is there, why we feel like this is going to deter future bad behavior. And then going into the third point, without fear of retribution, I don't see why Republicans just wouldn't bring back another Trump for 2032. This is the big thing that if my fears could be assuaged here, if somebody could talk me out of this feeling, why is it that Republicans won't just run another insane candidate in 2032, knowing that there was no accountability, knowing that they were able to scare long-term political gains, no matter how much we win in the upcoming midterms and in 2028, and whatever margins we retain if we do in 2030, they got rid of all that extra IRS funding that Biden had for the 80,000 whatever extra IRS officers for taxes that they could have collected. I don't know if that's ever going to be brought back. We've lost our abortion protections because of a Supreme Court ruling. We've had this acceptance now that we can tariff the entire world. We've permanently ruined relationships with other countries. We've gotten rid of USAID. We've gotten rid of the Department of Education. These are long-term political gains that Republicans will enjoy for many years to come. And I just don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't continue to act that way. Now, my final question would be, for people that advocate for a gentler approach on the other side, I guess my big question would be, what did Biden do wrong? Because I feel like everything you would have ever wanted is essentially what Biden did. And then the response to Biden was just electing Trump in an even more unhinged manner a second time. So I don't understand why we would play that playbook again. I feel like it just leads to the same bad stuff.
Okay, and with that, let's open up the floor. I guess that's a good place to start as any. To Hutch and to Mitti, to deal with Destiny's question there. What would your answer be?
Mitti, I really like that intro. Why don't you kick this off and I'll bounce off you? Oh, you're muted.
You're muted, buddy.
Yeah, because this was the question that I spent a lot of time thinking about, because Destiny, you proposed it a couple of times. Would it be like a fair summary of what you said, that like Trump kind of found an exploit in the system, and that exploit makes it easier to do Republican progress and harder to do Democratic progress, and as long as they can just keep doing that exploit, et cetera, it just kind of like makes going through the normal way not viable?
Well, I think his question was specifically about Merrick Garland, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, or just Biden in general.
Biden, he said Biden.
But I feel like the exploit will always, there's always going to be an exploit. Like that's always going to be the case. That was my second point, is that bad faith actors cannot be completely regulated against. There will always be some exploit or some abusable thing.
Can you, Mitti, are you a Game of Thrones guy? It's relevant. Like, have you ever watched Game of Thrones?
Unfortunately, no.
So, spoiler alert for season 1. The main character goes to secure the realm, and the evil queen is presented with a letter from the king who just died, and it's basically checkmate for her. And instead, she just rips the thing in half and overthrows the hero. Basically, the idea is there's no way to bad faith proof a system. If you have a bad faith actor of sufficient power and security, they can just run roughshod over the rules. And they don't even have to do it as blatantly as ripping up a piece of paper. Like the immunity decision to me is like the ultimate demonstration of bad faith interpretation. There's no immunity clause in the Constitution. There's nothing from an originalist prism which would justify presidential immunity. But because the Supreme Court has a 6-3 conservative supermajority, there's no accountability for them. There's no higher court of review. They say what the Constitution says, even if it violates the plain text. And now Trump has, if not a get out of jail free card, then certainly like a coupon he can redeem, which works to his advantage. So I think
but this is where I feel like we're like, as we're walking down this chain, we're jumping between 3 different conversations and using whichever one we need to in the moment. Like it feels like we're talking about like the Department of Education and the political wins, and why don't they do this from a political point of view? And then we're talking about the immunity decision and whether or not there's going to be repercussions for doing X, Y, and Z. And then in other moments, we're talking about the stay on the tariffs, because you can do a lot of damage. But like all of these things I feel like are different, right? We talk about the stay on the tariffs. The tariffs weren't stayed for Trump, but the student loan was stayed for Biden. Yeah. And there's a boring answer for that. And the boring answer is it's harder to, if not impossible, to like unforgive student loans than it is to refund money, which is not impossible to expect to happen at some point. And such when a Supreme Court is deliberating, it would make sense. This is a boring answer. I'm not saying it's a compelling one. I'm saying while a Supreme Court is deliberating, but like, for all intents and purposes, the Trump tariff regime, his entire central economic platform, is dead on year 1.
So with all due, I'm sorry, I got to cut in there. And Destiny, you're more conversant on this than I am, so you correct me if I'm wrong. But I actually disagree with that. In the tariff decision, even the justices themselves, including, I believe, the ones who voted to strike Trump's tariffs down, they acknowledged that it was going to be a fucking nightmare, a bureaucratic nightmare for Trump to refund all of those tariffs. That was a shared consensus among the justices, both the ones who struck it down and the dissenters. So I reject the premise that it's relatively easy to refund the tariff revenue.
I didn't say easy. I said, or if I did say easy, I take it back. I just mean it might happen. It might happen in some respect.
You said compared,
I think he meant like
just real quick. Go ahead, Hutch, and then.
I think he meant theoretically easy. Like it's like on paper is easy. I think
it's we all agree it's easier than unforgiving student loans.
I don't know. I don't know why that would be.
Because
even if we grant you that, the court is tilted in Republicans' favor, I don't know who would deny that. But even if we granted that, I think the thing that we're trying to focus in on here right now is like, are there currently checks against Donald Trump that are meaningful? And there are. I mean, Destiny, you can dismiss the Supreme Court decision and what Trump decided to do afterwards in a different kind of pursuit of a similar but much more constrained policy. But they did tell him you are not allowed to do like unending tariffs. Like they put a cap on the amount that he can tariff people, and there was a time limit baked in where now he has to go to Congress if he wants to get those
Yeah, guess
extended.
what else? There was
So
a time
he
limit. There was a time limit baked in on the last ones. You realize that, right? And then Congress voted themselves out of the time limit by saying 1 day in a year it counts as an entire year. There was a time limit on the last tariffs he did, and they got around it. You could say that he put a cap on it, but he didn't. He's
Well-
already collected the money. The equivalent. Here's the equivalent.
Well, no. It's moving forward, Destiny. It's moving forward.
What's moving forward?
They did constrain him. They constrained
But
his
they constrained him
his
to. If
tariff
I would have
policy.
told you a year and a half ago the U.S. president was going to put a 5% tariff on every country on the planet, everybody would say that's insane. And you're saying that they've managed to constrain the president now to 15% tariffs to every country on the planet? You hear
But
how
he has
insane the
that's
conversation?
legal. That is his legal authority to do that.
I don't agree
That's
with that.
not lawlessness.
I don't know where that comes from, that he's able to do that unilaterally with no oversight from Congress.
He's appealing to a law. The law has review processes.
So does the first law. The first
he did
law
the
has
same thing
review.
with the tariffs
Yes.
that were struck down.
Yes, and he can't do that anymore.
Sure, but
After
now he's
the
doing the
fact.
same thing with the second one. But he's already collected the money. They've already implemented the policy, and he's trying to carry this on in any way possible.
So my question is collecting the money the important part?
A little bit. Like here's in my mind how this could switch. Imagine if Biden was the one to have done the tariffs. I feel like what would have happened is Biden would have announced we are going to have upcoming tariffs. It would be challenged in the courts. There would be a judiciary stay on the tariffs, so they wouldn't go through, and we'd have to wait for the Supreme Court decision to come down to find out if we're going to have tariffs or not. Meanwhile, if Trump would have done the Department of Education, abolish the student loan things, I think Trump would have burned the whole fucking server farm down. He would have gotten rid of the Department of Education, and then if the Supreme Court eventually ruled against him, Trump would go, okay, good luck finding the loans. That's the difference. Now, I think you guys would be saying that other world, well, look, the Supreme Court ruled against him, but you say, well, the fucking papers are gone. We don't even know who owes who. And I think that's the same thing with the tariff thing. Now, that money's not going back. They would be refunding. That would be a nightmare. I don't even know how it would be fairly refunded.
But that's a separate consideration, though.
Wait,
It doesn't
it's not
change.
what I'm saying.
It doesn't change
It's not
the fact.
It's not
Well,
a
hang
separate-
on.
Wait, just real quick.
It doesn't change the fact.
Hold on. Let Hutch go, and then Destiny, you can respond.
It doesn't change the fact that the Supreme Court has limited Trump's ability to do things on a number of occasions. It's not even just the tariffs. Like he tried to get rid of like birthright citizenship, and the courts have like struck him down. They're arguing in
Wait,
court
isn't that
just
still
yesterday.
going through? That's a case they have to hear. They issued a stay on it, but it's still waiting for it. Yeah.
I guess I just I fundamentally disagree.
Hold on. The court was it yesterday or the day before? Seemed very poised to strike down his effort to get rid of mail-in voting, for example. And the courts are not the only check that's on this president. You can argue that the courts are tilted in his favor. Obviously, they are. And so, you might have. I could grant you everything that you're about to say, but they have like told him no on a number of occasions, and so far he has not just like blatantly ignored a Supreme Court ruling. But
Hutch, real quick, I'm sorry to
even the Congress right now. The Congress, he's been pushing the Congress to pass the Stay Back.
I just want to say this for 2 seconds because it's
filibuster for like a number of weeks now, and they continuously saying no.
Let's just ditch this argument. Hold on, real quick. And Jessiah agrees with this too. Nobody is saying that Trump has been able to act completely lawlessly, completely independent of all the courts ever. All of us agree that the courts have restricted him to some extent. Okay, nobody's saying that like he's completely defied all the courts ever, but he has made huge gains lawlessly, and the courts kind of sort of check him. But it's after a long period of time where he's already secured the political gains from the illegal actions. If we do believe that the Supreme Court was correct in ruling that the tariffs are illegal, he's collected $300 billion of illegal money.
He didn't collect the benefit of getting rid of mail-in ballots before that happened. They're going to strike that down.
Hold on. Well, wait a minute. We don't know. Wait a minute. Wait. We don't know. So you're talking about the oral arguments that happened the other day in front of the Supreme Court. My take on that is they were actually pretty favorable towards that mail-in vote challenge.
That's not what I was reading, but
at least with ballots that were received after Election Day, even if they were postmarked before, which maybe that's not the full Monty, but that would certainly restrict some level of mail-in voting. And that case hasn't even been decided yet. But
hold on, can I? I just want to make a. I have been hearing this over and over and over again, and it's just, to me, I'm just going to say that I just find it like absolutely ridiculous that we can like hand wave the idea that the Supreme Court didn't take Trump's central economic platform that he is out on 500 limbs on, completely gut it, and like hang him by his fucking petard in the middle of everyone. Like, we can talk, like, do we act like we talk about it like, oh, well, he collected money for a year, and it's like, is that what Trump wanted to do? Was that the goal? What did that, or is his base looking at that going like, man, I really like that they collected taxes on us? Like, is it, Trump was trying to onshore manufacturing. He was trying to secure deals. He was trying to win. And like literally days
tariffs weren't
after,
doing any of that.
No, this is
in the weeks following, we've already had countries basically say, okay, our deal's off.
So the tariffs weren't reshoring manufacturing, number one.
our tariffs weren't reshoring manufacturing, number one. Number two, they were extremely unpopular with the majority of Americans, including not a majority of Republican MAGA cultists, but like an increasing number of Republicans. Number three, they were exacerbating inflation. And this goes to the point. Is the Supreme Court dispositionally loyal to Trump? Yes. But no one's saying that they're absolute puppets of him. The fact of the matter is they managed to min-max this in the perfect way. They dragged their feet to take up the challenge. They considered it for a lengthy period of time. They refused to stay the tariffs, which they could have done and would have done had it been a Democratic initiative, again, like student loan forgiveness, and even the Department of Labor's vaccine mandate that Biden tried to implement, test or vaccine. They stayed that shit instantly. But here's the other thing. They were also saving their own ass. It was bad for their pocketbooks. And they may have done Trump a solid with respect to the election. If the tariffs had continued unabated, and we don't know what had happened with this Iran war, it may have led to further political disaster for Trump. So again, I'm not going to give the Supreme Court a standing ovation for this. And by the way, this is the one instance that I can think of, other than the Kilmar Abrego Garcia thing, which was kind of a half-assed, no, you don't have to, you have to effectuate it, but you don't have to enforce it. They tried to parse through this. Trump dragged his feet with complying with that. This is not a court that has a habit of checking Trump.
I think that I'll go ahead and say that, like, yes, I think that the court's ideology, I think that the three conservatives that voted against tariffs have a consistent ideology that I think will often err on Trump's side more. But I guess I just disagree that those three in any way are considering Trump's political agenda. Here's the thing. I will say, I'll name names. I think Kavanaugh is like in space. I think Thomas is probably overtly corrupt. Like I'm not going to deny those things, but like Gorsuch himself quite literally says like, hey, this logic shot down student loans. So this is what we committed to, and we're going to shoot down tariffs. Like I guess this like additional motivation for the Supreme Court to like save Trump from himself, to justify the idea that actually Trump can't do anything he wants, and in fact is kind of like completely caught out in the middle of the entire world after using these to bully nations, and now has no economic platform and has skipped to his final, what's usually the final like sundown foreign policy years. He's jumped straight to that immediately because he has nothing left. And we didn't go into... Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say also, like, you guys are making the case for reforms. That's what you're doing.
Okay, wait, before we get into the reform argument. So
we should take aggressive action to reform this court.
Go ahead.
That's a different argument than we should further erode the system.
Before the reform arguments, I just don't see how this is a loss that you can do a thing that, if we agree with the Supreme Court's ruling, that the Supreme Court ruled correctly, what they've said in effect is that the whole last year of tariff stuff was illegal. What was the punishment for that? He got to collect a lot of money. He blew up like all world trade with the United States. He made enemies of so many people around the world. He has gotten corrupt. He's running this like weird quasi oligarchical thing where now people have to go to him individually to plea and beg for certain companies to get some reprieve from the tariffs. He got to collect all of the benefits from that for a year plus. The Supreme Court has finally narrowly checked him on IEEPA or whatever tariffs, and now he switched immediately to another thing that gives him the ability to 50% tariff everything else until we get another ruling on that in a year or two or three.
But those tariffs are like that law calls out tariffs, says the president has, et cetera, and the other law that he's not citing the law that demands review. He's citing the law that's 15 for like however many days. But we got to understand his tariff regime is over. He's not going to be.
It got to exist for a year plus.
And what does he have now?
Well, we blew up our trade relations with the entire world. He got to collect $250 billion off of it, and the money's probably never going back to the American public. And now he's just doing something else that is trying to mirror it.
This is where it's like, is Trump's goal just like legitimately, I want to destroy America? Or is he a martyr that believes that if I take on the other nations, I'll get something out of it? Like, what is he gaining from this?
I don't care. It's not so much what he's gaining. It's that if you can hop from thing to thing, you only have 4 years in office. If you, in effect, get everything you want, and then at the end of the 4 years, the Supreme Court has said that everything you've done is illegal, then, well, I mean, you got to do all your shit anyway. Who cares? Like, keep it up, King.
I mean, if you want to take another perspective on it, like all of the countries were like, yeah, sure, dude. dude, we'll give you a framework. And they didn't give him anything. He got literally nothing.
Why?
Like, I mean, I get that it sucks for us, but like,
Yeah, go ahead, Hutch, and then Jessiah.
Why is the Supreme Court being institutionally biased towards conservatives in the Republican Party right now? Like, which I'm sure everybody agrees with. Why is that automatically a justification that we should further erode the system, that we should replicate the tactics
I'm not necessarily saying that, I don't know what we're talking about for replicating or what the solutions would be. I'm just saying that this is a weird notion. There's no other part on the planet, or there's no other form of civil law or criminal law where we would say accountability is you got to do a bad thing for a year and then they told you to stop doing the bad thing, but you get to collect all the pros of the bad thing that you did for the past year. Like, Donald Trump has got to reap all the pros of the past year of tariffs and everything else that resulted from that. Now they've put a stop to that particular way that he did it. Now he hopped over to another law that you say has review. We'll see if the Republicans in Congress actually, work through that review or not.
And his family's been enriched. To Stephen's point there, his family's also been enriched as a consequence of leveraging these tariffs. There are other countries that are in the process of building Trump resorts and golf courses because he hit them with a tariff in 2025, and then in exchange for, a golf resort here or a golf club there, he takes the tariff off. I think it was India, for example, just off the top of my head. So it's not just what the tariff regime was foolish from the beginning. Again, it increased inflation. He didn't get his 90 deals in 90 days. He had very little to show for it, but that's what he wanted, whatever the motivation was. And he got to do it for a year, and he personally benefited from it.
I'll agree with the idea that Trump probably ludicrously benefited from it. But the underlying idea is or at least one of the things I was responding to with this is this idea that you can't regulate bad faith actors, right?
Yeah.
But I'm looking at what we're seeing right now, and I know we can at the end, what he has left is what the regulation allows him. And when I say his tariff regime is done, he's not going to other countries and making demands about a 15% tariff. He's not on whim saying this and that, which was the whole premise of the IEEPA tariffs, right? And I get that there's always going to be something, but we've literally never had a Trump before. I never had a Trump 2, never had a Trump 1. I know we're but this idea that we can just infinitely hop between laws and there's always going to be something that allows the president to do whatever. The word precedent exists for a reason. We do close these things with precedent. And with that being said, I am in favor of putting more liberals on the Supreme Court. I'm not necessarily in favor of packing courts, but I am in favor of putting more liberals on the Supreme Court that would stay the tariff order earlier.
How would we do that?
Well, here, wait.
How would we do that without packing the court?
Before we move on to that, this is
just
win
Okay, hold on. We got a lot of places to go, and I think Hutch asked a question earlier that I'm really curious about, and I know. How do
we shouldn't just breeze past that. I mean, how can you justify jumping straight from you're laying out a very real problem? I don't think anybody on this panel disagrees with the structural imbalance, the institutional bias towards the Republican Party right now. But that's not enough for me to say we should, copy what Trump is doing or emulate his sort of, I would just say open corruption, open weaponization. Why are you jumping straight to that?
Real quick,
what is the justification for that?
Because if we don't agree on this point, then everything else fails. Do you think? I can't speak for Jessiah, but do you think that if a president comes in and they abuse an exploit for 1 year, they get checked on it, and then so in the second year they find another exploit to abuse, they get checked on it. Third year they exploit another thing, and then fourth year they exploit another thing, and by the end of those 4 years, they got to exploit a different thing every single year, but it got checked on and patched, and then the next president comes in. Was that a successful functionality of the system? If the last president was bad thing. No, but I'm saying is that the system working as intended? Do you think that's it was good that the system at least checked the guy? Because in my world,
it is working as intended, but it is weakened. But that's not an institution being weakened is not in and of itself a justification to step outside of the boundaries of the system to address that problem.
Justification. It sounds like you guys are saying that as long as you're checked eventually, and the check is to tell you to stop doing the bad thing you've had a huge benefit from. For us, it doesn't work that way. If I violate a contract, they don't just say stop violating it. There are real damages, there are liquidated damages, there might be penalty clauses built in. If I break the law, let's say that I scammed somebody and I broke the law. Not only are there criminal penalties, I might have to pay restitution to the victims. I can't keep all the money that I made. But for the president and the way
what are you asking us to do? What are you asking us to agree to?
I'm just saying is it seems like the Mitti, I think, made the argument that the Supreme Court did a really good job at eventually shooting down the tariffs, But in my mind, the damage has been done. That's not accountability. That we got screwed there. They won. That was good for them. They won on that. They won that fight.
He's asking. He's wanting to know if you regard it as a meaningful check, which he and I don't.
I mean, it is undeniably meaningful.
Yeah.
Like,
I
you
think a
could say it's
preliminary injunction or a
insufficient.
TRO
You
would
could,
have
you could say
been,
that you could say it's insufficient and that it's leaving space for like personal enrichment, and that a court that would allow and not stay things and allow illegal things to operate would be enabling personal enrichment. I'm totally okay with admitting that. I want more of liberals on the Supreme Court. I want more people that would stop that. I want more ACBs and I want less Kavanaughs. Like the reason I'm talking about the tariffs the way that they are is not to say that like that was an ideal response or that was great, that was awesome, good job Supreme Court. Like I have a lot of resentment towards a lot of what the Supreme Court does. What I'm trying to say there is that.
Oh wait, can I guide your question? Can I ask? I just want a quick thing that you can. Okay, let's say, because this is what it all comes down to for my last question. Let's say that Trump would have known, all the Republicans would have known that on day one, if they do the tariffs, the Supreme Court would block them eventually in a year and a half. Do you think they still would have gone through with it? Because in my mind, the answer is obviously yes, and that's the problem.
Well, yeah, probably, but again,
can you expand on the question more? Like, what do you mean?
If they knew that by the time this gets through the Supreme Court, they're probably going to rule against us and peel them back, would they still have enacted the tariffs?
Oh, not if they stayed at day one, but if they knew that after it all.
I agree with you there. But so if they would have still done the thing, but then that goes to my argument that like, so if they,
I don't think so.
You don't think they would have done it if it would have gotten repealed in a year and a half?
I think Trump and his people genuinely, truly thought they could get away with it. Unironically.
No, but that doesn't. So maybe I'm confused now. Maybe I misunderstood because I thought you first said yes and then no. So do you think if they knew, kind of like how in Stephen's opening, he gave the example of when Trump was trying to overturn the 2020 election and the lunatics in his like legal advisory team were like, we'll just flagrantly violate the ECA. And yes, it'll go down, 6-3, 7-2, 9-0, but we should do it anyway to buy time. His question is, do you think if Trump had known the Supreme Court will eventually strike down your IEPA tariffs, would Trump have done it anyway? Do you agree?
No, but this is where like Eastman is not Miller, is not Hegseth, is not Trump. I genuinely think that the like Eastman and them.
I understand, but can you answer the question? Like, no, I'm asking you to just give me a yes or no.
I'm sorry. You're right. What I'm trying to say is that I think that the people that pushed for tariffs and put that forward and made that and said, Trump, make this your central platform, or here's this law, we can do this. If they knew they had a time machine that sent them the signal and they had absolute confidence that, at the end of this year, what happened, I don't think they would do it. No.
Jeez.
Okay. Hard to disagree, but okay.
I feel like this part is kind of the less important part.
I think it's the most important part.
Both myself and Mitti, I assume, would already grant you that the current situation with the courts, well, specifically the Supreme Court, is untenable, and it does require reforms and something to address the situation. So we can just grant all of that, and we arrive back at my question, which is, why is the institution being biased towards the Republican Party alone a justification to further erode the system?
Okay, can I just say like
authoritarian?
What are Stephen and I
want you're going to distract it from that question. I think that question does deserve to be answered. I want to give it to Jessiah, and then we'll get it to Destiny if he has something to say about that. And then
what if Stephen and I proposed that regarding the Supreme Court in this instance that would erode the system?
Well, I don't know about you, but Stephen, proposed I don't know if he was memeing or not being serious, but he proposed possibly kidnapping Supreme Court justices.
Well, to be clear, the president was legally allowed to do that. Just to be clear, no, what I said, and it's annoying because nobody believes me, but I mean, this is just true, and I bet my whole life on this, is the president right now has the authority to kidnap Supreme Court justices. So if Trump thought there was going to be a ruling that would come down that he doesn't like, he could do a national security, whatever, send the FBI, kidnap a few Supreme Court justices he thinks is going to rule against him, and then win that case or whatever. That Trump has the authority right now to do it.
Well, should the
Not
Democrats
saying you should do it, but
consider? Well, you brought it up in the conversation we had, and then you kind of laughed at me because you were suggesting that I was being naive, and I didn't really understand that actually he does have that power. And so at the time, you did make it seem
No,
like
what I was
this
trying to make you understand was you guys keep saying this thing like in the system, out of the system. But what I'm telling you is like the system is just a gentleman's agreement. Like at the end of the day, it doesn't. It's like we talked about earlier the Game of Thrones example with Cersei ripping up the letter. Well, imagine if instead of ripping the letter up, imagine if she would have said, actually, King Robert's decree here is invalid. I think it was written by an auto pen. That's what this administration is already doing. Like that's what's happening.
Executive branch is a gentleman's agreement. That's what a constitutional crisis is.
Yes,
the
but
idea
that means
that they're
you
just
can't
going
regulate
to
it.
do a thing.
You have to. There has to be. You have to.
Well, but then we're just in like a rule by power situation. Like all that it is just like. Okay, well, but then at that point,
that's why both sides have to feel like the other side will exercise power against them if they step outside of the gentleman's agreement.
Wait, can I
something there? That's kind of the point. It is a gentleman's agreement, which is why the only plausible way to compel good faith from actors who are otherwise inclined to be bad faith is not just reforms. Reforms themselves are insufficient. It's accountability plus reforms. They have to fear retribution or fear accountability.
But this is okay. This is what I said in my opening statement. Like we all are saying like yes. In our deck of cards, accountability. In our deck of if you just don't enforce laws. Like I agree with when you and Hutch were talking the other day. And what you were talking about was like, it's kind of actually corrupt for the Democratic Party to just be like, we're going to leave that alone. Like, I think that's really fucking stupid. I think that the Democratic Party, when they get clear evidence of the law breaking, and even if it's politically inconvenient, if they feel like they should prioritize the health of the nation through enforcement. 100% with you on that. But what I was saying in the opening wasn't that like, hey, accountability is the problem. What I have an issue with, and I'm kind of taking the reins on this half, so Hutch can go. I'm separating myself from Hutch here. But like, my problem is that the narrative is that like, what makes these statements that like, what we're seeing right now is lawlessness. What we're seeing right now is that all the fences are failing. What we're seeing right now is that the gentleman's agreement isn't enough. What we're seeing right now is a complete failure of the system. But like when we actually follow through every single line item, every agenda item, one by one by one by one, it's an overwhelming, like Trump is just moving from shape to shape to shape and then just starting something new so you won't look at the last thing that he tried to do that he can't do. It's and in all of the in half or more of the things that he's been allowed to do, it's because of a statutory issue. And I think this emphasis, and this is core to me, I think this emphasis that we need to amend the Constitution, we need to do term limits, like this foundational structural thing, is missing the point that most of what's restraining Trump and most of what's enabling Trump is statute. Alien Enemies Act, Impoundment Control Act, the way in which we structure agencies. And like I said, like Chevron changing was like a huge deal.
I think, but what you're talking about is baked into your example. It is self-defeating. When you say that he has to hop from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing, why? Why is he allowed to hop from thing to thing to thing? It's because he thinks he can violate all these things.
Because he's the first one to ever do it.
Gain some advantage from it, and then go to the next thing afterwards. If I was at a daycare,
I
started
just
punching kids, and they were like, "Stop punching kids," and then I started kicking kids, and they're like, "Stop kicking kids." Like by the time I've beaten up every kid there, and they're like, "No more attacking," I was like, "Okay, cool." But like, you've already gotten all the stuff you wanted.
I will 100% put on the table right now. Fuck Trump, the United States, right? I think the idea that this sort of level of personal corruption and self enrichment, 100%. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not saying that we've obviously seen, unless we do something about it, we've obviously seen that individuals can benefit themselves off of this government with lawlessness, 100%. And we need to do something about that. We haven't done enough about it, and more needs to happen. But then it feels like while we're talking about that, there's this switch to, well, the legislation, like the actual trajectory of our country. I think, Stephen, you mentioned at one point, like abortion was a part of your perspective here, or it's like this idea that like, we're hopping from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing because all those doors are closing. And like, I guess we could argue that you could be infinitely like regress into smaller technicalities that you're misinterpreting. But like Trump losing on tariffs has basically closed that door forever. Right.
I want to give it to Hutch, and I have a question for the panel, because we keep, I think, dancing around a central issue here of like what to do about it. Like when we talk about if the system isn't sufficiently stopping Trump and his hopping and things like that, and you say, well, they're just getting away with it, how would you stop that in the future? In what way, other than simply just kind of naked partisan?
You do it through impartial law enforcement and institutional reforms. I don't understand this logic that reforms are ineffective against future bad faith actors. I don't understand that logic at all. The system itself was designed not to completely prevent any possibility of a bad faith actor ascending to power in the United States, but to potentially constrain such actors in the future. And the way that we've dealt with these kinds of things in the past to great effect, to really productive effect, was through reforms. I mean, you can say that, Trump existing and winning re-election in 2024 nullifies everything that we've done in the past that's helped. But I mean, all of these post-Nixon reforms, I have a list here, but there's a lot. It was numerous, and it did help and strengthen the system. That didn't mean that these reforms were a guarantee against bad faith actors. I just don't understand this. When you
that's
say
a
that,
great example.
When you say, I'll just close out with this. When you say that reforms, you can't expect them to constrain bad faith actors in the future, that kind of reminds me of the argument of like, well, there's no point in passing any laws because criminals break laws. But this is when you talk about deterrence, like if you actually put reforms in place that would add criminal penalties to the things that the Trump administration are currently doing, that would make them future Trumps susceptible to criminal prosecution after they're done, that is a deterrent. And you can't, are you saying that that's not a deterrent?
No, it can be, but that's the point. That hasn't happened. You cite the Nixon reforms. Trump's violated all the Nixon reforms. The Nixon reforms were not binding on Trump.
Not all of them.
He just said no. He said the norm about how the president doesn't dictate prosecutorial decisions. He's like, no, Pam Bondi, I want you to prosecute X, Y, and Z. And even if you say, well, many of those prosecutions failed, that's not a consequence of Nixon-era reforms. That's other aspects of the system, like grand juries and things like that. So the Nixon reforms...
But he didn't violate all the Nixon reforms. Like part of the Nixon reforms was like strengthening FOIA. There was a Privacy Act of 1974 that limited the executive branch's ability to surveil citizens. They tightened restrictions on like FEC regulations. They established a DOJ Office of Professional Responsibility. They, established the norm of the independent DOJ. That Donald Trump is violating, but you can codify that. You can actually formalize that norm, and like Congress could do that next week, and the next president would be beholden to that regulation, to that like statute.
Can we agree on? Because I this was one of the frustrating parts when you and Hutch were talking, and I feel like you almost reached it. And maybe I'm wrong. When we talk about norms, right? Does this definition track like the idea that like there are laws and then there are norms, and norms are areas where we have an agreement to allow an authority to exist, but an understanding that we should probably only use it in select circumstances, even though we're leaving that avenue open, right? The president can direct the DOJ, but we've kind of all agreed that they probably shouldn't, right? That it's best, and it's a gentleman's agreement beyond the status of the law, right? And one of your questions was, how can you identify a norm that's worth breaking on an unarbitrary reason? And I think California is a perfect example of that, right? Like a norm is this idea that, yeah, states have, in some respects, authority to do this, but we choose not to. But norms are gentlemen's agreement.
What do you mean by California?
Just that, like California, did I say redistricting?
No, just the gerrymandering stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And like to Destiny's point, and this is where I agree with Destiny, I just think it's like in a smaller circle, like if the other side is using and breaking the norms, yeah, fuck the norms, right? Like you don't die in that way, but that's different. And I think that you and Hutch had a disagreement here where you were saying Hutch was being, I don't remember if the word was corrupt for wanting to appoint Jack Smith. I'll be black and white here to describe it. Hutch wants Jack Smith for reasons he can describe in a vacuum without mentioning Trump. I would say, if I'm being sure, I'm not accusing him, just to make my point. Could you describe why you want the fair speech norm, those norms there? Could you explain why you don't want those to be there without mentioning the effect at the end of it? Like that's the difference, right? Like we have to understand, like norms exist because they have a better result when we act this way, but it's nice to have the authority. And maybe if it starts getting, I'll wrap up. Maybe if it starts getting abused, we abuse it too. And then the response should be, all right, let's close that up. Maybe we like drop the authority or we drop the norm. And it feels like one of those has to happen.
Okay, let's give it to Jessiah so you can respond.
So yeah, you threw a lot out there. So first, it wasn't just a norm that California changed. It was the California Constitution. They put it up for a referendum. They modified the Constitution in order to pass Proposition 50. So they actively, aggressively changed the law in response to gerrymandering. I think it's a great example. A lot of people on the left and the right talk about how gerrymandering it's really illiberal. It's wrong because, it's the politicians choosing the voters rather than the other way around. And yet we as a party came to the consensus that no, this is a time where instead of just dying on the hill of principle, we say no, we're acting in self-defense. We're setting principle aside for self-defense. And Newsom was able to make that case and persuade California voters to buy in, but he changed the law to do it. Number one.
We did that. Sorry.
Number two, as far as Hutch and Jack Smith, my point with Hutch was I think Hutch tries to have it both ways, and Hutch can address this later on when I'm done, which is that, I feel sometimes he suggests that he's above the fray, like, oh, none of my policy prescriptions or reforms are outcome oriented, when in fact they are. Hutch was very candid. He wants to appoint Jack Smith in part because he knows Jack Smith or believes Jack Smith would prosecute somebody like Trump. Now, when pressed, he'll just say, well, no, I'm appointing Jack Smith. I can just say I'm appointing Jack Smith for maximum accountability. I could say the same thing. You said fair speech, which leads me to number three. I could say the same thing about why I would want a Democratic FCC to be more ruthless than the Biden-era FCC. I could totally delete Trump's name and just say, well, I think that the FCC should be more rigorous because we've seen previous examples where free speech violations have gone or FCC regulations have gone unenforced. So no, I could do the same game that I think Hutch plays, and I don't think he's being bad faith. I think he's trying to have his cake and eat it too, and give myself plausible deniability. I'm just being much more blunt as a political commentator.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask both of you guys a question.
Sure.
Do Destiny and Jessiah, do you guys agree that if the country is going to get on a healthier track, a better track, a more quote unquote normal track, would you both agree that this requires the public to have more faith in our structures and our institutions than they do right now?
Yes. I think in the end, yes, that will be necessary.
I'm curious Destiny's answer to this as well.
I mean, I would say yes, but then my question is immediately like, well, what would be things that could restore faith in the government? Well, what if you had a bipartisan president that didn't engage in political prosecutions of his enemy, that allowed his DOJ to act so independently that there were investigations of himself for classified material? We've got the Hur report, allowed endless investigations from Congress of his son, Hunter Biden, and for his DOJ to convict him of crimes. Like, maybe did these restore any faith whatsoever in U.S. institutions?
Well, I don't know if this is the strongest I don't know if this is the strongest argument to say that someone like Joe Biden, which, for all his strengths as a president, being a cheerleader or being someone who was out there like changing hearts and minds, that was never his strength. And so just because he failed, I would say failed in that mission, that doesn't mean that the mission itself is we should just give up on.
I don't think
right?
you will ever find
I do want to circle back to the question and just like
somebody
ask
who gets prosecuted
again,
as much by his own government and endures it like Joe Biden did. That will never ever that's
so
the
Destiny,
law is completely lost if that's
so Destiny,
assumption.
Are you making the case that right now it's just impossible to ever do anything to get the public to have more faith in these institutions?
Not when one side is constantly undermining it. No, I don't think you can.
And I don't think
I don't understand. I really don't understand that logic. Like, how do you know that that's impossible?
Well, I mean, I don't know 100%, but it seems to be the case if one side is constantly undermining your institutions, no amount of good faith participation from the other side seems to help. Is there a counterexample to that?
Ask that question one more time.
It seems like one side has been trying to undermine all of our institutions for a decade at least. Well, but like especially over the last decade. I don't know what the Democrats have done to undermine the institutions. It feels like they're trying to build them and adhere to them as much as possible beyond what even a reasonable person might be expecting. And it seems like that doesn't help at all. It seems like all the faith in the institutions has decreased for everybody, Democrats and Republicans.
And Stephen asked this question earlier. Maybe you can like wrap it into your answer, which is, why didn't what Biden did work, and how would you meaningfully deviate from Biden? Because it seems to me that we had this conversation before, and to me it's the Trump card, Hutch, which is you would think in a polarized system, the one plausible avenue, at least on paper, to try to get buy-in from a majority of Americans, or a super majority, like a decisive, meaningful majority, would be to have a Justice Department that would be fastidiously apolitical in terms of who it prosecutes. So you would prosecute people of the opposing party and your own party when they violated the law. And yet, that's what Biden did. Biden made all sorts of politically inconvenient, politically damaging prosecutions. Henry Cuellar, Bob Menendez, Hunter Biden.
That wasn't
Joe Biden.
That wasn't Biden doing these things, right? That was an independent DOJ operating as it should have after the norm that was established post Nixon.
That's Josiah's point, though. It would have never happened under Trump, right?
Hold on,
Okay, but like,
hold on, please, Hutch, like I do want you to address their major point though. Like, if Biden's way of doing things, right, didn't seem to have an effect, why will it have an effect in the future?
Well, I don't think Biden did what I would have wanted him to do. Like,
what's the major differences that you don't think that Biden failed on that you would do differently under your system? Let's get to that.
That's a good question. But I think one of the most depressing aspects of the Trump era is that I think he has been quite successful at getting people to forget about why these norms were established in the first place. Many Americans don't even know about these norms. They think that presidents just normally go out there and direct DOJ to do things. And so I think Biden was just not that guy. But if we had a more capable messenger, then I would have taken that opportunity to remind Americans why these norms exist. Like right now, I think the Democrats have a real wide open lane to contrast themselves with Trump. Like right now, the electorate is tired of the corruption, the perceived corruption. And if we can get maybe like ideally like an outsider candidate from the Democratic Party to go on to win, someone who's not saddled with the baggage of the establishment or something like that, that person could directly like use that platform to educate people. Like, I am recommitting to this norm. This is why the norm matters. Yeah. This is why we need this in our country, and this is why it makes us stronger. Therefore, I'm going to do a joint press conference with my attorney general and announce to the country, look right at my attorney general and say, if I ever ask you to direct anyone to prosecute anyone else, I want you to resign and go to the media immediately. Like things like that. Like people need to be educated about like why this. People forgot about Watergate.
Just think about what you're saying though. One, Barr did resign and went to the press when Trump was telling him to investigate the J6. He went to the Associated Press. That reporter was shocked that Barr fucking called him. Was like, I need to talk to you. So that already happened under Trump. Didn't affect Trump at all. Nobody gives a fuck. And then two, Biden did say publicly that
we're not talking about how it would affect.
No, but I'm saying Biden did say publicly that he didn't confer with Garland on anything. He made these statements publicly that he doesn't talk to Garland at all.
But again, you would concede that Biden was not the strongest messenger.
That's like I don't know how to. Yeah, I guess not. But like, what are you saying? What kind of strong messenger would there be? A guy to come out and say like this? I'm really for real. I don't know. I don't know.
Do we even like this? And you can respond, and Mitti can get in here. I promise.
Do we even like this norm, guys? Do we even like the norm of presidents not directing federal law enforcement to investigate specific people?
Yes.
Yes, as a general heuristic, I think it's a great idea.
So if we want to go back to that, at some point, necessarily, somebody does need to take a leadership role and educate people of why this norm matters and why we should recommit to it.
But this is where I want to pin you down, Hutch, to the best of my ability, because it sounds like to me what you are suggesting is that the next Democrat should do exactly what Biden did, but be a more persuasive communicator. Because
when you say exactly what Biden did, I mean, don't interfere with DOJ. Yes, you should stay to that norm. You should reinforce that norm. You should ask Congress to codify that norm, Jessiah. You should ask them to formalize a separation between DOJ and the presidency, and they can do that. And if they do that, would you agree and concede that that would probably go a long way to helping not everybody, but a lot of people start to have more faith in that institution?
No, I don't think it would help at all.
Probably wouldn't be possible.
I think it would just get misquoted by conservatives.
I'm not talking about converting everybody.
Think about the evil quotes from the Biden speech where he said, MAGA Republicans are a threat to the country. His thing there was incredibly explicit. He said, the people that are undermining the election are a threat to the country, which is true. And that whole thing gets quoted by a million people constantly saying, oh, Biden hates MAGA. So whatever statement you make publicly, the conservatives are just going to spin because that's what they do, because there's been no punishment for it. Why would they not continue to do that?
Hold on. I guess a question then for Destiny and for Jessiah. Do you not think that there is anything that we can do as Democrats or liberals at this point to, I guess, get MAGA and get Republicans in general to trust institutions more? Because it sounds like you're just saying, well, they just will never change. There's nothing we can do.
Forget about MAGA, though. Forget about MAGA. We're talking about 45% of the country.
I want to answer this question there. I think there's exactly one. There are two possible things. Okay. And here's the one. If you ask me to bet, what is the best way to get buy-in from MAGA on a Democratic Justice Department? To never prosecute Trump or a MAGA official and exclusively prosecute Democrats. I think that is the only way you would ever get MAGA any sort of buy-in, where you give Trump and his cronies a free pass and you exclusively go after Democrats. Then MAGA would be like, fuck yeah, what a base Justice Department. I like the cut of this guy's jib.
I don't think we should even be entertaining this. That question is not the right question. Who cares about MAGA? They're always going to interpret anything that happens with federal law enforcement. If a Republican is indicted, they're always going to call that weaponization. Hang on. There's a more important block here. Hang on. There's a more important block here. 45% of the country are registered independents. Okay, these people, the people in the political center, are more malleable. They are more shiftable. If the goal is to try to convince MAGA to believe in the DOJ as an institution, that is a fool's errand. Why would we do that? These people are captured.
The question to maintain the institution is to get the lawmakers on the other side to believe in it. When I look at the two huge things that Republicans don't touch, even when Trump begs them, I'm looking at like packing the Supreme Court or any questions about that, which they don't even talk about. Because why? It's because they already have the majority on it, but they know that if they were to pack it, it would get repacked, and it would be really bad for them. And then two is the filibuster. Trump asked them to get rid of the filibuster. He's kind of flirting with it now with the SAVE Act. I'm sorry, Trump, the Save America Act. But why haven't they done that? Because they know Democrats will pass crazy legislation and fuck them. So these are two areas that Republicans won't push on, but it's because they know that these are two areas where if they push on it, they're going to get playback, and it's going to be really bad for them. But when it comes to things like the abuse of the DOJ and all these other things, they do it with impunity because they know it's not ever going to come down on them in any negative way. So they'll continue to do it. The institutions will defend themselves if the lawmakers think they have to play by the rules of the institutions. But as soon as those rules are gone, you're never convincing the public when half the lawmakers are pretending
Hutch, do you agree with the idea? Do you agree with the idea? Okay, I want to say two things because I didn't get to say my thing earlier, so I'm going to say both things. Hutch, do you agree with just like generally the idea that like if we want to uphold our norms, right? I would disagree with Jessiah here. I don't think that prosecuting Trump was breaking the norms. I think the idea that someone does a crime just because like it's something, it might have been a strategic choice not to pursue like charges about choices made in specific situations, but they're like the idea that like prosecuting people who did crime on the other side of an office or charging them or holding them accountable, like the idea that that's like that we're like sacrosanct, that like, because like the whole premise of what Hutch is saying is that like we want to prosecute Trump. So the idea that like the accountability is in the process.
But that was a norm. I'm sorry. Like I think you misunderstood my position when I brought this up. Not investigating and prosecuting presidents was the norm. It was the norm.
I think not fact-finding and pursuing, but Trump created an unusual circumstance in which he presented his lawlessness to the public.
Well, so did President Nixon. Number one, number two. As far as Trump,
I would say, I'm curious for Jessiah, when you say you bring up Nixon a lot, I have a different take on the Nixon stuff, but maybe you know more about the history of the time. My feeling was the way that Nixon conducted himself was more or less behind closed doors and with the assumption that if he got caught, it would be bad. Like when Nixon resigned, the reason why he was pardoned, the way the FBI was conducting himself, Nixon, like you keep talking, not you, but Hutch keeps talking about like, should we not pass any laws because people are going to break laws? No, I think laws are good for people that break laws, but there's a difference between people who break laws, knowing that they're criminals, versus people who are the executive, the people who are supposed to enforce laws, and are trying to play clever games around it. Like, you can pass laws to hold murderers accountable because they know if they murder and they get caught, they're going to be charged with murder, and that's it. But it's different when there are people that think they can play games with the rules and never be held accountable for breaking those rules. Those are two different things. And when Nixon was president, he did his shit. The reason why he resigned and the reason why he was pardoned was because the FBI was already investigating him. Like, he was going to be charged with crimes, and that's what every president was operating under the assumption of, is they will be charged with crimes.
Can I challenge something? I want to just challenge, because I feel like we're taking this point for granted, and it's kind of like the core of the conversation. When Destiny talks about how we did this, and then Trump won. I don't like intuitively, and I don't see how we can just so flippantly be like, yeah, the lesson learned from the 2024 election is that nobody cares about integrity. What's up, Hutch?
It is an insane standard to say that we can only say that something got better after a reform if it was permanent. If they were like Republicans never won power again. I don't understand. How could you justify this standard?
I want to.
Well, I do want to hear that too. But Mitti, finish your point, and then maybe we can get that into because that is an important point. Go ahead.
It is just true. I love my boy Biden. He was a legislator of his era, amazing, etc.
Gifted speaker too.
He dropped off the map for 2 years and ran for the office when he was clearly unfit. Dropped out in the middle of it. Like, what we're talking about, I understand that on the other half of that is Trump. I spent 2024 neck fucking deep in how terrible that shit was. I get it. But like, we're acting like we didn't just set off a bomb in a kindergarten politically and then saying, oh, well, the conclusion we should draw from this relatively close loss is actually nobody cared about all these other, like what Biden did in any other circumstance is like automatically a complete swing state blowout in my opinion. And like the idea that we're supposed to contend with this point as if it's just a given that like, oh, well, everything that happened in Biden's term, we need to reconcile that as if it's consequently brought us Trump. Like, COVID also happened. A complete shift in the media ecosystem happened that the Democrats were not even a part of. Crypto influenced and empowered a shit ton of fucking terrible Silicon Valley right Republican people. The whole media environment like shifted overnight and we were not ready for it. Like there were multiple nukes firing with so much more impact than, oh, what choices did Biden make with his DOJ? Like, I guess I'm not trying to say that it didn't, I'm not even like trying to conclusively say, I got you. I'm just saying like that to take this assumption for granted that like it didn't matter that Biden did it by the books when like multiple nukes were going off and he did what he did and put us in the situation we were in. And with love, if you ever see this, with love, Kamala being the follow-up to that, the fact that we did as good as we did is at least, in my opinion, a testament to something.
I think you're talking about separate things. So Biden doing it by the book, we're saying that failed not only because Trump never made it to trial, not only because there were delays in bringing the federal prosecutions against Trump. And we know from multiple extensive forensic reporting that it was because Merrick Garland was afraid of the Biden Justice Department looking too political, which in of itself is a political decision. And by the way, not to pat myself on the back, but I'm going to do it here. I have maintained for years that it was a fucking mistake to appoint a federal judge as your attorney general because a prosecutor and a judge are two very different roles in the judicial system. The attorney general is not a judge. It's a prosecutor. You are adversarial by nature. Your goal is to fuck the other side within the bounds of the law. Merrick Garland used to be a really good prosecutor, then became a judge. And the reason I'm going to pat myself on the back, I heard Chris Christie, Republican presidential candidate, former Republican governor. He was on the Fifth Column podcast just the other day and said the same goddamn thing. You don't appoint a judge for a prosecutor. He had a judicial temperament. It was a mistake to appoint Garland to that position in the first place.
Also, just a quick thing for Jessiah to bolster that, there was another official who was under the DOJ who also tried very hard to be apolitical that led him to make some extraordinary decisions, and that was Comey with his 52 updates to the Clinton email investigation because he didn't want to have the appearance of being improper as well. It's annoying that all of these either have no effect or they seem to favor the conservatives.
The Republicans.
Every single time. Here's the thing, and I think both me and Hutch will say this gladly. I think that we should cast that behavior out immediately. This idea that we're like introducing political sway to like baby a half of our country and that is the reason that the accountability didn't happen. And had that accountability happened, we wouldn't be where we are right now. I totally get that.
Yeah, I do.
Well, and the other reason, just to finish up, the other reason why we can say that Biden doing it.
Before you finish, I do want you guys to address Mitti's core concept here, which is that trying to pretend that the Bidenisms, I guess, for lack of a better term, of following the system didn't work, and what led us to Trump doesn't seem to follow from the fact that we had so many other outliers in that whole, I guess, election system.
It seems just as plausible that if they would have been more aggressive and Trump would have actually like faced jail or whatever, and just like he just was off the table, it is entirely possible, I would say even more plausible, that would have produced a stronger Republican candidate who would have beat Kamala by more. So the idea that like Biden playing by the book was one of the reasons that he lost, or Kamala lost rather, that seems kind of shaky. It's not a very strong foundation.
I feel like the response here to what Hutch said is just going to come down to whether or not you think a generic Republican president, like a sophisticated Republican president, would be better than Trump. And I think for a lot of people's stories in the world, obviously the fuck not. For Abrego Garcia, obviously the fuck not. But like,
wait, what? I don't think a conventional Republican would have gone anywhere near as hard on ICE. I don't think, as much as I
a conventional Republican wouldn't have done that to Garcia in the first place.
I'm going the opposite way. I'm saying that Trump winning, I might have missaid it. I'm saying Trump winning is obviously for Abrego Garcia individually much fucking worse.
Well, let's say here's my kill shot question to that.
But can I finish?
No, let Destiny ask this question.
If he wants to finish his segment, okay, go ahead.
I'm just saying that like it's not obvious to me, and I would argue, and what I have a lot of prep for if we even get to it, is that Trump winning on the broad macro is probably in some ways, because he fucked it up, not because he won, but because he fucked it up, better for a leftward movement in our country, even if it sucks and will forever suck for so many people that he hurt, right?
Okay, wait.
I'm not sure if we can confidently say that about like a sophisticated Republican taking office.
Okay,
that's all that I'm saying.
I think that's a totally separate issue. But so here's my kill shot question. We're talking a lot about the general, and that maybe Biden didn't make good steps to restore faith in our institutions, and that's why people voted against him, blah, blah. Fine. But what about the primary? Why didn't Nikki Haley or DeSantis rise up in the Republican primary when people saw how Trump behaved? Trump soared through that without it even being a contest. It's not.
Why did he soar though? Why did he soar?
Because Republicans don't believe that he did anything lawless. They think that he was totally vindicated and he was correct in every single thing he did. Because there was no pushback against anything that he actually ended up doing. Nobody knows the details of the Mar-a-Lago case.
I'm going somewhere particular with this. Okay, so when he was first indicted, and then it just like rained indictments over a couple months, his popularity shot way the fuck up with Republican voters. So to me, this kind of cuts against your claim that if we, take strong measures to make sure that these people are punished and suffer consequences, that this is the only way to get Republicans to understand that there are consequences for their behavior.
Wait, indictments are not consequences.
I'm almost done, I swear. In a highly polarized situation like we find ourselves in the United States right now, the opposite side are not going to view these kinds of harsh legal measures
indictments are not
as
harsh.
a disincentive. It's going to be a vindication to them that they are persecuted by Democrats.
It's not.
So I don't think it's going to produce the result that you're looking for.
It's not a vindication it's just an indictment. Like, imagine if Trump would have gone to jail after New York State. I think people would have been forced to detail that case a lot more rather than nobody knowing the details about anything. If he would have been convicted and there would have been actual consequences, I think people would have viewed it substantially different than just indictment. Indictments are literally like the best thing ever.
We're talking about MAGA. We're talking about MAGA.
For anything. Yeah.
MAGA's a cult of personality. MAGA's a cult of personality. And this is what I meant when I said earlier, and I've said it before and I'll say it again. The only way to get buy-in from MAGA is to give Trump a blank check. Fuck MAGA. It's a cult of personality. They just need to be beaten and shown the consequences of running lawless candidates.
No, but to that quote, hold on, Jessiah, though, to his point, what is your evidence that that's going to make them do it less? Isn't it not just going to feed into their narrative and have them do it more, right? They go harder in the paint. They'll tell their audience, they'll tell the independents, which are to Hutch's point, the group that I think is actually swaying.
Why haven't they gotten rid of the filibuster?
I don't mean to make a crass comparison, but like...
Well, real quick, I just want to know that. Why haven't they gotten rid of the filibuster? That's my big question.
There's two reasons. One, we underestimate how much the Senate really loves themselves being the Senate.
Yes.
And they care about their institutions and their norms. And two, you are correct, is they know, right, if they do get rid of the filibuster, there's people on the left waiting to pass a whole bunch of shit.
Yes.
that they're
So
not
the
gonna
first
like.
point that you brought
That's
up.
the same reason we
wait, real
shouldn't
quick,
get the
real quick,
Fili-
real
get
quick.
rid
The
of
first point you brought up is just complete bullshit. It's not true at all. The
You
Senate,
don't think that's true?
No,
the Senate
that's
was
not- you're
under
so
Harry,
wrong
under
about
Harry
this,
Reid
bro.
when it came to getting Obama.
I'm sorry,
just-
Destiny, you're just wrong about that.
You're wrong. They did it for the confirmation of the Supreme Court pick for Merrick Garland under Obama. They
Why did he do
abandoned
that?
immunity
Why did he do that?
because
Why
they
didn't-
knew that
why
they could
did-
benefit
why
from it
didn't
and there'd
he
be
do
no
that?
repercussions. That's why, which
Hold
is the
on.
same reason they don't touch the
No,
filibuster.
that's not why they did it. They
That
did
is.
it as a way to push back against when what was his fucking name under
Harry
Obama?
Reid.
Harry Reid threatened because they weren't
did
doing their
And they
job
said,
to
if
confirm
you do this,
judges.
we're gonna fuck you.
Yes,
and
they
that was why
escalated.
did it.
They escalated, knowing the Democrats
Yes.
wouldn't escalate again. They escalated. And Harry Reid did it in response to the Senate not doing their fucking job. They weren't letting any fucking judges do because McConnell came in. McConnell said, under Obama, he said, Obama will be a one-term president. That's what they said. That was
And
the
they
whole fucking
cock-blocked
goal.
to an unprecedented
Constantly.
extent.
So don't say the Senate
Yeah.
loves their norms.
But you
They'll
know
throw
what?
it out
Did
the
that
fucking
work?
window.
Was he a one president, or did it help Obama
Effectively,
get
yeah.
elected
They
again? Because
stymied
the
so
public
much shit that
saw them
Obama tried to
the way
do.
that they were-
They didn't give him a Supreme Court pick. It's one of the most important powers of the president. So they didn't care about that, which was a big job of the Senate, because they thought there'd be consequences. And your answer for the filibuster was correct, because they know that they'll get super fucked if they get rid of the filibuster.
Yeah,
so
they
the
don't
only
have a
time they
principled
care about
commitment
it,
to it.
the only time they
I
care
don't
about it is when they
understand.
know they'll
Guys,
get fucked
this
for
is
it.
like pure. This is pure vibe check. Like, how many Democrats need to go on the record, like really going into great detail, stressing why they believe that the filibuster should be maintained to prevent wild, volatile swings and these kinds of things? You guys are just saying that they're all just making that up. None of them care. You don't even consider the possibility that senators do maybe like the fact that the filibuster gives them way more power. It makes them way more important. And you're not even considering that they prefer to have it in place.
That's why
you're saying that they
Senate
only
Democrats.
wanted.
Wait a minute. I don't think Stephen.
Republicans, bro. Thune, Murkowski, Collins, Rand Paul. You know, like there's probably like a dozen Republicans. You know, I mean, but the point that Wick was making was that this has bipartisan consensus. There are members of both parties in the Senate that truly believe that the filibuster is a bulwark against volatile swings.
Does the Democrats believe it?
Not from their own
The
party.
Democrats
Not from
believe
their
it
own
because
party.
yes, the Democrats believe it because they're cocks. The Republicans believe it because they know they'll get fucked by the Democrats by passing legislation because they'll pass way too much legislation. Absolutely.
No,
well, listen, I think it goes both ways. It goes both ways.
The reason Republicans don't want to get rid of the filibuster under Trump is because the bulk of their agenda, tax cuts and judges, don't require the filibuster. When it required the filibuster, like with the Supreme Court, they amended the filibuster. They did a nuclear carve-out. Stephen's point is correct.
Why won't they do it for the SAVE Act?
The reason they won't do it for the SAVE Act is because
Hold on, just real quick. You acknowledge that is part of that is core to the Republican agenda right now, is to pass the SAVE Act, to federalize elections, and to put more barriers in between.
That's core to the Trump Act. That's core to Trump. That's a Trump thing.
It's a core Trump ambition, but right now the jury's still out as to whether or not that would be good for Republicans or not, because, for example, like Democratic voters are more likely.
That argument there, but like, hold on.
Can we sanity check here for a moment?
By MAGA, we would.
Why didn't they get rid of the filibuster? Why didn't they get rid of the filibuster to eliminate the ACA?
Well, they didn't think they needed to. Remember the gasp on the floor when McCain voted no? they didn't think they needed to. They thought they had the votes for it.
Wait, that was through budget reconciliation.
Wait,
Hutch.
Which is another abdicate. It might have been because the ACA was a lot of budgetary stuff. Well, I think they got what they wanted with budget reconciliation, but they didn't get the repeal because of.
But my question to Jessiah is like,
wait, real quick. Destiny, when you and me spoke, you said that the SAVE Act represented an existential threat for Democrats. Like you clearly expressed to me.
No, I said
that the Democratic Party
democracy. For democracy.
No. Hang on. You definitely told me that you felt like the SAVE Act would give the Republican Party, or could possibly give the Republican Party, an incredible advantage in elections.
Oh, no, it would give Trump because he's trying to break the law. I don't think, like, if we look historically,
give Trump, what do you mean? By helping Republicans
I'm trying to
win,
explain,
right?
but you keep talking. No, not by helping Republicans win, by helping ICE thugs go to the voting booths and beat the shit out of people or scare them away from voting. That's not a Republican position.
What does that have to do with SAVE Act? What does that have to do with the SAVE Act?
Because the SAVE Act gives Congress a whole bunch of fucking control over how states are going to do their elections in ways that they wouldn't have historically had the ability.
Why would it help Trump?
Because he would have the authority then to say that we need to dispatch ICE here in order to enforce these laws. Like he's doing like if I would have asked you 3 weeks weeks ago,
the SAVE Act.
if I would have asked you 3 weeks ago, what authority does Trump have to send the ICE to the fucking airports? Right? I don't know. What the fuck does ICE even do at the airports? It doesn't make any sense. When we look historically for what Republicans have pushed, they're pushing for things like being able to have like a federal gerrymandering thing, or like these types of things that they could try to long-term help Republicans with. I don't think it's been quite things like the SAVE Act.
And by the way, I double checked it. And McCain, it was budget reconciliation.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I got that wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they don't have a principled commitment to the filibuster. They know the filibuster works better for them as a wall against Democratic legislation than a net for the legislation they want.
I think this is really myopic.
What point are we making here? Like, what's the point? Like, what are we talking about?
That Republicans are only checked by their behavior, not by regulations, not by norms, not by laws, but when they think they will suffer consequences for the things that they'll push.
That's what a norm is. The norm is that we could sacrifice, we could apply this law, right, to have short-term gain, we have the authority to legislate with 51, but we're going to choose not to because we understand if we're both doing this, it fucks us over in the long run, even though it might unfuck us in the short term.
Sure, but I'm saying that Democrats don't exercise those levers on the vast majority of things.
100%, yeah. But here's what I say. I would agree that, like, Hutch would agree that, yeah, we should probably tit for tat a lot of norms when they happen. And the moments in which the Republicans are taking advantage of things and we just kind of, like, nod our head and are like, yeah, sure, like Hutch, I think you've said before, you would support the Democrats blocking a Supreme Court pick for like a reasonably equivalent amount of time. 100%.
For 4 years, for 8 years, yes.
Wait, to be clear, Hutch does not believe that. I don't know why he just said yes.
Why would you say this, bro?
Yeah.
Don't accuse me of being bad faith.
Hold on.
Don't tell me what I believe and what I don't believe.
I'm going to tell you right now.
1000% would support it.
I'm going to tell you right now. Let's assume that we win the Senate. Okay, 2027 rolls around and Alito or Thomas, fucking overdose from crack cocaine, and now we have a Democrat-led Senate, and now Gavin Newsom is the appointee, or some other fucking guy's the appointee for, he wins the primary for the Democratic presidency, and Americans are highly unfavorable about blocking a Supreme Court pick, and it looks like if we block that Supreme Court pick, it's going to be a Republican that wins the election. You would say in that circumstance, well, fuck, we should just give Trump his Supreme Court pick, I guess.
I reject your hypothetical to begin with here because that wouldn't happen. That would not happen. That would not happen.
What wouldn't happen there?
That would not happen. But it would be another. Listen, it would be another.
If it did, hold on. Dwell on the hypothetical. If it did.
If it did, you would have to consider the consequences just like anything else.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying you wouldn't hold to that position principally. That's all I'm saying.
No, but me saying that I wouldn't support it in that case, which I would have to look. It's a case by case. But saying maybe I would in this limited situation, that's not enough to say that I don't support, let's say, a more appropriate hypothetical, that the Democrats win control of the Senate and it's a Republican that's the president, right? And like, we would have to do a one-to-one comparison here. And so, like,
there's a discernible principle here. The discernible principle is political gain. The idea that the Congress has the authority, it's theirs. If they want to, they can delay, rush, stall, whatever. They have the authority to do that. The Republicans proved that. We had a gentleman's agreement that we wouldn't do those things to serve our party. The Republicans have broken that. And in response, the justification of, well, you don't want to delay or rush for the sake of your party, that's one thing. The Republicans have given us the moral high ground for that easily. But the extension, what I felt like Destiny was saying was the political favorability from the public is a discernible principle. This idea that we might lose an election. And I'm not saying it should or shouldn't be either way.
McConnell did it for a year and Donald Trump won the election. So I just don't find this hypothetical to be all that compelling. If a Republican wins in 2028 and is inaugurated and the Democratic Party control the Senate and Alito dies, I would 1,000% be on board, and I would be furious if they confirmed one of his nominations.
So a couple of things. I would argue that the reason that Trump won despite Republicans cock-blocking Obama's nomination is going back to what Stephen said earlier, James Comey with the email thing. So it's not like it happened in a vacuum. Trump was favored to lose that election until the 11th hour because of Comey. I would argue he torpedoed her. Number two, Mitti, I just wanted some clarification here. So you said that Congress has the right to do certain things. I don't want to put words in your mouth with this one. I'm wanting to make sure I understand. Congress has the authority to delay or to, not have Supreme Court nomination or confirmation hearings, and the Republicans did it first, so that would justify Democrats doing the same, right?
There's more nuance, but you're in the direction of what I'm saying.
Didn't we also agree earlier? I'm just curious. That's why I'm trying to figure out where you draw the line. And I'm not saying that I have all the answers to these questions either, but didn't we all agree earlier that constitutionally the president does have the power, the authority to direct DOJ?
Yes. So
why would it be okay for Senate Democrats to do tit for tat on Supreme Court justices, but it would be unacceptable for a Democratic president to either outright order or just
There's a lot
like
to unpack with
guide?
that.
Wait a minute.
I got it.
Yeah.
I would say there is a moral permission, like a lifting of the sanction, you could say, around the idea of if President Buttigieg comes in and says, hey, we're going to investigate this, go do it, right? There's a moral lifting of a sanction that because they broke that sanction first, right? For sure, 100%. The reason I'm against that is not because, well,
I'm sorry, fuck.
we can't respond.
You guys keep framing this. They broke that thing. They didn't do that. What you just said did not happen. They didn't say, we're going to go and investigate crime and corruption. They said, these guys are criminals. I don't give a fuck what you find. Fabricate it. Just to be clear. Okay.
It didn't work, by the way.
Okay.
It did work. What do you mean Hunter Biden got convicted of crimes based on things he said in his memoirs?
That happened when Joe Biden was president. We're talking about like Donald Trump directing DOJ to do things. When Donald Trump directed DOJ to go after people,
Comer
that
and
does not
Jordan were
work.
doing
Jerome
this knowing
Powell,
that,
Comey,
knowing that Trump would
Patricia
come back
James.
into presidency. They knew that he would come back and they would be rewarded, and they have been handsomely.
These things have not made Donald Trump.
Question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Adding Destiny's part, you're right. Your distinction's there. They did worse than what I sanitized ours, and I said whatever. You know what I mean? I sanitized it a little bit there. But I mean the principle of like, yeah, if you direct investigations, that separation. I think if the Republicans break the separation, tit for tat, that separation exists because of a mutual agreement. It's broken. The reason I would be against like the direction is because only on the grounds that I don't think that it's necessary to accomplish the result that we need, and I prefer to live in a world where that separation exists. But I agree with what you're saying, that like the norm loses its moral weight in a way.
Believe it or not, I actually, believe it or not, I pretty much exactly agree. I don't think it's inherently corrupt for the President of the United States to direct any investigation into anybody. It really does depend. The President, the Attorney General's law enforcement power constitutionally derives from the President, right? Now, if the President says this is my political opponent, like Trump is, Trump is very transparent about this, very clumsy. No real even attempt to fabricate some sort of lawful predicate. He just leaves that up to Pam Bondi and others to try to cobble together. That's corrupt. You don't want the Justice Department just going after people because they are a person's political opponent. But what happens if your political opponent happens to be a criminal and you have the authority to prosecute them? I totally agree. I don't necessarily think that a Democratic president has to publicly order the prosecution of his political opponent, but that's the only reason why I would oppose a Democratic president ordering his DOJ to investigate Trump. I just don't think it's necessary. If I felt it was necessary, then I would say go full steam ahead. Because there's nothing inherently corrupt about a president ordering the prosecution or an investigation into a criminal.
But yeah, so this is my distinction. Can I make this distinction?
Sure.
I think we're running into what the boundary between corruption and norms, right? Corruption, if I could give it like a vague off-the-cuff definition, is the idea that like it's a select application of the law for some benefit other than the purpose of the law, right? And what Trump is doing is corruption. And this is Hutch's point. One thing that he's talked about is that what Trump's administration is doing is corruption. And that's off the table for us, I think, forever. I don't think that should ever be on the table, that we're using a law. And this is, I think, where the distinction between Destiny and Hutch, at least in the past, has come in, where it's like, okay, Destiny, like your whole argument about like good faith application of the law is that like at some point we need to use the law for purposes expressly initiated for purposes outside of what the law was enacted to do.
I want to ask the Destiny and Jessiah if they agree with that first statement you made, right? That corruption, that kind of corruption, is always off the table for the Democrats, that we should never engage in it, right? That we should never touch that kind of thing. Josiah and Destiny, do you agree?
I think the action is defined to a large extent by the attempted outcome of that action. I disagree that it's constantly reframed that the actions are the same. I think there is a meaningfully different thing than Trump saying, I want Zelensky to investigate my political opponent's son because I'm trying to do whatever the fuck I can to dig whatever dirt I can, real or false, to keep him out of the election. I think that's meaningfully different than the next president coming in saying, oh, fuck it, I'm going to tell my DOJ to investigate Eric and Don Jr. or whatever as much as I can because I want Republicans in the future to know that this power can be used against them and they need to think twice when they have to do it. Even though those are functionally the same thing, I think they're different because of the
but to enforce the law, hold on, but to enforce, I'm agreeing with this here. To enforce to make the point of enforcing the law to say, hey, I think this law is being ignored.
There's no law being ignored. There's not much criminal behavior probably in the Trump White House. It's probably not just actually criminal. So you're not really going to prosecute much of anything. Also, we're ignoring all of the fact that like there's going to be probably a huge pardon, assuming this guy doesn't die first of some random rash or whatever. So there's going to be a huge pardon. We haven't touched that part. But I mean, like, yeah, the thing is, here's like I think it's like, there's like the small IQ take of like, well, it's all about the laws. And then the midwit IQ take is like, well, there are norms. But I think the high IQ take is, it's all norms. Like if you want, you can bend or flex any law to do whatever the fuck you want to do. Look at Pam Bondi appointing, was it Halligan or whatever? Where Bondi's like,
Lindsay Halligan.
Yeah, they say we have 90 days to appoint somebody. Otherwise the district court gets to. What if I remove my appointee at 89 days and appoint somebody else? I should get 91 days.
And now if you follow that story, they're in a spat where the government has
already had the advantage of subpoenaing and investigating and indicting their political opponents. They've already had huge gains. They've had huge gains for
The judges are appointing people, and the government's firing them, like trying to like get their like I told you so.
It's been
like,
humiliating for the administration. It's been humiliating.
How they just move on and go to the next thing.
Because they
would
look
tell you the process is the punishment.
Go ahead, Hutch.
I mean, there's a couple reasons why that norm, like an independent DOJ, is really important. Number one, it is to just like potentially stop like really potentially like corrupt things. But also, the criminal justice system does not work if people don't have faith in it. Like it just completely breaks down. You need to have faith in it. And if you separate DOJ, then that does create more trust with voters. If they feel like the systems and the institutions are being weaponized, they don't like that. Typically, they do not like that. And especially the people, the more malleable center, don't like that. And so I also take issue with the idea that like we need to run down a list of like the ways that the system, went after a lot of right-wing actors. Donald Trump faced 2 impeachments, a New York criminal conviction, major civil judgments, major litigation losses. There was the E. Jean Carroll case where he was... Hang on, I'm not done.
It's all irrelevant.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Hold
on. Stop interrupting me.
All of you shut up. Hutch is going to finish his statement, and then Destiny, you can jump in and you can tear down his throat if you like.
Let me finish what I'm going to say. Yeah. Steve Bannon was sentenced to prison for 4 months for contempt of Congress. Peter Navarro went to prison for 4 months on a sentence. Rudy Giuliani had massive defamation liability. He was disbarred in New York and D.C. John Eastman was recommended for disbarment, and he has a suspension pending appeal. Jenna Ellis and Sidney Powell pled guilty in Georgia. Tina Peters was sentenced to 9 years in prison. Fox News, Newsmax, and OAN all had major settlements with Smartmatic and Dominion. In any of these cases, did you hear any other take from right-wing media other than the Dems are persecuting us? Did they look like they were learning a lesson from this? Like, oh, fuck, we need to shape up our act here, otherwise we're going to vote.
I wrote down 3 things, okay, because I already know what the response is. 1 is, everyone got pardoned. Trump was allowed to pardon. 2, Trump won his election, so he won the re-election. And 3, Trump and everybody around him, like 10x their net worth. So what was all of what you just said worth? You just said, did they learn their lesson? I don't know. Is Fox News not engaged in propaganda? They still don't believe the We went from Fox News. We went from Fox News. You said they lost these huge settlements about the election and the big lie and everything. Oh, okay. Well, we have a cabinet where every single member of the cabinet now says that the 2020 election results weren't valid. What was the punishment there? What?
At any point in any of these processes, did you see anything resembling like, oh, fuck, they're serious, we need to back off?
No.
Okay. So I don't understand your confidence that if we go to
Give me an example. What was the thing they backed off on?
You said that. Well, I'm not the one making the case that they like backed off or whatever. You guys are saying that we need to go through.
He's
trying to downgrade the significance of deterrence.
No, translate. I don't need a translator. What I'm saying is if these things came down and they backed off of things, that's all I want. Then I say, okay, yeah, fuck it. Let's do. That's great. That's fine. My argument is that every single example you brought up, whatever they got punished for, they all went 100 times harder into it. We went from Fox News denying the election to fucking Tulsi Gabbard going to Fulton County to steal their fucking ballots. We've got 3 states so far who've had their ballots and their voter rolls stolen by the fucking FBI.
You're making the case for me here. You're making the case for me.
Your argument for harder, aggressive, all these things to go harder to break the norms because we got to.
There was no norm breaking. Nothing hard happened there. None of that was hard. None of that was hard. Nothing happened. What do you mean?
None of that was hard. Would have been like what does norm breaking prosecution even look like, Destiny? You have to go through a court, a judge, a jury. You have to actually like submit a case and
not
have
all
that
the
be
time.
seen in a
No,
trial.
you don't. Bullshit. Tell that to the hundreds of people that have been deported from this country with no due process. Tell it to the court, the district court judges that are saying you need to release these people, and the federal government's like we lost track of them.
You're suggesting that these people. It would have been better if Biden would have done your situation here where you just basically kidnap people.
I'm not saying that necessarily, although we would be in a better place for it. Yes.
You are saying that, though.
No, I'm not necessarily saying that. What I'm saying is whatever you're suggesting, there were no repercussions. None of the being gentle stuff worked. I think that if
went
Biden...
to prison, bro. He got disbarred. Rudy Giuliani got disbarred in New York and D.C.
That was a favor to Rudy Giuliani.
Now.
The guy's a fucking retard. The fact that he can't set foot in another courtroom actually benefits him, okay?
You just told me there was no strong consequences. Getting disbarred is a pretty strong consequence. Wouldn't you agree with that?
For a 90... How much litigation was this guy practicing at this point? Come on.
Are you downplaying a bit?
Because it wasn't a huge. Because
why are you doing this?
Because if I were to dig through the MAGA mind, there's not a single person who's like, oh man, but Rudy got disbarred. Nobody is factoring that in any of the behavior of this administration at all. Who's thinking about, well, fuck, that guy got disbarred.
So there's no way that we can meet your threshold unless and until someone like, President Newsom like renditions people illegally.
No.
Otherwise, you're just going to say that nobody even paid a price. But going to prison for 4 months, that's kind of a big deal.
Nobody meaningfully changed their behavior. Nobody meaningfully changed their behavior.
So so help me understand your logic that if we go to extraordinary lengths to punish these people, that they're going to change and they're going to all of a sudden be like, oh fuck, we can't do this anymore.
The logic is very simple. It sounds like they did a bad, Trump won, and then your argument is we need to be gentle and adhere to norms and all this stuff. Trump,
I did not say gentle,
okay,
bro.
sorry,
Why do you do that?
My bad, not gentle.
No, you are doing the thing, surrender or weaponize. I'm not saying surrender.
We need to do whatever we can, maximize the fucking law. I feel like Biden did most of that, and then in round 3, Trump came back stronger than ever, doing every single bad behavior that we tried to hold them accountable for before. But now it seems like you want to repeat Biden. But
okay, you're saying that no consequence matters unless Republicans are just permanently blocked from winning elections.
It has to be a meaningful consequence. We're not even talking about Republicans winning elections. It was the same guy who tried to do the insurrection. The same guy won the election. What the
Destiny,
fuck?
that is what you're saying. You're saying that nothing can pass your test of being a meaningful consequence if, Republicans win in future elections.
No, I didn't say that. I'm not the same type. Part of the argument that I'm making is having strong consequences would hopefully carve out a path where other Republicans can step up and participate in politics because they know that there's going to be harsh punishments for people doing the MAGA shit. So you create a world where other people can step up and do things.
Donald Trump had some harsh reality dropping down on him with the full weight of the federal government, bro. He was staring down very serious convictions in federal courts. Jack Smith was going to.
And then he wasn't popular.
The only reason that didn't happen was because he won an election. That's why.
But that doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is he didn't actually suffer the consequences of the convictions, and he only was convicted. Wait a minute. You talked. Let me talk. And he only was convicted on those 34 felony counts. He ducked even the justice, the bare minimum justice associated with the conviction from the Jack Smith prosecutions. So this is what I said to you the last time. You saying, I know you understand the value of deterrence, but you're also simultaneously suggesting that punishing Trump and these top-ranking MAGA officials is insufficient because they weren't sufficiently deterred. The reason we can't rule...
I did not say that. Hutch, I'm not saying don't prosecute people, Jessiah. It is not just weaponize or surrender. You should use the system itself within the boundaries of the system. You can be aggressive within the system. That's fine. That's appropriate. That doesn't mean that I'm saying be gentle or do nothing.
Did I say that you are saying don't do anything? I'm gonna say it one more time. I'm gonna say it slowly. Listen to me. Hey, listen to me.
I said it was insufficient.
Listen to me.
Hold on, Jessiah. Jessiah didn't interrupt you, Hutch. So you're going to let Jessiah go uninterrupted. for a
Listen
little bit.
carefully. You have said repeatedly over multiple conversations that you recognize that deterrence is important. You have simultaneously questioned whether or not the criminal prosecutions, convictions, charges of Trump and his top allies sufficiently deterred them. Why were you asking Stephen that question? Because your point was they weren't deterred, right? Were they deterred? Were they deterred, Hutch?
Jessiah, my point was not that deterrence doesn't matter. My point was
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I asked you.
Fine, I'll say insufficient. My point was not that deterrence is insufficient. My point was I was pushing back against your specific points that we must go to extraordinary, and in Destiny's case, maybe even like extra legal. Hang on.
I'm gonna keep circling this as an isolated thing.
Jessiah,
I am pushing back against.
So he could go. So you could go. I'm going to shut you up so Hutch could go. Hutch, go.
I am pushing back against this idea. You're using the fact that it's so important that we punish these people because then they'll know that they need to stop. That's what I'm pushing back against. I am not saying don't punish people because it doesn't actually deter them. Do you understand the difference between these things?
I didn't say that you said don't punish people because they weren't sufficiently deterred. I'm asking you, were they sufficiently deterred? Was Trump sufficiently deterred?
No.
Navarro?
No.
Bannon?
No.
Jenna Ellis?
Her, maybe, yeah.
Rudy Giuliani?
We don't need to do the whole list. Just tell me where you're going with this.
Why are you bringing it up that they were not sufficiently deterred? Because we agree that they were not sufficiently deterred. Why are you bringing it up?
Just said it, Jessiah.
Say one. No. Repeat. We're going to do this Socratically. One more time.
Okay, listen. You guys are saying that we need to consider creative or maybe even illegal ways to make sure. Okay, to make sure that these people are punished, because that's going to be the only thing that signals to them that they can't get away with the stuff that they're doing. I am pushing back against that specifically, Jessiah. I don't understand the logic of saying that they're gonna feel the full force of the federal government or law enforcement, and they're gonna say, "Oh fuck, they're serious. They're stop being pussies. We need to stop." They're not gonna do that. That doesn't mean don't deter. Do you understand the difference?
I understand. So I'm asking you, what would deter them by way of criminal punishment?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if
Do you
can.
think that criminal punishment can deter them?
Well,
I think Republicans are martyrs.
On the margins, but in this environment,
Republicans are not martyrs. They do what they do because it's electorally
they perceive
popular.
themselves as martyrs.
No, they do, but they will only do what they can to win elections. That's why a lot of them were kind of sort of jumping ship at the end of the J6 stuff, because it was the first time the Republican Party was starting to bleed people. But then after people kind of forgot, a year or two goes on, and then everybody kind of comes back because they think they're going to be electoral victories for them at the end. They do what they're going to do to win office and to not be punished for anything.
Yeah, but
that's what I mean.
Jessiah, just real quick,
they perceive themselves.
Right. I'm gonna translate Hutch here. I'm going to channel my inner Hutch. That's his whole point, is that nothing you're going to do when it comes to the legal system, when it comes to punishment, is going to work. And it has and maybe this is me here, it has a real risk of alienating voters who have traditionally not liked it when parties have gone after or been perceived to go after their political opponents. So if you're getting no gain from this, and you have huge risks electorally.
Wait. Can I do one huge example here? I totally disagree. I think, and I'm going to present this, if you guys disagree with me, I think all of you are wrong. If California would have lost their referendum to gerrymander, every single conservative state in the country would have gerrymandered the fuck out of all their blue districts, and they would have lauded themselves for it. They would have celebrated it. When California won their gerrymander, everybody around the country, I think, was a little bit frozen by that. I think that's why Indiana's GOP, they rejected Trump's bid to gerrymander the state, because they started to realize at that point, oh shit, this thing that we've wanted to suck ourselves off for over and over and over again, we just kind of got fucked in the ass for it, and they stopped. And now we're not talking about gerrymandering anymore. Now we're talking about sending ICE to fucking bully brown people.
Yeah,
Wait, stop. What I'm saying is that it wasn't a law, it wasn't a norm, It was Newsom bringing the big dick of his fucking constituency saying, we're going to do this, and then we fucked him on it, and now we're just like, oh, we got burned on this, we're going to stop.
But that is a norm, though.
No, it's not a norm. It's
a democratic process.
Wait.
Okay, no, I agree with you. It is a norm, but in that case, everything is a norm. Okay. Every creative interpretation of law, anything can be a norm. Yes.
He's saying that's a law. He's saying that way they went through. They got a congressional.
Can I explain my own definition?
Everything is a norm. The Enabling Act gave Hitler the ability to change the Constitution was a law. That was a norm, a law. You can do anything you want with the law if you're creative enough. You can do anything you want.
No, you can't.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. When I say that the redistricting was a norm, what I'm saying is that blatantly, flagrantly partisan redistricting to win elections specifically, and in big, broad efforts, that's something that that states have the authority to do, but that we kind of all sit in the ceasefire. The ceasefire is the norm. And then when Texas is like, we're going to do it, you're like, oh, you're breaking the ceasefire. Fuck you, big dick. That's what I mean by redistricting as a norm. And that's the kind of thing that, like, when one side breaks the ceasefire, I agree, you don't morally tie yourself to the ceasefire and as in an anchor falling into the sea. But what I'm saying is that, like, there are also things that, like, once we start swinging, there's no off-ramp.
But wait, there was an off-ramp to the gerrymandering thing, though. For a week, every single person in the country, I saw Ted Cruz, I saw state legislators, I saw people on Fox, everybody was like, well, if we redistrict, how many of you guys remember the 50 million tweets of, here's the top 13 most gerrymandered states, here's the top 11 states that if we gerrymander, but guess what? Nobody did that because they thought the Democrats would fire back on it.
Can I agree with you 100% here?
Yeah.
I agree. I think that maybe in this conversation, and that's why I kind of wanted to carve out the definition of norm, I feel like we're kind of taking the concept of norms and trying to, like, apply universal prescriptions to it. Like, there are some norms that it's like, yeah, if you break this, it gets broken back. And the enforcement mechanism is exactly what you're saying. But I think there are other things that, like, once you start doing this, there isn't an off-ramp other than, like, revoking the power entirely.
Sure, but I guess my quick question, just my quick question, wasn't it bad that California gerrymandered that way? I think it was. Do you? That was a bad thing. We don't want to ultra gerrymander our states to deprive Republicans or another party of votes, right? It was a bad thing.
It's not ideal, but it's necessary.
Oh my God,
it's
stop.
necessary.
It's not ideal, but necessary? That's me and Josiah's line. That's our whole debate topic. It's not ideal, but it's necessary.
Carve this out. Not analogous. It is not analogous to say.
It's not ideal, but necessary. But it's bad. You agree that it was bad?
Destiny.
It was
bad.
It
is not analogous to say
that was California engaging in a corrupt partisan gerrymander? Was it bad?
He did it democratically.
But it was
still bad. He put a measure to the voters.
Slavery was democratic. Slavery was democratic. I'm asking you, was it bad? Was it bad?
The voters decided. There's a difference between that happening. There's a difference between that.
Hutch. You have to address Destiny's point overall, right? Though, can you do that? Go ahead.
He's like, what are you comparing this to? Like, what do you want? You want me to say? Hang on, let me finish what I'm fucking saying, man. Chill.
Go ahead.
You're saying, okay, so California did this, and it's not good. Okay, therefore, ... That means blank is okay to do. Like, what is the blank here?
We countered them, but we didn't lose the democracy by everybody going crazy on gerrymandering. We just showed the Republicans.
That's not my question.
What do you mean? What's the question?
I'm asking you, okay, so California did this thing, right? Yes. And, like, tie it to something that you want to do. Therefore, we should do what?
I think part of Destiny's point is that you are willing to do bad things to stop Republicans from winning, to punish Republicans. And I know for me, it's about engaging that threshold of what's acceptable.
Can I try here?
To be part of what Stephen is getting at. That's why he wants you to bite the bullet that gerrymandering is still bad when California does it.
I
think that there's a distinction here, and it's the corruption norm distinction. And I honestly do not know if I would consider gerrymandering, if it's the right of the states, if it's like, hey, does gerrymandering, like, if you intentionally do it for the, like,
you're thinking like a Republican now. Now you're thinking like a Republican. I agree with you. That was great. That was a Republican brain thought right there.
I want to give Hutch a chance to answer and to address Josiah's point. So Hutch, go ahead.
Ask the question again.
I think
you're asking me to reckon with there is a difference between a very distinct material difference between a governor of a state convening a special session of the legislature, who then pass a measure to send it to voters if we democratically decide to do something. There's a difference between that and weaponizing institutions. These are very different things.
No,
you
it's
cannot
not.
say because we did the one thing and it's technically bad on paper, therefore we should be willing to do this thing. The consequence of this over here is much
Hutch,
different than the consequence over here.
Well, you emphasize the process. Why did Newsom do it that way?
You could have gerrymandered zero Republican seats.
Because he wanted it he wanted to have the confidence of the people.
No,
like he wanted it to have more legitimacy. He wanted it to have more legitimacy because if you do it democratically, it will be perceived more legitimately.
I want you to address Hutch's point here. Like, you can understand how people and voters, right, the ones who were trying to persuade, might see what Newsom did, right? And if he had done it in a different way where he had just by fiat bypassed the California Constitution and said, we're just going to ignore this, that there's a world where voters see that and they say, wow,
it would have been turned off by that. Yes.
Well,
and it's similar. Yes. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is he couldn't have lawfully done it any other way. That's why he settled on that. There is the California Constitution creates that
you can get away with it, right?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, hold on. But Destiny's point earlier was laws are just
you can just do anything, right?
So you can just get away with it if you do it like
if you're the president. It's a little different if you're the state president, the governor versus like the president of the United States. But it's the same concept.
Well, wait a minute. I suppose Newsom could. Wait a minute. I suppose Newsom could have tried to do something unlawful, but the California Constitution has that nonpartisan election commissions board. That's why Newsom had to put it to a public referendum. He and his attorneys gamed it out, and they said that this was the plausible path. That's why they did it the way they did it. It wasn't because Newsom felt high and mighty. I mean, if that's the case, I guess my question to Hutch is: every time a blue state gerrymanders, should they put it to referendum, even if they don't have to?
If they did, it would be perceived more legitimately. The reason why that rule was baked in, that it had to go to the voters, I assume, ties into what I'm talking about. Where if you tie it to democratic processes, especially if you directly involve voters, that is going to be something that is seen as more democratic, more legitimate, more accepted. People are going to feel like they're a part.
But again, this is the Trump. You're making the Trump argument for every executive action that he takes.
You can't. Every time I fucking talk, you interrupt.
Because you repeat the same point like 5 times.
No, let Hutch finish. Go ahead.
There's a difference between doing it that way and then telling someone like having a politician blatantly weaponize institutions against their political enemies.
That was a weaponization of the referendum against the minority of the state. It just was. You're just wrong.
You're just bastard. Sorry, I just interrupted you.
If let's say that California does the same referendum next year and it's to get rid of every single Republican seat, would you say that that's still totally fine because it's left up to a Democratic vote? My next question is going to be about slavery. Spoiler alert.
It's not ideal, but it's not weaponization. You're bastardizing the definition of the word weaponization.
What do you think weaponization is? When you do something illegal? No, weaponizing a thing is to use it as a weapon, to use it for an unintended purpose, but still using it in a way that is not necessarily illegal.
When you use like an agency for your own like political purposes, if you're putting something to
Wait a minute.
You've got a nonpartisan board.
I'm gonna take it.
Destiny, go. Destiny, finish your point.
Wouldn't it be weaponization if they? So I don't know all 100% about California's policy and procedure, but if they had a nonpartisan board or whatever that was supposed to do gerrymandering, and then the governor comes out because he's unhappy with something another state did, Texas, and he fucking gerrymanders away 5 of my Republican districts, how is that not a big fuck you to the thing that they had set up and not weaponizing the power of the governor to do a referendum against the thing that we'd agreed as a state to have a nonpartisan gerrymandering board to deprive 5 districts of their right to vote?
Is it weaponizing to amend any state constitution or amend the Constitution? Is that weaponizing?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. It just depends on what you're talking about. But I like what you're saying now.
What
Because
do
now you're
you
thinking like a
think weaponizing
Republican.
means?
Now you're thinking it like a Republican. As long as it's by the
what
books.
do you think?
As long as it's
Tell me
legal,
what
it's not
you
weaponization.
Tell me what you think weaponizing means in this context, in a political context.
When you use something for its unintended purpose to achieve or effect some outcome that probably wasn't designed to, and you know that you're doing that.
I take weaponization to be like specifically in the context of agencies. If you're talking about putting measures to voters to amend the state constitution, that to me cannot be weaponization. It might not be ideal. It could be bad in a vacuum.
Was
but
the
it's not
referendum
the
a
same
simple
thing as
majority?
weaponization.
Can I ask for California? Was it a simple majority?
Yes.
I don't.
So doesn't
know.
it defeat the whole purpose of a bipartisan, not apolitical board to help gerrymander your state so that you don't lose all your Republicans? If you can by a simple majority overrule the board, does that defeat the whole purpose of that?
Let me in. Let me in.
The distinction here is important. When we're talking about corruption, like the way you laid it out, Destiny, you're taking one law and using it outside of its intended purpose, right? If the original districting laws had this like obligation to be fair, and I'm going to intentionally be not fair and do something to disenfranchise people, I would agree with you. But the idea that like we're not starting from a law that had an intended purpose, we're rechecking in with the constituents and saying, what do you want to do? If we're taking a law that was, if the laws gain their legitimacy from the will of the voters, and we take a law that existed and had one will, and we say, actually, this law is about punishing op-ed students who write papers, right? We're taking one instance of the democratic will and using something else. But if Gavin Newsom went to his people and said, here's what you want, do you want it? That's different. I mean, maybe there's more in that there, but like he's not taking the will of 10 years ago that was codified in law and then using that to accomplish his own purposes.
The will of the people was to fight against Republicans. It was a bad thing. Can we not wait? Hold on. Do we all agree here that erasing districts for the purpose of having a partisan gerrymandered state is a bad thing? Or do we not all agree on that? Are we now going to be...
That's like acting like... Destiny, that's like asking, is it a bad thing to kill people in the context of like, a country invading your fucking coastline? Like obviously killing people,
so
killing
now
people
you're saying,
is bad.
so now the thing killing people that you would have said was horrible and bad before, now you're finding reasons for it because you're trying to, because I imagine what you're going to say is, well, killing people or somebody's trying to invade your country, I guess in the end can be good because you're trying to reduce the overall amount of killing. This is the whole argument about maybe you have to step a little bit outside of the system sometimes to save the system. It's the same argument that we have. But wait, do we not agree then? I'm going to re-ask the question. Do we not agree that gerrymandering, partisan gerrymandering is bad? We shouldn't be trying to erase representation in states for the House of Representatives. No, is that a bad thing?
What's worse, Destiny? You know what's worse?
In a vacuum, it is
being
bad.
destroyed.
In a vacuum, it is bad. But I don't understand what inconsistency you think you found here.
Okay, so I want to close the loop on this because I asked you this earlier and I didn't get a satisfying answer. So again, the process required Newsom to put this on a ballot referenda. Let's say Illinois, because I'm not sure what Illinois' process is. I don't know if you have to amend the Illinois Constitution the way you do for California and Virginia. Let's say Governor Pritzker and the Democratic legislature of Illinois can just, as a piece of legislation on their own, gerrymander Illinois further. They don't need to have the public vote on it. Would you support that?
I think it would be better if he put it to the voters and he would be successful doing so.
I understand, but would you support it?
I don't know if I would support that. I don't know if I would support that, honestly.
If the voters at one point, based on whatever fucking state constitution they had, they all the law said was the governor just gets to decide what the districts are. Yeah, I'd say that state's pretty fucked, and they should probably fix that. But yeah,
so Mitti says as long as the governor and the legislature don't need to do that, that's fair game. You, Hutch, say you would oppose it. They should take the extra step of putting it.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily like. I think it would be smarter politically to do it the way that California did it, to put it to a democratic referendum, put it to a measure, put it directly to the voters, because that adds more legitimacy, right?
Now, my second question is, I appreciate the clarification. My second question is, they're currently trying to do that right now in Virginia. And, a lot of Virginia Republicans are upset because Virginia is a purple state. And, Governor Spanberger is putting this ballot referendum question. And here's the question. Should the Constitution of Virginia be amended to allow the General Assembly to temporarily adopt new congressional districts to restore fairness in the upcoming elections, while ensuring that Virginia's standard redistricting process resumes for all future redistricting after the 2030 census? A lot of Republicans are pissed about how loaded that question is. Should we temporarily do the thing to restore fairness in the upcoming election, but then go back to the way things are right now by 2030? Do you think that? Go ahead.
Do I think that it was what now? Sorry, what was the question?
Do you take issue with how that question is being pitched to the voters?
Not really, but I'm really struggling to understand the analog that you're trying to draw here. Like this is what you're describing through this democratic process. While it may not be ideal and it may be bad in a vacuum, it is not like inherently corrupt in the same way that destroys trust in institutions like DOJ. If you weaponize it, if you just blatantly politicize agencies to go after your enemies, these are very different things.
I understand. Part of this long-standing disagreement that I know I have with you, I can't speak for Stephen, but that I have with you is in part, I'm trying to gauge and probe your threshold here. Because a lot of Republicans in the purple state of Virginia would and have complained that that referendum question is deliberately loaded to favor a yes vote.
And if the voters of Virginia disapprove of what the Democratic Party is doing, then they can make their voices heard when we come up to these midterms and we come up to the off-cycle elections and the special elections. It's all part of that democratic process. But again,
this is the argument Trump uses.
Very different territory.
Trump says over and over again, I won the popular vote, therefore I can do whatever as long as I have the support of the public.
Okay, how's that working out for him?
Really, really well. They got rid of USA. They've abolished the Department of Education. They've undermined U.S. relations with the world. They've gone to war with Iran. They deposed the leader of Venezuela. He's enriched his own personal family 100 times over. What do you mean? Do you think Trump regrets?
Can I? This is a huge thing that I was like prepping to
quick
talk
question,
about.
and then you talk as much as you want to. Just my question: do you think that Trump regrets his current position right now? Do you think he feels worse off than he was a year and a half ago?
Well, Donald Trump is a delusional narcissist.
Answer to that question.
He's not
people around Trump. Is everybody around Trump regretting their position now? Answer that question. I need a fucking answer to one fucking question, Hutch. Do they regret their position now versus a year and a half ago? Is everybody around Trump?
The Republican Party? Absolutely,
not the Republican Party. I'm talking about the Republican Party writ large doesn't benefit because Trump doesn't give a fuck about the Republican Party. I'm saying all the people in his circle, the people immediately around it, his family, all the people that are benefiting financially, maybe his cabinet, people like Stephen Miller. Do you think they feel like they're better off now than they were 2 years ago or no?
Oh, they probably feel like they're getting away with murder and like enriching themselves and all that stuff. But these are different considerations. That doesn't mean, well, therefore, like the next Democratic president, who is not going to be corrupt in the same way that Trump is going to be thinking about things the same way. The next Democratic president is going to care about the midterms. He is going to care about electoral losses.
That's fine, but I just said, yes, Trump doesn't give a fuck about the Republican Party. But the Republican Party followed him. But you said, how's it working out for him? Really well. They won their election again, and they're doing so much stuff that they always wanted to do.
I should have been more specific.
Go ahead. I know Mitti has some counters to that. Right, Mitti?
Well, I just wanted to say I should have been more specific.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
no, Hutch, be more specific. Be more specific quickly. And then
I should have been more specific when I said, how's that working out for him? I meant Republicans. Like when we're talking about what should Democrats do, like that's my.
If they get Hutch's world, and I would amend to that. Also MAGA, like Trump himself, sure, you can argue that he's benefiting, even though, like, if you look at how he's acting and what he's saying, he's sweating, right? Like, he doesn't feel he's doing well, right? I think he's a delusional narcissist, but he's getting very, very frustrated with a lot of the lack of progress along the ways. Like, he is sweating right now. He is having a hard time. But MAGA itself is dead after 20.
He's genuinely sitting in the can I please? I think he's genuinely like stewing in the crisis of knowing his legacy has just been completely destroyed and he'll forever be known for Iran personally. But like this idea that we can just like so Destiny, you're and I understand what you're saying, and I think with what you ended up saying, I agree with. That there are people that are benefiting on an individual level, and there's some very clear exploits in our system, and like the only way to like really do anything about this is like really, really, really harsh accountability, right? Eric Trump, all these people, I'm using that name arbitrarily. I don't really know if Eric Trump has done anything, but like yes, 100%. And the fact that we aren't like doing anything is a crime. If we don't do anything about it come the Senate flip or whatever, House flip, terrible, right? But then you throw out things like USAID and the Department of Education, right? And when you throw that stuff out, I think that pulls Hutch into the conversation as if we're talking about the general like right and left trend of this country, right? And that it's the illegality is getting you the destruction of the Department of Education and the destruction of USAID. And look how beneficial it is for the Republicans. Generally speaking, Trump's strategy has, like you've already said it, like has been absolutely like monstrously destructive to the Republican movement. To be on, like, and to be clear, Trump does. I mean, according to Chevron, the destruction of Chevron. I mean, I guess already Trump does have the authority to kind of reintegrate and shutter and like move funds around, and we are already. As of like even the Democrats right now in the 2026 budget, they're already like Trump proofing the law because we just had like a complete change in the way that the game works. And all of the laws that were written up into a point weren't written with either the lack of Chevron in mind or Trump in mind. And we just had this good faith assumption that like the president had self-preservation for his movement and like
I don't understand why you think the elimination of the Chevron two-step doctrine is somehow significantly impacting anything going here. All it is would give the court a little bit more power.
You're right. I thought I carved that out. What I thought
what Trump is basically doing is impounding, which is already illegal.
Yeah. No, but when I said Chevron, I'm more so just like painting the broader picture. You're right. The USAID, and I thought I corrected myself, but the Chevron doesn't have anything to do with that. I'm just talking about the more broad picture of like, generally speaking, the things he's doing are legal. And the answer to how do we protect the Department of Education going forward? How do we protect USAID going forward? What is the Trump exploit? And you kind of disagreed with this at the beginning. You were like, you kind of conceded this at the beginning, so I guess it's not really that important to go through. But I feel like it's important to walk through that, like, most of Trump's, like, big exploit, like, oh, he really fucked the system and he behaved blah, and he shuttered all these agencies. Like, all of these things are covered by statute. Like, the 2026 budget, they're already implementing language that says shall be distributed, not may be distributed. They're already shoring up this idea that, like, come the next administration, if the next guy coming in,
he didn't have the authority to get rid of USAID. No, wasn't that an illegal shuttering of that?
Well, he had. So it's not a shuttering technically. He's taking this goes into all the Doge stuff. This goes into the fucking is it VOT? If you read like all their emails, there's I'm trying to remember which one I was thinking of. There's all these emails. This was all happening in like March of last year, where like they're getting grilled on like, are you doing the statutory minimum? Is this fund actually being distributed? Now, Trump has explored, and I think this is mostly the heritage people, they've kind of like been stewing and looking at the law as it sits, and they're kind of like, hey, actually the law does kind of give the president the ability to reshuffle stuff, and like technically the funding for the USAID and technically the funding for the Department of Education is still passing through the executive branch. They're just kind of like being like really, really cagey with it.
I'd have to go back and check, but here's my issue. One, I'm pretty sure for USAID, I thought it was explicitly called out that this is under like that this is a sub-department ever created by Congress and couldn't just be unilaterally rescinded by the president. I guess I have to go back and check. I don't know where that legislation on that, number one. But number two, the issue is that like, I mean, like you could have used, I wish I could remember the law. Biden was relying on a kind of creative interpretation of the law for the Department of Education with regards to like disbursement of funds in times of great crisis or whatever, in order to get rid of all the student loan debt. That was his like goal there. But
yeah, I agree with Biden, and the language probably does exactly line up with that scenario, and I think it's really stupid.
But the court stepped against him. But they stayed it. He didn't get any of that. They stayed it, and then the court stepped against him, and we didn't really get any of that. Now he found other ways to cut, smaller portions of student loan debt from other people. But if that was a Trump presidency, it would have all been forgiven, and then maybe the Supreme Court in 3 years would have ruled against him, and then Trump would say, "Whoa, I guess maybe they got to pay it back." LOL.
I think
and then
there's a chicken and egg. I think that the Supreme Court just is more. They're less afraid of sandbagging than they are overreach. I think Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, I just think they are like amenable to the idea of like an understated government. I think that's just their philosophy. I think that's how they read the Constitution. And I think it aligns with what Trump wants to do with Doge. But it doesn't align with what Trump wants to do with tariffs. I think there's a very consistent character of the Supreme Court, and we should work on changing it because I don't like some of the people in there. But the idea that it's like Trump probably could not do the Biden things with a Trump label, and then it would be a different decision. I think Trump tries to
I categorically reject that interpretation of the Supreme Court that there's any sort of consistent character here. The Trump immunity decision is the most maximal government overreach you could possibly say, saying the executive is effectively immune, or at the very least presumptively immune, anytime he exercises his presidential powers. It's the most anti-conservative view, anti-principle conservative view I've ever seen from the Supreme Court with respect to government. Now, Destiny's 100% right. It depends.
For what Jessiah's saying and what we just talked about too, the Department of Education stuff, wasn't that blocked via an injunction? And didn't they remark that the exact same type...
That was the point we made earlier.
Yeah, but I'm saying Trump got universal injunctions eliminated. They're gone now. You can't enjoin the government.
But those are statute.
What do you mean?
So I've read the universal injunction opinion. I'm not trying to be like snobby about it, but like I last year really struggled with the Supreme Court, and there's a lot of stuff. I don't agree with the immunity decision. I think there's a lot of things. I think that, genuinely speaking, I went into the universal injunction opinion like kind of hating it and thinking it was terrible, but I understand the logic. I read ACB's.
Did you know that there were 2 attempts to get rid of universal injunctions under Biden, and the Supreme Court declined?
And I think it was the same judges, wasn't it? Do we have new ones in there? Did we shuffle a bunch
up? It was the same Supreme Court justices. Do you want to know why? Because the Supreme Court loved universal injunctions as long as they came out of Amarillo, Texas with Judge Kaczmarek. But when Trump gets slapped with universal injunctions,
as
there were two attempts. There were two attempts during the Biden administration that I'm aware of, where the Justice Department asked the Supreme Court to review the legality of universal injunctions because Biden kept getting cock-blocked by Republican judges. And the Supreme Court said no. Why? Because it's a case-by-case basis. Oh, you're a Democrat getting hit with universal injunctions? That's cool with me. Oh, you're a Republican? Well, it's not really right for one federal judge somewhere to basically have a national cockblock on the president of the United States.
I will look into that if that is exactly the opposite of my perception of how it runs. So like genuinely, truly, like
Also, what was the? I don't even know what the good argument. What did Amy write that was convincing? That we have to certify classes now with blocking the government from? I didn't hear a single compelling counter argument from the defense.
My understanding is that if Congress were to tomorrow just say yes to universal injunctions, we would have universal injunctions. But the idea that, because like that power needed to be granted by Congress, and the idea that it was implied that it was there, to be clear, I'm more of a Kagan person. I think that the history of the courts should speak louder than like what it probably meant at the time. Like if we've had an understanding, obviously we're not in Kagan's world right now. But the idea that like, if you actually look at what it meant at the time when they wrote that, there just wasn't this kind of thing.
Well,
like,
no, my understanding. Wait, hold on. Just be clear. This is my understanding. My understanding was real quick. We'll go real quick. My understanding is that, like, let's say that the federal government says the federal government makes a law, president enforces the law, and the law is basically saying no more blue cars. And then let's say that somebody in the Southern District of Texas sues the government, like, I think I should be allowed to have blue cars. And then it goes through the Fifth Circuit and everything, and they win their case. They win their case there. They get an injunction against the government. The government can no longer enforce the law against that person. And the argument was, well, if you want to bar this law from affecting everybody, you can't have a universal injunction. You got to certify a class of people that drive blue cars. That's crazy to me. How is that a good decision?
No, because the good faith thing, it's not that we expect good faith. It's that we expect some sort of like cognitive awareness of what's going to happen in two steps. And like, if one person takes it up to the appeals court, it is the judges are obligated to match the decision of every single court above them. And then it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court. And like, it is a weakness
but
in
here's
a sense.
The issue.
Like,
here's the issue. This is the big challenge, though, that none of them talked about when they were the decision was, oh, in that case, I'm not going to appeal cases that I lose. I'll let them win in that district and I'll never appeal. And now you have no percolation. You have no, which they love that word. You have no cases ever going to the Supreme Court. Why would they appeal the decision in a single district? Let every single person around the country sue until they've won in every single district, or at least in every single circuit or whatever. If you want to appeal your district court there.
Just pass a law. Just pass a law.
I'm sorry, not to twist. No, not to twist the knife here, because this Supreme Court doesn't give a fuck not just about federal statute when it's convenient, but the Constitution. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment very clearly bars insurrectionists from ever again holding office. And 9-0, even the liberals cucked out here and said effectively it's dead letter. It's plain text in the Constitution. It transcends federal statute.
But it was really inconvenient.
Because it was prudentially inconvenient.
I'm going to be honest. In this exact moment, I'm not speaking with any authority here. I'm just gonna presume that a 9-0 ruling probably has something behind it. That's just me.
Well, because they wanted to turn down the temperature on the country. They were like, I think Amy even wrote that in her, I think it was Amy or it was Sotomayor.
Amy's conservative.
Well, sure, I know, but they were saying, they were writing like, in the decision of our court, we think it's important that everybody calm the fuck down. I think Sotomayor might have written that in her concurrence, where they were all like, we all should come together and suck each other off and let Trump run as many times as he wants.
If Sotomayor's actual like reasoning, or if that was just like flat flavor text on like, okay, if it is that like, I'm willing to hear criticisms on SCOTUS. I'm just like, all that I'm saying about SCOTUS in the broad sense of this conversation is that I see a court that, although misguided, and I think Kavanaugh's like pragmatism is like fucking terrible, and that's the part of the immunity decision that makes it so terrible. I just see, I'll accept bias. Like, I'll accept that there are moments of bias, but like, yeah, I just see them having their own character and having their own preferences.
Okay, here's where we're going.
Like
I know Hutch wants in, so I'm going to give the mic to Hutch. Then I have a question for both sides, and we're going to get to closings, and we're going to do super chats, open it up, all that things. That's what we're doing right now. So Hutch, the ball is yours.
I find this part of the conversation like the least productive, because we're having a conversation about how, the Supreme Court, we don't like, and they're doing things that are, bending the system or even breaking the system. But like, we're not really getting at the heart of what we're talking about here. Like, there is a very meaningful difference between like things are getting bad and things are getting scary and things are getting worse, and things are so bad and we are past the point of no return. Therefore, essentially all bets are off and we just need to do what is necessary to crush our enemies. Like, can Destiny and Jessiah, can you guys give me any historical examples of countries that preemptively, there was a political party within that country that preemptively, like, bent the system, like even went outside the system preemptively to stop a destructive force, and then that worked out? Like, are there any examples you can point to?
One, I think in South Korea, didn't they arrest and throw that guy in prison? The guy who tried to do their little coup thing?
The legislature impeached him. The court upheld that impeachment. But the court also constrained the legislature who wanted to impeach the next person, the interim. But they didn't bend the system at all.
Sure, that's fine, but that was accountability.
That was a completely constitutional process. And I'm talking about, again,
everything we're saying would be constitutional. Nothing we're saying is unconstitutional or illegal.
Well, I mean, we can quibble about that in a minute here, but I'm talking about like preemptively. You guys are saying that we need to preemptively take really extraordinary measures and even escalate beyond what we've seen from Donald Trump.
I'm saying hold the last administration accountable. They've already done it. Yeah, it's after the fact.
No. I mean preemptively as in to stop like like a takeover.
That's what all things are for. Everything you do is to prevent future action, right?
No, but it's not. I'm saying to stop like a full-on preemptively stop a full-on takeover, an authoritarian, a fascist takeover, whatever. Are there any examples in history of a political party doing this and it working out?
Or the ordinary punishing of in Brazil. Didn't this happen again recently as well?
Yeah, I can't. Wait a minute. I can't, because I'm not familiar. It's entirely possible that this is the case. Part of the reason that they punished the ex-president of South Korea and Bolsonaro and the guy in Peru, and I think Japan and France have gone after criminal violations from their prime ministers or heads of state, is the deterrent factor. I don't know how much it was emphasized, like, oh, we have to worry about Bolsonaro's party replicating this, or the South Korean president's party replicating this.
But that wasn't a party that did that in Brazil. That was the court that did that. And they were reacting to Bolsonaro.
We're reacting to Trump.
Again, no. You're saying that you should basically, in my opinion, like kind of blow up the system if need be, to take extraordinary measures to incarcerate Trump and Trump enablers. That's
just a question for Hutch. Can you be more specific with what suggestions or advocacy that you've seen from Destiny or from Jessiah that you would characterize as blowing up the system?
Well, again, I've heard some pretty memey proposals from Destiny. I mean, Jessiah is more talking about like, in my opinion, Jessiah is like much less extreme in his prescriptions. Destiny seems quite open to basically anything. I think that's why he says you can do anything. You can basically do anything and call it legal if you're just creative enough.
You can. I mean, to quote Donald Trump, just call the election rigged or corrupt and leave the rest to me. The three things that I came prepared to defend today. Real quick. The three things I came prepared to defend today, but we didn't. We're not going to get into this, I guess. I think that the Supreme Court explicitly told Congress, listen, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, that doesn't apply anymore unless you guys pass a law for it. I think the first action should be Congress should pass a law with a list of all the people that they felt were involved in the insurrection before. And that's all they have to do is pass the fucking text. I don't need the courts or anything else. All those people are barred from holding office in the future. That's number one. Number two, fuck the filibuster and get rid of it. Okay, number two, and then number three, huge Supreme Court reform package that's probably going to involve having more justices that we all get to fucking choose. Just because, unfortunately, that's just how it goes. But then we'll have like term limits so that every president gets 2 or whatever going forward. That would be my 3 big things.
All of that is perfect. All of that is perfectly constitutional.
Well, I've had a conversation with Destiny where he suggested that we could, kidnap Congress people if we felt like they weren't going to vote in our direction.
Wait, that is possible. That's legally possible. That's legally possible, Hutch.
Okay, but are you proposing it or not?
Depends on the circumstances.
Come on, bro.
Are you?
I gave you the 3 things that I would pose. I gave you the 3 things that I would pose.
And I'm asking you something else. Would you consider kidnapping? Like, let's say you want to do this bill where you find these people guilty of insurrection, and you find out that members of your own party would probably not vote for that. Like, would you be open to kidnapping them and temporarily while the vote happens?
Right now, I don't think
so. Are these reforms so essential that if you don't get them, it's existential to the point where we need to do these things?
A couple, yeah, I feel like some of these are, yes.
Which one of the 3 that you mentioned? Doing away with filibuster, court reform, and I forget the first one you mentioned.
I feel like it's a cuck answer, but I would lean towards the 14th Amendment answer But I think all of three of these could be argued for. The big Supreme Court reform would be a huge one. Having like 26 justices or however many you would need, 2 per circuit, to hear more cases and to have it so you have like the president gets to choose 2 or 3 or 4 depending on your term limits every single time he comes in. And then getting rid of the filibuster, I think, would be pretty important as well because we played way too many fucking stupid games in the Senate.
So if we don't
that
get
would
rid
be
of
a really
the
good
filibuster, we can kidnap people who are against the getting rid of the filibuster in order to get rid of the filibuster. That's your advocacy?
I would frame it a different way, but
okay.
I just want to be clear. Hold on. I just want to be clear, okay? This is hatred in my heart speaking for both of you right now that laughed at that. If Donald Trump thought that he could benefit from doing this, he would do it right now. Full stop.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
You're wrong.
No,
You're wrong.
I don't.
But yeah.
Well,
but if I would have argued before,
I feel like Donald Trump
I
think Donald Trump is kind of a paper tiger and a coward personally.
A paper tiger that deposed the leader of Venezuela unilaterally, that openly said to the American media that he talked to oil execs before Congress?
I mean, you're listing bad things that he did, but like, why didn't he try to like send the military in to help the January 6th insurrectionists? By the way,
he did try. He asked for 10,000 people to be there, but in the first government,
he could have made a phone call that day and said like, I want the military to go in. And, like, help
he didn't know how government worked. He was retarded. then.
I mean, you don't think he thought that he could like order the military to do things?
He literally, that's explicitly why Bowser fucked up and didn't have them there. Bowser was scared of the National Guard being there. Trump wanted them there because Trump, why do you think Trump wanted them there to keep the congressmen safe?
On the day.
On the day was too late.
You can say he can do anything legally.
Wait, Hutch. Hang on. On the day of January 6th, you acknowledge Trump said he was going to go to the Capitol, right? When he was at the Capitol, what do you think he would have done there?
The point is, Destiny.
No, answer that question. Why answer the single question. What would he have done when he went to the Capitol?
Answer the question. It's fair.
What would he have done if he went to the Capitol?
Yes. Do you think he would have ordered the National Guard there to help him?
I genuinely have no fucking idea.
But that's fine. I'm okay with that answer. But the fact that you
idea.
can't even answer that question says that my hypothetical about him kidnapping people is not really that absurd. You don't even know if the American president would order the National Guard to circumvent the electoral process. That's crazy.
You get mad at me for laughing at you for saying that we should potentially kidnap fucking members of Congress, Destiny. Like, you don't even consider, like, you call me like optics cucked because I consider the reaction from the voters who will determine if you remain in power after you do these kind of things. Like, I don't understand how, in what universe you think the public is not going to just like completely turn on you right away when we have 62% of the public right now that think that Democratic rhetoric has gone too far compared to 74% with Republicans. What we're seeing right now with the electorate is a lot of disdain for both parties and politics altogether. This is not a situation that is at all ripe for the kind of authoritarian measures that you're proposing. There's no indication from the electorate that they would back you.
I want to know if Jessiah
that's
agrees
not
with
being optics cucked. That is just politics. You have to consider the consequences, the electoral consequences of the decisions that you make. And the things that you're proposing are very much not going to...
That gets to my question, but I have 2 questions. One, just real quick for Jessiah. Do you co-sign Destiny's position here on the kidnapping contest?
To be clear, my position is that it's possible and illegal. It is a legal thing to do. I don't think we should do it.
No, okay, then Destiny, should we do that?
If it came down to them launching nukes or something, maybe, but I gave 3 things that I think are really important.
And the filibuster, specifically.
No, I think there are other things we can do first. For instance, I think we should induct 134 states into the Union from D.C. Every neighborhood could be a state. We pass it that way, do a constitutional amendment, and then we kick them out again. I would be in favor of that over the kidnapping thing. There you go. Possible. Okay, it's legal. Well, you're laughing, but it's legal. Republicans wouldn't laugh.
But the statement you're making is that it is like we're so existential that if certain things don't happen, it is like necessary at some point down the line. There's
the path we're on right now. We are living through the fall of the American empire. Yes, correct.
We're back. We are a democracy decline. This is a backsliding democracy. I think it's the worst it's been since the Civil War. It's not just business as usual. It's meaningfully different.
And worse than the Civil War because we're impacting every other country on the planet as a result of our actions too. Sorry, go ahead, Jessiah.
But yeah, and Hutch, the thing that frustrates me a bit is that
I did want to ask a question actually to you, Jessiah, and you can wrap your statement to Hutch on that because we are going a little long here. But that's okay. It's a great conversation. 2026 comes around, 2028, we win the House, we win the Senate, we win the presidency, and we start doing your agenda, right? We're packing the courts, we're getting rid of the filibuster, we're going after the Trump administration.
I'm lifting this desk right now. I'm lifting it. Yes, keep going.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. And then polling comes out, and we're seeing data that, oh shit, we're going we're going to lose all three in the next election cycle. In the 2030, we're going to lose the House, we're going to lose the Senate, and in 2032, we're losing the presidency. And it turns out that the people don't like these things, that electorally it's going to hurt us significantly. Do you still do those things? Or do you stop and say, oh, I don't want to take the electoral loss. I don't want to give the Senate and the House back to the Republicans. It's not important enough to lose those elections. Which do you value more?
It depends on the one. So, for example, let's take them piecemeal. So you said one of them was like prosecuting Trump and MAGA.
Yes,
That's one of them. I would do that regardless of the electoral consequences.
Okay, so even if you lose all three branches of the government,
100%, because the alternative is the American people saying basically just let this slide in order to win the next election. No, I think at this point we've tried that before where we've lost elections as a consequence. I think that there needs to be accountability for the long-term health of this democracy, which is more important than winning the next election.
And then
so
also,
that's one where I'd be. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then also to agree with Jessiah there. So it's just so funny because you guys keep making this. You say you're like, even if you were to lose all three branches of the government, we already have, right? Every time you keep giving like a worst case scenario, we're already there. We already live in hell. Okay, but I would do it because you know what? The Republican Party that ends up sweeping and winning afterwards, even in the majority, are going to look at the Democrats and they're going to go, we trashed you guys, okay? But we're going to be kind of chill because this is America and elections always swing back and forth, literally no matter the fuck what. And maybe they'll calm the fuck down on some of the fuck shit they do, knowing that when Democrats come in office next time, they have that dog in them and they will come at them as hard as they've been coming at them.
And to Destiny's point, I'll give you an example that we're doing right now.
You guys keep saying, hold on. You guys keep saying that, but then you acknowledged during this debate that deterrence such as that has never worked.
We've said it does work.
Why would it work now?
It has worked. It has worked. It always works. What are you talking? Our whole argument this whole show is that it's worked. It's always worked.
That's why. That's insane.
Our whole argument has been over and over again that it has worked. In the areas where we fought, they've stopped. Indiana stopped because California won. They stop when we win. They stop when we fight back.
We're talking about legal consequences. Using the system to prosecute people. This idea that you're ever going to get the Republican Party, like the fervent MAGA base, to ever think like, oh, fuck, this serious.
We're talking about the politicians. They're the ones that have to be held accountable.
Can I jump in?
No, wait, hang on. Wait a minute, because for the Proposition 50 example, in my opinion, is instructive of the mentality that I'm talking about. So people ask me this all the time. Well, if you gerrymander Proposition 50, we game it out. Which party has the greater potential on paper for gerrymandering?
Well, let me ask you, Jessiah, if Trump went after if he went after Comey, if he went after the other people he's going after.
Wick's struggling to name people he hasn't already went after, by the way. Sorry, go ahead.
No, he's already gone after. The names are
Letitia James,
right now, but we all know.
Adam Schiff.
He's gone after all these things. Has that made you want to stop opposing him?
Sorry?
Has that deterred you in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, it's deterring you guys right now. You guys are deterred right now. Yes, it is. Your whole argument is that you're deterred.
You're
going to do it even more.
You are doing it again.
Chess, and you're like, those moves are great.
You are doing it. You are doing the
PDF.
You are doing the false dichotomy again. You're doing like weaponize or surrender. Like probably everybody on this panel agrees that criminals should be prosecuted for crimes.
They're not criminals. Why do you keep saying that? Comey's not a criminal. Letitia James not a criminal. Bull's not a criminal.
Bro, people that commit crimes. Okay,
they're not,
people
they didn't commit crimes. It was bullshit. They were false indictments. What are you talking? Why do you keep? I argued this with Mitti earlier when he's like, "Well, they used the DOJ to go after criminals. They weren't investigating crime. It was pretextual."
You said that Donald Trump was lawless.
He is. He blatantly says, "I don't
give a fuck what the law is." The immunity decision does not mean he's not. The immunity decision does not mean that he's not committing crimes. It complicates the enforcement mechanisms after he leaves office. They're not saying everything he does is legal.
Well,
they
kind of are.
Don't say
that. They explicitly kind of do.
Like, I don't know why you're quibbling with me on this, but there is a difference.
I'm going to continue with what I was saying. So again, Proposition 50. I supported Gavin Newsom pursuing Proposition 50, even when election experts, including Laksha, your favorite, said that if you maximize for gerrymandering, the Republicans have a higher ceiling for gerrymandering. On paper, we were scheduled to lose that gerrymandering war, and I said it was worth fighting anyway. It's the same sort of mentality. The abuse victim better not hit her abuser in self-defense, otherwise he's going to put her in a coma. It's the same sort of mentality. My position is not that we only make moves that are guaranteed to win. Some fights are worth having just on the merits. Holding Trump accountable, even if it cost us elections, I think would be worth it. Doing Proposition 50, even if at the end of the day Democrats lost the gerrymandering war because there are more red states to gerrymander, it was worth it. Sometimes engaging in self-defense, even if you still lose the fight, is worth it.
But
That's
Jessiah,
my
we are,
position.
we're on board.
We
we are on board with like criminal prosecutions. Again, but
I was answering
stop
Wick's
doing-
question,
why-
though.
What is this? No, but I'm just
There are
saying,
no
like, you don't need to
crimes.
pitch. Shut the fuck up. There are no, like, you don't need to pitch us on like pursuing accountability for people. Destiny is saying nobody's committing crimes, but like I'll just speak to you directly. You are saying people are committing crimes and that you want to see legal accountability for that. We're already on board with that. But I just don't support blatantly, explicitly weaponizing and politicizing the DOJ. It doesn't work. It doesn't serve our interests. It doesn't instill a sense of confidence in the system. And to Mitti's point, there is no off-ramp for this, Jessiah. There is no off-ramp for this. They're
Hutch,
not
I
going to
was
stop
answering-
if you do that.
I was answering Wick's question. Wick asked me, would I do certain things even if it resulted in political defeat? And I gave 2 examples where I would. I was answering his question. I wasn't talking to you. Calm the fuck down.
I'll drink a sip of water.
Please do.
Okay. Can I say one
Well,
more thing before closers?
One more thing, but then we got to get to closings. Then I want super chats, and a lot of people want in, and we're going to try to get to some callers, and that's what we're going to do. So, Mitti,
Yeah.
last thing, and then we're going to closings.
I mean, there's a lot I would love to dive into and keep on going, but I would like to challenge the idea. It's like, one, I don't live in the world where we're going to be able to do constitutional amendments in 2028. I don't live in that world. I think that we are probably only going to be able to get legislative reform. I imagine we're not going to be able to overcome the pardons. I imagine none of this is going to happen, and I imagine we will be okay. But when I hear things like you can justify anything, you can indict a ham sandwich, which was in a different context 5 years ago, that was the other side's argument. But the idea that like just be creative enough, you can do anything. And then when I'm like, hey, what does that mean? It's like, oh, well, you can like bog down some famous people with process. And it's like, okay, is that what being creative is going to look like in Newsom's like administration? Is that like we go to the court? And this is where like the existence of this, what are we going to do if, is the problem, right? Is there just a point where we have to say is there just a point where we have to say we lost that election and that fucking sucked, right? And we need to reform the stuff that like clears up more corruption from happening. But it's like, when do we, like, is there just a point where we say, yeah, like Gavin Newsom probably can't do much to Trump after this other than put him in court a few times. We probably can't do much to Eric Trump other than like, I mean, I guess go after his like tax reforms. Like, but then if we're saying that like, oh, we'll reveal the fact that he insider traded. Yes, like that's what we want to do. We have reason to believe that these things exist, but it's like, if we end up in the position where like it feels weird to me that we're just saying that like we need this absolute essential necessary accountability, and it's like, what does that look like? Well, because of all these obstacles we have to be creative. Well, what does being creative
I gave
look
3
like? Being
examples.
creative
Why aren't
looks
you
like
talking about
process-
them? I gave 3 examples.
What 3 examples?
You cited reforms that we might
Hold
even
on,
go
Hutch, I
board
want to
with.
hear him say a thing. Hold on.
Sure.
Congress passed a law to enact Section 3, 14th Amendment. Every elected conservative that was supporting Trump, however the fuck they determine that, they can do whatever. They can draw fucking straws for it. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, no, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about.
What? Massive Supreme Court reform, okay? Term limits, 24
we're
justices.
agreeing on reform.
Get
We're
rid of the
agreeing on
filibusters.
reform. I don't think we're getting Supreme Court reform.
Okay, well,
because
hold on,
that's a
wait. But if it
constitutional
comes to the point to where it's like, oh shit, we don't have the votes in the Senate for
packing it.
that if you don't have the votes to the Senate for it, then you add 134 new representatives to Congress via DC, make them all states, what the fuck ever you have to do for it, do that, and then pass a constitutional amendment to do what you need to do, and then get rid of them, like that type of shit to get those things done. That's what I'm saying.
You need Congress to do that, and they would tell you no.
No,
Like
and
even
then
the Democrats
what
would not.
we're saying, hold on. I need to finish my point.
Yeah.
In this conversation is the presumption that there is this accountability concept that is necessary for the future of America.
Yes.
And I agree that it
Yes.
is, right? And insofar as we can have it, I want it, right? But when it comes to the obstacles, when we walk up to the obstacles of this happening, right? What we end up with, and I'm like, okay, well, we can't pardon, criminal immunity, like short of like packing the courts, which I'm just going to say that I disagree with principally. I just disagree with it. It's a different
You
conversation.
disagree with it principally? Wait a minute. You disagree with it principally? Why?
Oh God, we're gonna
later.
I want to stay on my point later.
I understand what you're saying. We agree. Listen, I understand what you're saying. This is the argument that we're making.
Hold on. Yeah, please. Go ahead, Destiny.
Well, no, let him finish. No, go ahead, let him finish.
No, okay. Concisely, Mitti. Concisely.
I am being concise. Okay. And we end up at this point where it's like we come up on all these obstacles, and the response to that is like, okay, well, we'll be creative. We'll do indictments based on this, and that. And it's like, and when I challenge that doesn't make any sense. Our examples are, well, look at process is the punishment, and it's like, okay, is process punishment gonna be this like are the Republicans gonna be like fucking forlorn by us like charging them for their gun form taxes like $100? Is that gonna be the thing that like stakes them in the heart that we like?
This has
like,
negative impacts. Yes. Look at how much bad press we got for Hunter Biden for so long.
Accountability. We're not talking about fuel in the fire. We're talking about essential accountability for the health of our country. That we tag Eric Trump for jaywalking.
Hutch is about to say. I know what exactly the argument Hutch is about. Hutch is about to say. Oh, he's going to say that was massive accountability for Hunter Biden, but wasn't Hunter Biden pardoned? And didn't you say that since Trump didn't go to prison, that was actually no? Was that the argument you're about to make? Hutch, go ahead, make that argument.
No, you were the one. You were the one that's saying that process is the punishment. But then when I listed all the people that went through like these processes for criminal indictments and getting disbarred, you said it was nothing. You said it was not meaningful.
Process is the punishment because the conservatives weaponize the process to use it. Democrats are using the process to effect an end. Republicans are abusing the process, and then that is the end for them. Do you think Republicans gave a fuck if Hillary actually did something bad with her email servers? No, they used that for a year's worth of fucking media coverage. That was the win. They didn't give a fuck if she got indicted at the internet or if anything bad happened at the internet. They got all the statements from Comey. They got all the fucking media press for it. That's all that matters to them.
If the process is the punishment, I don't know why you downplayed the consequences that I said before, because these people ultimately got pardoned. You are contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not. Here's the difference. The difference is that when Hillary Clinton's emails were talked about, it hurt her election. When Donald Trump was arrested, his mugshot is hanging in the fucking White House. Do you see the difference? The process is a punishment for one side because they're playing by the other rules. The other side is flagrantly abusing them. But you seem to think that they're both the same.
They're winning in spite of, not because of that.
No, it's because they've never had real accountability. They never have any real accountability. They don't have real accountability. And by the way, this whole conversation,
because the process is the punishment.
Not if you don't treat it that way. Not if you don't give a fuck about the process. Not if it's all a fucking meme to you.
I'm gonna fall back to what I said earlier. I think everything that we've experienced since like 2020 has been almost exclusively a result of the Democratic establishment, because of Joe Biden, completely fucking going silent. There was no leader of the party. Like, Trump would just go out and say shit, and everyone was like, all right, cool, now I know what I have to like defend. And they would move and say shit, and the Democratic Party had nothing. I don't think that if we're talking about the essential, necessary, without this we fucking die accountability, like, it's not process punishment. It's get the fucking information out there, have a message, and drill that into everybody's fucking heads.
This is the way that I view it. When I say start of the fall of the American Empire, or it happened in 2016, is we're talking about all this domestically. We're not going to get into this in the conversation, but internationally, the entire fucking world is looking at how the United States responds to Donald Trump. And if it's just to move on to the next election for business as usual, who the fuck is ever making any big deal with the United States of America again, knowing that we're one bad inflation period away from electing another fucking lunatic that's going to do God knows the fuck what else all over the world?
Nobody would disagree that like legal accountability or like some kind of accountability is really important after a moment like this. Nobody would disagree with that. But we do have examples in history of world leaders that committed like full-on atrocities that were never held accountable, and then the countries went on to become healthier, functional democracies. Spain with Franco, Chile with Pinochet. You know, like, these things have happened before.
Weren't these
I'm not
leaders that were like,
downplaying.
for Pinochet,
I am
these
not
are people that were
downplaying.
deposed or gotten rid of? Whose administration didn't carry on healthily, no?
They did not go to jail. Franco did not. Franco died when he was in power, I believe. Pinochet, like, avoided any, like, real accountability for, like, he mass murdered, like, thousands of people, okay? Like, that was not ideal that he got away with that. But those countries did find a way to get on a better path. So I think this idea that the idea that the kind of accountability that you guys want is so necessary that if it doesn't happen, it necessarily represents the end of the republic. History does not support what you guys are saying. There are examples of countries getting on a better path when that didn't happen.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not saying it's the end of the republic. I do think it's a major step in democratic backsliding. It's not just a minor step, it's a big deal because it's also a culmination of a pattern. Again, the pardon of President Nixon, the botched Reconstruction at the end of the Civil War. There is a general atmosphere of unaccountability for corrupt leaders, at least corrupt presidents in this country. And then you add the immunity decision on top of it. This is where I totally agree with Destiny. Unless you really use the system to demonstrate to MAGA that there will be legal consequences for their actions. And I understand that you gave some examples. I actually disagree with Destiny on some of them. I do. Fox's behavior did change in certain respects after the Dominion lawsuit. Tucker Carlson was fired. They didn't traffic openly in the 2020 election denialism as a consequence. When Gavin Newsom threatened his $787 million lawsuit just last year against Jesse Waters apologized on air because they didn't want to get slapped with that sort of shit again. Now, I would also argue in many of the instances, the punishment was relatively minor. So 4 months for Steve Bannon, and I think Navarro, you said as well, or who was the other one? Was it Manafort?
Navarro, yeah.
Manafort was pardoned, yeah. And so the problem was this wasn't the end of the age of Trump. Trump himself is the one, to me, that matters most. It's important to try to get as many of the MAGA high command as possible, but as long as they felt that there was a future for them post-Trump. I mean, Steve Bannon went to prison in 2024 pretty confident that Trump at least had a coin flip of winning the election. So he said, I'm doing this for Trump. I'm Trump's biggest soldier, because there was a life for him and his movement after he got out of prison. It's not just an instance of punishment. It's an atmosphere of accountability that comes from the legislature and the executive. I think that's what needs to be done. I'll just wrap up with this as far as because I was trying to address some of the things that Mitti said. I think the Supreme Court reform would address much of this. The immunity decision, the Supreme Court giveth, the Supreme Court can taketh away. A new liberal court can go back and just smack that shit down. The pardons, the Supreme Court is the one who interprets constitutionality, right? So in theory, you could get a Supreme Court, a liberal Supreme Court, saying mass preemptive pardons by the President of the United States. That's not what the founders intended, because it's a get-out-of-jail-free card by the President of the United States. They could interpret that sort of thing that way. Or the self-pardon. There are constitutional scholars who argue, I don't know if they're right because it hasn't been tested yet, that the self-pardon by the President is unconstitutional because it violates a bedrock principle that the president can't basically be the criminal and the judge at the same time. He can't give himself a get-out-of-jail-free card as well. And to pack the Supreme Court, you don't need a constitutional amendment. I agree with you. We're not going to see that anytime soon. 27 amendments in 250 years, not going to happen. All you need is a federal statute to expand the court.
Okay. Can I?
You can respond, but we do have callers that are begging me.
There was one we have to get to this. I promise you it'll be worth it. I'll ask Jessiah. Okay. Do you acknowledge that you will need a mandate from the public to execute these kinds of really extraordinary measures?
Unless Democrats are willing to do it without campaigning on Democrats, I mean the lawmakers, yes, you probably need some sort of buy-in from the public. Not necessarily, though. In theory, you could have every Democratic candidate in the House and the Senate and the presidency never talk about this shit and just have a secret deal that as soon as we win the presidency and both chambers of Congress, we can pounce on this shit. But otherwise, yes, you probably need to build and spend the political capital.
Who decides when the coast is clear? Who decides when these extreme kind of measures are no longer necessary? Who decides when we're, quote, back to normal and MAGA has been sufficiently dominated?
As far to my satisfaction, or you're saying in practical terms?
I mean, someone has to decide, right?
In practical terms, it would be party leadership if they're given the levers of power.
Okay. And if they derive their power from the voters, the next question I want to ask you is really important. What signs are you seeing in the electorate currently that they would back an explicitly partisan, we must entirely crush MAGA kind of approach?
I don't think that that's how they should. I don't think that that's how necessarily how Democratic candidates should campaign on it. I think in blue districts you could probably campaign on a partisan. We're going to hold the Trump administration accountable. John Ossoff in a purple swing state like Georgia probably has to go with just an aggressive general accountability metric. But yeah, I think that you can.
It's not campaigns. It's not, it's about like once you get power, you don't want to do a situation where you do so many things that are so extreme that you would give the Republicans like a supermajority the next cycle, right? You wouldn't want to do that, right?
Well, again, like some things I would be willing to lose elections over, like prosecuting Trump. Yeah, I'd be willing to. Like that's why I answered when you and I had our disagreement earlier, and I was answering Wick.
Okay, so in your situation, we've done these extraordinary measures. They hid their power level. They take office. We do a really partisan, maybe weaponized agencies, just crush MAGA approach.
I reject the premise of that. I disagree with the premise of that it's inherently partisan or it's weaponized. I disagree with that.
It's not inherently partisan to set a goal of like members of the Republican Party in jail.
It is no more inherently partisan than you telling me multiple times on stream that you would appoint Jack Smith in part because bro, you don't even have to say it, bro. We know we'd go after Trump.
Would it be bipartisan?
I'm 100% supporting still going after Democratic criminals. If there's a Democratic criminal, 100%.
I didn't mean that. I mean like the effort to like for accountability for Republicans specifically. Would you get bipartisan support for like going after them?
Are you saying would I try to get like Republican lawmakers in on it, or do you mean?
I mean, I think it is. I think it is partisan, but that's like a neutral term. I'm not meaning it like a bad term. It's just, but it is. But this would be a partisan effort, right? And so, like, if you do that,
I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
I'll abandon the language. I don't want to get hung up on it.
Were Garland's prosecutions of Trump partisan?
No, that came from an independent DOJ. That's the difference. It didn't come from a politician. There was no directive. He just operated as you should within the boundaries of that norm, which is a good norm. But I still want to say, like, I don't understand how could you say that the country would be in a better place if you would be willing to potentially give Republicans a supermajority 4 years later by taking extraordinary measures that all signs right now with the electorate point to a huge chunk of the country that is just really tired of both parties. And I just don't see a path that you could do this thing that you want to do, that it wouldn't just like really empower Republic. Like, what did the country gain? You got to put Donald Trump in jail, but now like maybe the Republicans have like 60 votes in the Senate. You know, like
we talked about this before. It would have to be wedded with, a pro-labor, pro-middle class, pro-lower class, robust policy. I think last time you and I talked about it, we even talked about our own version of the One Big Beautiful Bill where we, cut housing regulations and, do a bunch of other shit and put Supreme Court expansion in that same federal statutory bill. You would absolutely have to spend your political capital wisely. If it's just seen by the American people that you don't give a fuck about their taxes or the national debt or the cost of living, and it's all about sticking it to Trump, then I agree that's a recipe for disaster. As far as I'm aware, I can't speak for Stephen, but I know I'm not saying that that's how we would pitch it to the American people. I would say that accountability and prosperity are two sides of the same coin. At the same time that Donald Trump was single-handedly spiking your gas prices, he was acting to enrich himself and his family. He was simultaneously jacking up your gas prices and also leaking, crucial foreign policy deadlines to, family members and allies so they could short the stock market and reap the fall of that sort of thing. Like I would pitch it that way. I would also say the Supreme Court reform is necessary not only to undo presidential immunity. This is a country that was founded on liberty, not, an infallible tyrant, but also anything that we want to do as the American people, get money out of politics, for example, money out of elections, we have to change this court because this court will cockblock any attempt to do that. I would pitch it in the best possible way to the American people to get buy-in. But I don't think Stephen or I are suggesting that what we do is like, hey guys, fuck all your other concerns. We're just going after Trump. See you in 2 years.
Even if you do throw them these bones of like maybe higher minimum wage or pro-labor policies or whatever, what you are describing, it would be explicitly partisan and it would be coming from a politician. There is a difference between framing accountability coming from an impartial law enforcement body versus explicitly partisan. And right now, the electorate are not showing us any signs that they would get behind your strategy. And I don't understand why your strategy of being explicit about it, we want to go after Trump because he did these things. Why is that more preferable than allowing an aggressive prosecutor that you appoint as AG to operate independently?
Okay. Let me ask Stephen, because again, I've said this before. Like, I'm not necessarily wedded to Stephen.
We gotta wrap
real
up
quick.
soon.
Real quick. This is the answer that I've given,
Then
but
we got
Hutch
closing.
either doesn't believe me or won't contend with this. Is the issue is that every time you're in a fight with somebody, your best defensive moves often require you to reposition yourself such that you're gaining an edge offensively. You keep asking these questions of like, well, right now the electorate doesn't have an appetite for this fight. But if you were a conservative, what you would say is we need to have this fight so that the Republic develops an appetite for it. I think that now Jessiah, in a way, I think kind of got there, or we align on things. So when I say like let's say that my position, I'm not necessarily supporting this. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Somebody's like, we need to expropriate all the wealth from Trump's family. We just need to fucking rob him, right? It wouldn't be, hey guys, let's rob Trump because we're super partisan, LOL. It would be what Jessiah said. At a time when Americans were experiencing record high inflation, every time Trump was going to make a crazy foreign policy decision on poly market, one of his friends was cashing out. Why was the Republican president allowed to enrich himself off the backs of Americans while we were sending boys to die in Iran or whatever? It would be stuff like this. As you have the fight, as you raise these issues to a higher saliency in the American mind, part of the fight develops the appetite for the thing that you're trying to do. It's not like this is why we never take an aggressive step. It's because it feels like every day we're just sitting here waiting around for the public to develop an appetite for some aggressive step. Meanwhile, Republicans take them and then they create the desire for them.
But well, hang on, Destiny. Like this is where I can't get you to acknowledge that Donald Trump's explicitly partisan weaponization of DOJ have not benefited him. You worm out of that by saying, well, the process is the punishment, therefore, like they got what they wanted. But the public right now are disgusted with this administration. And we are now going from a situation where 6 months ago, nobody was having a conversation realistically about the Democrat. No, you don't. Stop talking.
Because you're repeating the same shit. It's not relevant. I already have my answer. My answer's going to be, it's not because of his weaponization of the DOJ. It's because gas prices are high.
You're saying we need to do what they're doing because it's working out for them. And right now we're cruising to a midterm election where the Democrats could realistically end up with a 53 seat majority in the Senate.
In the Congress,
you don't acknowledge but you don't acknowledge that that's a big deal. You don't get it, Destiny. You don't understand.
What do you mean?
That is
Do you think? Hold on. Do you think that I think that it's not good to win Congress? Destiny doesn't know it's good to win Congress. That's an opinion you think I have?
You're downplaying it, Destiny. You're saying that that's not a sufficient, like, who cares? It's just the Senate. It's like, whatever. But that's a big deal.
No, I'm saying that it's not necessarily a win. It's like becoming the king of ashes.
What was
the win of doing the prosecutions?
The win of doing what prosecutions?
Winning a Senate majority.
The Trump administration.
We are circling.
Because the prosecutions that they were doing was an attempt to win with the public. That's the goal. Is they always angle this in some kind of like PR victory,
and they lost.
You know what?
They failed, bro. It didn't work out for them. They didn't. Donald Trump didn't manufacture consent for these prosecutions. They blew up in his face.
We gotta move on. We gotta get to the closing statements, and we gotta get to Collins, and then we gotta.
Just one final question. I won't even say anything in response. Just, do you think that overall, 10 years back, if you were a Republican or a Democrat, and then you look 10 years into the future, do you think that a Democrat or a Republican would feel more strongly that their overall aims for America had been advanced?
Right now, Democrats, for sure. Right now.
Okay. All right. No, I just said I wouldn't say anything.
Okay, you said you weren't going to say anything.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. That was on you. You're right.
Okay. Thanks. This has been
Can I answer the question?
Quickly. We got things.
If Democrats do not take this next opportunity, Republicans by a long shot. But this opportunity could be Democrats by a mile.
Okay.
To codify reform. Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay. This has been I've loved this discussion. It's very, very fiery, very passionate, and I think we have hit on the core issues at play for the most part. I'll give each of these people a concise, really brief closing statements, shout yourselves out, all that. And then we got people who are, I've got like 10 DMs from Soy Pill. Okay. I'm not kidding. And he is crying.
9 of them are dick pics.
Shitting himself, right? Vomiting, begging. And we're going to get to it. Let's start with Mitti and we'll let, we'll start with Destiny and we'll let Mitti have the last word. So Destiny, close us out.
Yeah, I think that after this election season, I think that MAGA is going to be crushed and they're kind of sort of die as a movement. But I think that like there's still going to be a Republican Party. They're still going to be in play for 2030 and 2032. And all the Republicans that you see now are like, oh, I didn't support Trump. And we're just going to continue on with business as usual, exhausting who knows how much political capital trying to do reforms and whatever to make it so the last Trump stuff doesn't happen again and get none of our agenda passed. Meanwhile, Republicans have seen an insanely unprecedented explosion of things like ICE, of isolating the United States from the rest of the world, of any of the evangelicals that are obsessed with Israel and blowing up Middle Eastern countries, of getting rid of Roe v. Wade, of further entrenching, especially if Alito goes soon or whatever, their hold on the Supreme Court. Like Republicans have just long-term benefited in so many ways that I think they will gladly, lose an election and then come back the next term or whatever. Because I mean, like, what are the Democrats even going to do in our 4 years? We're going to be trying to rebuild the country from wherever Trump left it, which is what we have to do every single time we come back into office anyway. And the idea that I'm going to walk away feeling so proud that in 2028, my Democratic president made every single thing Trump did illegal, so he can't do it again, as his family walk away as billionaires, as we pass no substantial legislation, and then we have the next lunatic fucking conservative come in. That's just wild to me. But
okay, thank you for being here. We'll really appreciate your participation. Everyone knows where Destiny is. Go follow him. Hutch, please.
Yeah, I mean, I've just spent a lot of years arguing with the online left about liberal democracy, and one of their main points that they've been making to me over and over again over the years is that liberal democracies are just not sufficient to protect against fascism. The voters can't be trusted in the long run, and that power needs to be wielded to crush their opposition. And it has been a bit unnerving to hear very similar sentiments being expressed from spaces that I just would never have expected just a couple of years ago, because it seems like a lot of liberals agree these days. And there is no off-ramp to what we're talking about here. I mean, Destiny's talking about, well, the Republican Party's still going to be around. It's like, well, yeah, this is a democracy. Like it's not a realistic win condition to say that, you want to pursue a policy agenda to lock Republicans out of power. That is just, we are so past, beyond the pale at that point. I also want to tie the conversation that we're having to the idea of the importance of realistic win conditions. And ContraPoints, she made a really, I think, important and instructive Instagram post maybe a year ago where she critiqued the online left. And her observation was that unbridled rage coupled with unrealistic win conditions created the kind of conditions that only led to doom, misery, dread, and bitterness. And I think that was perfectly on point in terms of her critique of that kind of activism that they were doing. And I'm seeing a lot of that these days, again, in some very unconventional spaces. And I think it's important to approach the path ahead with keeping in mind what are realistic win conditions. We should pursue reforms. And I think we have an opportunity to do that the next time we win a trifecta.
Thanks for being here, Hutch. Really appreciate you. Everyone knows where you can find Hutch. Go find him on YouTube, Twitch, all that. Jessiah, please.
Yeah, so I think we're a democracy in decline. We're a backsliding democracy. It didn't start with Trump. It's been a process going on certainly for the past 40 years, I would say, certainly since the era of Newt Gingrich, then accelerating under McConnell, and then Trump accelerating it further still. I'm not convinced that the Republican Party normalizes after 2028, especially if there is no meaningful accountability. And it is looking increasingly likely that is not, if not necessarily outright impossible, because you could theoretically have state prosecutions and still federal prosecutions. You could theoretically resurrect the cases by Jack Smith against Trump, but the window is shrinking. I think it is a necessary but insufficient step, to hold Trump, members of the Trump family, the corrupt criminal members of the Trump administration and the Republican Party accountable. And not just once. I think you have to create an atmosphere of general accountability. I think we've tried it other ways, just the turn the other cheek mentality, or just pass good legislation mentality, and just hope and pray that the Republican Party doesn't abuse us. But that's just not how it worked. The when they go low, we go high thing has not redounded to our benefit. Yes, we still win elections. We win as often as we lose. We're still able to hold our own against the Republican Party, which is impressive when you consider the many disadvantages that we have. But we're not talking about just winning things cycle by cycle. We're talking about meaningfully improving and progressing the American experiment, not just simply slowing the decay. And that requires the gathering of political capital. It requires the aggressive judicial use of political capital. You have all sorts of people saying the Biden administration mishandled its approach to Trump, that Merrick Garland was not the man for the moment. Republicans like Chris Christie argue that. Eric Holder, the former attorney general, said that. Glenn Kirshner, Mark Elias. It's a consensus. This idea that there's no off-ramp, the fact of the matter is that in order to have a functioning society, you have to have buy-in from as many people as possible. We live in a duopoly. One of the two major parties is a bad faith actor. This idea that if we take risks, if we fight back, there's no off-ramp. I mean, again, I use the hyperbolic example all the time. You could easily make the case that the best way to get the Republicans to stop abusing us would be for every Democrat to just resign their seats, just turn over the keys, all of the keys to the Republicans. Okay, we want you to stop hitting us. Here you go. You get all the power. Now stop hitting us. None of us would agree with that. We would all say, no, fuck you. There are some things worth fighting for. I do think accountability is a necessary but insufficient process. We got to package it with, a robust legislative agenda that helps us win elections, which helps us build more political capital to spend on accountability. And I do think packing the Supreme Court and making Supreme Court reforms is the easiest, most linear approach to doing that. So you can find me at Pondering Politics, youtube.com/@PonderingPolitics. And Hutch is still my boy, even though he's wrong here, and on the Rise of Skywalker.
Damn, I lost a bet, actually. I thought the "he's my boy" counter was going to be way higher than it was. So, fair enough. Mitti, final word.
Hi. I am still bullish about America. I wish I could have gone into my side of things a little bit more, but I think that generally speaking, I do think that if Democrats take this next opportunity that they've been handed, and they do it well, that the 6 steps forward with Biden and then the 10 steps back with Trump, we can swing back the other way just as hard. I do think of all the people that benefit, I would agree. I think Eric Trump probably is walking out of this the richest man, and I think that's terrible. And if you could give me a way in which we could stop that from the case, I'd be totally for it. But I think that we are entering, for better or for worse, a post-Chevron era where the Supreme Court is telling us to get the legislative branch in gear, and it's not doing that. And the North Star of the Democratic Party should be doing that, because if we do that, we get the impeachment back. The impeachment is off the table because of where we're at right now, the gridlock. I don't know. I just think that we have the opportunity to shore up our country. I think that scammers might look at this and be inspired, but I don't think legislators, I don't think Republicans, I don't think anybody is looking at what this administration has done, and they're thankful that it happened if they're invested at all in a rightward movement in our country. I think that they're scared shitless about the next season. I think that we talk down Biden and his agenda getting shot down, but his legislative agenda wasn't stopped. I think that we live in a post-Chevron world now, and Trump made it clear that he was going to stop that. But I think going forward, there's reform to be done. I think the legislative branch is our answer. I don't see a path for anything that we're talking about other than fixing up the problems that we encountered in this term. And I think we're going to be given the mandate to do that. And I think we should actually just do it. I'm going to be hanging out in the super ego. You can't find me anywhere else. Please don't try.
Okay, thank you for being here, all of you. We're going to get some callers. We're going to get as many as we possibly can. I know some of you have been waiting longer than others, but I'm going to prioritize content because I got to make money. Speaking of money, if you like the stream, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, super chat at me. Do all these things. We will get to super chats. It's just...
I'm briefly going mobile again because I have to pee, but I'm listening.
I understand. Do your thing. Do mobile. We're going to bring in the first 2. We're going to do this 2 at a time, okay? Soy Pill and Storm Wolf are first, so here we go. Okay. Soy Pill, Storm Wolf, you're here. You have thoughts.
Yeah, give me a sec. Let me fix my setup.
Yeah.
I can go in the meantime. I guess for Destiny and Jessiah, I guess Jessiah's not here. I feel like we talk a lot about punishment. What do we mean by punishment? This is something I feel like, I know we talked about the reforms and like the whole thing with like the Congress thing with the insurrectionists, but like when it comes to punishment in our DOJ and prosecuting for crimes, what does that look like? I feel like that's just not something that's been covered at all.
So I mean, I gave my 3 reforms. One would be I think the big one would be the 14th Amendment Section 3 thing.
Yeah, but like that's a reform. I'm asking like, what does the punishment look like? For example, if we think crimes have been committed, what does it look like to go after those crimes?
I don't know if crimes have been committed. I don't think this is like a crime-heavy thing. I think it's a democracy norm, whatever abuse kind of thing. But like, I don't.
So to lay out the reason why I'm asking is because like I know in your last conversation with Hutch, Destiny, you talked about the whole pretextually kind of idea, right? Like if you pretextually go into investigations, are you saying like that's not something you're advocating for anymore? Like, I'm genuinely asking.
I said before you could do anything you want. You can make up anything if you want to be pretextual. But the 3 examples that I gave that I think would be sufficient if we could get through with them would be the Section 3 14th Amendment enforcement via Congress, huge Supreme Court reform, and then abolishing the filibuster. I think are the 3 big things.
He's not asking if you could do these things. Like, do you want like the system to potentially like incarcerate people?
These are the 3 things that I'm advocating for. Are you asking me like, is this the 4th thing I would advocate for, or what do you mean?
He's asking you about like prison. That's what he's asking you about, right, Storm?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at, because at least that for me, that's what the conversation has been. Because I think my frustration in this conversation when I watch is, I think everyone agrees that accountability, reform, and good governance are necessary. Yet I feel like no one is getting to specifics. So when we're disagreeing about the extent to what
I gave my 3 specifics. I don't know what else I want me to say.
Yeah, I agree. So that's fine. I guess my other thing is, and this is what I was going to get to next, is how are we deciding when it is okay to break norms or when it's okay to step outside the system, and how do we get back? I feel like that's another thing, right? Off ramps are important, right?
Well, I mean, you would look at your motivation for breaking said norms, and then you would have to do it. It would probably, unfortunately, be literally on a case by case basis. I don't know if you could make rules for people breaking rule sets.
Sure, I actually disagree, because like I think the gerrymandering thing is a great example where I think you can make a great example of why the gerrymandering thing is okay. It's not just that like, oh, we need to fight back against gerrymandering, that a failure to fight back against gerrymandering removes any possibility of actually winning back power. So I think in that situation, it made sense why that was necessary. But it feels like sometimes when we hear a lot of these reforms of stepping outside the norms, they're doing things that are possible to do in other metrics and other ways possible, and we're taking a huge risk by doing them, which is my struggle. I know I talked to Jessiah.
What is a huge risk? What do you mean by huge risk?
Electoral risk, norm risk of not being able to get back into a system of like where we have this kind of gentleman's agreement, right?
Storm, this is why the threshold matters, because we're talking about existential threats to democracy, and like Destiny and Jessiah and I aren't considering this like, oh, like maybe we should just do this because we don't like Trump. It's, hey, there's a good possibility that Trump might be able to never let us ever win an election again. And if that is a 5% or a 10% or a 50% chance, are you going to do anything about that? God damn it, my fucking camera overheated because Wiki took a fucking hour to wrap this shit up. Okay.
What do you mean? You had your camera on the whole fucking time?
Are you not in control? I was streaming.
I just whatever action has to be.
It's fine. I can do it without the camera. You can just hear how fucking mad I am.
I gave the 3.
Here's the thing.
Wait, real quick.
The whole point is.
I give the 3 things that I would be comfortable with. I think those are the 3 things. I think we should be really aggressive at getting those 3 things done as much as possible. I think that part of the aggressive action wins the support of the public. I think the reason why the public likes Trump so much sometimes, like Trump didn't think, does the public want Hillary Clinton locked up? He went out and he started chanting, lock her up, as they manufactured the desire for the Republic to see that. Like, this is the thing that they do. Is
historically unpopular. He's historically unpopular. I don't know why you say, the public likes when he wilds out.
Because he got all the... Why... Okay, Biden was incredibly unpopular after he flubbed his debate, correct?
He was not historically unpopular in the way that Donald Trump is. You keep why are you
saying question once you finish your ramble? No, let me out. Same fucking question. Holy shit! My question was Biden really
dipped?
Thank you. Correct.
Yes,
now, in response to Biden's popularity dipping, the Democratic Party expelled Biden. In response to Trump's popularity dipping, the Republicans don't. Why?
And they're paying a price for it.
Why?
You don't acknowledge this.
Why didn't they?
He's an albatross.
Wait, no, but you just said that. You said they're paying a price for it. So why don't they expel him? What's keeping them from doing it?
Because they are afraid of him. They are afraid. He rules by fear. He can end their careers with a tweet. That is not a functional way to run a party, and they are crumbling right now because of it.
Because
this
the
is not something to emulate.
The Republican Party doesn't have the bona fides to stand up to him. Like I mean, not that it was a hard.
What do you
call
mean?
To make,
Wait.
In the 2020.
What happened if they impeach? If they were to impeach,
let Mitti go. Mitti, finish your point.
In the 2024 or those primaries, like there was no like anti-Trump candidate that had any. There was no way for them to beat Trump.
Like there was no charismatic.
They could have chosen They could have chosen a different primary candidate.
That's so true.
No,
That's so true.
McConnell,
They didn't have the point. The MAGA base is captured by Trump. There's a difference.
The lawmakers are too, though. Why didn't they convict him in 2021? They had the votes for it, and they didn't do it.
Yes, I agree, but then my point is...
answer the question. Why? Why didn't they?
Because they don't care. I agree with you, because they're also ideologically captured. Okay with it.
No, they're not ideologically captured. They weren't the lawmakers are not ideologically captured by Trump. They saw a big benefit by keeping him around.
And they know they need to support him to maintain their base support.
They saw benefit for it by keeping him around.
I agree with you on this one. But do you remember what we talked about with luxury, about like the idea of like, it's not about just, sometimes you can shift the overtime window, but sometimes that's discovering it. The reason why Trump is so popular is because there's a broad anti-establishment support that backs him. So when you talk about, and he's able to manipulate that to benefit. So when people see corruption from Trump, he's able to spin that to everyone's corrupt, I'm open about it, blah, 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 right? We need to somehow sever that tie. There's ways to disincentivize bad actors. I agree, punishment and accountability is one, but another one is to sever political capital. I feel like that's what I never hear people talk about. And sometimes people are willing to say like, okay, we can do things that might be like seen as like against the norms or see as corrupt,
I agree with you,
without risk political capital.
But I think some of the political capital things, if you thought you were going to get fucked by supporting somebody like Donald Trump, then maybe when you're doing your Senate confirmation hearings, maybe you don't just go ahead and confirm any random drunk ex-Fox News host to any crazy fucking position on the cabinet. Maybe you stop and think about those things, right? Because even for the crazy running everything from the White House that Trump does, he still at the very least kind of sort of needs his cabinet people, right? But every single Republican in the Senate seems to be going along with it. Despite the fact you guys are saying over and over again that it's disastrous for the party, they still see it as politically beneficial for them to do so, more so than not.
They're short term, though. Right, they are trading short, like they get short-term gains.
They
but
will lose the next election, maybe too.
Crushed.
No, not in the long term, because they're getting their USAID is
The
gone.
idea of the Senate
it's not
being
coming
played
back. The
game,
Department
though,
of
right?
Education is gone. It might not come back. A lot of the big legislation that Biden passed, parts of it are gone. Who the fuck knows if it'll come back?
Wait, but the idea of this Senate being in play is insane, right? You agree? Wait, Destiny, you agree that this Senate being in play is insane considering the 7 map, right? That's like an insane thing to be happening right now, right?
Sure, I guess.
Yeah, so he did take a hit. The fact that Republicans are going to lose a Congress in this disastrous of a way is crazy.
Now all the legislation they've been trying to pass is going to not get passed.
Try to steal the election.
They're not even trying to pass anything.
Are we assuming they're going to try to steal the election?
We're literally on like the 27th fucking shutdown of the government because these motherfuckers can't do anything. They can't even hold on to their House majority seats. They don't give a fuck about Congress.
If it doesn't matter,
we can use Congress, can't we?
Not with the president, not with Trump as the president.
Can't we use Congress to
once we have a president and we get rid of the filibuster, we could. But you guys know that.
I wonder what all of you were saying.
Wait, is there popular support right now for the American public for getting rid of the filibuster? Or is that still broadly supported by the American public?
Say that one. Sorry, could you say again?
Where's the American public at on support for the filibuster right now?
There's not a lot of polling for that.
I'm
That's not something that gets asked a lot. But it's usually like, I don't know, like around like...
We should wait until the voters have a consensus. Like Prop 50, I don't think Gavin
What did the voters come out at 49%?
I think we should have just like waited until all the Californians came together and was like, actually, maybe we should fight back. And then Gavin Newsom could have done it, right?
Wait, I justified why I thought the gerrymandering thing was good, didn't I? Didn't I explain why I thought the gerrymandering thing was good?
People, are you okay with this?
Yeah, and if you ask them before they introduced the legislation, not a single fucking person would know what the fuck we were talking about. You had to actually introduce something and tell them and manufacture this.
Soypel, do you concede that it's easier for a governor of a blue state with a blue supermajority to whip support for retaliatory redistricting compared with something like let's add 150 states in DC?
Yeah. Sure.
It is
not
like
just easier.
It's like 1,000 times easier.
Right.
So this is
not
not
a complete difference in character.
You say if we can't do it as a prop, if Illinois decides to do it legally within the system, not even anything extrajudicial, if they could do that, you wouldn't support it, right?
Yes, because norms aren't about the legality.
No, it's legal. Who cares, right?
I'm saying that I think
that if we have a norm about not gerrymandering, yes, we care. But if someone breaks the norm first, then we don't
and they're
care.
breaking the norm. And Hutch said, "I wouldn't support the person."
No,
Do you support kidnapping Congress members to get the filibuster undone?
Wait, was this a serious proposition? Was this on a serious note? I don't think Destiny was. I'm
talking about how earlier in this debate, Hutch said that we should not gerrymander Illinois if it was not in the same way as a prop system.
I said I
literally did. You literally said no. I don't think I would support that. Which is I asked.
I tried to clarify. Maybe I didn't do a good job. I'm saying I would prefer putting it to voters because that has more legitimacy.
That's saying I wouldn't support it. And either way, what you're doing is
weaponizing
an
institution. One thing we talk about is
Republicans, something we both agree is bad because it's going to fight back against their weaponization, right?
Well, where are you going with this? Where are you going with this?
That there's obviously a threshold, and you kind of almost got to this. There's obviously a fucking threshold where you'll say, you know what, I'll do bad things, right?
Like bad things? That would mean
like
that would mean,
disenfranchising Republicans.
I'll tell you very clearly. If we're in a situation where the voters can't remove the party because they don't like what they're doing, and the Congress cannot rein in the executive, and the judiciary cannot put a check on power, and like if those guardrails are gone, then we're off to the races.
Okay,
so
is
it all
you
of
seem
them?
to be very reactive and not proactive. I need to ask because this is like the whole crux of the conversation. Because the whole disagreement. No, Wick, you let them. You talk to them. Talk to me for 10 minutes, Wick. All right.
Jesus Christ.
No, what's the threshold? What's the threshold for you to believe that you need to be proactive in stopping someone from potentially dismantling democracy? What's the threshold?
You would have to have
50%. Is it 90%?
You would have to have a lot of confidence or a reasonable amount of confidence. You would have to have a reasonable basis to assume or to know that this is inevitably going to happen.
Okay, so when his vice president says, "I'll do it again next time it happens," is that enough?
No, it's not. Frankly, it's not. No.
Do we
you
can't take Trump seriously. You can't take Trump seriously.
This is rhetoric. Listen to me. This is rhetoric. There's a difference between rhetoric and the actual guardrails, actual pillars no longer being there. If we get to the midterms, hang on. If we get to the midterms and they go off without a hitch and they are like, if we take back the Senate and we take back the House, are you guys going to concede that maybe the acute threat is not quite as existential?
No, because we won in 2020 and he tried to overthrow the election.
Also, I like how you're saying wait, just to be clear, wait, Hutch. So if we don't have if he does the Save America Act and he uses ICE as his thugs and everything, if we don't have free and fair elections, will you please admit that as we're dying together in some death camp in fucking Toledo, Ohio, that you were wrong? Will you admit that before we go into the showers to be killed?
That's the point. I will join you.
Okay.
This is not a serious. Wait, this is not serious. The idea that we're not going to have free and fair elections. The Save Act is not passing. First of all, second of all,
it's not. No, it's not.
Second of all, it's fine then. We don't have to put him in jail then. It's cool.
Well, it's about it. Be clear. If there's a legitimate risk to elections, wait, 1 second.
Let's address the elephant. No. Don't do 1 second me. No, Stormwind. Don't 1 second me. Let's address the certitude that you have that MAGA is like KIA after this is insane. You guys were probably saying the same shit after 2020. Oh my God! Not only did we win the presidency, not only did we keep the House. Fuck, we flipped. We flipped Georgia. We flipped Georgia. We flipped both seats. We snatched them both away and kept the majority.
Who said that they were KIA if we like win the midterms? Who said that?
You guys are so confident that he's cooked.
Are you not confident that we're going to take back the House at least? Like, are you not confident?
You know what I love? You know what I love about that? I just said how certain.
I'm not saying that.
I was just picking. Exactly. I was just picking on him for that, and he's like, "Wait, you're not certain? Listen, I'm reasonably confident that we're going to take back the House."
Okay, we agree then.
Senate.
What is the issue?
Oh, you're right. Wick, we can call it. We took back that. Sure, we had the White House, the House, and the Senate from 21 until January 2025, but we don't have to worry because we're going to have the House in 2027.
Trump won an election once.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
Majority that we've had for.
I'm going to be honest.
Years.
If you're realistic, if your win condition is, I guess, indefinitely just block Republicans from winning elections, I don't think that's
realistic.
realistic.
One is saying block Republicans. We're saying block people that support the insurrectionists. Fucking, we have. Don't we have a? That's their problem. Don't we have a fucking law banning the fucking Communist Party? And you're acting like it's like impossible to deal with MAGA.
You're saying that short-term gains don't matter. You're saying that short-term gains don't matter if Republicans win.
He says they matter.
We can make short-term gains. We can make short-term gains. But what's happening is the Republicans come in, they do long-term damage. The Democrats come in and they make a little bit of short-term patchwork. Then we get another set of Republicans that come in and do long-term damage.
To be clear, this is short-term gains. When you talk about how we need to have the accountability and you guys don't care if we lose future elections, that is short-term gains.
No!
What's to stop the next Republican president? What's to stop the next Republican president from coming in and being even more brutish?
Because
they
he knows.
Oh well, I know they're going to come after me.
You're so wrong. They are operating. Hold on. There are so many.
Trump doesn't know he's going to go to jail after this.
Guys, we can consult the entire we can consult the entire record. Every single conservative right now is acting as though they will never be held accountable. So when you keep saying, well, what happens when the next person comes in and they think bad things are, they already think that nothing bad will happen to them. That's how they're acting right now. You're just refusing to have some accountability on the table.
What's this? Wait, this rhetoric. Wait, 1 second. The rhetoric around, like, if we lose these elections, we're going to the rhetoric around
No, Soyfill, ask your question again. No one heard you because
you guys are pretending like, oh, guys, look, you're making my point. See, look, Trump's fucking mugshot is in the thing. No, he didn't go to jail for the felonies. He didn't go to jail for January 6th. He didn't go to jail for anything. He faced 0 consequences. He got all of the martyrdom, none of the consequences. Fox News actually faced fucking consequences. And absolutely, if you put these people in jail, it would be like Nixon, where he says, holy shit, I might actually fucking go to jail. I need to resign and I need to be pardoned because if I don't, I'm going to face consequences. And if you said that MAGA won't be dissuaded, well, good, then throw them all in jail so they can't do anything anyway. It doesn't matter. But then
do you agree, Soyfill? Do you agree? Do you agree?
Not engaged in the amount of lying to the extent of which they were sued, which is why that was so important. I'm not saying they're good.
Soyfill, do you agree that like conservatives in this country have been propagandized for like 10 decades and tens of millions of people genuinely believe that Democrats are godless communists who want to destroy the nuclear family, want to destroy God, that want to mutilate children, that want to like make everybody friends? Okay, what the fuck are you saying when you say like, you know, we do these draconian measures and throw a bunch of people in jail and they're going to be like, oh, it's not draconian, like the things that you're suggesting here?
If he hadn't thrown the Jack Smith case out and when he got elected, do you think it would have been draconian to follow through on it?
That's not draconian, but what are you proposing that goes beyond like DOJ doing what they do?
Do you think that we should operate within the system to the extent? Well, let me finish. Do you think that we should operate in the system to the extent the Republicans are to prosecute Trump?
Do I think that we should operate within the system to the extent that what does that even mean? Like, explain.
Okay, hey, look, I'm not breaking the ECA. I'm exploring this novel idea based on a 1971 Hawaii case where I'm sending alternative electors, right? That's fine, right?
No, I think you should. If you want the strongest prosecution against anyone, you need like the public to back you when you're doing this.
Why?
And if you do it, what do you mean?
The public doesn't even fucking understand.
Do you understand that the criminal justice system? The criminal justice system requires that people have
rely on the court of public opinion. It relies on providing the evidence through the DOJ.
It absolutely requires the faith of the people that it serves. The criminal justice system doesn't work if people don't have faith in it. And if you do it in,
they don't have faith in it now. Democrats are polling awfully right now.
Yeah,
individual Democrats are doing well, but the Democratic Party is polling awfully right now because people, in part, think they're fucking feckless because they won't go after the people for doing the very obvious crime. And the Trump people don't have faith in the courts because he is like, propagandize them, like you said. So if no one has faith in the courts, why do you think that actually following through on the law is going to reduce faith in the courts?
Soyfill, at what point does somebody make an effort to try to get people to have more faith in the institution of like DOJ?
I'm saying if prosecuting people for their crimes and the way that we have not done with Trump is going to restore more faith than doing
it. He was prosecuted it's a necessary part of that. Jurisdictions, bro. He was prosecuted in 4 different jurisdictions.
Following through on it.
On this note,
there was no accountability for Trump in any of those jurisdictions. There was no accountability.
The voters decided that. The voters decided
criminal
that.
justice is up to a vote. I thought it was in court with judges and shit. Fuck me.
It's literally, he's the only exception.
Hold
on. The president
wait. There's been rhetoric from every
You're going to vote your way out of criminal conviction. That's crazy.
Am I wrong, Destiny? Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
He's not wrong. No, Hutch is entirely correct.
Go ahead.
Wait, as a quick thing, as a quick reality check, because we keep saying Fox News was held accountable. 23 different Fox News contributors are now in some way or form part of the current administration, and Fox News is the largest news network in the United States of America. So I don't know, whatever punishment they're getting, that sounds like the best punishment in the world. We should treat our own like that, okay? Because holy
they
fuck.
lost around $800 million for defamation. They didn't change their practice.
You asked a question. Storm, you asked a question earlier. No, I agree with Soyfill here. Storm, you asked a question earlier. You're like, what's to stop Republicans from going even crazier than Trump, right? Isn't that what you asked earlier? I want to make this very quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Why should we prosecute Trump at all? Or don't we run the risk of any sort of accountability effort against Trump? You could make the argument, isn't that where we are right now? Trump is as insane as he is in term 2 in part. Doesn't that he say that all the time? They came after me. I'm going to come after them.
Josiah, do you remember what I don't know if you remember last week, but my whole argument was that we have to do this in a way that needs to seem legitimate, that the people don't buy into these arguments, right? That it's about restoring faith in institutions. But I also want to bring something else up.
Give me an example. Make me an example.
A lot of them.
One thing I think would be a good idea that I proposed last time was like a bipartisan corruption committee that just broadly does similar to Jan 6 committee that broadly.
Bipartisan committee like the January 6th Select Committee? That was bipartisan. They didn't participate. They said no, fuck you.
And how many people got arrested because of it?
Nobody, because they didn't participate because they said fuck you. We're not going to participate. They all pled the Fifth and said executive privilege. And nobody got
January 6th didn't get arrested.
They all got pardoned. No, but other politicians did. All the politicians pled executive privilege and they got out. They didn't even.
They got pardoned after they won the election afterward.
Right. So well, hang on. My point is this idea. I need you to stop giving a fuck about how hard Republicans might hit us back if we defend ourselves. You gotta let that go. That's abuse victim. That's abuse victim mentality.
I have a very important question for the panel. I have a very important question for the panel. All right. If you go after these prosecutions, do you think that you're going to win at all?
Hell yeah.
Like, okay. Are you willing to risk the chance that these prosecutions are going to lose, and that might like vindicate them in the eyes of the American people?
They seem willing to risk it.
Wait, what prosecutions are we talking about?
Murder or whatever.
I don't know. These theoretical prosecutions that these people are advocating for, I guess.
North, do you feel like the Republicans lost horribly when they didn't get to convict or even indict Hillary Clinton? Do you think all the Republicans are like, oh no, we fucked up the Hillary Clinton shit. We didn't even get an indictment.
No, they didn't lose horribly.
Hold on. You understand that much of MAGA and the Republican base are angry at Kash Patel. They're angry at Pam Bondi. They're angry at Trump because they haven't been able to prosecute these things, and they ran on prosecuting.
That wasn't up to the party, though. It wasn't.
And then they
It wasn't. It wasn't up.
Supporting. Hold on. Shut up.
They're angry because they haven't gone hard enough.
Shut up. Many of them are not supporting the party anymore, and that is one reason we are winning the midterms and all these special elections.
We're winning the midterms because of high cost of gas.
This is just factual.
And because affordability sucks. That's the
factual
only reason. Cost of gas, affordability. That's it.
Oh my God.
That's it.
No, those metrics weren't up. Those metrics weren't dying before Trump's popularity dropped.
North, we have to put the best possible case imaginable when we go to prosecute these people. But yes, of course, we have to risk legal defeat. Glenn Kirshner, a former federal prosecutor, just had this conversation with Mark Elias. We have to be willing to take risks. Don't half-ass the case, but be willing to accept that if you take this to a grand jury, the grand jury may reject it, or if it makes it past a grand jury and then goes to an actual jury.
Is there a threshold, though, that you don't think...
Hold on. These things that you're citing right now, Destiny, they were losing special elections across the board. They were losing. This was before
the affordability
any of those metrics that you just cited.
You guys continue to do this.
Wait, hold on.
You guys continue to establish a completely false dichotomy where you think it's only your aggressive tactics that have no regard whatsoever. Like, who cares if it's partisan? Who cares if it's weaponization? You're saying that is the only option, or surrender, and it's wrong. You have so many options in between those two things that are way better. That they stand way better.
They stand way better chance of success. We could prosecute crime. We'll win the election. That's a big one.
We're not saying just you're saying roll over. What we're saying is
State of the Unions.
Throw your hands up
things for State of the Unions.
Try again and again, and just.
Dusty, I can't even take you seriously. You don't think that winning the Senate is a big deal? You think that that's like nothing? I don't know how to have a conversation with someone who covers politics, who thinks that winning the Senate in a situation like this is just like not a big deal.
The Senate is 100 people that don't mean anything. The thing that matters
is
the thing that matters.
I don't know how to have a conversation with someone who covers politics.
Let me finish my sentence, you fucking bold fuck. Oh, I said it. Okay?
Hey.
I'm sorry. That was too far.
Cool it.
What does it matter if you win the Senate and you don't pass any legislation? What the fuck is the Senate for? What does it matter if you have the Senate and you don't get a conviction on an impeachment?
What are we talking about?
Wait, you talk about drowning people out in process, right?
Hold on. If we win the Senate in 2020 in November, we can just not confirm as judges. You understand that, right?
Isn't that what we're already doing? We're not even confirming the prosecutors.
No, we can just like not confirm any of his judges. Do you understand that?
Okay, so more of the system will get. What is that going to prevent? What is that going to prevent him from doing?
Wait, you talk about the drowning on process, right?
I gotta stop screaming. I'm in my parents' house.
Wait, you talk about the drowning on process, right? Isn't that what the Senate?
Yeah. We're not drowning him. He's getting This
if
is
we have the Senate in the House.
This is a fundamental disagreement that we're gonna have. If he walked away from the presidency right the fuck now, I think that's still a massive W for whatever conservative movement was behind Trump. They've already gotten things that are not.
How?
I've already
If
said
you walk away from
Roe
the
v.
presidency
Wade.
right now, Republicans are dead in the water, aren't they?
That was from the first term.
Here,
that was from the first term.
Yeah,
Hold on,
I
I'm
disagree
curious.
with Destiny
Wait,
on the
wait,
Senate,
okay,
but I do agree
hold
with
on, I'm
him on
curious.
this right
I'm
here. That
curious,
if Trump
wait.
walks away, it's a W.
Yes, hold on, I'm curious.
I
What do you
really
think
wanna
are the
talk
big
about
things?
this.
Wait,
I
wait. What
really
do you
wanna
think are
talk
the
about
big things that we're going to achieve after we get Congress?
What do you mean? It has to be all like solving the problems of the past, right? Is that what
For
you're
the last 2
saying?
years.
I don't know.
You don't answer. What are we going to achieve?
We
Let's
did
say
it,
we win the
guys.
Senate. Last 2 years of Trump's presidency. What are we going to get for that?
Hold on. Immigration reform, healthcare reform.
No.
We can do judicial reform.
No.
Wait, all these things are now possible.
Why do you think it's a
that are not
no?
First of all, while Trump is
Wait,
president,
hold on.
Trump is
Why?
president-
Explain why you're saying no.
While Trump is president, we're not getting those things. What do you
Because
mean Trump has to sign the bill?
So wait a minute. Let's do the School of Rock thing. It's got to go through the House.
He meant.
Oh my gosh.
He meant over the next 2 years.
Yeah, that's why I said over the next 2 years.
Yes.
You said if
Yes.
Trump
Yes.
walks away. Okay, fuck it. Like, yeah, if you change the hypothetical.
Yeah, why?
Well, hold on, no, wait. I was just telling you. That's why I'm saying that. Like, it'll be cool if we take the Senate. That'll be kind of cool. But we're not going to get
If
anything
Trump
for
walks
it. We're
away
not gonna
now,
accomplish
JD
anything.
Vance becomes president. If Trump walks away now, it's a win for Trump. But JD Vance becomes president. In order for us to get anything meaningful done legislatively, it has to be in 2028 with us in a trifecta.
You gotta get rid of the-
I want to be very clear because I don't co-sign this idea that the Senate and House don't matter. It does. It's necessary but not sufficient.
When,
Winning
yeah,
the
real quick, when I
midterms
say don't
is-
matter, what I just meant was we have to pass legislation. That's what they're there for. If we get the House and Senate, we don't do anything with it. It doesn't matter. That's what I meant. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's it. That's just why I'm just saying.
Also, real quick, to fuck Jessiah, because I'm just going to hurt Jessiah, and I'm stabbing you right in the heart with this, motherfucker. We're not getting rid of the filibuster.
Yes.
Even if we have the House and Senate, it's not going away. So we're not even going to get major legislation next 4 years. That's my prediction. Or 6 years.
Hold on, we've had this
Yep.
filibuster in place during the Biden term, but we got tons of legislation passed during the Biden term.
Yeah, because
With the
we
filibuster
got
in place.
Yeah, but that wasn't. But we didn't have the Senate.
So this
we
idea
didn't have
that
the
we can't
Senate.
pass
We didn't need to have the
legislation
Senate for that.
there just isn't true.
Yeah, we did. What are you talking about? Yeah, we did.
we had the Senate.
We were getting over the 60 vote threshold, not because we had a supermajority in the Senate, but because we were getting Republicans and Democrats to work together on things.
No. The ARP and the IRA were done with reconciliation, bro.
They might have been done with reconciliation, but there were things that we were
Those are
bringing
the big ones.
multiple.
Those are the big
that we
ones.
were bringing Republicans over on legislation. CHIPS Act
Like
was
the
a big one.
PACT Act and gun reform
We were
and
bringing
infrastructure, right?
Republicans in the Senate into legislation on the Biden amendment. Those were big things that we were doing. We didn't have to have a supermajority in the Senate to do it. That's all I'm saying.
No, but the two biggest things were the ARP and the
Is there
IRA.
a stance that we're gonna have the filibuster or not? I feel like we're
We're
jumping
going to
around
have
on
it.
this one.
We're going to keep it. It's
Yeah,
not going
we're gonna have
anywhere.
the filibuster, but we can still legislate through other means because if we have the Senate, and especially if we have the Senate and the House, we can use these other means to pass legislation that matters.
Like the
just
kidnapping.
like under Biden did.
Are you talking about with Trump was president or with a Democratic president?
With the Dem president.
Okay, I don't know why we're focused on these.
Well,
two
the Dem
years.
president.
Like,
This entire scenario is Dems win 28.
I need to ask a question. We talk about, but I'm jumping
Well,
back.
hold
to
on.
the-
No,
like,
before
the
you
whole
ask the question, Dev hasn't said a word. Are you here to look pretty, Dev, or do you have something to say?
I've been enjoying this. It's pretty funny. I do have some questions though. I have something for you, Hutch, because Hutch, you and I have debated on this before. You talk more about codifying reform. I focus more on punishing Trump's administration. But I don't understand how you don't understand that what you want just isn't enough. All right, because like the reason why no system is bad actor proof is because systems are just people. They don't run independently of human judgment. Historical example, the Soviet Union had a more robust constitution on paper than America, but it didn't actually matter because nobody in the Soviet government actually enforced it as it was written. Same with Cuba, same with Venezuela. The text of the law does not matter if it's not upheld. So, I mean, firstly, you agree with me on that, right? The text of the law doesn't matter if it's not upheld?
I suppose.
Okay. What's holding back Trump right now is
The
that there's
Congress,
enough...
the courts, the voters. The Congress, the courts, and the voters.
Well, yeah.
He doesn't have confidence that if he orders the fucking kill strike on Obama, that the people would do it and they'd turn on him.
Well, sure. But like, what's really holding back Trump right now is that there's enough good people in government, both left and right leaning, who still have loyalty to the ideals of the Constitution rather than loyalty to Trump himself. That's why things are still functioning kind of in America.
I disagree. I mean, he's been limited by the courts, the Congress, and he is being punished by the voters. And they're going to.
in the courts that are upholding the law.
Yes.
If Judge Cannon throws out a very dead to rights case because she's partisan, it doesn't matter what the law is. What matters is there
That
is a
would have been
person that is
challenged
not
in the
upholding
Supreme
it.
Court. That would have been challenged in the Supreme Court,
would
and
have
they
been.
probably would have. They
Why
probably
didn't
would have, because there's no way that they were going to let that fly. Because otherwise, they would have. They wouldn't. Because what's his name? Clarence Thomas was the only one who suggested that the establishing an independent counsel was
that wasn't
against
even
the
relevant to the
Constitution.
case. But wait a minute. But Hutch,
that's what she
actually,
used.
no.
That's what she used.
Right,
That's what
right. But
Cannon
that was
used.
no. I'm sorry. I mean, Clarence Thomas adding that in his concurrence. That was the point. Like the Supreme Court case in question didn't even address the legality of Jack Smith's. So what I'm saying is we don't know for sure that if that had made its way up to the Supreme Court, they could have They gave him presidential immunity, bro. Why would?
But they've also
that's a
checked him
bit. That's a
number
bit
of times.
weightier.
Wow, they
That's
also didn't
the
let him.
same and
they
the
just-
same. I guess I'm just gonna keep coming back to the idea that I just like don't see the Supreme Court as like a partisan. Like they have their ideology, which will make them more aligned. And I get it. You've pointed the exceptions, but like Gorsuch, in the opinion where he basically gutted Trump's entire economic platform and left him out to dry to accomplish nothing with the rest of his entire term in this regard. Period. Says, yeah, we ruled this way over here, and it only makes sense that we rule this way over here. Like,
okay,
that's
okay,
the,
Mitti, did
like,
you just Mitti, did you just
wait.
look me? Wait a minute, Mitti, did you just look me in the face and tell me that you don't think the Supreme Court is partisan? I like you.
Well,
I
I know.
like you.
Yeah.
This is a good conversation. Are you flexible? I want you to stand up and kick yourself in the nuts right now, really, really hard. That's the most fucking disrespectful thing.
I don't understand
Okay, here.
how we can like.
I can lay it out a
like,
different way. I can lay it out a different way. Okay, so just here, like everyone knows that Trump's attempts to purge the government and install people loyal to him is bad. Do you know why it's bad?
Well, yeah, you want institutions that are acting in accordance with the Constitution instead of the will of a single guy. Yeah.
Yes, of course. But if you have enough subversive elements in your government that are actually loyal to Trump and not loyal to the Constitution, what happens to the Constitution? What happens to the word of the law at that point?
At that point, maybe a coup happens. I'm not sure, but like nobody would deny that we're in a period of like backsliding and peril, and these systems are being challenged. But there's a difference between being in a moment like this and, we're already like past the fascist takeover in Italy, and we're already past the point where,
why would we wait
we're
that long?
consolidated.
Like you asked for examples. When have they proactively done something extra legal?
Again, give me an example.
I can
in
name you a
history.
bunch of countries that didn't proactively do something extra legal, and then they had the Holocaust, and then they had Chile, and then they had fascist Spain, and it's like, hey, I think you might say,
hold on, just real quick, Soypil, you understand one of the things that fueled Hitler's rise to power was them using extra legal abilities to censor the press, all these things.
Okay.
Hitler turned around and used these things.
You think I'm
as a
suggesting we do
way
everything Hitler
to
did?
justify
Hutch?
his rise?
Here's
and
why you
that's what I'm
should
suggesting. Wick.
use those weapons that were forged against the Jews.
Here's why.
Wick,
Soypil,
do you think that's what I'm suggesting?
Soypil,
I understand. I am pointing
Okay, cool.
to the
You don't.
weakness
Okay,
of your
so
suggestion.
Hutch, if you could go back in time and do something extra illegal to stop Hitler, but hey, it's only 1929. And really, yeah, he's doing a bunch of rowdy stuff, but we don't know for sure that he's going to be appointed chancellor.
I understand what you're saying, Soypil, but the
we have to look at the polling first.
Wait.
Okay.
True.
This idea that you just should not consider what the voters are going to think is insane to me. If you cover politics and you're just like, I'll just fucking do whatever, just full send. Who cares if like 80%?
No one is suggesting that. But you are
like, to your point, to your point, Soypil, one of the reasons like you should be bullish on America and not necessarily be so fatalistic and assume that we're going to go down the same road as fascist Italy and Germany. Germany had a big problem, so did Italy, in that their institutions were way weaker than America's are right now. Like the German constitution at the time had a provision where the ruler could just like declare an emergency decree and deprive people of civil liberties. In Italy, they had a completely impotent king. They had a completely impotent king that refused to use any kind of force against the fascists, who were working with police to use violence to brutalize people. We do not have the same, like their institutions were way weaker than ours are right now. Okay. So for you to say like, oh, we need to preempt it, otherwise we're inevitably going to become like Nazi Germany.
I said what? Let me clarify, because I asked you this at the very beginning. I need to get here. No, stop. Stop.
I'll decide who stopped and who doesn't. Soypil. I will decide.
I'm going to clarify.
And Mitti,
I'm the decider.
Whatever.
Mitti's my special friend today.
Wick, you are such a
Soypil,
cuck.
not today. Mitti.
I feel like we are jumping rapidly between what will benefit, like
legislatively, the rightward movement, and then we're talking about people who are going to steal elections, and we're just like jumping back and forth, and then like these arguments. Nothing here is like. Are we talking about like the who is looking at what Trump has done? Who's looking at the like? Because we're saying like, oh well, look at all the ways that he was checked, but then our argument to that is, well, he got to do it in the meantime. 19, at least at this point, at least 19 of the people that were deported under the Alien Enemies Act are like coming back to challenge it in court, and they've been granted like the status to come back and like play that case out. Right, like
how many times does someone need to try to break in your house and kill you before he said, "I'm going to stop trying to let him do this," no matter how incompetent he is?
But your whole argument. So hold on, Soypil. Your whole argument.
We're at 19 right now, so 20 times.
All right, don't be a fucking savage, Jessiah. It's 22.
Hold on. You're helping. Hold on. Soypil. You're only like the point that you're making here is that there's like a point of no return in like 2 seconds.
No, my point is there is possibly an attempt that we don't stop. That makes it so we can never try again. Now, am I saying that's inevitable?
No return.
Absolutely not. Let me finish. I'm not saying that's inevitable. That's the whole reason I came in here and asked Hutch, what would the percentage possibility of it coming true be for you to say we need to do something that I might not normally agree with, such as gerrymandering, such as having a non-prop gerrymander that you wouldn't want to do, right? There is a threshold that Josiah, Destiny, and I think has already kind of been crossed. This probability is high enough, it got close enough that I'm willing to do that sort of stuff.
No,
my question for you is, then what is it? What's the amount of harm? What's the probability where you say, okay, now we can do it, right? Because to me, it sounds like, well, once he does the fascist takeover and says, I'm going to do the concentration camps and put everyone in the Holocaust, then I'll be on your side. Well, guess what? What if we have to get ahead of it, Hutch? Because you can't just react to everything.
When I think I have a coalition that will end up on the other side, when I think I have a coalition that will end up on the other side of that,
hold on. Mitti, stop. Hutch.
So just give me an example of when a party has done this and it's like worked out. Like when is the political?
I can name you examples of when they didn't. And
no. I'm not asking you that. I just
why
told
do
you.
you need for me to prove a novel potential idea?
Because you need to explain to me, like, it needs to be feasible, like what you're saying. It needs to be workable. And there are just like no successful examples.
If you think anytime this has happened, hang on. That's something anytime different. If I agreed with you and I thought that there was no chance it would succeed, I would never suggest this, Hutch.
Tell me this, okay? So, like, are the lefties right that American liberal democracy is too impotent to stop fascism, and therefore we need to become benevolent dictators?
If you were in charge, I might agree, depending on how it works.
No, don't dodge that. I'm serious.
I'm not dodging. I don't agree with them because I do think there are paths for us to stop this.
You just said a moment ago that your determination is that the risk is high enough that it would justify us becoming benevolent dictators.
Potentially do this, but obviously you agree, and you must acknowledge that I want to exhaust every possible legal option. And at the very least, before we do anything extrajudicial, Hutch, I want to do stuff that Republicans are doing now, which is clearly not making them lose elections. Maybe it'll make them lose the midterms, but they won the election doing this shit for a whole. They won this election doing this shit for a whole term. Hutch, so please acknowledge that.
Hutch,
I'm okay with exploring options.
The one where Biden like
go ahead, decide. Do we cease to be a liberal democracy if we do the things that I've recommended? Do we cease to be a liberal democracy?
Not immediately, no. But what is Trump doing that is a threat to America?
No,
you can't be serious with that.
That's a serious question. I want you to tell me, like, what is the threat that he?
Do you think that what Trump right now is doing
answer the question?
Well, let me. I want to ask before I clarify. Are you sincerely asking me?
No,
do I think Trump is a threat to America?
Stop! I'm not saying that
subverting
it's not a big
elections,
deal.
Hutch. There, subverting elections.
I am asking you.
How about
what is the
nature?
Here, I'll skip to the point. The nature of the threat is that he is chipping away at the institutions and the guardrails that are meant to constrain power. And it seems like your solution to deal with that threat is to further chip away at those institutions. So how does that make me confident? How does that, I'm just going to say what I have to say. How does that make me confident in our long-term prospects as a democracy? How is that making us healthier when we have an option to pursue accountability?
You shouldn't be a legitimate basis. I'll piggyback off on this because then you're just right. One of the reasons that I'm very hesitant to go down Soypil's road, Dev's road, Josiah's road, and things like that, where we punish MAGA and do all these things, is because I don't believe in the average punisher's ability to discern who needs punished and who doesn't. There's plenty of people out there who think I'm MAGA, right? I'm not, but I just
I saw that thumbnail.
I made a whole thumbnail about how I was secretly MAGA. I have people in chat saying I'm secretly MAGA. So I don't trust your vindictiveness to only apply to the correct targets. I think you're going to get a lot of friendly fire in there that do not deserve to be hounded, harassed, all these things. I think it's going to.
Do you think that people were unfairly
Wick, where's the vindictiveness, actually? This is a real question. Yes.
We have people advocating, right, for using the FCC and saying we're going to dust off a law from the 70s in order to go after Republican or MAGA talking heads and things like that. I don't have confidence that won't be used and justified.
Okay, I understand.
And
that's
who's
bad.
been saying
I would
that?
agree
Josiah
with
said that. Josiah argued that last time he was on here.
Oh, Josiah, I don't agree with that.
So
Although Trump's already doing that, by the way.
Yes, but that's bad, and we don't want to do it more.
I think Wick's being a bit
reductive.
You, my position was the FCC should absolutely enforce its regulations against viable right-wing targets. So I use the example with Fox and Dominion. Now, previous FCC heads said that there was a colorable case to make against Fox after the Dominion lawsuit, and the Biden administration was reluctant to proceed with that. I think that would be fair game and see what happens. I don't support going after right-wing media simply because they criticize the Democrats or talk shit about the Democrats. But if Wick, you could make the same slippery slope argument about federal law, period. Why?
But it doesn't always apply. We can't
why
make
does
that
the
argument,
state?
but that argument wouldn't work in those cases because we haven't seen examples of it.
What do you mean we haven't seen examples of it? Wait a minute. We see Donald Trump attempting to use federal law to punish his political opponents with criminal prosecutions.
We're talking about being reductive now.
Well, no, wait a minute. But my point is, I guess by your logic, we should just live in an anarchist state because if we have a federal government, its power could theoretically be abused by a right-wing actor.
Do you think that this is honest?
Yes.
You said by your logic, not that's
way. Yes.
Can I still? I think Soybill was starting to bring it up earlier, but when we were going after people on January 6th, were we concerned about anybody possibly being caught up on charges that they weren't actually guilty of?
Which is why we had a whole process that they went through the court system.
Yeah, but are we saying that there shouldn't be a process when going after the viable targets on Fox News?
We don't need this system. We're going to go after them directly.
Oh my god.
Yeah, nobody's saying
that.
People are
saying I'm not saying that, but then when I push you on the details of what you want to do, it sounds like you're saying.
When did I say fuck the courts?
We said pack the courts. It's a four-letter word.
Exactly.
Okay,
the courts aren't giving
us
what we want. Let's just change the court system until we get what we want.
So
I'm okay with reforming the court. I think we should do it through reform, legal reform, actually. Yeah.
So President Adams did it. President Adams, President Jefferson, President Lincoln.
No, Hutch. I'm tired of Hutch being like, well, okay, then we don't disagree. No, because you're like, well, I don't even know if we should do the Illinois thing, which is completely legal.
You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me. I said I would prefer if it was done in a more legitimate way, and I think if you do it democratically and you put it to voters. But if it's the only option, I'll take it. If it's the only option, I will take it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
That is very clearly what he said last time, by the way.
All right. I'm just making.
No, actually, I heard what literally. I'm not kidding. I heard what Soybill said, which was
I tried to clarify it. I tried to clarify it after I didn't get into enough detail. What I'm really struggling with you guys is I can't get you to recognize that the overextensions and the indulgences and the excesses and
Donald. I remember your point.
I can't get you guys to understand that. I can't get you guys to understand or acknowledge that this is actually hurting Republicans. It is not helping them. The public is rejecting their overreach overwhelmingly, and you guys don't process this. It doesn't go into your head.
Projections to Republican overreach.
It's not just that. It's not just that. That's one of many things. But it's one thing.
I don't even think it's.
It is one of many things that is pulling this administration down. They are seeing the overreach and they are punishing it. It has happened many times.
Was January 6th, Hutch, and then he won an election. You're just wrong. This is not the reason they're rejecting Republicans.
You don't. Again, democracies are ongoing processes. They don't just stop in place. And if your standard is that If your standard
Biden
is
ran
that
at 81.
if your standard is that Republicans don't actually pay a price because they might win an election 4 years from now, then your standard is impossible. Like
My
nobody
standard is
ever.
that if you are able,
You're
to try
saying
to
that
steal
nobody
an
ever
election,
paid a
you should
political
never
price
be able
ever
to run for office again.
You're saying
And
that
your
nobody
standard
ever
is,
played.
If the system doesn't prosecute them, and that's just the way it is, let's let them try over and
Hutch,
over
can
and
I
over
ask you a
again. And
question?
just
You
hope
are
to
saying go
God they
outside
don't
the
win,
system.
right?
You're saying go outside
Can I
the
ask you a
system.
question,
Is what you're
Hutch?
saying.
Sometimes maybe we have to.
Wait a minute,
but
Hutch.
wait.
I want to ask you a question.
Last thing, Josiah, because you said this. You said Donald Trump is bad because he's chipping away at the system. Why should we chip away at the system to stop him doing it, right? No, Donald Trump's not bad because he's chipping away. Donald
we
Trump
are not
is bad, in my opinion, because not only is he chipping away, he could dismantle the system, and we don't want the system dismantled.
If you're just
I'm willing to
can I
chip
ask
away
you-
at the system to stop the dismantling of it. And
Hutch,
if you're
can
not,
I ask
then
you a
don't
question?
know- I don't know what your threshold is.
Hutch, why is it that you dismiss Trump winning an election 4 years later, but it's a fucking like superhuman achievement when we win an election 4 years after that?
I'm not inconsistent here, bro. The consequences the consequences always matter. If your standard is unless Republicans are just like barred from power for the next 20 years, they can't possibly pay any political price. Who thinks about politics in this way? It's you live in the moment that you're in and you evaluate each moment. And right now, the Republicans are hurting.
Hutch,
but you didn't answer my question.
They banned the Nazi Party in Germany so that they could never ever take office ever
Well, also,
again.
wait, forget the Nazis.
Okay?
To be clear, the Republicans think about power that way. That's why they're willing to make so many short-term losses for the gains they've had under Trump.
That's why the Tea Party and the Heritage Foundation have been funding us for 30 years.
Hold on. Hutch, I've got to have this question here. I've been kind of holding in for about 10 minutes. Okay. You've mentioned, people about the guardrails holding. You mentioned Trump is chipping away at the guardrails. In your view, what are the guardrails? Give me a short blurb.
I explained it, bro. If the voters themselves have a mechanism to remove the party that's in power if they don't like what they're doing, that's a really important guardrail. If the Congress can constrain the president, that's a really important guardrail. If the judiciary can constrain the government, that's a really important guardrail.
Wait, Soypill, please. I've been quiet here.
Soypill, can I actually run down my line here, please?
Question.
Well, all right. Let me finish mine first, please. Okay, so just real quick. Okay, what position do the Democrats take in your view in this system of guardrails? What is their position in it?
We should be like the pro-democracy, like trying to reinforce the system against future bad actors.
Well, sure, but part of that is, in fact, it's not just closing on-paper loopholes, because that's not enough. They will do what they want to the maximum extent that Democrats will allow them to, which is why it's necessary, which is why it's more important than passing laws to prosecute Trump and his people. Because in actuality, the Democratic Party...
Political parties do, just so you know.
The
they
Democratic
don't do that.
Party...
Do we see Trump's
The Democratic Party is the guardrail, all right?
Right now?
You guys actually have to take action to stop Trump. It's not just going to be this
You can do that. You can do that.
that unfolds on its own.
What?
You can do that, and you should do that. Like the Congress can do investigations. They can conduct oversight. They can make criminal referrals. But it's up to prosecutors if they punish people, if they actually try to go after them. Political parties don't do that. You guys don't recognize that the public, they don't get on board with explicitly partisan investigations. The public doesn't like that. Okay, they will be punished for doing that. Do you understand
because
that?
I've heard you say this a few times when you said Trump is historically popular in reference to, I think Destiny brought up earlier the example of manufacturing the desire for wanting to go after Hillary, and you said that, well, Trump is historically unpopular. Is it because of that, or is it because of the living
It's because of many things. It's because of many things.
We could
including
weaponize
But I think you give too much credence
manufacture
to
consent for prosecuting him.
Why was Donald Trump's numbers so bad during the first term when the economy was really fucking good? Why do you think that was?
Wait, hold on. Can you answer my question?
Answer that.
Well,
Why?
answer my question first. Do you think we
No,
could
he asked
weaponize?
the question. Hold on, Hutch asked the question.
I asked the question first, and he asked me a question.
The economy was really fucking
You
good.
spoke under him. You spoke under him when he was already speaking.
Why was he unpopular?
Why was he unpopular? The economy was really fucking good.
I don't know. It was various reasons.
It's because they punished overreach. They punished overreach. They thought, bro,
that is not why Trump was
the family separation policy, the attack on the ACA, the travel ban when he was first trying to do that, all of those things added up.
No, the travel, dude, he ran on banning all Muslims from the country. You think the travel ban is why he was unpopular in office?
It was literally the first thing that kicked off massive protests all over the country in airports. It was politically very bad for him when he did that.
It's a meme that Trump
already
voters
didn't like
don't
Trump.
I'm not gonna lie right now,
They
man.
didn't vote
That's
for what they voted for. This is like the
that
thing.
using the Muslim ban. That's a pretty prime Kai level argument right there. Okay, like that is
It
not.
was literally the first thing he did that prompted a massive protest movement in airports all over the country. It was politically bad for him. You guys don't acknowledge that because, oh, well, he won an election in 2024. Therefore, like nothing matters, I guess, in the present. Like even if he's super underwater on every single issue, it's like, well, he won in 2024. Like
did he get
time is a
elected again after
moving
that?
thing.
Yeah, that's the real question.
That doesn't mean that he didn't. So this is what you're saying.
How did he get
This is
elected
what you're
again?
saying. This is what you're saying. If Republicans win elections in the future, then there is no such thing as like short-term losses because they're going to win in the future. That's what you're saying, right?
We acknowledge that there's the short-term losses and short-term victories for the Democratic Party. Again, we're saying that this is necessary but not sufficient. And this is my issue. It seems to me contradictory. It seems to me contradictory for you.
I don't understand.
For
if
you,
we can recognize, just real quick, Jessiah, if we can recognize that the most salient issues to voters are things like gas prices, are things like how affordable housing is, are things like healthcare, right? And these are the major issues that voters across the parties seem to care about. Why would not our major and, in fact, maybe sole focus be on those things?
So your sole focus can be the sole focus can be on those things, like in terms of policies that you push for, but there are things that aren't going to have a high level of salience that could theoretically be important, right? So a thing that most consumers of technology care almost nothing at all about is security. Until it breaks, then it's the most important thing. But you could never advertise a car. Like, I mean, they'll have the crash safety things in it, but you're not gonna have a whole ass car advertisement where the entire thing is talking about if you get hit from this side, the airbag will save you. This side, the seatbelt will save you. This side, like they're not gonna do that. But you better believe you die in a car accident. That was like the most important fucking feature, right? So,
and again,
it's important to run on certain policies, but also like these fundamental guardrails that keep our bureaucratic system ticking along are things that the Republicans have made a part of their campaigning to shatter and fucking destroy. And then also this idea.
I kind of want to ask real quick, Hutch, the guardrail analogy here. Okay, so let's take a literal guardrail. Let's say you're on a platform. It's a literal guardrail. See, they're holding. People aren't falling. It's like, okay, well, how many bolts have to go missing before it doesn't hold anymore?
I just answered your question, man. Do you want me to answer it again? If the people can't vote out political parties, if the Congress can't constrain, if the courts can't constrain, that's the fifth time I've answered the question. But yeah,
wait, no, Hutch, and you didn't answer. Wait. Let me ask him on this. On that first one, if the president is indicating that he wants to prevent that option, wants to restrict in as many ways as possible millions of people from voting potentially, but hey, all that matters is thousands in certain districts for him to be able to vote out of public, Hutch. So if he's indicating that, would that be sufficient for you to say, oh, we need to do something now before the voters don't have a chance to?
Are you talking about the SAVE Act or are you talking about the ICE? What are you talking about?
Let's say it's a SAVE Act or the executive order.
Do you know what's stopping the SAVE Act from passing right now?
Yes.
The Congress. Okay. That's one of my guardrails. That's one of my guardrails.
Okay.
Yes. They're telling him no. He's asking.
Okay, what about the
I'm
executive order
not saying it's fine. Hang on. I'm not saying it's fine. Why are you doing this? Because I don't subscribe to your specific prescriptions. That does not mean that I don't appreciate the danger. That means I don't agree with your prescription. Do you understand that? I do think that this is dangerous. I think your method further erodes the guardrails.
I'm about to say something absurd. But what if tomorrow it turned out that Trump was able to whip 10 Republican senators and all of a sudden they can pass the SAVE Act? Would you say something like, hey, maybe we do need to do something right fucking now before this passes potentially removes this number one criteria?
Let's do a revolution because they passed a bill that we don't like.
When did I say revolution?
Wait, did he just trivialize the very thing that he said would be going over the line?
What are you suggesting then?
I'm suggesting that potentially we go and do something a little...
Just start with that position that there is no line.
Like
wait, you just said, what would you do? A revolution?
Do something like what?
I'm asking, well, tell me what we're talking about. Like, what are we doing?
Maybe we need to go and find an extra special law to make an extra expedient, impeachment. Maybe we need to...
When we're the party out of power? When we're the party out of power?
We should impeach Trump the moment he does that, yes.
Right now.
We should have impeached Trump like a year ago, but we aren't.
Just to be clear, Hutch, if I can't think of a potential way through Congress in which we're manipulating some law or bending some law, then if all of those options were exhausted and the SAVE Act was going to pass and potentially remove the ability for voters to be able to vote,
I just want
at least 20 to 30 different things in between.
What if things were really, really bad? Or what if things are... Sorry.
But that's the thing is, we're this
hold on,
close.
Soy Pill, let me ask you directly. I'm asking you a question. You can answer it. I promise you. So
yeah, let's go.
What
Fed
you were
pill.
saying is if the SAVE Act was somehow to get around the filibuster, it was about to pass, and it's so existential, right? We didn't have any other option. Like we didn't have enough votes in the House. We didn't have enough.
Yeah, if we had no other options,
there's no
if I
law
couldn't think
to
of any
stop
creative
it.
way to stop this,
How many Republican babies would you starve?
After every single legal thing is extended,
strap up
then
and
yes,
you would
I would
revolt.
say strap up. But guess what? It's not there, and there's also a bunch of things in between there. So this is ridiculous. That's already my position, and that's
Yeah,
your position too.
I
Wick.
just think
you would
that, like,
absolutely
saying-
support a revolution if there was no way to potentially stop someone from
Not
subverting
stop
democracy
the
completely.
SAVE Act, right? It would have to go further than that.
What
The
would
SAVE
the
Act
well,
is
okay, what would the line
bad,
have to be?
But it would
What would the line have to
destroy
be?
our country.
What would the line have to be?
I heard Wick verbatim say that if Donald Trump tries to rob the midterms or the next election, it is time. It is go time.
If he does, rob
If he
them.
does it, right?
What
It's
if he
go
does it
time.
in a way that Wick doesn't understand? Will rob the thing, and then is there a revolution or no?
If Wick doesn't understand,
Yeah, like Wick can't do the calculus in his head.
You
to see
can't
if
even,
the
you
SAVE
can't
Act
even
is
like
like,
manifest
allow him
that
to
it's
steal,
been
right?
stolen.
The only
then no, I
example you
don't
can think of
advocate
for that
anything.
is deploying ICE, and that's not very subtle.
Wait, hold on.
Okay,
no,
wait,
that's not-
Wait, what do you
right
mean
now,
it's not
wait,
subtle? He's
right
gonna
now,
use it in a
right now,
subversive
hold on,
way.
question, hypothetical, right
preventing
now,
people from
before
voting
the
with voter
Supreme
ID.
Court, right now,
There's
before
so many things that
before
could be
the
happening
Supreme
right
Court,
now.
right?
There's preventing mail-in voting.
Why won't you shut up?
Right
when I
now,
ask you
before
to?
the Supreme Court, they're having a question about whether or not you can count ballots that have been received after a certain date. What if Donald Trump finds a way to slow down the USPS shit so that all the mail-in ballots across, he freezes it for 12 days with some funding freeze, the mail doesn't move, the elections are held, and Trump manages to eke out enough states or whatever where he gets a majority on his.
We won't notice that.
It's not a matter. Hold on, no,
it's not like an obvious thing.
No, let him ask his
It's not a
question. Let him
matter of
finish his
noticing
question.
it. It's a matter of when it happens. What are you gonna say?
And then there's just no more recourse. And then we're done, right? That's it.
No, I'm asking you. What do you say at that point? Trump has slowed it down. The elections are now called for the Republicans.
But the
legal
states are
avenue
capable
to
of making
remove him,
decisions.
and if those
Wait, states are capable
fail,
of making what
and I'm just gonna be
decisions?
real
What
clear,
decision?
if
Wait,
those
what
fail,
decision does
if
the
those
state
legal
make?
avenues fail, then yes, it's go time. I'll
Okay,
give you
cool.
that.
That's what I just said, Wick. I'm glad you're on board.
Wait,
No,
wait,
you
wait, wait,
didn't
wait.
just
The
say
legal
that.
avenues. Stop. The legal avenues that end at the 6-3 Supreme Court, right?
Yes.
So you're
I
going to be
think
content
that
if the
Supreme
states.
Court
So if
would not uphold that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I just I don't live in this world where like the Supreme Court's gonna be like, yeah, no elections for you.
But you
Yeah,
are
I
living
just,
in a
like,
world
I
right
don't- I
now
don't live in
where
that
the
world.
Supreme Court said, yeah, infinite crimes for you. But the other one is unfathomable.
I honestly,
Look,
yeah.
I agree with you. The Supreme Court tilts towards Trump, but I don't
Tilts.
think that they are ideologically captured by Trump.
Tilts. Like Michael Jackson
Yes,
slightly
it
leans
will-
when he dances.
It,
Just-
it leans
No, I don't
towards
think
Trump.
slightly
They
leans.
have
I don't
ruled
think
against
slightly
Trump
leans.
before, and they will rule against Trump again.
I think the court is very clearly like the set of ideologies that dominate the Supreme Court is very clearly more enabling to Trump. Like I don't think that's like a when I like I'm not like earlier when I was saying like I don't think that they're partisan. What I mean is I don't think that they're making, and again I'm acknowledging that you brought up exceptions that I haven't read into. Okay, I'm acknowledging that. But my understanding of the Supreme Court is not that they're like coming up to the text, except for maybe Thomas and maybe Kavanaugh. Except maybe Thomas and Kavanaugh. They're not like coming up to the text and thinking, what would help the Republicans right now? They're like, what would help the Republicans is, I mean, and in order to say that, we would basically have to have the reverse narrative of like, oh, well, the reason they got rid of tariffs is actually because they're trying to save Trump
I'm
from
not
themselves.
saying. Hold on. Stop being so one-dimensional about this. I'm not saying that they have to make a ruling explicitly to help Trump. What I'm saying is that if you fudge it up enough, it won't matter. For instance, the tariffs. Trump has already gained a tremendous amount of capital of having companies come to him and make it these bids for why their company should be protected and not.
And now it's all worthless. Except
No,
for
but
the
he already
fucking
got
corrupt bribes that he took.
He already got that stuff personally, and we're probably
As an individual, yes.
Can I finish? We're probably never getting that back. Okay, I don't care how illegal delaying the USPS or whatever would be if the court would rule against it. I don't think a court is going to undo the elections. I think they're going to say
they passed a law to make
states-
robbery illegal
What?
after you robbed me, so it's okay. So we're
The
good,
states
right?
can't. What do you mean? What could the states possibly do if the elections are all over and done and held?
It's
and the
their
members,
election.
and the members
They
are
could force
seated
those votes. No, this is what they would do.
They have
would
plenary
say,
authority
"You
over
have
the
to count those
elections. It's
votes."
theirs.
And they would count
If-
those
if-
votes, and then we
Wait,
would
they
see
have
who won
plenary
and who did
authority
not.
over the elections? Then why the fuck is the Supreme Court right now probably going to rule that states can't accept a ballot in their own federal elections
They're
that are
probably not going
post-dated?
to rule that.
They're probably
They're probably going to rule the
I'm
opposite
leaning
of that.
against it.
Wait. You think my understanding is, from everything that I've read and from the little I listened, I didn't listen to the defenses, but I listened to the plaintiff's side. It seems like they were leaning against allowing post-dated ballots, or no, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
Ballots that were received after the election date to be counted, even if they
That
were.
is not the- that
I
is not
can
the
I
impression
can look at.
came
Hold on.
away
I have an
from
answer for this.
listening
I have an
to
answer for
that
this. My understanding is that this is about the interpretation of law as it stood. If the Supreme Court were to do this, it would just be a matter of in time for the election saying, hey, like this is our send date, making sure everything gets in.
No.
The idea that like.
No, that's the entire point. They're saying if it's postmarked on or before election day,
No,
but
I mean like moving back and giving clear guidance as to when you need to cast your election.
My understanding is this would the Supreme Court ruling would enable the federal court or whatever, not the federal court, but the Congress or whatever to mandate that it can't be postmarked. No. Or not, no, not even that. Constitutionally,
the court ruling is about the idea.
I'll have to look at the specific
before election day, but arrives after.
Let me look this up.
Yeah, the way they're lining up, again, it hasn't been decided yet, but the tenor of the questions and from legal scholars, the conservative majority seemed inclined to not support the right of states to accept election ballots after the election, even if it was postmarked correctly. But the last thing I'll say, Mitti, sweet summer child, when you say you don't think that the court would do X, Y, and Z, as it stands right now, based on Supreme Court interpretation, it is either absolutely immune or presumptively immune for the president to order SEAL Team 6 to kill his political rivals because it's a core power.
Yes.
Especially if they're deemed as natural, especially if they're deemed national.
Yes, I know. I'm aware.
But my point is, if they say that
bad is this is two-dimensional. This is one-dimensional. This is bad and good, and this is really bad. Therefore, all things that are near this are also bad. Like it's, what I'm saying is not that they're not like.
No,
also,
Mitti,
real quick,
my
just for
point is,
clarification on that.
if they're prepared to interpret that level of latitude and authority, that you are absolutely immune for murdering people using the military because you have the constitutional right to wield the military, your skepticism about what the Supreme Court will and won't do, in my opinion, is unearned. It's like saying, I don't believe this person can bench press 205. I've only seen them bench press 203. It's ridiculous.
If what compelled them, my understanding of why they believed what they believe, if it compelled them to do that, and then in all of the consistency checks across all of the things, even in the thing that went against Trump's entire agenda, and I keep saying it, but it left him balls up, like fucking hung out in the middle of the entire country with no agenda, the consistency to that idea, which I don't fully agree with, has led them in every other instance to be consistent with this idea.
Wait, why do you keep saying
I'm not sitting here looking at that. I'm not sitting here looking at that and being like, oh, well,
why do you keep saying for the tariff thing they left him balls out? Balls out is a ruling like Citizens United, where you get a question about that, the campaign finance law or whatever, and the Supreme Court comes out and they're like, actually, we're gonna fucking go crazy on this shit. For the tariff shit, it was this incy-bincy particular IPA law that Trump is using. Now, we know there are 13 other laws that Trump can use for tariffs and other arbitrary and stupid retarded fucking ways.
Okay, no, this comparison doesn't work. Trump's magical IEPA enabled an entire regime of unlimited, unbounded, fuck you tariffs. And now he's like, well, I can hit you with 15%. I know that's like a lot, but it's like, that is what is in my Congress.
On every country is
you're like, now we can only do 50%.
For how many days?
I agree with every single
like 90 days.
It's a matter of definition. I agree with all of your arguments.
90 days?
No, we agree with
90,
everything you're saying. Trump can't do much, okay? He can't, no matter what the Supreme Court says. But your version of can't do much for most people is catastrophic to the fucking country, okay? Like,
but that's a legislation problem.
Wait, and even the premise, Mitti, even the premise of your comment is absurd. You said this whole IEPA law let him do all this. Actually, it didn't. The Supreme Court says the Supreme Court says no, but they let him do it for a fucking year. That's the whole point.
Earlier in this conversation, I know Mitti had said something about how like Trump's economic policy is entirely collapsed now, ever since like the SCOTUS ruling, especially. Wasn't his like economic policy leading up to the election when he said that like they were going to place reciprocal tariffs on countries that have been treating us unfairly, and then unilaterally implemented these tariffs against like basically everybody? And then when that shot down, it's still being implemented almost unilaterally with the up to 15% tariff rate. Like the fact that we're in this the fact that we're already from this one framing where it's like this one norm, because I know we were talking about norms earlier. You have this one norm where these tariffs are not instituted to the way that Trump has instituted them. to now it's like, oh, well, it's not that bad because actually it's like 15% maximum.
Say it wasn't that bad.
It's not as bad.
The thread of this conversation isn't about how good or bad the tariffs are. The thread of
No,
this
but you're talking about
conversation
limiting
is
the capabilities, right?
I'm talking about, is the Supreme Court making actions based off of expressly supporting a party, or do they have an ideology that they're committed to?
Wait, hold on. No one cares.
That
no
you
one is
see
asking this
them
question.
doing-
No one cares, and no one needs this to be true or false to defend their position. The only thing Josiah and I are saying is that the Supreme Court will make the decisions and carry themselves in the way that Trump needs them to get his agenda more or less over the line. They might
But that's
check him at
what
some
we
point.
literally are. What we're debating is that they don't do that.
But they have. Because if it was a stay on the tariffs, if that would have been a stay, then we would be having a wholly different conversation right now.
So we're successful. So he was successful. Trump's doing great. The tariffs regime is great. All the deals are coming in. Like
he got
looks
to
great.
He got to
Everyone
bend
loves
every
him.
single country on the planet.
They did exactly.
He got to not exactly, but he got like 80% of the way there. He got to bend.
Wait, you literally argue that he accomplished nothing. They're frameworks.
I guess I have like a Nick Shirley tier learning disability because I'm so stunned when I hear people say. When I hear people say, you know, that Trump is failing, that Trump is fucked, that, you know, Trump is so screwed, but us winning the midterms is just a superhuman achievement. It means everything. Winning the House. Winning the House apparently means more than winning the presidency for 4 years. I don't understand.
Some could say he started a war in Iran because it was so fucking bad that he lost.
I want to hear from Hutch. Go ahead.
The idea that like the work stops after we finish the midterms, and that's no one's saying this. No one is saying like, oh, we beat them. It's it. We're in the clear now. That's it. It's just the starting line.
Then Hutch, could you just acknowledge for me?
No, shut up for a second. But what makes this so exceptional is that it's like the margins that they're getting slaughtered by. It is like 6 months ago, no one was talking about the Democrats winning the Senate, and now we're having realistic conversations about a 53 seat majority for Democrats. Okay, it is the extent of the beating that they're getting right now. You'd have to go back to 2010 to find the closest like example of like what is happening right now. Their coalition that they built in 2024 is fucking collapsing. All their gains with Hispanic voters, all their gains with Black voters, all their gains with young voters, all their gains with independents have fucking collapsed. And you guys don't think that this is like, enough of a...
but the budget
it's necessary but not sufficient. Can you just clarify for me, just like yes or no?
Nobody said it was sufficient.
What I understand. It's just clear. That's not my question. My question is, what is more important? What's more important, more powerful? Trump winning in 2024 or us winning in 2026?
Obviously, Trump winning the presidency with a trifecta.
I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. Okay, fair enough.
Obviously.
Okay.
But you're ignoring...
Wick, do you agree?
But you're ignoring that if we have a blowout midterm performance, it makes it our job like way easier to win another trifecta in 2028.
Yes, I do.
That's a big deal. That's a big deal.
Yeah,
okay,
I was just really acknowledge. Hutch, wait, I need to ask Hutch a question. Can I ask Hutch a question?
Let me piggyback and then I'll let you go. Right. Okay. To piggyback off that, like again, us winning the midterms is necessary but not sufficient because it's a good starting line where we can pass these reforms, where we can stop Trump and have more leverage and power legislatively to stop Trump from doing the bullshit things that he wants to do. Without that, it's much harder to stop him.
I agree that it is necessary but not sufficient. I totally agree with you.
We all agree on that. Hutch, do you acknowledge that Trump was able to, 1, almost steal an election, and 2, kill the bipartisan border bill when he wasn't in power?
I don't think that he almost stole that election in 2020. No, I think he tried, but I think he was up against the system, and the system fucking won.
To be clear, he was up against one man. It would have only taken Pence to completely, totally sway that entire thing.
Is the system like Pence?
Schwengo. No,
if it would have been worse, it would have been worse. But
hold on, just real quick, Schwengo. Last question from you, then I'm going to cycle you out. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, 2 things then. Hutch, have you considered switching to nicotine pouches? I've been off vaping for a month, and man, I'm loving it.
Okay.
I've tried them. They're nice.
Okay, so yeah. Well, hey, I'm trying to get some levity here, Wick. All right.
I've tried them. They're nice. Yeah, I just like smoking and vaping.
I know. I did too, but man, I feel so much better. I say it's worth it. Give it a shot. I use the pillows, 9 milligram raspberry. They're delicious.
Nice.
All right. So
when Trump was crying like a little bit. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That was a prelude to his question, asshole.
Right. So. To piggyback off of what Josiah said, do you think him denying the election helped him win in 2024?
No, I don't. Not
Why
no. Well, we know that it hurt him a lot in 2022 when he amplified like 7 Senate candidates across the country that were running on election denialism, and they all got stomped out.
And
Donald Trump.
That's insane, Hutch.
Donald Trump.
Insane.
No, it's not insane. No, it's not. Donald Trump.
They're not
absolutely
Trump. Like,
insane.
yes, he backs losers. That's not in question. But because nobody can
The
capture
losers
that.
that he backed were running on election denialism. Like,
Yes,
the,
but it doesn't matter because it's not Trump doing it.
Okay, the narrative on the right wing was that Trump was stolen from, and he was going to have this massive comeback, which he did. He actually did have. Like, if you hung out in right wing spaces, they were talking about like a hero's journey for Trump, where he comes back from the wilderness.
Obviously,
like,
obviously,
no, man. Trump's attempt was, and the fact that he lost it and then he was prosecuted for it rightly, but that helped him so much. I don't know how you
obviously
can
Trump. Hold on. Obviously, Trump denying the election is going to be better than Trump saying, "Yeah, I lost it. I just tried anyways." Obviously, that strategy is going to be better. But if Trump hadn't tried to steal the election, he would have. It would have been way better for him.
All right, I got one last question, and then I'll bounce out here.
That was it. Schwingo, I love you, buddy.
I know one more. Let me get that real quick. Real quick.
What's going on?
What?
Ooh, that might
Yeah,
have been
sorry.
the most
Yeah,
important
people.
What,
That's been
Hutch?
waiting for a long time.
That was
Do we
the
think
question. That was the
when
kill shot
Trump
question
was crying
too.
like a little bitch after SCOTUS dropped down tariffs, that he like went to bed and he was like, "Man, but at least I added like a couple billion to the budget." I'm so glad. I'm so happy that I like.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry. Repeat that again.
When
one more
Trump
time,
when Trump
please.
was crying like a little bitch after SCOTUS shut down the tariffs, and he's like, "Man, I'm glad they let me do it for a year so I could like close the budget a little bit, really get rid of that deficit." Like, was that like in his mind? Was he super happy about that?
No, I'm sure he'd like to further continue to enrich himself and his family for another 3 years. Like, obviously, he wanted nobody here, as far as I'm aware. I don't think even Destiny is claiming that this is the outcome Trump wanted from SCOTUS. I'm just saying that it's not the kill shot you seem to think it is, Mitti, because
I don't think it's a kill shot that I love SCOTUS. I just think it's like I see SCOTUS, barring the exceptions that you may have brought up, which would be a kill shot. That would be a kill shot. I'm not trying to like.
He actually
underplay
has
that.
the right to kill shot you as long as he gives the military the order. That's a pretty big fucking deal.
Yeah, but I trust the men and women.
I'm just
in
saying,
green.
this is all we're saying. I pray for the day. May the losses that Donald Trump experiences find the Democratic Party, okay? That's what I pray for. That we have single-payer healthcare for 2 years before the court says, sorry, you've got to go to a public option. And I pray to lose in the way that Donald Trump loses, all right?
But like,
and now before you say,
Biden,
well, what if you got to pay the electoral
Biden's
consequences
agenda
of losing all the offices next time? We already did that, but we didn't get any of the other
but
losses
you
that Trump
act, we talking about how the Supreme Court stopped Biden more, and sure, and it sounds right to me, like it does, but like that's all in his executive agenda. There's like, I think there's a fringe thing about like medical distribution, but his legislative agenda was not like neutered by SCOTUS.
How much of Project 2025 needs to pass before you say he's winning?
112%.
Through Congress?
How much of Project 2025 needs to get done before you're like, Trump's doing some stuff?
What is he codified in a permanent way?
Trump? Nothing. Well,
why are you shaking your head?
Because
why are you
USAID,
shaking your head?
USAID,
Yes, it does.
USAID, DOD.
No, he has
fucking years of
he did not
experience,
codify.
And then pretend like, well, we can put it back in 10, 20, 30, 40 years. We'll be fine.
10, 20, 30, 40 years.
You
talk about having the budget lines in the budget still is a win.
You have fucked. No, let me talk. You fucked our trade relationships. You fucked our trading partners. You fucked the intelligence sharing.
I'm asking you. Nobody's making the argument that he hasn't done.
This is
nobody.
Not. Oh, cool.
Nobody has.
This was the whole framing of the conversation. No one's arguing that damage hasn't been done.
On this point, I do agree. The soy pill, you're fucking retarded. Don't you realize that we could literally spend the entirety of our presidential election rebuilding the shit that Trump tore down unilaterally? You dumb fuck. We can spend the whole next 4 years trying to bring back things that Trump got rid of illegally. That's called checks and balances, baby.
We're already
checks and balances. Hell yeah.
In 10 years after 9/11, 2011, when we've built the first 10 floors of the second North Tower.
I don't know what to tell you guys. Listen,
Well,
I don't
great
know-
job,
I don't know
guys.
what to tell you guys.
We'll
The
show
roadmap-
Osama. We
hold on,
fucking
hold
got
on.
him.
We've gone from
it's
the
boring
guardrails to a
answer.
hole to we're holding onto the
It's the
guardrails and
boring
we've
answer.
fallen out of our car,
It's
hanging
the
off the
boring-
side of a
it's-
cliff. Okay.
It's the boring answer, but I don't know, like, I don't know how to spice it up to get you guys excited about it, but the roadmap is clear. Like, if you want to deal with a threat like Donald Trump and close loopholes and make it more difficult for someone like Trump to enact an agenda in the future, the answer is to build a consensus and do reforms.
What's
That
one
is how
reform?
every
Name one reform.
every
Wait, name a reform that would
country,
help.
you can
Yes, one reform. Name one
talked
reform.
about so many reforms.
You want blood.
We have talked about.
You gotta
We
give
have
them
talked
blood,
about.
even if it hurts the
We have-
electorate,
we
even
have
if it hurts the Democratic Party. They want blood. It's gonna boost your
No,
algorithm.
what's a reform?
Right?
What's a reform that would have stopped Trump?
Right? You're gonna
Wick,
get
that's fucking retarded.
Wait, what's a reform? What's a reform that would have stopped Trump?
Yeah.
For specifically what? The DOE?
For anything. What's a reform that you think would have stopped Trump from doing the shit that he's done so far?
Budget fencing, self-executing principles. Like, these are all things that need to
Self-executing.
No, he's not!
Did he just say
The law
self-executing?
was not rigorously written.
Section 3 of the
The law
14th
was
Amendment was
written.
self-executing.
He didn't
And they were like,
write it specifically enough.
Not rigorous enough.
Okay, I want to hear from the caller.
Wait, just a sec. When you say they
weren't
weren't written specifically enough, you know what? The Supreme
What
Court.
is
This
what is the
in the
alternative?
2026 budget.
What is the alternative? Literally,
Wait,
what is the
I'm sorry.
alternative?
I just one more. When the Constitution said that that insurrectionists
reforms
shall not hold office, they should have thrown a must in there
Jessiah,
or capitalize it. Shall.
Everybody here agrees
disagree
with
with
court
all
reform.
9
Everybody here
Supreme
agrees
Court
with court
justices.
reform. Everybody
Yes.
here agrees with court reform.
Yes, I do.
Okay, but that means
How build
probably
consensus?
wrong.
But how build consensus, Hutch?
Hold on,
Because you
no,
said build
understand.
consensus.
Can you at least admit
That is
you
what you
disagreeing
do
with
in
all
a
9
fucking
Supreme Court justices,
democracy.
liberal, progressive, conservative, MAGA means you're probably not correct on this issue.
No, it does not.
That is
It does
what-
not. I think they made their
think it
decision for
suggests
prudential reasons.
that you probably are.
I
Now,
think-
it's possible that you're not.
I think they made their decision for prudential reasons.
You know the
that you
Supreme
were
Court
probably
ruled that the
incorrect
2000
in
election
your
was legitimate, and I
interpretation.
cannot believe you're still calling it into question. You are insane for even thinking that at all the president's brother, who was governor of that state, might have stolen that. That's insane that you think.
Right. But Hutch, but I want to press you on this because you said build consensus.
Press
Okay.
away.
Build consensus for Supreme Court reforms. How do we do that in your mind?
You do that through effective messaging. You do that through effective politicking. You do it through effective governance. You do it through demonstrating to the public, draw a contrast with Trump's corruption. Like, position yourself as the party that is actually trying to restore faith in these institutions. You do it through the same way any political movement. Like, we're being given a really big opportunity right now because, like, the losses are so immense right now that we could theoretically build like a pretty big consensus, like enough to get rid of the filibuster in the next Congress.
Oh, we could win. We could put Republicans in the wilderness for the next 20 years if we do this right. But if we do the things that you guys are advocating for, we're going to have one term. And that's it.
I guess we
Hutch,
just
so wait a minute,
laugh at
Hutch.
this idea.
So you said build consensus by messaging. So, and again, I'm not going for gotcha. I'm confused here.
No, by more than just messaging. I said more than there, but go ahead.
Okay, but so we are going to have to talk about it and get the American people to buy into Supreme Court reform, right?
Of course.
We're going to have to tell the American people, hey, we want to expand the court. We want to add term limits. We want a binding code of conduct.
If you want to do
have go on
anything,
the
bro,
record.
that's what you got to do. That's democracy, right? Why is
I
this
ask
news? Why do I need to explain this?
No,
So
it is news. It is news, and I'm not
polling.
crazy. Because I know Soy Pill can vouch for me on this. I could have swore that you and I have gone round and round and round and round over a span of months, where you basically told me that Democrats need to shut the fuck up about Supreme Court reform because it's a low salience and it's controversial.
I said that timing does need to matter. Maybe it's not a good idea to start like running on packing the court like fucking 4 months into the Republican trifecta. You understand that?
I'm going to pack your nuts with my foot. Okay, so when
You
is it okay?
understand that?
When is it okay? When is it?
I don't, Destiny, I don't know why you're laughing. When we had the conversation with Lockshaw,
because you come out.
when we had the conversation with Lockshaw, when we had the conversation with
you come out and you're like, I would absolutely support these things.
When we had the conversation with Lockshaw, when we had the conversation with, I'm going to keep saying that. When we had the conversation with Lockshaw, what did he say about like in terms of trying to actually move the public one way or another? Like, when is the time to do that? During the campaign or when you actually have power?
I don't remember.
You remember what he said? He said when you're running a campaign, it's usually just about like going to where the voters are at, and then when you're in power, that is when you can try to build some kind of consensus, right?
But when in power, because I assume so it's not an election
Wait,
year,
wait. Also, hold on. You said didn't you say 4 months in wouldn't be the time to do it?
I said 4 months into a Republican trifecta when they control the Congress, and they could just get rid of the filibuster tomorrow and pass the SAVE Act, right? So do you understand the potential downside?
Aren't we always going to be running for elections when they're in power? Like,
do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand the strategic idea of maybe not like running on that like 4 minutes into a red trifecta when they can use the weapon that you want to wield 4 years from now?
I thought this is when we were like coming up to being really strong. No?
No, I'm talking about like Jessiah thinks he found some kind of inconsistency, and it's not. I said that you have to be. No, you didn't. I said that you have to be tactical. Jessiah, do you understand the tactical benefit of maybe not running on things?
Hold on, wait, stop, because we loop on this so much. It's such a waste.
Do you not understand the tactical benefit of maybe not running on getting rid of the filibuster 4 months into a red trifecta when they can get rid of it?
We loop on this so much. It's not that there's like not some tactical consideration. The problem is that it feels like the Republicans create the conditions necessary to win, whereas you want to wait for the conditions that the Republicans are the ones that are always in charge of. That's the issue. Republicans don't wait.
You inflate Republicans. Like, do you understand that they have not been a particularly strong party during the era of Trump? You don't accept this. You just don't acknowledge this. You think that they've been this electoral powerhouse, and they haven't. They've had 2 successful election cycles, albeit they were pretty important, 2016 and 2024. And the Democrats have had 3 good election cycles during that time. We're about to have another one. It's going to be 4 out of 2. Or it's going to be 5 versus 3 by the time we get to 2028. You are overstating. You are overstating Donald Trump's ability to move public opinion on stuff. Like, look at his numbers on every fucking issue right now.
I'm gonna press you on 2 things. First, which were the 3 you conceded that they had 2 big wins, that they were 2 and there were 2 big wins. Which were our 3, and how many of them were big?
2018, that was a blue wave election. 2020, we made him the first fucking one-term president since 1992 with a trifecta. We won 2 really close runoff elections in Georgia. That was really fucking big. So they weren't big majorities, but they were big wins.
No, I understand. But you said big. You said Trump won big, presumably because he got the White House and in a trifecta and all those things.
Yeah.
So I'm saying
of course.
Of our 3 wins, which ones were big wins?
Well, the biggest was 2020. The biggest was 2020 in terms of like
they've
our
had 2
ability
big wins, and we've had 1, and
we've
had 2 smaller wins.
We've had 1 big win and 2 smaller wins, but we're about to have another. Again, I don't know why you guys.
That's fine. This is fine. I want to hear it. But number 2, the second thing is, so again, I'm going to keep pressing you on this. So we agree that it's okay to message and to try to persuade the American people to get into aggressive reform, Supreme Court reform, things of that nature.
That's what the primaries are for. That's what the primaries are for, bro.
No, you said after we're in power.
No, hold on.
But wait a minute. If
you guys want to run on aggressive court packing, if you guys want to run on aggressive court packing, run candidates, and if they advance to the primaries, go for it.
No, I'm asking you. Fuck Hutch and I. I'm asking you, or fuck Soy Pill and I. I'm asking what your preference is, because now you're saying we can do it, but when we're in power, but presumably not during an election year, right?
No. I think right now is a different situation because they are weakened in a way that they weren't about a year ago. He was kind of strong in the first few months of his presidency. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. So you're saying we can do it in this election cycle?
There's more latitude right now because they don't have enough consensus right now to even pass the fucking SAVE Act, let alone get rid of the filibuster. They're fucked right now. Like, Donald Trump's not going to get the SAVE Act. They're not going to pass it.
I was not expecting that answer. I was genuinely not expecting that.
Caller enters. We got B and Lana here. What do you have to say?
I'm leaving in 6 minutes. Also, turn your heads up. So,
What's going on?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Oh, okay. Appreciate that. Hutch, can you tell me what guardrails? No, I'm just kidding. No guardrails.
I'm gonna Minecraft myself, I swear.
No, I think so. General question, like, what is the largest criticism you guys think is of the current Democratic Party from the average Joe? Like, if you were to walk up to some random person on the street, what would you say the largest criticism would be? Like, if you were to say like a few words, what would it be?
They're weak and out of touch.
Yeah,
weak,
definitely.
Weak, out of touch, have
ineffective.
You guys heard controlled opposition?
Would you say that they don't? They don't like, communicate well.
Would you say like controlled opposition would be like up there with probably being weak?
That's more like that's more like the online left.
It is
like
a lot of
online left. That's like the online left saying that. That's like a niche crowd that use that kind of language.
I mean, like I was in Florida for a bit, but what's up?
Just real quick. I mean, I think we have data on this, and I don't think you're gonna like the data. I think the biggest issue is trans issues. That's the biggest thing that's holding.
Okay, that's not true. That's not true.
No, I think he was asking
somewhat
for.
it is true, I think. Is that not true?
No, I think he was asking for descriptions, and for the word cloud polls that I've seen are like weak, ineffective, feckless, out of touch.
So I think it's weird. Like we talk about, taking the fight to them and how it might give us the wrong image to like the general voting public. But it sounds like if we are taking the fight to them, that would kind of counter that narrative. I mean, that's what my kind of rationale.
Yeah, I mean, you can be aggressive and still meet my conditions for like what I think would be ideal. I never said don't be aggressive. Be aggressive within the boundaries of the system. But as soon as you start, go ahead.
Kind of what maybe Destiny said it or something, but like Jessiah said it. When you have Trump and company and his family up there and you're saying, hey, these people were robbing you, you're making them into kind of like the target for a lot of hate. That gets you an ability to push for more agenda, right?
You should do that. You should absolutely run on them being corrupt and like, doing the meme coin stuff. 100%.
Okay.
Don't you turn him into the underdog that way?
No,
This is
I
why
don't
so
think
many
so.
people kind of like Trump, isn't it? Because
No, I don't think so. I think people, I mean, right now Democrats are running on affordability and Trump being corrupt, and it's fucking working really well.
But Trump isn't running.
I think
next
I think Trump showed his ass as blatantly corrupt in a way that he didn't the first time around.
Yeah, that's true.
I think the state of the game is different right now because people in 2019 just saw him as like, he's a little crass. He makes a lot of decisions, but he's like running the country and things are fine. And like right now, the public consensus is that like, oh yeah, this dude's like fucking pumping the government for everything it's worth.
Because gas is
like
high.
that's like a generally held sentiment.
Okay, and you guys kind of touched on it a little bit, but I actually really want to know. I phrased this question in a specific way, but would it be justified for the next Democratic president to use the immunity ruling to its fullest extent in order to have the ruling struck down? So that immunity ruling struck down, and then change the composition of SCOTUS to disallow such rulings.
When you say the fullest
That's
extent,
just that specific thing.
Yeah,
Just,
like I'm just saying when you say fullest extent,
what I'm saying is as full as it's necessary to exact that conclusion.
I would have been, and I said this at the time, I would have been open with Biden saber rattling with the immunity ruling to try to get the court to consider. But the fullest extent, that's yeah.
Again,
The answer is yes, by the way.
I just want to say
Maybe
again,
Biden just spots the conservative justices a couple
You don't
times.
have to say whether you would do it.
It's a little vague for me, but I just want to point out once again that there was a Gallup poll just recently in December of 2025, and it was like 73% of the country thinks that Republican rhetoric is going too far, and like 67% of the country think that the Democratic Party, their rhetoric, are going too far. That to me does not indicate an appetite for the kind of extreme stuff that you're proposing here.
Right.
It doesn't. That indicates Trump has manufactured the rhetoric that we're saying, hey, this guy's corrupt, is them saying we should like kill him.
Yeah, just to be clear, when 63% of the country says the Democratic rhetoric is going too far, they're talking about the Democratic rhetoric that the Republican media show them. Because there is not a single fucking person in the country that just wants to Biden speech that's like, this guy's crazy.
It actually,
listen, wait a minute, still the fucking prophecy or what? Like, are we saying, all right, let's fulfill it then?
We're going to become the caricature that MAGA thinks we are. No, we shouldn't do that.
That poll was conducted the day after Destiny's Piers Morgan appearance.
I'll grant you all that. I'll grant you every thing that you're going to say. Oh, well, they believe it because of stupid reasons. I'll grant you all of that, but nonetheless, that's a reality that you have to contend with.
The reality, Hutch, is that they're operating like we are being like that. They're enacting laws. They're passing things. They're going after people as if we are this insane, corrupt, evil party, and we're not. treating them like they are as evil.
Bro, what are you talking about? The blue states all over the country are being so aggressive in their fight against Republicans right now. What are you talking about, bro?
What do you mean aggressive? What are we being so aggressive?
What do you mean aggressive? Prop 50, Virginia, like Illinois.
So aggressive. Yeah, that was popular, and that's the kind of shit we're advocating for, and we're not doing this on a massive scale.
It's okay.
You just like manufacture something to defend against. Like we're just gonna go outside and defend. We're just gonna go outside and be aggressive. Like what? Like what do you mean? Like the states and hold on. The states and the lawsuits and all of these things that we look at as like great examples. Those were tit for tat. Those were some fuckery happened and we backed it. We went towards it. We fought it off. We did our thing. We showed our fucking grit. Like what? Like
Democrats
I feel
are
like
polling
whenever you talk, it's just like, yeah, the election might be stolen, so we should just like be strong. Like, what does that fucking mean?
Yeah, well, several examples have been gone in here already, and we can go over those again. But again, I'm asking you because when I forgot what his name was, but he asked, "What's the word? What's the word that you would use to describe Democrats?" And everyone's saying, do nothing, feckless, nothing. Why do you think they're polling at 35% despite our really good midterm projections?
Being a minority party sucks ass!
Why?
Well, listen, every political party, every political party, when they lose like power the way that the Democrats did throughout history, have seen a considerable dip in polls. The recent one is just I know. I'm about to get into that.
Yeah, because Biden ran when he was 81 and faded.
I understand that, but the part of the reason that the poll drop for Democrats in the recent moment has been so bad is like multifaceted and complex. But a main driver of that is we're like losing support within the own base because they lost to Donald Trump twice. And there's really not a lot like we can do at the federal level, obviously, when we're out of power to change that. I agree that Schumer should step aside. I'm less like hawkish on pushing Jeffries out, but like there's like I think like things will probably improve. I'm not saying we're going to go to like 60%, but if we blow them out in the midterms, I do think you're going to see those numbers go up like a decent amount when the base we can win.
But Soy Pill's point is that Democrats' projected victory in the midterms is not a function of the Democrats being so fucking awesome. It's because they want to check on Trump. They still hate us. In fact, in some ways, they hate us more than they hate Trump and the Republicans, and the polls bear that out. Number one. Number
That's
two.
True.
Yes, it is true. I appreciate you conceding that, Wick. Even Hutch acknowledges that's the case. Okay, well, then we'll get into that in just a second. But the other thing is, as far as God damn it! I had it, and then you interrupted me.
Yeah, I took it away from you because it was easy to take away things from people who are aggressive all the time, who don't have their foundations.
You said, God damn it!
Can I be vulnerable? Can you please tell me? Like, I guess I missed it. When you say like, oh, if we don't do something.
Yeah, so okay, here's an example. How about instead of Congress coming forward and saying, hey, we're going to have this little like feckless vote and say maybe we'll stop Trump from going to Iran until he gives us a reason, we completely block and prosecute and go after this somehow and say, hey, no, you can't fucking just declare war unilaterally, right?
Somehow. What the fuck does that mean?
Just figure it out, bro. It doesn't matter.
Just figure it out. How about we all remember what it was now? I remember what it was.
What if we don't aid consent, even just verbally, and say, all right, like, hey, maybe we do need to go with war with Iran, but like, I don't know, he's not giving us a reason, you know? Like, what if we actually hold him to account? What if we pull a Mitch McConnell and try to block every single fucking appointment until they actually capitulate on something? What if we like?
What you're asking for is not possible in the current dynamic.
You're also going to need to get rid of like Fetterman.
You have a lot of.
What if we get rid of Fetterman?
I want to get rid of Fetterman. The dude's fucking crazy.
Hold on. I remember when you guys did get rid of the guy we had in Pennsylvania, Lamb, who was perfectly good, but you guys were like, oh, he's too moderate. He's too feckless. He's too ineffective. Let's get Fetterman in there. He'll be a fighter. How'd that fucking work out?
Hutch, I remember what I was going to say now. So you were talking about how the polls show that, you know, on extreme rhetoric, Democrats are not too far behind the Republicans. That's true. What you're seeing here is an asymmetry of perception coming from right-wing media. So, for example, the polling on Trump corruption versus Biden corruption during the 2024 election, it was neck and neck.
Like the right wing is able to persuade the American people things about the Democratic Party that are demonstrably not true. We know that Trump is infinitely more corrupt than Joe and Hunter Biden, the most maximal interpretation, but the American people saw it as neck and neck. So my question is, what do you do with those parameters if you're trying to build consensus and change
also, wait,
the
off
way...
of that question that Josiah's asking, the reason why those perceptions exist is because those are the battlefields that Republicans fight on. We're not perceived as being corrupt by accident. We're perceived as being corrupt because of their corrupt push into investigating Hillary Clinton, because of their obsession with Hunter Biden. That's where our perception of corruptness comes from. And we're always fighting defensively. We're never putting forth an argument of our own. Even if we say we're going to prosecute Trump for being illegal with his... What's not true? What's not true? What's not true? Wait, what's not true? What did I just say that's not true? Wait, what did I just say that's not true?
The idea that Democrats only fight defensively when he was impeached twice, when Democrats all over the country are constantly, every fucking day, talking about Donald Trump's corruption, when we do have like a liberal, like alternative media class that talks about these, it's not just defensive, man. Like when they're in power,
it's us. He won the narrative. Hutch, he won the narrative on every impeachment. Do you understand that?
No, he did not.
Okay, easy question. Shut the fuck up. Wait, easy question. Do most people agree or disagree that Russiagate was a Democratic hoax?
It wasn't Russiagate that he got impeached for,
Do most people agree or disagree that
Russiagate... He got impeached for Ukraine.
Yeah,
both impeachments had majority support, bro. You're wrong about this.
Majority support, and that most of them might have impeached him in the Congress. But in terms of where the American mind is at on these issues, they won on those topics. In the American mind, Trump was vindicated on most of these topics. Russiagate was a Democrat fucking hoax.
Russiagate is not... You're conflating Russiagate with the Ukraine thing. It's not the same thing.
Literally, all of it is rolled in together for these people.
It's
of
not.
course.
What are you talking about? No, it's not. Russiagate was not why he was impeached. That was not why he was impeached. And both impeachments had majority support, soft majority support, but and January 6th more than the first one with Ukraine. But you're just wrong that Trump won the messaging war on impeachment. The numbers don't support this. You just do vibes like a lot, Destiny.
Even if he lost, isn't impeachment a defensive action, not an aggressive one? Because you have to do it.
What would you consider an
impeachment is an aggressive action?
You could defensively impeach. That's a thing.
Anytime the Republicans are in power, we attack. And anytime we're in power, they attack. That's the nature of fucking politics. That's what when you have power, you're doing things, so you're vulnerable to attack. When you're out of power, you're not doing anything.
What is the equivalent Democratic attacks? Do we agree? What are the equivalent Democratic attacks?
Destiny, go ahead. Destiny, I want to hear from
What are the equivalent Democratic attacks from like of the Hunter Biden stuff or the Hillary Clinton stuff? What are the equivalent attacks on our end?
We talked about there are Democrats across the
sexist, homophobic.
His fucking kids. The charity thing that they were found to have defrauded. I mean,
what? Wait, what?
The average person knows about that.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what are you talking about? The charity thing that the kids defraud? Wait, what are you talking about?
If you turn on fucking MSNBC or CNN or Brian Tyler Cohen or any of these other big liberal channels, literally every day, you're not going to find. If you don't turn on
C-SPAN, the three things you just named have the same power and weight as the fucking right-wing
said
media
that.
machine.
No, I'm asking you. That's what I was asking. I'm saying, what is the equivalent?
I never said
that. What is the equivalent to their Hunter Biden or Hillary Clinton investigations?
The right-wing media machine to draw narratives. It's just whoever's in
literally
power.
Russiagate.
Literally
Russiagate.
We all agree.
But Russiagate is a narrative that they won on. What is the equivalent?
Narrative advantage in the world.
No, we don't.
Wait, do we agree?
Not agreeing on that.
Do we agree on that, Hutch?
Wait, let me ask
the question is, do Republicans have a narrative advantage in the media?
Yes, because they're always fighting, because they're corruptly fight on everything. So we're always defending on everything.
They're better funded in alternative media, and they don't have the equivalent of our left flank there's chipping at our fucking heels every fucking day. And so there are reasons, but I think there is asymmetry. I think the Republicans do have an advantage in media generally.
Can I ask one question to the other side? Do we feel like compare this time now to did I say the right side or the other side?
No, I was telling you should say the right side. Sorry, didn't mean to gaslight you.
I didn't want to call you the right.
No. Say your point, Mitti, please.
If do we feel like this moment right now compared to this moment in 2024, do we feel the difference in the Democratic, left-leaning, center-left, liberal communication establishment? Because to me, it's night and fucking day. And I think that comes down
barely. It's not night and day. We're still finding our footing. We're struggling like crazy. We're still fucking yapping about Gaza all the time. We still got a ton of people fighting with Gavin Newsom.
No, totally agree. I think in 2024 there was zero. There was nothing. There was, and the worst of it is that like I've said at the beginning, like Biden was not. All these messages that we're talking about is like, well, if he did this, well, if he did that, oh, we did that. What is fucking Chuck Schumer? I don't know if he was there at the time. Is he gonna run in like 2022 and like lead a national message? Like, you need leaders in these positions. Trump, literally, his advantage is that he just says shit. He goes out and makes it other people's problem to defend him. I don't think we should do that necessarily, but like, as much as I hate to say it, like Biden was unable to like fulfill this need of like leading the country and giving us a narrative, and we fumbled. And like, no matter like Destiny is, as much as I like, I am a beneficiary of like you sounding the alarm, and like I voted for Trump in 2020. Certainly not going to do that again. But like, that's not like a national level presence, and like the fucking like entire Republican Party.
Make it one.
Yes, yeah, no, yes. I agree, but we're acting like. We're projecting the rules of the game back in time as if that was like something that like Turning Point USA was like Charlie Kirk, like one man showing it for a long time, like investing in this like nothing, and like these are like long-term investments that.
That was not a one-man show.
Yeah,
You got to support.
I probably exaggerated.
Republicans have been building everything. I also sometimes I think you and Hutch. I feel like you guys think Trump just like spawned from nowhere. Like
no.
Okay, Trump is a natural consequence of all the things that have been happening and building.
Trump is a symptom of a.
But the second Trump win,
he's a rash.
The things that it feels like we're drawing from the fact that Trump won a second time, it feels like we're acting like, well, all these things were said. Oh, well, you know, this was that and that was it. But like there was no relay for any information to like anyone my age at all about 98% of the things that Destiny was saying on his stream was completely insulated from like
I agree with you. I agree. But that's why
we're saying.
That's why the big punishment for lawmakers. That's why big punishments for lawmakers is important, because it's supposed to be the lawmakers that hold the shit in check, because they know that they're going to get fucked. Like, for instance, my guess is less than fucking 5% of all Americans. Hold on. Nobody in America knows what the fucking blue slip rule is. Right? Is that what it's called? The blue slip rule? Nobody knows what the fuck this is. But people in the Senate care about this shit, right? And they're going to defend it because they want to be able to say fuck no to, it's for judges, not prosecutors, right? I think it's for judges, right? In their state that they don't like, right? So it's up to the senators to defend that.
Well, it's actually both. I'm sorry. It is actually both
for the House as well?
and judges.
Oh, prosecutors and judges, yeah.
No, for the Senate. For the Senate, yeah.
But so they'll defend it. I'm saying this is why my focus is not on the voters. My focus is on the lawmakers. Lawmakers know that if they go along with some fuck shit, that they're going to be in some fuck shit. But if they think there's no consequences, then they'll just allow anything. Because our biggest problem right now, with all this conversation on checks and balances and all this bullshit, if the lawmakers thought that they were going to be held accountable, we wouldn't be having this conversation. The IEPA tariffs would have ended at 90 days because Congress would have exercised their legally authorized oversight. They would have said, okay, you're done, buddy, no more. And we'd be done.
But I think that the reason, can I have this back and forth, please? But I think that the reason we're here is because we basically abdicated even in the Obama era, I'd say like the left of the country, the center left, just became about like tuning into daytime TV and like figuring out if you're racist or not. This idea that we're here because good governance and advocating for liberal values isn't enough because we lost the election. It feels like it's missing the connecting piece that we just basically like, because of, I personally think Biden was the only person with the authority to lead a message, was unable to do so effectively. And we were left with like no major figures. It's like, I know, like Hutch would say, like, I would think most of the left leaning, like without any central head, like Trump grabbed the whole, like once he spoiled that primary, because there were more non-Trump votes in 2016 than Trump votes in that primary. Once he spoiled that, he grabbed everybody's fucking balls and said, if you don't want a Democrat, you're going to say the fucking things I say. And he led them on a singular message and force them on. And I just like, there's been none of that on the left. And I don't think there were any
on the left. You can't do stuff like that because there's too much accountability. You won't get away with it on the left. You remember the whole Donna Brazile? Remember the whole is it Donna Brazile who was feeding the questions to Hillary Clinton or whatever?
That's a bit overstated, but okay.
Wait, what do you mean it was overstated?
She gave her a question about drinking water in Flint. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's whatever.
Whatever. Regardless of what it was. Well, that even proves my point even more, because the point I was going to make was, if that was discovered on the Republican side, they wouldn't even publicize it. They would say, good, we should be helping. If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
The sides are asymmetric.
But that's
different dispositions are on the different sides. They have different expectations. Yes.
But what I'm saying is the Republic can't survive if the expectations are that different. It can't be that one side has to govern and the other side gets to play games all day, and we're going to be carried along.
You're right.
I would say that if what's making you say that is that Trump won another election.
Yes.
I'm not making an argument here. All I'm saying is that, like, okay, maybe let's like fix the glaring hole in our communication apparatus, our party leadership. Like maybe let's like fix that hole that very clearly accounts for like Trump winning again. Maybe let's not run an 81-year-old faded dementia patient.
What do you mean by you need to be more aggressive? And like, I agree, we should fix that hole, but these are very difficult, like party-wide implementation, cultural shifts that like the Democratic Party is spending millions of dollars trying to do and is not finding a solution.
And Gavin and Pete Buttigieg or Gavin Newsom needs to win the fucking primary and go out on a limb and do what Kamala Harris did not. I'm going to be honest, with love, didn't have the balls to do, and just go out and start saying Trump.
Oh, sorry. True.
No, can't do that. Can't do that.
Just start fucking saying shit. The power of the power of the ticket lets you force the parties into a certain disposition.
That's what we've been saying for like the past 2 hours.
The disagreement is about
narratives, especially potentially ones about prosecuting people. And Hutch was saying we can't do that until we have
That's such a bad summary of all the things that we've been saying.
Hutch was saying what now? I couldn't do what?
So you said we shouldn't run on packing courts or doing anything that might be
What is that? How does
this too scary. It has to be after we're in power, right?
I do. You guys call me an optics cuck, but like, I mean, how much should politicians care about like what the voters think?
A lot.
Yes. Do you think that the
voters why are you getting on my case?
When we talk about the voters thing, Republicans view it as
only a little bit.
Republicans view what the public thinks as a starting platform, whereas it feels like sometimes you guys view it as the be all and end all.
Expand on that. What do you mean?
When Republicans look at where the public is, Trump will just go out and fucking say wild fucking shit and then like get feedback that way. Like if we were to talk to both candidates and we were to say Biden, okay, what about running for a third term? It would be, okay, I don't even know if you'd have polling data on it because it'd be so crazy. Whereas Republicans would be like, oh, let's go out and fucking say it and see what the reception is. The reception's kind of good. Fuck it, let's go. They don't wait
because we read the fucking New York Times on the left. Holy shit.
So that actually happened because I don't know if you recall, Obama during his last year made a joke about it was even serious. It was just a joke about a third term, and Republicans lost their fucking minds. Yeah.
I think that the left bitching out to the fucking right like that, terrible. Like I think shit like that's horrible. Like the idea that they would like.
The Democratic voter base is more, I would say, more rational, more reasonable, and definitely at this point more educated. Asymmetry is real, and the fact that we have higher standards for our politicians, that is an asymmetry. But I don't know. I kind of don't mind being the party that has higher standards for politicians.
Just to be clear, no, we don't have higher standards. Real quick. It's about what the Conservative Party shows us about all the politicians in the United States. Both sides have similar standards when it comes to their politicians. They don't want their politicians to be rapists. They don't want them to be thieves. They don't want to be
not both sides. Not both sides.
Literally both sides. Because if you go and you talk to the Republican side about the Epstein files or whatever, they're not going to tell you, well, yeah, Trump is in there way more than everybody else. They're going to say, no, everybody's in there, so it's the same.
But Destiny, would you even fight me on this? The Republicans are way more tolerant. Republican voters are way more tolerant of, we'll say, their shortcomings, like politicians' shortcomings, like their mistakes in the past.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying that Republicans view their candidates and they hold to lesser standards than we hold ours. But what I'm telling you is that from the Republican perspective, that's not true. We're okay, and from their perspective, we're okay with even more corruption than they're okay with. We tried all our illegal lawsuits against fucking Donald Trump. We're even worse than they are. That's why they always use these as precursors to all the fucked up shit that they're going to do by talking about
Hunter Biden.
Exactly. Well, in their mind, it's all.
I mean,
why do we care what the Republicans think of Democrats?
Because you're trying to say that we hold ourselves to a higher standard, and what I'm telling you is we don't. They just control the media landscape.
Go ahead. I want to hear from Lana.
We're trying to appeal to left-leaning people, not right-leaning people.
Get your take out, then we're gonna cycle you maybe. But give us your contribution to the panel, please.
Oh, thanks. Well, I was just saying the reason why you should care is because you need people to switch sides in order to win, don't you?
Nope, you just need to turn on your base and independence.
In some cases you do. Texas and Tallarico, he definitely needs to convert Republicans.
But voter activation is a huge part of the piece, and if you have a ludicrously activated base and the other people don't, you could possibly win on that.
Okay, I gotta go. Here's all I'm saying. My fourth policy that we should do is, since Tulsi went and so graciously got the voter rolls from every single state, we should keep the funding for ICE, and we should deport as many people as we can, as long as they're registered Republican to vote. Totally within the president's power, totally legal. That would be my position. Okay.
Have a great day.
I agree if the polls say we should.
Okay, gang, we're.
Okay, I'm going. I love you guys. Have fun. We're gonna have a channel. Be careful.